Chapter 1. The Gift. Shanghai City. At 7:30 in the morning, in a dimly lit room, Zhang Yuanqing was abruptly awakened on the plush bed, clutching his head, curling up like a shrimp. The pain in his head felt as though it were about to split open, as if steel needles were embedded within, causing his scalp to twitch, leading to hallucinations and auditory disturbance. His mind was overwhelmed with chaotic images, and his ears were filled with a cacophony of meaningless noise. Zhang Yuanqing realized that his old ailment had resurfaced. Trembling, he rose from the bed and opened the drawer of the bedside table, fumbling for the medicine bottle with unsteady hands. With a sense of urgency, he twisted the cap off and poured out 5 or 6 small blue pills, swallowing them hastily. Within moments, the excruciating pain that seemed to tear at his very soul began to subside, eventually calming down. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a sigh of relief, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Fortunately, this state could not persist for long, as his body would eventually succumb to the overwhelming burden. It was precisely due to this ability that he whimsically gained admission to Shanghai University, one of the nation's top-ranking institutions. Zhang Yuanqing referred to this condition as brain overload. He fancied that he might be on the verge of evolving into a superhuman, yet his body could not withstand such an evolution, leading to frequent interruptions. When he shared this hypothesis with his doctor, the physician expressed bewilderment but was profoundly astonished, recommending that he consult a psychiatrist downstairs. "It must be because I didn't rest well last night. I was too tired. It's all Jiang Yuer's fault for insisting on coming to my room to play games in the middle of the night." Though he spoke those words, a quiet heaviness settled in his heart, for Zhang Yuanqing understood that the efficacy of the medication was waning, and his condition was deteriorating. From now on, the dosage must be increased. Zhang Yuanqing slipped on his cotton slippers and approached the window, swiftly drawing back the curtains. Sunlight surged in eagerly, filling the room with its warm embrace. In the month of April in Shanghai City, the springtime radiance was captivating, and the morning breeze that greeted him was refreshingly pleasant. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, and his grandmother's voice called from outside. "Yuanzi, it's time to rise." With the sun shining brightly and the weekend upon him, he pondered how it would be a waste of life not to indulge in a little extra sleep. "I'll give you 3 minutes. If you're not up, I shall douse you with water." His grandmother's threat was chillingly resolute. All right. Zhang Yuanqing immediately capitulated. He understood that his temperamental grandmother was indeed capable of such an act. Meanwhile, he had immersed himself in his career, emerging as a formidable woman praised by relatives. Later, his mother purchased a home of her own, but Zhang Yuanqing found the vast, empty flat unappealing and chose to continue living with his grandparents. After all, his mother was often busy, leaving early and returning late, frequently traveling for work, her heart devoted to her career. Even on weekends, should she avoid working overtime, it was customary to order takeout at mealtime. The most common advice she offered him was, "Is the money sufficient? If not, do let your mother know." Having a successful mother who could meet his financial needs without limit sounded quite appealing. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing always smiled and assured her that the allowances from his grandmother and aunt were more than adequate. And yes, there was also his little aunt. The woman who insisted on playing games in his room last night was indeed his aunt. Zhang Yuanqing stifled a yawn, turned the doorknob of his bedroom, and made his way to the living room. The residence at Grandma's house spans an impressive 150 square meters, including the shared areas. When Zhang Yuanqing sold the old house to acquire this new abode, he distinctly recalls the price soaring to over 40,000 yuan per square meter. Fast forward 6 or 7 years, and the property values in this neighborhood have surged to an astonishing 110,000 yuan per square meter, nearly doubling in worth. It is fortunate that Grandpa possessed the foresight to make the switch had he retained the old house. Zhang Yuanqing would have been relegated to sleeping in the living room. He has outgrown the days of sharing a bed with his aunt T, the elongated dining table adjacent to the living room. The source of his headaches, his aunt, is noisily savoring her porridge, her pink slippers playfully swaying beneath that. Abel. She boasts delicate and attractive features, her rounded face resembling a sweet duck egg, with a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye. Having just risen, her tousled, voluminous waves cascade around her, lending her an air of languorous allure. His aunt, Jiang Yuer is 4 years a senior. Upon noticing Zhang Yuanqing's emergence, she licked the porridge from the corner of her mouth and exclaimed, "Oh, up so early. This is quite out of character for you." "It's your mother's doing," he retorted. "Why are you resorting to insults?" "I'm merely speaking the truth." Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized his aunt's flower-like visage, vibrant and captivating. "They say that the night does not spare those who burn the midnight oil, it bestows upon them dark circles." Yet, this adage seems to falter in the presence of the woman before him. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Grandma peeked out, and moments later, she emerged with a bowl of porridge in hand. Grandma's hair, a mixture of deep black and silver strands, framed her sharp gaze, unmistakably indicating her formidable temperament. Though the sagging skin and faint wrinkles have stolen her former charm, one can still discern the traces of her youthful beauty. Zhang Yuanqing received the bowl of porridge handed to her by her grandmother and took a hearty sip, inquiring, "Where's Grandpa?" "He has gone out for a stroll," her grandmother replied. Grandpa, a retired detective, maintains a disciplined routine despite his advancing years, retiring to bed promptly at 10 each night and rising at 6 each morning. Her lovely aunt, while savoring her porridge, cheerfully suggested, after breakfast, they'll take you to the mall to buy some clothes. "Are you truly so generous?" Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to agree, her grandmother shot a fierce glance at her aunt, warning, "If you dare to go, they'll break your legs." "Mother, how can you be so harsh?" Her aunt retorted, feigning indignation. "I merely wish to buy Yuanzi a few spring outfits. Though he is my nephew, he is still family." Grandmother, unwavering, countered, "Do you wish to have your legs broken as well?" With a pout, her aunt lowered her head to sip her porridge. Zhang Yuanqing, observing the playful duel between the two, realized that her grandmother had undoubtedly arranged yet another matchmaking scheme for her aunt, who was cleverly Sikh. To stir the waters. This had been their usual routine, taking her nephew along to these blind dates. After a few minutes, her socially adept nephew would effortlessly engage the suitor in conversation, discussing everything from mundane affairs to global dynamics, leaving her with little to do. All she needed was to sip her drink and scroll through her phone, while the suitor reveled in the notion that he was showcasing his social acumen and worldly knowledge in the present. C of a beautiful woman, feeling pleased and self-satisfied. Jiang Yuer, from a young age, was a figure of exquisite charm, often praised by the neighbors for her stunning beauty and sweet demeanor, endearing her to the elders. Such a lovely granddaughter naturally prompted her grandmother to exercise vigilant protection, imparting stern advice against early romantic entanglements and forbidding outings with male classmates during her middle school years. The young lady indeed lived up to her grandmother's expectations, remaining unattached until her university graduation. However, upon entering society, and particularly after celebrating her 25th birthday earlier this year, her grandmother began to grow increasingly anxious. She thought to herself, "I merely wish to prevent early love affairs, not to condemn you to spinsterhood. How many years of youth can a woman truly claim?" Thus, she convened her circle of old friends, scouring far and wide for information on eligible young men, diligently arranging blind dates for her granddaughter. "Grandmother, she clearly has no interest in dating a forcibly plucked fruit lacks sweetness," Zhang Yuanqing interjected while munching on a bun, offering herself as a candidate. "Why not help me find a match? I assure you, my fruit is quite sweet." Grandmother retorted with irritation, "You are still young, what is your hurry? Surrounded by female classmates in university, can't you find someone for yourself? Stir up trouble again, and I shall discipline you." Though hailing from the South, her temperament was anything but gentle, with an especially fiery disposition. Even Zhang Yuanqing's mother, a strong-willed career woman, knew better than to cross her mother. "I have grown up. You know, I've been a skilled artisan for several years now." Zhang Yuanqing silently mused. Her aunt, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, appeared even more radiant. The fluffy round-neck knitted sweater paired with a long coat complemented her figure, while lithe, tapered jeans accentuated her long legs, which were gracefully encased within black marten boots. The attire exudes a minimalist, forest-inspired style, neither garish nor ostentatious, yet remarkably refined. His aunt cast him a knowing glance, grasping her handbag and swaying her waist as she stepped out. "Mom, I'm off to a blind date." Moments later, she opened the bedroom door. Grandma was tidying up in the living room upon seeing him. She paused her task and regarded him silently. Zhang Yuanqing mimicked his aunt's tone. "Mom, I'm also going out for a blind date." Seated at his desk, he held his phone and sent a message to his aunt. "Before the expedition begins, I meet my demise often. Heroes weep profusely. Speak plainly. In being detained at home by grandma, you should go on your date alone." His aunt replied with a voice message. Zhang Yuanqing opened it, and the speaker conveyed Jiang Yuer's exasperated voice. "What use are you? My dear nephew, come quickly. Your aunt cherishes you the most." Moo. Ah, women. With a simple display of affection, she hopes to provoke grandma's ire. At the very least, a red envelope would be in order. Just then, an abrupt ringing pierced the air. Zhang Yuanqing approached the living room, and under grandma's watchful gaze, pressed the intercom button, inquiring, "Who is it?" "Delivery." A voice responded from the speaker. Zhang Yuanqing pressed the door release button. After a brief wait, a delivery man in uniform arrived, cradling a package. "Is this Zhang Yuanqing?" "Yes, that's me. I haven't ordered anything online," he thought, bewildered, signing for the package. Glancing at the details, he noticed there was no sender listed, only that the package was addressed from the neighboring Jiangnan province, Hengqin. Nestled within the impact-resistant cushioning were a black card and a yellowed letter. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the credit card-sized black card. Its material seemed to be metallic, yet it possessed an extraordinarily smooth and warm texture. The card was exquisitely crafted, with delicate silver cloud patterns adorning its edges and a black full moon at its center. The black full moon was imprinted with remarkable precision, its irregular surface blemishes clearly visible. What could this be? With a sense of bewilderment, he opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. "Yuanzi, I've come across something quite intriguing. I once believed it could transform my life, but my abilities are insufficient to master it. I have a feeling that you, on the other hand, should have no problem as brothers in arms. This is my gift to you. Lei Yibing." Chapter 2. Disappearance. Upon reading the contents of the letter sent by Brother Bing, Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow. What does it mean to change one's life? What does it mean to be uncontrollable? Truly, the words are vague and unclear. He once again directed his gaze towards the black card, scrutinizing it repeatedly, confirming that it was merely an unremarkable card. If one were to insist on its peculiarities, it would be the pleasant texture, suggesting a material of rare quality. Could it be a supreme card from an elite club? Surely, only a remarkable man like myself could handle a 3060 beauty. Lei Yibing, his childhood companion, nicknamed Ah Bing, was 2 years his senior. When their grandparents had yet to acquire a new home, both families resided in the same alley. With an A rating in strength and speed, but a C rating in intellect, Lei Yibing had always protected him, charging into fights and taking the blows, defending Zhang Yuanqing against any who dared to mock him for being fatherless. As a result, Zhang Yuanqing had always referred to him as Brother Bing. During high school, Ah Bing's academic performance was less than stellar, leading him to attend university in the neighboring Jiangnan province. Since then, their communication had diminished significantly. As Zhang Yuanqing tucked the black card into the pocket of his tactical jacket, he picked up his phone to send a playful message to Brother Bing. "Which club's supreme card is this? At the very least, provide me with an address or a contact number." Deciding to call Brother Bing directly, he dialed the number. After 2 beeps, the call connected, and a deep male voice resonated from the speaker. "Hello, this is Lei Yibing's father. Uncle Lei?" Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, then immediately elated. After a brief silence on the other end, a sorrowful voice emerged. "Yuanzi, I am in Jiangnan province. A Bing has gone missing. Brother Bing is missing." Zhang Yuanqing stood frozen, and after a few moments, with a blend of confusion and urgency, he inquired, "How could Brother Bing be missing? He had clearly sent me something. He disappeared the day before yesterday, and upon receiving the school's notification yesterday, Aunt Zhou and I rushed over immediately." Uncle Lei appeared despondent. "Have the police been notified? What did the authorities say?" Zhang Yuanqing spoke in a hushed tone. Uncle Lei remained silent for a considerable time, hesitantly responding, "This matter is rather difficult to articulate. A Bing's disappearance is rather peculiar." "Peculiar? What do you mean?" Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Uncle Lei explained, "A Bing went missing from his dormitory the night before last. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the dormitory corridor and found that A Bing had not left his room all night, yet by the next morning, he had vanished. His dorm mates said they saw him before going to sleep, but upon waking, he was nowhere to be found, leading them to believe he had simply stepped out." Zhang Yuanqing blurted out, "How could this be possible? Is it conceivable for a person to disappear into thin air? Such an explanation would not be believed even by a child of 3. Suppressing his anxiety, he lowered his voice and asked, Uncle Lei, could it be that Brother Bing offended someone at school? His first thought was that Brother Bing might have crossed paths with someone influential at the school, which could explain the surveillance footage's lack of clarity, often indicative of potential complicity on the school's part. In this age of information overload, anyone who has ever been online has heard of similar occurrences to some degree. Uncle Lei's tone was laced with both frustration and concern. Furthermore, you must inquire among your classmates about any individuals that might have offended Bingo. Surely, someone would possess such knowledge. Uncle Lei felt a slight alleviation in his heart and said, Understood, Yuanzi. Do not worry. I will inform you at the earliest opportunity should there be any news. It is implausible for someone to vanish without reason. If the surveillance footage is lacking, it is evident that it has been tampered with. Yet, one wonders, whom could a third-year student possibly offend? Wait, the disappearance occurred the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday. Zhang Yuanqing was suddenly startled. A package takes 2 to 3 days to travel from Jiangnan province to Songhai, which implies that Bingge must have gone missing on the very night he dispatched the items. Is this mere coincidence, or is there a deeper connection? As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively reached for the black card in his pocket. But when he extended his hand, he was taken aback. The black card was missing. Had it fallen to the ground? Zhang Yuanqing quickly lowered his gaze, scanning the floor of the room. Nothing. He crouched down to peer beneath the bed, which was coated in a layer of dust, along with some coins, pins, buttons, and other assorted items, but no black card was to be found. That card had vanished, and he distinctly recalled placing it in his pocket. How could it have disappeared so inexplicably? Connecting the dots between Bing Ji's mysterious disappearance, the peculiar letters, and the enigmatic disappearance of the black card, Zhang Yuanqing felt an inexplicable surge of fear and confusion. Could the black card be linked to Bing Ji's vanishing, or perhaps serve as a crucial clue? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to reignite his memories by revisiting his past afflictions. He first poured cool water into a glass, retrieved a bottle of medicine from the bedside table, unscrewed the cap, and then removed his shoes to lie down on the bed. After completing these actions, he closed his eyes, remaining still as he envisioned his father's face in his mind. The dormant ailment was triggered by the calm contemplation of an image, preferably one previously seen but not distinctly remembered. This would invigorate the brain, gradually warming it up, ultimately leading to an intellectual fervor. After many years, his father's visage had become a mere blur, rendering it the most exquisite subject for this exercise. As seconds ticked by, the image of his father shifted from indistinctness to clarity, eventually revealing every fine detail, while Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced like an overburdened engine. In that moment, time seemed to reverse. Scenes from an hour prior flickered by like frames of a film. He recalled opening a delivery package, reading a letter, and placing the black card into the pocket of his tactical jacket, followed by sending a message to Bingge. From that point, for the next half hour, he remained motionless at the table, scrolling through short videos for several minutes, exchanging a few suggestive images with friends in a gaming group, and saving some quality pictures. He then read a novel for a few minutes, his thoughts lingering on the card, which prompted him to call Bingge. After the call, the critical moment arrived. In a state of anxiety, he paced around the room, fully aware that this was the most opportune moment for the card to slip away. In his memory, he saw himself frowning as he walked around the room, reaching out to touch the black card, only to discover it was missing. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes flew open, his face a mask of terror. Gone. The black card had simply vanished, disappearing into thin air. What on earth did Brother Bing send me? In an instant, a shiver ran down his spine. Without time to ponder further, a cacophony of chaotic noises filled his ears, akin to the overlapping voices of countless individuals. Fractured images erupted in his mind like a volcanic explosion. Zhang Yuanqing felt a warm liquid trickling from his nose, as if his head had been struck by a steel nail. With a contorted expression, he crawled towards the head of the bed, trembling as he extracted 5 blue pills and hastily placed them in his mouth. He shakily grasped a cup of water, tilting his head back to swallow both the pills and the liquid. Moments later, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the bed's edge, pale and gasping for breath. At this point, he was nearly certain that Brother Bing's disappearance was somehow linked to the black card. Brother Bing vanished after sending the black card, which was undeniably peculiar and clearly not an ordinary item. This inevitably led one to contemplate the possibility that he had faced some form of threat, compelling him to relocate the item. But why didn't he entrust it to the local authorities? opting instead to send it to me. Am I, a university student who has never harmed a chicken or engaged in any wrongdoing, deemed more trustworthy than the officers at the police station? Achieving this level of secrecy undoubtedly required considerable influence. Brother Bing's decision not to surrender the black card to the local authorities suggests that they may not be reliable? Or perhaps the individual or force responsible for his disappearance holds sway over the local police. He sent the black card to me. Knowing that my grandfather is a retired sheriff and my cousin is the captain of the security team, with significant connections in Songhai City, rendering me immune to any influence from those in Jiangnan province? This matter must be conveyed to my cousin. Ding dong. At that moment, he heard the sound of the doorbell resonating from the entrance. Soon, his grandmother's footsteps echoed as she traversed the living room to the foyer and turned the doorknob. Who are you looking for? Hello, we are investigators from the Kangyong District Public Security Bureau. May I inquire if Zhang Yuanqing is at home? Chapter 3, Character Card. Investigators from the Kangyong District Public Security Bureau, the unit where my cousin works, is looking for me? A shiver of instinctive alarm coursed through Zhang Yuanqing as he contemplated eavesdropping at the bedroom door. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly unlocked his phone, deleting the chat history and call logs he had sent to Binggu. He then folded the letter Binggu had written to him and concealed it beneath the potted plant on the windowsill. Only then did he feel assured enough to crack the door open slightly and observe discreetly. From the foyer, his grandmother's voice inquired, "What do you need him for?" She did not invite the investigators inside, but instead blocked the entrance. "We need to ask him a few questions. Here are our credentials." The speaker was a young woman with a sultry voice. His grandmother's gaze lingered briefly on the credentials before furrowing her brow and stepping aside. Zhang Yuanqing timely opened the door, scrutinizing the investigators as they entered the living room. The lead investigator was clad in a black suit, paired with a white shirt and black waistcoat, leaning on an ebony cane. His slender visage was adorned with a pair of well-groomed mustaches, and his meticulously combed back hair exuded an air of British sophistication, evoking memories of the gentlemanly returnees from the Republican era. The gentleman, a returnee, was accompanied on his left by a young female investigator of striking beauty, her features distinctly three-dimensional, hinting at a mixed heritage, with a gentle smile adorning her lips. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with intelligence. Standing approximately 175 centimeters tall, she possessed legs rivaling those of a supermodel, dressed impeccably in formal attire. Her blouse tucked neatly into her trousers, accentuating her slender waist and pronounced bust, exuding an air of sophistication and poise. The final investigator appeared somewhat aloof, sporting black-framed glasses and slightly disheveled hair, embodying the quintessential demeanor of a tech-savvy individual. "I am Zhang Yuanqing. What brings you here?" he inquired, scrutinizing the trio while they equally assessed him. The mixed heritage investigator, still smiling, replied, "We are investigators from the Kangyong District Public Security Bureau, and we have a few questions for you. We kindly request your cooperation." "Very well." Zhang Yuanqing led them to the living room sofa, where his grandmother poured glasses of water for the three investigators, her expression one of bewilderment as she gazed at her grandson. She could scarcely fathom why her warm, sociable child, whom she had raised with such care, would necessitate an inquiry from the police. The disheveled young investigator produced a notepad and pen, twisting the cap off with a deliberate motion. The man with slicked back hair seated on the sofa leaned on his cane, adopting a serious demeanor as he asked, "Do you know Leibing? We have been friends since childhood." Why the sudden inquiry? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. His cousin was the captain of the second team at the Kangyong District Public Security Bureau, and it was evident that these investigators had conducted a thorough background check prior to their visit. It stands to reason that knowing we were visiting the family of the captain from the Public Security Bureau's second division as colleagues, one would expect a simple exchange of pleasantries. Is it possible that those entrenched in the system lack such basic social etiquette? Yet, there was no word from my cousin, clearly indicating ignorance of the situation. Otherwise, he would have at least made a phone call to inform me. "Ah, my dear friend." The man gently tapped his polished leather shoe and spoke with measured calmness. "It is thus. Lei Yibing has gone missing. The Public Security Bureau from Hangqing in Jiangnan Province contacted us, stating that they traced a package sent out on the morning of his disappearance, addressed to you." His gaze, profound and penetrating, seemed capable of unraveling the depths of one's soul. "Is this true?" Zhang Yuanqing's face reflected shock and confusion. "Gone missing? How is that possible?" The recording officer, a pragmatic individual, interjected, "Indeed, just moments ago, I received a package, yet it bore no sender's name. I was puzzled as to who might have sent it. Zhang Yuanqing nodded gravely. Denying this matter proved futile, since the police could trace the package. Reviewing community surveillance would be a mere formality. The man with the slicked-back hair nodded thoughtfully and then inquired. Meanwhile, the elderly grandmother sighed in relief, yet could not suppress her worry for Lei Yibing. That child had been under her watchful eye as he grew. Despite having moved away years ago, the package contained nothing. It was empty. Empty. The man narrowed his eyes, his gaze, which seemed to pierce through the facade of human hearts, scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing intently. Though I spoke untruths, the black card vanished without a trace, rendering it no different from emptiness, and I fear not your inquiries. Zhang Yuanqing did not flinch. Instead, he met the man's gaze with sincerity and said, When I opened the package, I found it to be devoid of contents, save for a cushioning airbag. By the way, the package remains in my room. You may verify if you wish. In matters that carry potential risk, it is prudent to consult with one's kin. The man with the slick-back hair gestured subtly to his female subordinate. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, If it is convenient, we would like to inspect your room and your computer. Additionally, please show me your mobile phone. Zhang Yuanqing agreed to the examination of the computer, but requested, Please refrain from accessing the browsing history and the study materials on the hard drive. Without a hint of trepidation, he unlocked his phone's screen and handed it over. The man with the slick-back hair accepted the device while the female investigator re-entered the room. He held the phone in one hand and, after a few casual swipes with his thumb, returned it to Zhang Yuanqing, patiently awaiting the outcome. After a quarter of an hour, the female investigator emerged, her long legs striding confidently, and this time she shook her head. The man with the slick-back hair nodded slightly and said gently, Thank you for your cooperation. We shall not intrude further. Zhang Yuanqing quickly inquired, May I ask about Lei Yibing's situation? His question stemmed from both genuine concern and the desire to uphold the facade. To hear of a childhood friend's disappearance without probing further would be exceedingly suspicious. Lei Yibing had vanished from the dormitory, and the surveillance cameras in the corridor captured no footage of his departure, according to information provided by a roommate. That night he saw Lei Yibing sleeping in bed when he got up to use the restroom. However, come morning, the individual had vanished. After 24 hours of being unable to make contact, their counselor notified the school authorities, who promptly reported the matter to the police. For further details, you must contact the local public security bureau. This aligns with what Uncle Lei mentioned. It seems there has been no progress from the local authorities. Perhaps this individual simply wishes to withhold information from me. Zhang Yuanqing nodded. I understand. The man with the slick-back hair, accompanied by two subordinates, approached the security door but paused midway to turn and say, If you uncover any clues, you must inform us without delay. Do not conceal anything from us. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to nod in agreement, he heard the man's smile carry a significant weight as he added, Otherwise, you may very well be the next to disappear. The next to vanish could be me? What does he mean by that? Is he threatening me? Will I face the same fate as Bingu if I do not surrender the black card? Thank you for the warning. Bingu would certainly not want the card to fall into the hands of the authorities. Otherwise, he would not have sent it to him. Moreover, as a close friend and childhood companion, he trusted that Bingu would not betray him. Meanwhile, his grandmother's expression darkened, and she coldly stated, Do not send it. The man with the slick-back hair smiled, retrieved a business card from his suit's left pocket, and handed it over, saying, Should anything arise, feel free to contact me at any time. After Zhang Yuanqing accepted the card, the man led his two subordinates away. How did Bingu go missing? Sigh. I will make time to visit Bingji's mother. Once they left, his grandmother expressed her concerns anxiously. The two families were once neighbors, sharing a bond that had developed over more than a decade of mutual presence. Zhang Yuanqing, with a wearied expression, remarked, I was up until 2 or 3 in the morning playing with my aunt, and this morning, an old ailment resurfaced, waking me from my slumber. I am already sleep-deprived. And in my quest to find Bingu, I have further strained my mental faculties. My tired mind is now clouded. Closing the door, he began to remove his shoes, stepping on his heels, and then collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. In a sleek black business car, Li Dongzi reclined in a leather chair, a golden-laid cane leaning casually beside him, a high-stemmed glass cradled in his palm, swirling with crimson liquid. Guanya, did you uncover anything noteworthy in the room? He inquired, turning to the mixed-race beauty seated next to him. Guanya, languidly leaning against her plush chair, her long legs impeccably aligned, replied with a serious demeanor, I have made a significant discovery. Speak, Li Dongzi urged, his tone now grave. The engineering student in the back seat also diverted his attention from his phone intrigued. Guan Yu continued with a serious tone. That fellow has a penchant for mature women dressed in black stockings. His study materials are filled with images of such women. Yet his trash can is remarkably pristine. This is utterly illogical. His social circle is extensive, encompassing various groups, yet he is only active in gaming and LSP groups, having muted notifications from others. His room contains nothing but a gaming console, devoid of any other entertainment items. This lad displays a rather solitary disposition. By the way, Shichong, do you know what LSP stands for? The mixed-race beauty playfully adopted a pose reminiscent of a popular game. Two companions were momentarily taken aback. Li Dongza hastily raised his hand to interrupt, exclaiming with ire, the long-legged dominatrix shows no fear of her furious superior. She chuckled lightly, let us not be so dull. A touch of humor can enliven the atmosphere. Gradually, she withdrew her smile and continued, I did not find anything suspicious on his computer. But beneath the potted plant on the windowsill, I discovered a letter sent to him by Lei Yibing. Indeed, Lei Yibing has sent him something. It is likely a character card, though I cannot ascertain the profession. Li Dongza fell into silence for a few moments, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Come back tomorrow, haha, if he hasn't vanished by then. Chapter 4. The eerie arrival in a hazy stupor. Zhang Yuanqing felt something soft and ample resting upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a round, exquisite face adorned with a mischievous grin. His aunt playfully chided, you little rascal, daring to stand me up, I could squash you with a single plop. She perched herself upon her nephew, leaning forward as she playfully sat down. Zhang Yuanqing emitted a muffled grunt, almost gasping for air, and in a fit of irritation, he straightened his back, causing her to tumble over. Amidst her startled exclamation, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Unknowingly, he had slept from morning until evening. Dinner time. His aunt reclined on the bed, delivering a series of playful kicks to her nephew's rear. Please refrain from retaliation. I uphold the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. And I shall not stoop to your level. Zhang Yuanqing slipped to the edge of the bed, donned his shoes, and exited the room. The living room was suffused with a rich aroma as my grandparents sat at the dining table enjoying their meal. My grandfather, tall and slender with silvery hair, bore a serious expression, rarely smiling. So, how is the match I arranged for you this time? My grandmother inquired with a hint of expectation. Not bad at all. An annual salary of $1 million, a corporate executive, quite satisfactory. My aunt nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. You always say that, yet you end up blocking them. My grandmother reproached, jabbing her daughter's head with her finger. Be mindful, consider your age. Indeed, indeed. Zhang Yuanqing observed with a hint of schadenfreude, only to receive a sharp kick from Zhang Yuer. The two began to playfully kick each other beneath the table, causing it to rattle incessantly. With a thunderous shout from my grandmother, Zhang Yuanqing and my aunt immediately bowed their heads to eat. Working overtime. Zhang Yuanqing sighed, unable to conceal her disappointment. Returning to her room, Zhang Yuanqing locked the door and picked up her phone to call her cousin. Since discussing matters face-to-face was impractical, a phone call would suffice. Though communication over the phone lacked the clarity of personal conversation, the call connected swiftly, but the speaker emitted the chirp of a shut-down notification. In a meeting? Zhang Yuanqing sighed as she hung up. Her cousin, serving as the captain of the security team, was often inundated with responsibilities, his schedule and meals irregular. She had grown accustomed to such instances of being unable to reach him. Zhang Yuanqing lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, allowing his thoughts to scatter. Assuming that the disappearance of Brother Bing was orchestrated by someone, and their aim was the black card, I must exercise caution. The most prudent course of action would be to entrust the black card to my cousin, who could then relay it to the higher-ups. Given the administrative level of the Public Security Bureau in Songhai City, the influence from Jiangnan Province is relatively limited. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that the black card has gone missing, which is quite distressing. Zhang Yuanqing scratched his head in frustration. I can only be honest with my cousin, allowing him to report to the authorities, and then simply follow their arrangements. After all, I am merely an ordinary university student, powerless to effect change. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt a slight, throbbing pain in his forehead, accompanied by a peculiar warmth. He reached up to scratch it, only for the pain to intensify. Dazed, he left the bed and approached the dressing mirror by the window, scrutinizing his reflection. In the mirror appeared the visage of a young man, with delicate features and fair skin, lacking the resilience forged by the trials of society and the weariness wrought by time. Instead, He exuded the vibrant energy of youth. However, on his forehead, there was a striking black crescent mark, vividly depicted, with irregular patches clearly visible on its surface. At the base of the crescent mark, there was a progress bar-like indicator displaying 90. This, Zhang Yuanxing gasped in shock, stumbling backward. He rubbed his forehead vigorously, but the mark seemed to be a tattoo, impervious to his efforts. How could there be such a thing on my forehead? When did it appear? Confused thoughts raced through his mind, mingled with panic and bewilderment. Wait, this pattern resembles the black moon on the card. Initially taken aback, he soon experienced a moment of clarity. The black card was not lost. Rather, it had entered his body, transforming into a mark upon his forehead in a manner he could not comprehend. As he stood in confusion, he noticed the progress bar beneath the black moon mark had reached 92, pulsating with each heartbeat, causing his forehead to burn with intensity. What was this? A supernatural phenomenon? Advanced technology? A mere illusion? In that moment, the contents of the letter resurfaced in his mind. This was a gift capable of altering one's destiny. The black card was indeed a treasure, confirming his earlier suspicions that someone coveted it. Brother Bing, unwilling to let the adversary prevail, had sent it to him, resulting in his own disappearance. Zhang Yuanxing, simultaneously worried for Brother Bing and eagerly fixated on the progress bar, pondered what would transpire upon its completion. What transformations awaited him at the 100 mark? Having witnessed the extraordinary before his eyes, he brimmed with curiosity about the forthcoming changes. After enduring several sharp pangs, the progress bar at the bottom of the black moon finally completed its journey, reaching 100. In the next moment, a voice devoid of emotion and fluctuation resonated in his ears. Character card reboot complete. Name. To be named, please name immediately. Race, human. Class, Night Wanderer. Level, 0. Skills, none. Experience points, 0. Moral value, 60. Initial value. Beneath the moral value, an additional note appeared. Never allow your moral value to drop below 60. Previously, you may not have had a choice, but now, strive to be a good person. Gazing at the ethereal, azure-hued attribute panel that materialized before him, Zhang Yuanxing found himself momentarily bewildered, pondering the nature of this phenomenon. He tentatively inquired, "Is this a system?" As an adept navigator of the online realm, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge and experience. Please name your character immediately. The attribute panel, suspended in midair, unveiled a glowing blue handwritten prompt. This could not be a system. Otherwise, its intelligence would be woefully inadequate, unable to facilitate communication. Embracing a philosophy of cautious exploration, Zhang Yuanxing extended his finger and inscribed his name, Zhang Yuanxing. Warning, please refrain from using your real name. The restriction took him by surprise, prompting him to pen a second name, Primordial Celestial Master. Name accepted. The spiritual realm will commence in 10 seconds. Primordial Celestial Master. May fortune favor you. Before he could regain his composure, the countdown reached its conclusion. Ding. The spiritual realm map has been successfully activated. Welcome to the Night Wanderer's Xiling Tunnel, number 0079. Difficulty level, S. Type, Solo Death Mode. Main Quest 1. Survive for 3 hours. Main Quest 2. Explore the 0079 Spiritual Realm. Current exploration level, 0. Note, non-spiritual realm items are prohibited. Introduction to the 0079 Spiritual Realm. Are you familiar with the Xiling Tunnel, one of the 10 bizarre tales of Songhai? The Xiling Tunnel was constructed at the turn of the last century. During its construction, a team of workers ventured into the tunnel on a rain-soaked night, only to vanish without a trace, never to return. The Security Bureau organized search teams for several days and ultimately discovered a worker who had participated in the excavation that fateful night, while the others remained unaccounted for. Although this survivor had managed to endure, he was inexplicably affected, his mind unraveling into madness. Regardless of the officer's inquiries, he incessantly muttered a singular phrase, "Do not enter the temple, do not enter the temple." The whispers in his ears grew fainter, gradually fading into silence, while the surrounding scenery warped and blurred like a rippling lake. In an instant, the images began to stabilize, the dim yellow light casting shadows upon the uneven walls, with a path of fine pebbles beneath his feet. Where am I? Zhang Yuanqing looked around in astonishment, realizing he was in an old tunnel, where vintage xenon lights adorned the arching ceiling, emitting a faint orange glow. Given the modern context, some embellishment is necessary. In this world, only the Security Bureau exists, and all readers familiar with it should comprehend. Chapter 5. the ancient temple and abandoned tunnel. Zhang Yuanqing felt a pang of panic as he cast his gaze about, abruptly thrust into an unfamiliar environment that would bewilder anyone. A tunnel? Is this the Shelling Tunnel from the ghost stories? As a native of Songhai City, he certainly knew of the Shelling Tunnel, one of the top 10 ghost tales. As a child, his grandmother would frighten him with these tales when he misbehaved at night. Yet, the true Shelling Tunnel could not possibly resemble this dilapidated place. But this is a spiritual realm, not the authentic Shelling Tunnel. The constricted environment instilled a sense of unease as Zhang Yuanqing cautiously advanced, the only sound accompanying him being the solitary echo of his own footsteps. As he walked, he pondered his predicament, contemplating the messages relayed by the voice in his mind. Undoubtedly, he had encountered a supernatural phenomenon, thrust into a tale of the bizarre, destined to fulfill a task decreed by a mysterious force. The voice had imparted upon him 2 assignments: to survive for 3 hours and to explore the spiritual realm. The challenge was classified as S-level, a solitary death type. The notion of death unsettled him greatly. Surviving for 3 hours implied the presence of considerable peril. To explore the spiritual realm likely referred to traversing this tunnel, suggesting that it harbored significant dangers. He silently tightened his nerves. And a question flickered in his mind. What rewards awaited the completion of these tasks? Given that it was indeed a task, rewards were to be expected. According to the attributes displayed earlier, his profession was that of a night wanderer, albeit at level 0 rather than 1. Becoming a night wanderer must be one of the rewards, but what exactly did that entail? Zhang Yuanqing silently analyzed the information at hand. At that moment, the antiquated xenon lamp beside him flickered erratically, casting a blend of light and shadow, revealing a shadowy figure wearing a miner's helmet standing beneath it. Turning to look, the lamp resumed its steady glow, no longer flickering. The figure with the miner's helmet seemed merely a figment of his imagination. Shaken by this fright, Zhang Yuanqing felt compelled to leave this eerie place, swiftly making his way towards the tunnel's exit. Had it not followed him? The orange xenon lamp elongated his shadow, and alongside it trailed a dozen more shadows. Were they truly following me? A chill surged from his feet to his head, raising goosebumps all over Zhang Yuanqing's body. And his face turned pale with fright as he sprinted forward. At last, the entrance of a tunnel emerged ahead, illuminated by the cold, frosty glow of the moonlight. Zhang Yuanqing burst forth from the tunnel, leaning on his knees, bent over and gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The full moon hung like a disk in the desolate night sky, its brilliance rendering the stars dim and insignificant. The lush forest was bathed in moonlight, casting deep, rich shadows all around. He found himself in a remote wilderness. The xenon lights within the tunnel flickered a few times before extinguishing entirely. The vast tunnel entrance loomed dark and silent, resembling the gaping maw of a predator waiting to devour its prey. He needed to leave quickly. A shiver ran down Zhang Yuanqing's spine as he ascended the rugged mountain path. They stood in the shadows, untouched by the moonlight, silent as if bidding him farewell. Startled, Zhang Yuanqing took a few steps back before turning and running up the mountain. The branches and leaves flanking the mountain path were lush, allowing slivers of moonlight to filter through, sufficient for him to discern the trail ahead. Yet, the eerie silence of the mountains was unsettling. The forest was devoid of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds, making his footsteps echo ominously. He cast a wary glance around him. The round moon shone brightly, and the dancing tree shadows left him with an unsettling feeling that something was watching him from the darkness. After an indeterminate amount of time, as beads of sweat began to form on his brow, Zhang Yuanqing finally emerged from the dense thicket, his vision suddenly unencumbered. The moonlight flowed like water, surrounding him in a profound stillness, and at the end of the rugged path stood an abandoned ancient temple, quietly looming in the dark. This temple had been forsaken for countless years. The entrance's door was marred by peeling paint and darkened by decay, riddled with holes. And the lantern that once hung at the eaves lay on the ground, reduced to a skeleton of bamboo strips. The plaque still hangs, ensnared in cobwebs, precariously suspended beneath the eaves. However, the dim light renders the inscriptions indecipherable. The steps leading to the temple are cracked, with weeds thriving in the fissures. This desolate wilderness, devoid of nearby villages or shops, raises the question of how such a temple could exist here. Wait, a temple? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalls the ominous voice from the realm's informational guide. Do not enter the temple. Do not enter the temple. Following the peculiar voice's warning, he realizes he ought not to venture inside. Yet, having emerged from the tunnel, it implies that his true exploration lies within this dilapidated ancient shrine. After much hesitation at the temple's entrance, Zhang Yuanqing cautiously steps forward, crossing the crumbling threshold into the darkness of the ancient temple. Before him unfolds a vast courtyard, overgrown with waist-high wild grass, where a decayed incense burner, towering half his height, lies toppled amidst the foliage, weathered by countless seasons. Beneath his feet, a path of blue stone slabs stretches onward, with tufts of wild grass sprouting between the stones. His gaze follows the undulating grass to the path's end, where a dilapidated main hall stands, elevated on a high foundation with 6 steps leading up to it. Dim yellow light seeps through the lattice doors of the main hall. Is there illumination? The surroundings remain eerily silent and desolate, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, which offers no warmth to Zhang Yuanqing. Instead, it amplifies his sense of dread. As he treads cautiously over the clusters of withered grass, he remains vigilant, advancing toward the main hall, where the echoes of his footsteps resonate sharply in the vast emptiness. The sound of rustling echoed softly. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt a slight movement in his ear. Realizing that a footstep had appeared behind him, something was trailing him. He swiftly turned around. The night was as serene as water, and the wild grass flourished. There was nothing behind him. Had he imagined it? Startled and trembling, Zhang Yuanqing paused for a moment before resuming his strides. The rustling resumed. This time he heard it clearly. Indeed, something was following him. The footsteps behind him quickened in tandem, unable to contain his fear any longer. A chill running down his spine, Zhang Yuanqing broke into a frantic run towards the main hall. The footsteps pursued him relentlessly, like a shadow. In the midst of this chase, he soon burst through the thicket, nearing the main hall. He leapt up the 6 steps in 2 bounds, and at last, with a resounding crash, he flung open the 2 lattice doors of the main hall. The footsteps behind him abruptly ceased. Panting heavily, he was relieved that nothing had followed. After catching his breath, he gently closed the door of the main hall, as though sealing his fear outside. He then surveyed the interior of the hall. Upon a tall stone pedestal stood a goddess draped in a fur cloak and adorned in splendid attire. Her face was round and her eyes elongated, exuding an aura of benevolence. One hand held a whisk, while the other was poised in a gripping gesture, as if once clutching something, yet now it was empty. Flanking her were young attendants wielding swords and maidens bearing books. Before the pedestal lay a dust-laden offering table, upon which stood a candlestick with a candle, 20 centimeters long and as thick as a baby's arm, quietly burning in tranquility. The candlelight dispelled the darkness, seemingly alleviating the fear that had gripped Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He felt his emotions stabilize significantly. On the left wall hung 2 weathered and cracked wooden boards, inscribed with a multitude of regular script characters. Zhang Yuanqing strolled over to the wall, gazing intently at the characters illuminated by the dimming candlelight. The stylistic form of these inscriptions was classical Chinese. His proficiency in the language was commendable, through a combination of conjecture and observation. He gained a clear understanding of his surroundings. This mountain was named Sandow Mountain, and the deity enshrined in the temple was known as the Lady of Sandow Mountain. This goddess, a figure from the early Ming dynasty hailing from Songfu, had practiced her craft on Sandow Mountain, mastering the art of talismans and alchemy, capable of invoking rain and dispelling evil spirits, thus ensuring the region's prosperity and tranquility, earning her the reverence of the local populace. Following her ascension, the local authorities erected this temple in her honor, naming it the Temple of the Lady of Sandow Mountain, managed by her disciples who served as caretakers. The temple had existed for 5 or 6 centuries since the early Ming era, Zhang Yuanqing mused. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept beneath the offering table, and a chill coursed through him. A shadowy figure lay concealed in the gloom beneath the table. Earlier, his anxiety had been overwhelming, and the dim candlelight had prevented him from noticing it sooner. Steeling himself, Zhang Yuanqing approached cautiously. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a skeleton, the remains of a corpse. In the midst of his terror, he felt a sense of relief. In comparison to this eerie mountain temple, the skeleton seemed less daunting. As he moved a few steps closer, aided by the feeble candlelight, he discerned the clothing on the skeleton, an old, dust-covered work uniform. A worker? Was this part of a construction crew from years gone by? Thus, he realized he had indeed stepped into the realm of strange tales. As Zhang Yuanqing formulated his initial conjecture, an even more chilling possibility emerged in his mind. Perhaps the construction team from years ago, much like himself, had inadvertently stumbled upon this location. This would explain the urban legend that had since taken root. Should the former be true, this so-called spiritual realm would be a scene conjured from eerie tales. Conversely, if the latter were the case, it would imply that the ancient temple had always existed, and that the construction team, much like him in this moment, were mere victims. Based on the historical context of the mountain god temple, Zhang Yuanqing leaned towards the latter hypothesis. The entire construction crew had perished within the temple, leaving only one survivor. It was indeed a place where death could occur. Now, he too had entered this shrine, facing the ever-looming threat of the unknown. He drew in a sharp breath, his anxiety intensifying, and instinctively surveyed his surroundings. This ancient temple dated back to the Ming dynasty, rich in history. How could the candles still be alight? Who was replacing the candles in the main hall? The more he pondered, the more horrified he became, especially as the benevolent statues seemed to emanate an eerie chill in the flickering candlelight. They loomed on their pedestal, casting a watchful gaze upon Zhang Yuanqing in the dusky glow. Chapter 6. The Tale of the Mountain God Temple. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing felt an overwhelming urge to leave the main hall. A sensation of being trapped in a desperate situation engulfed him, as if neither heaven nor earth would respond to his pleas. This place was exceedingly perilous, yet he found himself unable to seek assistance from the outside world. He could rely solely on himself. After much hesitation, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and bent down to retrieve the skeleton ensconced in work attire. With a tearing sound, the protective gear was easily ripped apart. After so many years, the fabric had long since decayed, dragging the corpse into the candlelight. He suppressed his discomfort and began to examine it. Though the individual has passed away, the body still possesses the ability to communicate. Understanding the cause of death can aid in evading numerous dangers. Several ribs and the sternum are fractured, with fine cracks evident on the right shoulder. However, the injuries are not particularly grave. The deceased had endured severe trauma in life, yet the specifics of the cause of death remain obscured by the passage of time. Subsequently, Zhang Yuanqing discovered a few brittle, yellowed sheets of paper in the pockets of an elder worker, which bore signs of age. The text was inscribed in meticulous handwriting. A sense of joy surged within Zhang Yuanqing, for it was evident that the paper had been unearthed by the elder worker within the temple, providing him with insights into the history of this ancient shrine. By candlelight, he focused intently on the contents of the paper. It was noted that yet another junior disciple had gone missing last night, marking the third mysterious disappearance among the brethren. The brothers speculated that the Three-Path Mountain was haunted or perhaps visited by a formidable spirit that abducts individuals for sustenance each night. However, many disciples possess formidable skills, and their master is a renowned figure within 100 miles. What sort of spirit would dare to seek nourishment in such a place? As for apparitions, my corpse-restraining talismans and spirit-summoning charms suffice to address such matters without burdening our master. A foreboding feeling looms within me, compelling me to consult with my senior brother. Today, yet another individual has vanished, the fifth in total. Our master has instructed us to conceal these incidents from the temple patrons, lest it disrupt the flow of offerings. He must know something. My senior brother and I plan to patrol the grounds tonight. 3 days have elapsed, during which 3 more individuals have gone missing. Yet my senior brother and I have found no clues. The nights remain eerily tranquil. A foreboding sense of unease deepened within me. My senior brother exhibited peculiar behavior today. He seemed to have uncovered something and was visibly enraged. I inquired about it, yet he remained tight-lipped. His mood was quite dismal. So I decided to postpone my questioning until tomorrow. The individual who has gone missing today is my senior brother. I scoured the entirety of Sandow Mountain, but found no trace of him. I can no longer endure this. I must seek out the master for clarification. The other disciples in the temple support my decision, as they too are gripped by fear. Zhang Yuanqing continued to read. After much prodding, the master finally consented to reveal the truth to me. My intuition was correct. He indeed possesses knowledge regarding the mysterious disappearances of the junior disciples. However, he cautioned that with so many people around during the day, it would be best to wait until after sunset when he would come to my room to divulge a monumental secret, one that pertains to the rise and fall spanning thousands of years. Following dinner, I remained in my chamber, eagerly anticipating the dusk. Since the night someone vanished, I had never longed for nightfall so fervently. The written account concluded here. He reviewed the information within the pages. During a certain year, the disciples of this mountain temple had been vanishing one after another under mysterious circumstances. The disciples were at a loss, and a palpable sense of panic spread among them. It appeared that the temple's abbot, their master, was aware of the cause. This reason was tied to a grand secret concerning millennia of rise and decline. The cause of the mountain temple's decay remains unknown. Could uncovering this origin fulfill the second main task? Zhang Yuanqing speculated. The information regarding the main hall is rather limited. Since there is a need to explore the ancient temple, one must inevitably confront the dangers within. According to the eerie tales of the Shelling Tunnel, there was a worker who miraculously survived. By following his path, one might uncover a means of survival. After much contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing approached the entrance of the main hall and opened the two well-preserved lattice doors. The wooden hinges emitted a sound that was grating to the teeth. Bracing himself against the doorframe, he peered out to survey his surroundings, which were enveloped in an unsettling silence. Aside from a sense of desolation and eeriness, he saw no immediate threat. After a moment of observation, he stepped over the threshold and followed the cobblestone path to the left of the main hall, making his way toward the backyard of the mountain god's temple. The moonlight poured down like water, illuminating the undulating wild grass. After walking for a minute or two, he came upon a cluster of buildings ahead. These were several interconnected bungalows, forming an expansive courtyard with black tiles and white walls, featuring a straight roofline adorned with lattice windows and doors. The lattice doors, weathered and grimy, stood ajar, askew, or tightly shut, with the paper used to cover the windows in tatters due to the ravages of time. The moonlight shone brightly, casting a frost-like sheen upon the ground. As he surveyed the layout of the backyard of the mountain god's temple, in addition to the courtyard before him, there was an arched doorway on the eastern side, reminiscent of the backyards found in period dramas of affluent households, serving as a connection to different courtyards. In the adjacent yard, a towering tree grew, its branches thick and gnarled. To his astonishment, within the undulating wild grass of the yard, he discovered several skeletons clad in work uniforms. Cautiously drawing closer, he meticulously inspected each skeleton, noting the severe damage. Beneath the work attire lay fragments of broken bones. However, apart from the one in the main hall, the shoulder blades of the skeletons here remained intact, unmarred by cracks. These individuals had suffered horrific injuries before their demise, meeting a tragic end. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the branches and leaves, and amidst the whispering sound carried by the breeze, Zhang Yuanqing discerned a mournful plea. "Help me, help me." In the desolation of that silent night, cold sweat trickled down his back. He stood frozen in place, his body rigid, for quite some time, until the wind ceased and the sorrowful whispers faded along with it. The adjacent courtyard seemed to harbor a hint of danger, yet whatever lurked within did not approach. He exhaled silently, treading over the overgrown weeds, and stepped under the eaves, intent on exploring the courtyard. This appeared to be the abode of the temple's disciples. Cluttered with dilapidated, dust-covered furniture, the air thick with a faint, decaying odor. Zhang Yuanqing explored each room, uncovering nothing of particular significance, until he pushed open the lattice door at the far eastern end. The creaking of the door, sealed for an indeterminate span of years, echoed as it swung open, dust cascading down. He brushed off the dust that had settled on his shoulder, his gaze warily scanning every corner of the room. In this long-abandoned chamber, by the window, a corpse leaned against the wall, lying askew. From the attire and the fallen miner's helmet, it could be inferred that this was yet another predecessor. Crossing the threshold and entering the chamber, Zhang Yuanqing shivered, inexplicably sensing a notable drop in the surrounding temperature. It felt rather chilly. He cautiously approached the lifeless form, unfastening the tattered clothing to examine the skeletal structure as was customary. This time, to his surprise, he did not observe any shattered bones. The skeleton remained remarkably intact. However, when his gaze shifted to the shoulder bone of the corpse, his pupils constricted. There lay an exaggerated fissure on the shoulder, reminiscent of the cracks found on the corpse in the main hall, albeit this one bore more severe damage. Was it mere coincidence that only these two corpses exhibited such shoulder fractures? He uneasily murmured to himself. Then, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the deceased's pocket bulging, as if concealing something within. Reaching in, he retrieved a yellowed ancient tome, a dusty copper mirror, and a piece of yellow paper talisman. The talisman was adorned with twisted patterns drawn in red cinnabar, somewhat resembling runes, which collectively formed a character resembling the traditional script for corpse. As he scrutinized the yellow paper talisman, a cerulean message materialized before his eyes. Name: Corpse Suppressing Talisman. Type: Consumable. Function: Suppress corpse. Description: A powerful talisman crafted by the Night Wanderer, an adversary to all undead and spectral entities. Affixing it to the forehead of a spectral being will complete the sealing process. Note: It can only be used once. The cerulean message bore a resemblance to his attribute panel, evidently indicating a prompt from the spirit realm. This was the first time Zhang Yuanqing had encountered such a notification since entering the eerie ancient temple. It must be an artifact of considerable significance. Zhang Yuanqing carefully folded the item and tucked it into the pocket of his jacket, zipping it up. After a moment's contemplation, he unzipped it once more. Recalling a motif from a martial arts novel about a highly skilled swordsman who wrapped his sword in cloth to carry it on his back. One day, while the swordsman was dining, a challenger confronted him, and then the swordsman met his demise, the cause being the inconvenience of the unwrapped cloth. Zhang Yuanqing then picked up an ancient tome and a bronze mirror, but no pertinent information surfaced. He set the bronze mirror aside and delicately turned the brittle, yellowed pages of the tome. It contained the inscription, "The Yin King's rebellion ignited. Smoke signals rose ominously. My master, as the most formidable figure of the Night Roman god lineage of Songfu, was compelled to descend the mountain to guide the departed. Otherwise, with the war unresolved, calamities would arise anew, leaving the common folk in eternal unrest." Zhang Yuanqing felt a twinge of discomfort in his shoulder and rubbed it gently, tentatively concluding that this was a collection of reflections akin to a diary. The entries detailed the author's experiences while practicing in a temple, and based on the handwriting, it appeared to originate from the same source as the papers found on the remains in the main hall. However, he remained uncertain whether this temple truly existed in history, as the diary contained esoteric terms related to the cultivation practices of the night roaming god. He shifted his aching shoulder, casting a vigilant glance around the room and listening for any sounds from outside. Once assured of no anomalies, he resumed his reading of the reflections. Soon, he turned to the subsequent pages of the main hall's contents, only to discover that the preceding pages had been torn out. The continuation read, "As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, I heard a knock at the door. Eagerly, I opened it, only to find not my master, but the elder brother who had gone missing the previous night. He stared intently at me and uttered, 'Do not trust the master.'" As Zhang Yuanqing flipped to the next page, he realized that the diary had no further entries. Its owner had ceased writing altogether. A chill coursed through him at the implication of that phrase, "Do not trust the master?" However, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the bronze mirror, his body suddenly froze. The moonlight, gentle as water, illuminated the mirror's surface, reflecting his visage, but upon his back, there lay a figure. The person's complexion was deathly pale, lips a deep shade of purple, with haunting white eyes, their head tilted as it rested on Zhang Yuanqing's shoulder, those lifeless eyes fixated upon him. Chapter 7. Return of Sand Value to Zero. A wave of icy dread surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing Zhang Yuanqing to react like a startled cat, leaping into the air while exclaiming an expletive. Damn it. This instinctive vocalization often occurs in moments of intense shock or fright. He finally comprehended the source of the tension in his shoulders and understood why the corpse by the window had carried a bronze mirror with it. It was to observe whether a vengeful spirit had latched onto its shoulder. When had it settled there? Was it upon entering the courtyard or upon entering this very room? Who bestowed upon me the courage to venture forth? Was it Liang Jingru? My mind erupted with a cacophony of thoughts, a tempest of terror surging within me. Though I was acutely aware of the eerie and dreadful entities residing within this temple, and had mentally prepared myself, the moment I confronted the specters, an indescribable panic engulfed me. But I possess a talisman. Zhang Yuanqing trembled as he extracted the yellow paper charm from the left pocket of his windbreaker, applying it to his shoulder in a desperate bid for salvation. Slap. The corpse-restraining talisman adhered to his shoulder as he cautiously raised a bronze mirror to inspect his reflection. There, in the mirror, a man with a pallid complexion, lips as dark as coal, and a pair of lifeless, white eyes remained hunched over his shoulder. It was futile. This entity did not qualify as a mere corpse or spectral being. The last vestige of hope dissipated, and Zhang Yuanqing felt an increasing ache in his shoulder, his limbs growing frigid. This was no mere illusion. It was the tangible loss of vital energy. At that moment, he recalled the skeleton beneath the main hall's table and the tragic fate of the predecessor who perished beneath the window. He realized that he might very well meet a similar end in this forsaken place. A chilling dread washed over him. Suddenly, at this perilous juncture, faint footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The sound was light, yet alarmingly distinct in the stillness of the night. Zhang Yuanqing's heart raced. He swiftly crouched down beside the corpse at the window. The footsteps seemed eerily familiar, reminiscent of the sounds he had heard upon entering the temple. As the footsteps drew nearer, Zhang Yuanqing dared not breathe, his body tense, faintly aware of the frantic rhythm of his own heartbeat. As the sound of footsteps passed by the window, Zhang Yuanqing could not resist taking a glance at the floor of the room. The moonlight streamed in, casting a grid-like shadow upon the ground. The window was not high, reaching only to his waist. Thus, a person of average height passing by would undoubtedly be silhouetted on the floor. However, he saw nothing. This indicated that whatever passed outside lacked a corporeal form. Fortunately, the footsteps continued past the window without pausing or entering the room, gradually fading into the distance. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief, intently capturing the receding sound of footsteps as they stepped into the courtyard, producing a rustling sound against the overgrown grass. Then they halted, and after a few seconds, the footsteps resumed. What could they be doing in the courtyard? Bracing himself against the chill that enveloped him, he struggled to rise and peered through the tattered window paper. In the moonlight, amidst the wild grass, a pair of brand-new, Western-style red dancing shoes was tapping a rhythmic dance in the night. The moonlit night, the desolate temple. The red shoes, a solitary dance. This scene appeared both absurd and bizarre, exuding an indescribable loneliness. How could a pair of Western-style shoes exist in a temple dedicated to mountain deities from the Ming dynasty? Time ticked away, and the vengeful spirit clinging to his shoulder relentlessly drained his vital energy, intensifying the stiffness of his body, transforming the ache in his shoulder into a piercing pain. He felt that if this continued, he would either perish from the depletion of his life force or suffer a fatal injury from the shattering of his shoulder bone. Amidst this torment, the dance in the courtyard vanished. Zhang Yuanqing still dared not reveal himself, waiting for a moment longer before cautiously peeking out through the window to observe the courtyard. The courtyard was suffused with moonlight, while the wild grass stood silently. The eerie dancing shoes having departed, he exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, only to find himself sinking to the ground as his knees gave way. Once the taut nerves relaxed and the adrenaline dissipated, he realized that his condition was far worse than he had imagined. Trembling, he grasped a tarnished copper mirror, and in its grimy surface, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his pallid visage, his expression languid and his pupils dimmed. This was no ordinary person. He resembled a wilted shadow of a once vibrant soul. Perched upon his shoulder, that vengeful spirit with lips as dark as night stared at him in eerie silence. Continuing down this path would surely lead to his demise. Yet what could he do? He was unable to reach the spirit that lingered on his shoulder. The intense pain in his shoulder forced him to lean against the wall for support. Casting a glance at the corpse of his fellow worker, he noted the identical poses of both man and corpse. So it was. Zhang Yuanqing smiled bitterly, as if he could foresee his own fate, hearing the faint sigh of death. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his desire for survival. His mind remained active, like an overburdened CPU, searching for hope amidst despair. In a fleeting moment, the corpse beneath the main hall's table flashed through the chaotic stream of information. The extent of the shoulder injuries differed between the two corpses. The shoulder wound of the one in the main hall was not fatal. Had the spirit spared him? No, the vengeful spirit would show no mercy. Why did he hide beneath the table? The red ballet shoes had stealthily followed me into the temple, yet upon my entrance into the main hall, they vanished. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing's dim and murky pupils sparkled with a glimmer of hope. He immediately rose, his steps unsteady as he departed the house, each movement arduous, as if bearing the weight of a colossal mountain. Thud! He collapsed in the courtyard, falling into the overgrown grass, unable to rise again. Zhang Yuanqing's teeth trembled, clashing against one another, producing a clicking sound, as he felt ensnared in the biting chill of winter. The frigid air stripped away his warmth, corroding his resolve. Inch by inch, he crawled towards the main hall, expending every ounce of his strength, lifting his chin to ensure that the silhouette of the edifice remained reflected in his eyes. Thus, the spark of hope within him would not extinguish. Although it took merely a minute to traverse from the main hall, it felt as distant as the ends of the earth. At last, as he crawled beneath the eaves of the main hall, a phantom scream echoed in his ears. His shoulders felt light, and the frigid sensations, dizziness, and rigidity evaporated in an instant. Zhang Yuanqing tumbled onto the pedestal, staggering to the front of the main hall, pushing open the lattice door, and throwing himself into the threshold. The candlelight flickered like tiny beams, dispersing the gloom and enveloping him in a warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He lay sprawled on the ground, chest heaving, breathing heavily for 2 or 3 minutes, until he finally felt that he had come back to life. It is utterly terrifying. Utterly terrifying. My conjecture stands correct. The main hall serves as a secure sanctuary, based on the distinct injuries on the shoulders of the two skeletons. He deduces that something must have intervened to prevent the vengeful spirit from pursuing the individual within the hall. The fact that the worker lay curled beneath the table in death aligns with the instinct to hide when engulfed in extreme fear. In the mind of this seasoned worker, the main hall is a bastion of safety. The abandonment of the pursuit by the red dancing shoes indirectly corroborates this assumption. For the ensuing hours, Zhang Yuanqing remained within the main hall until the pain in his shoulder subsided and his body temperature stabilized. Indeed, he encountered no further peril. Moreover, the most enigmatic and fearsome source of this temple is undoubtedly not merely the vengeful spirit. He did not bask in pride for having averted a life-and-death crisis. This ancient temple is far from simplistic. It is worth noting that a whole construction team met their demise here prior to his arrival. After resting for an extended period, he gradually relinquished his fear, contemplating whether to venture out for further exploration. Once more, the voice echoed in his mind. Main Quest 1. Survive for 3 hours. Completed. Main Quest 2. Explore Spirit Realm 0079. Progress. 20. Yuan Shi Tianzun. Congratulations on completing a main quest. Your rewards are being calculated. Acquired item artifact. Corpse suppression talismans. Viewable in inventory. Gained experience. 15. Inventory has been unlocked. You will receive 36 hours of rest. The next opening of Spirit Realm 0079. 35, 59, 40. The scenery within the main hall twisted like the surface of water disturbed by the wind. Taking a deep breath, he found the air to be remarkably sweet. It felt wonderful to be alive, to be in this world. After a few moments of respite, Zhang Yuanqing sat up, unzipped his tactical jacket, and discovered that the corpse-restraining talisman was indeed missing. Naturally, the thought of retrieving an item crossed his mind, and in the next instant, a luminescent blue grid materialized before his eyes. It consisted of 5 slots, and within the first slot lay the yellow paper talisman. It was a marvel to experience. Upon unlocking the inventory, this function seemed to become instinctual, requiring no effort to learn, as he intuitively understood how to access it. Aside from the corpse-restraining talisman, he had also gained 15 experience points, yet his level remained at 0, indicating that he had not yet become a night wanderer and was still merely an ordinary individual. Surviving 3 hours had nearly cost him his life. How would he manage the second task? Was this truly the difficulty of an S-rank challenge? The more he pondered, the more despair enveloped him, feeling as though he had been led astray by his comrade. This tattered card could indeed alter one's fate, but it was undeniably challenging to wield. He possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that he was merely a university student who had never even harmed a chicken. Surviving the subsequent task alone would be exceedingly difficult. As a staunch and principled youth of socialism, he understood the necessity of relying on the state and the government in such times. Thus, he reached for his phone, intending to dial his cousin's number. However, as his finger grazed the screen, he suddenly halted, realizing that there might be a better option available to him. Without hesitation, he rolled off the bed and rummaged through the desk drawer, uncovering the business card left behind by the man with the pompadour. The business card bore his name and contact information. The events of the evening brought to mind the mysterious disappearance of Soldier Brother. If he had not emerged alive, he too would have vanished without a trace. It was certain that Soldier Brother had long been entangled with the so-called spiritual realm, and perhaps his disappearance was a result of entering such a realm. This line of reasoning rendered the investigators from the Public Security Bureau credible. He had another reason for reaching out to the man with the slick-back hair. The latter had hinted that he too might go missing, subtly suggesting an entry into the spiritual realm. Coupled with the fact that his cousin was oblivious to these matters, Zhang Yuanqing had reason to deduce that the 3 individuals were specialized personnel dealing with such incidents. After contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing dialed the number on the business card. After a few moments of ringing, the call was answered by a mature male voice, deep and resonant. Who is this? Chapter 8. Contact. Additional update. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. Officerly, this is Zhang Yuanqing. Oh, it's you. The voice on the other end chuckled. What brings you to call me at this late hour? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Li Dongza's tone bore no hint of surprise. Well, Zhang Yuanqing hesitated briefly before divulging his speculations regarding Soldier Brother's disappearance. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Li Dongza chuckled. You certainly have a flair for dramatics. Guanya was right. Zhang Yuanqing was indeed quite the solitary character. A cheerful, optimistic, and generally well-adjusted university student would not harbor such a degree of suspicion. Apologies. Zhang Yuanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and swiftly redirected the conversation to the crux of the matter. This evening, I encountered some rather peculiar and perplexing occurrences. Do you comprehend my meaning? In light of this, you have evidently succeeded in emerging from the spiritual realm, Li Dongzi replied, his tone tinged with a hint of relief. The other party was indeed aware of the spiritual realm. As a university student, congratulations on becoming a traveler of the spiritual realm. This is the designation for individuals like us. I, too, am a traveler, albeit an official one, while you are of the unsanctioned variety, traveler of the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing pondered this term and inquired, what is the spiritual realm? He harbored an overwhelming number of questions and could only begin with the most fundamental one. I cannot divulge that information at present. If you wish to learn about the spiritual realm, you must make a choice, Li Dongzi replied solemnly. The official stance on the spiritual realm is twofold. One approach is to assimilate and cultivate, while the other is to regulate and control. The former signifies joining us and becoming a member of the official travelers of the spiritual realm. The latter entails being a rogue practitioner, which requires merely registering with us and pledging not to misuse your abilities in a manner that disrupts order. In such a case, we shall not interfere. Of course, you will not receive any assistance from the authorities. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanqing declared, I am willing to join the organization, to sacrifice my life and blood for my country and its people. Li Dongzi chuckled, you truly embody the spirit of someone from a family of law enforcement officers. Your awareness is commendable. Zhang Yuanqing found it difficult to discern whether the other was mocking or praising him. Well, you should rest early. I will come to fetch you at 8 in the morning, Li Dongzi stated. Isn't it now? Zhang Yuanqing hesitated. Tomorrow? Or what else? What time is it now? If you wish to devote yourself to the organization, you must wait until they commence their duties. You prefer not to discuss this over the phone, fearing that I might retract my commitment and exploit the intelligence for free? Hence, we must wait until we meet in person tomorrow. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Yuanqing replied, very well. Upon ending the call, he glanced at his phone, which displayed the time as 11 p.m. The passage of time within the realm mirrored that of the outside world. Having successfully made contact with the official organization, a sense of relief washed over him, only to be swiftly followed by the overwhelming fatigue born from his struggles for survival in that realm. He lay down on his bed, set his alarm, and as his eyelids grew heavier, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, at precisely 7:15 a.m., Zhang Yuanqing was jolted awake by the blaring alarm, nearly suffering a heart stoppage in the process. As he silenced the alarm and stumbled out of bed, he realized that his sleep had been far from restful. Plagued by a series of nightmares, each one steeped in the supernatural, waking him multiple times throughout the night. In the living room, his grandfather sat on the sofa, engrossed in the news. With thinning silver hair and a tall stature, his grandfather's face was lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an air of sternness. Meanwhile, his grandmother busied herself in the kitchen, clattering pots and pans as she prepared breakfast. At the dining table, his aunt squatted on a chair, engrossed in her phone. Her cheeks puffed out like a charming little hamster. Up so early, his aunt scrutinized her lethargic nephew, teasingly remarking, you look like you've overindulged. Were you up to no good last night? I should check your trash bin. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuanqing would have retorted with a witty comeback. Going in search of food? Yet, the thoughts of the ethereal realm and the impending rendezvous with the official organization weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him disinterested in bantering with his aunt. He listlessly settled beside her, his gaze vacant as he awaited the meal. Before long, his grandmother presented a steaming array of rice porridge, fried dough sticks, boiled eggs, and a basket of meat buns. Zhang Yuanqing sipped the warm porridge to soothe his throat and cautiously addressed his grandfather. Grandfather, I recall that after the disappearance of the construction team at the Xiling Tunnel, the Public Security Bureau organized a search party, of which you were a part. His grandfather responded with a non-committal grunt, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. That was a long time ago. Why do you ask about it now? I came across that story online again yesterday. Do you know what became of the worker who was found? His grandfather furrowed his brow and replied, I've forgotten. It's been so long I can hardly remember. Wasn't it said that he disappeared again? Interjected his grandmother, enthusiastically joining the conversation. It was a bizarre case of disappearance that caused quite a stir in the police force back then. It took the intervention of the leadership from the precinct to calm the public. Is that so? His grandfather dismissed it. Old Shun, perhaps age is catching up with you. Are you experiencing memory lapses? This is something you told me yourself, his grandmother retorted confidently. His grandfather lowered his head to sip his porridge. We must trust in science and refrain from indulging in superstitions. You seem to grow more gossipy with age. After being found, he vanished again. Zhang Yuanqing took another sip of porridge, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. It was evident that the survivor had re-entered the ethereal realm after 36 hours, and this time, he had not emerged alive. His predictions were not unfounded. The mortality rate at the mountain god temple was exceedingly high, and the secondary main quest was fraught with peril. To survive, relying on the authorities was undoubtedly the wisest decision. After finishing breakfast and a brief wash, Zhang Yuanqing descended in the elevator and waited for several minutes at the entrance of the community. A black business vehicle gradually approached, its electric door sliding open automatically. Li Dongzi was seated on a white leather sofa, leaning on a cane with his legs crossed. Clad in a black suit, a black vest, and a white shirt. His meticulously styled hair and delicate mustache mirrored his appearance from the previous day. "Get in, university student," Li Dongzi said with a smile. Once Zhang entered the vehicle, the black car merged into the flow of traffic, cruising at a leisurely pace through the morning streets. As Li Dongzi opened the car's refrigerator, he inquired, "Would you like to drink? Coke? Then you'll have to purchase it yourself at the supermarket later." Li Dongzi poured himself a glass of whiskey, dropping in an ice ball, and reclined comfortably in his seat, remarking, "I will now take you to complete your employment paperwork and provide you with basic training. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dongzi, a level 3 spirit realm walker, squad leader of the second team in the Songhai division of the Five Elements Alliance. And my profession is scout." "Scout? Are there other professions besides night wanderer?" Zhang Yuanqing adopted an attentive posture, despite the confusion swirling within him, refraining from interjecting. As someone skilled in social interactions, he understood that interrupting others was an impolite act, and he would not allow himself to be penalized over such trivial matters. Li Dongzi took a sip of his drink and began, "Let me first explain to you what the spirit realm is." Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up. Chapter 9, The Spirit Realm. Li Dongzi chose his words carefully and remarked, "The spirit realm embodies supernatural forces that remain beyond the grasp of scientific explanation. Despite our relentless efforts to dissect and comprehend it, a complete understanding eludes us. The spirit realm exists within reality yet transcends it. Only those chosen may enter its domain." As for the method of selection, he took a sip of his drink, smiling as he continued, "You should have experienced it." Li Dongzi nodded slightly. "It is referred to as a character card. Those who acquire a character card will embark on trial missions, and through these trials, they may attain a corresponding profession, along with the skills and attributes that accompany it. The mechanism by which the spirit realm selects its travelers remains largely uncharted, and the means of distributing character cards is variable. At times, it may manifest directly within your being. At other times, you might discover it by chance on the roadside, or inadvertently click on a link online. Completing a trial mission is merely the beginning for spirit realm travelers to advance and grow stronger. They must continuously accept tasks and delve into the spirit realm. However, there is no need for concern. The frequency of task appearances is relatively low, and not every scene within the spirit realm poses a threat to life. On the contrary, some realms can be quite entertaining. For instance, I myself am a level 3 scout, and over the past 2 years, I have ventured into the spirit realm 6 times. 3 of which were solo encounters where I nearly met my demise. The other 3 involved competitive group challenges and cooperative missions, which were comparatively safer and more engaging. Hee. Acquiring superpowers invariably demands a price. Li Dongzi paused momentarily, allowing Zhang Yuanqing time to ponder his question. "Is it akin to a game instance?" Zhang Yuanqing proposed his understanding. Li Dongzi smiled. "I relish conversing with you young individuals, for your comprehension is profound, and you eagerly embrace the novel." After offering his commendation, he nodded. "Indeed. It resembles playing a game, with the spiritual realm serving as the instance. Some instances are designed for solo play, while others accommodate multiplayer teams or competitive encounters. The solo instances are the most perilous, with the highest mortality rates. Conversely, the multiplayer instances are relatively safer, categorized into lethal and punitive types, the latter merely deducting a certain amount of experience points." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "Why is the mortality rate highest in solo instances?" Li Dongzi contemplated for a moment. "In the multiplayer instances, you will encounter spiritual practitioners of various professions, whereas in a solo instance, you confront the spiritual challenges pertinent to your own vocation. Take the scout profession as an example. Its extraordinary capabilities lie in insight, tracking, and analysis. Has Lei Yibing ventured into the spiritual realm? Zhang Yuanqing spoke solemnly, urgently seeking validation from an official to substantiate his conjecture. Should Brother Bing have entered the spiritual realm, the situation may not be as dire. Li Dongzhe reflected briefly before responding. Following Lei Yibing's mysterious disappearance, the officials from the Hangzhou Police Department took over the case, and their assessment concluded that Lei Yibing has perished within the spiritual realm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing felt his heart momentarily seize, an uncontrollable wave of anxiety and panic surging within him. Why? Li Dongzhe elucidated that, due to the prolonged duration, a typical spiritual realm instance, at least within the extraordinary realm, lasts anywhere from several hours to a couple of days. However, Lei Yibing has been missing for 4 days. The extraordinary realm represents levels 1 to 3. As for realms beyond extraordinary, the specifics remain uncertain, but it is likely that instances would extend for a longer duration. Perhaps Brother Bing is a formidable spiritual realm practitioner. Zhang Yuanqing could only console himself with such thoughts. In contrast, joining the official organization and seeking self-rescue has become the most pressing matter at hand. By the way, before I introduce you to the official organization, there is another crucial matter. Li Dongzhe took a sip of liquor to clear his throat, asking, "What is your moral value?" Li Dongzhe nodded in acknowledgement. "For a novice like you, moral value is the greatest pitfall. This is something you must remember." "Why do you say that?" Zhang Yuanqing could not conceal his confusion. "Do you recall the note beneath the moral value?" "Yes, it urges me to be a good person." Zhang Yuanqing nearly made a grimace. Li Dongzhe stated earnestly, "The initial value of moral standing is set at 60. Falling below this threshold will trigger the spiritual realm's punitive mechanism, which will report your location to all spiritual practitioners within the same city and issue a mission to eliminate you." Zhang Yuanqing was left speechless, exclaiming, "Does that mean I can never do anything wrong for the rest of my life?" "Well, I'm not suggesting you should do wrong, but being overly virtuous can be quite exhausting. Furthermore, what criteria are used to assess moral value? If engaging in craftsmanship, sharing inappropriate images, and similar actions are deemed moral degradation, then his life is effectively over." Li Dongzhe chuckled, seemingly amused by the expressions of newcomers, and slowly remarked, "As for the losses in personal ethics, they will not affect moral value. Moreover, while moral value can be deducted, it can also be accumulated. Hence, the emphasis on being a good person. This mechanism appears intentionally designed to constrain the practitioners of the spiritual realm, but why impose such restrictions on them? Morality and law are constructs devised by humanity to maintain order. In the natural world, aside from humans, other beings do not require such constructs. In other words, unless the spiritual realm aligns itself with humanity, the existence of moral value seems somewhat irrational. However, the spiritual realm is a supernatural phenomenon. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively felt this limitation was unreasonable, yet since Li Dongzhe did not elaborate, it suggested he was also unclear about the underlying reasons. From their earlier conversation, it was evident that the authorities' understanding of the spiritual realm was limited. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized, no wonder it poses such a significant trap for newcomers. So, how does one accumulate moral value? Newcomers, upon gaining superpowers, often exploit these abilities to achieve what they once desired but could not, such as acquiring wealth. The methods for quick gains are all outlined in criminal law. Moreover, would supporting impoverished young women diminish moral value? In the context of the spiritual realm, does this constitute a loss of personal ethics or a violation of the law? This was a question Zhang Yuanqing dared not ask, as they were still unfamiliar with one another, and he did not wish to leave a negative impression on his future superior. Accumulating moral value is as straightforward as diminishing it. One merely needs to perform virtuous deeds. In fact, many nefarious organizations' practitioners are fervently devoted to charity and philanthropy, as this is the swiftest means of amassing moral value. With sufficient wealth, they can indulge in heinous acts without restraint. Li Dongzhe scoffed, remarking on the irony. Isn't it ironic? You can never truly discern the true nature of those who engage in charitable acts. Even more ironic is the notion that human life can be appraised in monetary terms. This is the reality, both in life and in the realm of practitioners. Moreover, conflicts among practitioners do not result in a deduction of moral value. Once Zhang Yuanqing had begun to digest this information, Li Dongzhe proceeded to elaborate. Next, let us discuss the official organization. The official entity we belong to is called the Five Elements Alliance, composed of 5 major factions: the 100 Flower Society, the White Tiger Legion, the Red Fire Gang, the Water God Palace, and and the Central Court. These 5 factions represent 5 distinct professions: wood spirits, scouts, fire masters, water ghosts, and earth beasts. Zhang Yuanqing couldn't help but internally scoff. Why is the official organization comprised entirely of monsters and fiends? The 5 Elements Alliance's 5 factions have only recently united over the past 2 decades. Prior to this, they operated independently, and their relationships were far from harmonious. This discord is intricately tied to the principles of the 5 elements and the inherent differences in the characteristics of each profession. Li Dongzi took a sip of his drink and shrugged, citing the group of wooden spirits from the 100 Flowers Society as an example. They are a faction of extreme environmentalists, members of animal protection associations. Goodness. They actually attempted to advocate for a mandate from the headquarters of the 5 Elements Alliance, prohibiting members from consuming dog meat. It is utterly absurd. Every time I witness their pathological zeal for animal welfare, I can't help but feel an urge to deliver a swift kick to their backsides with my leather shoe. Subsequently, Li Dongzi launched a fierce critique against the 4 major professions beyond the White Tiger Legion. This provided Zhang Yuanqing with a clearer understanding of the other organizations within the 5 Elements Alliance. For instance, there is the Red Fire Gang, which prefers action over idle chatter. The Water Deity Palace, known for its dark and brooding nature, which focuses on cultivating viruses and bacteria, and the Landlord's Courtyard, engaged in real estate and mining development. Only our scouts from the White Tiger Legion exhibit the qualities of wisdom, calmness, and bravery, making them the epitome of a perfect profession, Li Dongzi concluded. Zhang Yuanqing mused. I wonder if the other 4 organizations would concur with your assessment? The conversation increasingly resembled a game, didn't it? Within the 5 Elements Alliance, some refer to the Spirit Realm as a gaming server. Spirit Realm practitioners have character panels, items, and tasks to complete, with each distinct Spirit Realm resembling a separate dungeon. Furthermore, there are various professions, the impetuous members of the Red Fire Gang, who revel in violence, akin to berserkers, the Water Deity Palace members, wielding water manipulation powers, akin to water mages, the 100 Flowers Society, capable of nurturing pets and healing the injured, akin to priests and summoners, and the Landlord's Courtyard, characterized by their rugged resilience, typical of tanks. Zhang Yuanqing couldn't resist a jest. So, are your scouts akin to the 75 gold eyes in the game? Li Dongzi was taken aback, gripping the handle of his cane tightly, and expressionlessly remarked, if I were a fire master of the Crimson Flame Gang, I would have shattered your skull with a single blow. My apologies. Zhang Yuanqing promptly offered. After the jest, the atmosphere between the two became more harmonious. Li Dongzi chuckled. Of course, in the realm of legitimate professions, the Night Wanderer is universally acknowledged as the most formidable vocation. I refer to legitimate professions, excluding the nefarious ones. Even we scouts must concede that the Night Wanderer possesses a certain superiority over us. Is the Night Wanderer truly that powerful? Can they defeat 10 opponents? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement within him. Could you perhaps elaborate on the Night Wanderer profession? Li Dongzi chuckled softly, yet understood the young man's admiration for strength. He continued, the Night Wanderer can unleash remarkable assassination capabilities even in the early stages of the Transcendence realm, exhibiting significant explosive power. Furthermore, they possess the ability to communicate with souls and control the dead, showcasing a diverse array of skills and formidable combat prowess. However, Night Wanderers are exceedingly rare, currently. There are none in the branch of Songhai City, due to the lack of Night Wanderer trial realms, coupled with the incessant recruitment by the Tai sect in the capital. At this juncture, he naturally inquired about the new employee's profession, stating, what is your vocation? I hope you are not a fire master, as I have a particular aversion to impetuous and boorish youths. Chapter 10, S-Class Trial Realm. Night Wanderer. Zhang Yuanqing calmly replied, I was inquiring about your profession. Night Wanderer. Li Dongzi was momentarily taken aback, then straightened his back vigorously, leaning forward with a piercing gaze fixed upon Zhang Yuanqing. You are the Night Wanderer? Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing affirmed with a nod. A sharp intake of breath escaped Li Dongzi as he shifted in his seat. Taking several seconds to digest this revelation, he raised his voice once more, incredulously asking, You are the Night Wanderer? I have stumbled upon a Night Wanderer? This was a notion he had never anticipated, akin to wistfully expressing a desire to win a lottery of 5 million, only to find himself in possession of the winning ticket. He had struck gold. Li Dongzi set down his glass, scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing repeatedly, his expression brimming with excitement. Each Night Wanderer was a coveted figure, fiercely sought after by various teams of spirit realm practitioners and even rival factions. Li Dongza recalled how a young woman from the 100 Flowers Society had once resorted to seduction to lure away a night wanderer informant from the Crimson Fire gang, ultimately leading him to switch allegiances and serve the 100 Flowers Society, becoming a servant to two families. This incident had nearly sparked a conflict between the Crimson Fire gang and the 100 Flowers Society, and even the Five Elements Alliance headquarters had intervened to mediate. To no avail. It was only after the Night Wanderer met his demise during a Spirit Realm mission that the matter settled down. By the way, I still do not know your Spirit Realm ID. Li Dongza masked his excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of his future subordinate. Zhang Yuanqing puffed out his chest and declared with fervor, "Primordial Supreme Being." Li Dongza fell silent for a few seconds, then clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "What a splendid name. As long as you like it, that's all that matters." At that moment, a black business vehicle pulled into the security office of Kanyang District, parking in a space beside the landscaped area. "I will now arrange for you to complete your onboarding procedures. The salary is 20,000 a month, with additional allowances for tasks undertaken and performance bonuses for commendable service. Is there any issue?" Li Dongza appeared eager to finalize matters, exhibiting a sense of urgency akin to securing a deal. A base salary of 20,000? Zhang Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with interest. There were no objections. A monthly income of 20,000 is considered a lucrative salary, even in a metropolis like Shanghai. He recalled that his mother's company had management salaries ranging from 50 to 100,000 per month, though that was merely the base pay, excluding bonuses, commissions, and shares. He followed Li Dongza as they exited the vehicle, making their way to a small two-story building situated behind the security office. This quaint structure, composed of large glass panels, exuded an air of sophistication and elitism. Upon entering the front door, a steel staircase greeted them, leading directly to the second floor. To the left of the first floor lay the office area, where 7 or 8 women were seated at desks, some youthful and charming, others exuding a mature allure, and a few displaying a composed and capable demeanor. To the right was the living area, furnished with a sofa, round table, refrigerator, induction cooker, and water dispenser. The women were either absorbed in their tasks, wearing headphones while watching dramas, or huddled in small groups gossiping. Upon noticing Li Dongza's entrance, they merely glanced up before returning to their activities, exhibiting none of the usual trepidation employees often display towards their superiors. "I am rather fond of this office atmosphere," Zhang Yuanqing murmured to himself. Li Dongza did not linger, leading Zhang Yuanqing towards the steel staircase. Suddenly, he turned around and said, "These are ordinary staff members, here solely to assist us, the practitioners of the spirit realm. Should you require anything in your daily life or work, do not hesitate to instruct them." "Work and personal secretary?" Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The two ascended to the second floor, where the cacophony of chatter diminished significantly. The layout on the second floor was much simpler. The entire left side was designated as Li Dongza's personal office, while the right side housed 9 desks. Most were vacant, with only 2 occupied. They were the investigators who had visited the previous day, the tall, elegant lady and the disheveled, vacant-eyed engineering enthusiast. "Wanya, please assist him with the onboarding procedures." Li Dongza called out from a distance, smiling cheerfully. "I brought you a new colleague." The engineering gentleman lifted his gaze, glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, and nodded slightly before returning to his tasks. The mixed-race beauty then smiled and remarked as she stood up, "It seems you have successfully completed your trial mission. Little boy with a penchant for strong women. Little boy with a penchant for strong women." Zhang Yuanqing's expression momentarily froze, before he heard Li Dongza beside him say, "Guanya enjoys making jokes, you'll get used to it." He then admonished his female subordinate, "Do not speak of such peculiar things in front of our young university student. He is still a child." The boy, in turn, cast a glance at the approaching mixed-race beauty, clad in a professional outfit with her blouse tucked neatly into her skirt, accentuating her slender waist. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, and her gently curled hair swayed gracefully with her movements. Her face was delicately angular, exhibiting the refined three-dimensional beauty typical of Westerners, yet her skin was fair and exquisite. "Li Shi, I wish to inquire about matters pertaining to the trial spirit realm." Zhang Yuanqing had not forgotten the purpose of his visit today. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask Guanya. I have other matters to attend to," Li Dongza said warmly, his tone reminiscent of a homeroom teacher addressing an exemplary student. "Did the leader take the wrong medicine today? She seems to be floating as she walks," Guanya murmured, then turned to Zhang Yuanqing with a smile, saying, "Come with me to fill out a form. And please hand me your ID." "I didn't bring my ID. Just tell me your ID number." She led Zhang Yuanqing to an empty desk and handed him a form, jotting down his ID number before descending the stairs. Zhang Yuanqing picked up a pen from the holder, twisting off the cap while examining the form. This form was unlike the typical employment application. It corresponded to the attribute panel of a spirit realm walker. In addition to basic information such as profession and level, there was a section pertaining to the trial mission spirit realm. Perfect. I can ask about how to navigate the Xiling Tunnel dungeon later. Zhang Yuanqing filled it out truthfully. The leader must have provided you with basic training. She lazily leaned back in her chair, her posture accentuating her impressive figure. Zhang Yuanqing caught a whiff of a captivating fragrance, secretly admiring her. In an era where the average level barely reaches C, an E-level powerhouse is enough to evoke admiration. Your employment paperwork is complete. Here is your contract and a confidentiality agreement. Once Zhang Yuanqing affixed his signature, Guanya reigned in her smiling demeanor and adopted a serious tone. "There are several matters I must clarify for you. From today onward, your original identification card will no longer be valid. The organization will issue you a new one. It will be ready within 3 days, enabling you to purchase high-speed train and flight tickets without issue, and you will have access to expedited services. As for the new mobile SIM card, you will receive it tomorrow." Zhang Yuanqing was perplexed by this procedure. "When you chose your name, the spiritual realm should have alerted you that your real name cannot be used," Guanyu continued, her voice grave. "There is a reason for this. We categorize the professions within the spiritual realm into 2 types, the first being the lawful professions, which are the orthodox ones, and the second being the malevolent professions. The practitioners of malevolent professions are often characterized by their brutal and bloodthirsty nature, or their sadistic cruelty, united by a singular inclination to hunt practitioners of orthodox professions, like ourselves. Revealing one's identity as a practitioner in the real world is exceedingly perilous. Is it akin to factional conflicts in a game?" Zhang Yuanqing's expression grew somber. The previous night, he had been informed not to use his real name, which he found odd. So, Li Dongza and Guanya are not their true names either? Rest assured, we are an official organization. Typically, we are the hunters, while they are the prey. Noticing the smile vanish from the young man's face, Guanya offered him a word of comfort. "Sister Guanya must be an extraordinary hunter." Zhang Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief and, in turn, offered her a compliment. "You are quite articulate," Guanya remarked, a deeper smile gracing her lips. "Your words are pleasing to the ear. How many girlfriends have you had?" "Single," Zhang Yuanqing replied. Guanya was taken aback. "Your trash bin is so impeccably clean. I assumed you must have a girlfriend." "Again with the trash bin? Do women harbor some peculiar fascination with bins?" Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed. Guanya giggled. "Would you like me to help you order a girlfriend online?" "Enough. You, woman, no, you." "Seasoned matchmaker," Zhang Yuanqing retorted, slightly irritated. "No thanks, I prefer a realistic girlfriend." Guanya laughed heartily. "I do like this little rascal. All right, no more jesting. Let us return to serious matters. The entire Kongyang region has 10 teams of spiritual realm practitioners. We are Team 2, consisting of 5 practitioners, with you included. That makes 6. Among the 5 practitioners, only I and the squad leader belong to the White Tiger Corps. You were recruited by the squad leader, and once you are officially integrated, you will also be part of the White Tiger Corps. I hope you remember this." This statement hinted that the prejudices among the factions of the 5 Element Alliance ran deeper than Zhang Yuanqing had anticipated. He promptly declared, "From now on, I will stick with Sister Guanya." He refrained from mentioning Li Dongza, believing it would endear him more to the young lady. Indeed, Guanya's smile grew even more radiant as she charmingly stated, "Aside from me and Wang Tai, the other spiritual realm practitioners typically do not clock in for work. As a student, you need not come every day. There is no need for excessive formality. Shi Chang is quite an admirable individual. However, when he becomes emotionally charged, his manner of speaking can be rather peculiar. Furthermore, he possesses a profound obsession with elegance. As for Wang Tai, he is a scholar, proficient in learning and research, serving in a clerical capacity. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult him. In the future, when you graduate from university, you may seek his assistance in writing your thesis. Nevertheless, he is not particularly adept at socializing and harbors a strong aversion to it. Thus, you need not pay him much heed, treating him merely as a tool. As for myself," she said with a cheerful smile, "I relish engaging with spirited young men. Zhang Yuanqing found it difficult to discern whether her words were sincere or teasing. He quickly assigned labels to the members of their group based on his understanding. One who values elegance, occasionally slipping in a phrase in a translated tone. A socially anxious engineering nerd, an experienced player. By the way, what is your zodiac sign? Guan Yu inquired, scrutinizing him with an odd expression. Do you truly have no girlfriend? What does that have to do with zodiac signs? Zhang Yuanqing responded with a bewildered gaze. Guan Yu appeared disbelieving. Yet she did not dwell on the topic, casually picking up the form Zhang Yuanqing had filled out. Yuanshi Tianzun, 21 years old. Ah. Does your ID still carry weight? Are you not afraid of being beaten when you go out? Night Wanderer. Guan Yu's charming face momentarily froze. And she blurted out, You are the Night Wanderer? Zhang Yuanqing thoroughly enjoyed the expression she wore. It is no wonder that her walk seemed so ethereal. Guan Yu murmured, and then her face lit up with joy. Now our team has a Night Wanderer too. You must not run off with the wild women from other organizations. Zhang Yuanqing noticed that Wang Tai, not far away, had also lifted his head to gaze in their direction. Primordial Supreme Being. From now on, I shall call you Primordial. Guan Yu happily glanced down and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the level 0. Just as she was about to inquire, her eyes caught the next line. Trial task. Xiling Tunnel. Guan Yu's mind buzzed. Her lips parted slightly, and her expression froze, utterly bewildered at that moment. After a long pause, she regarded him with an exceedingly complex gaze. Your trial spirit realm is the Xiling Tunnel? Observing her countenance, Zhang Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. I was just about to consult about the trial task. Since it is a dungeon, there must surely be a guide. Upon finishing his thought, he noticed the so-called indifferent engineering dog lifting its head to look over, this time its eyes filled with sympathy and pity. You, please wait a moment. Guan Yu, her expression grim, departed from the office area, making her way to Li Dong's office. At that moment, Wang Tai at the adjacent desk remarked nonchalantly, There is indeed a guide. Submitting the details of one's own experiences in the spirit realm is the duty of every official traveler, and the organization will provide corresponding rewards. However, the Xiling Tunnel is somewhat different. You may see for yourself. He handed over a laptop. Zhang Yuanqing accepted the computer with a mix of curiosity and confusion. On the screen was an open document. Summary of Night Wanderer Trial Spirit Realms. Wang Village Ruins, C-Class. Task requirement. Survive until dawn. The perils within the village arise from the specter of the hanged ghost and the desolate graves beyond its borders. In the face of the hanged ghost's deadly summons, the practitioners of the spiritual realm must invert their bodies to avert danger. However, those of frail constitution can only rely on their own fortunes. The vengeful spirits from the abandoned graves will collectively invade the village at the stroke of midnight. The practitioners must swiftly make their way to the local shop to procure incense and candles, as igniting these offerings can prevent being devoured by the horde of spirits. As for the task at the Lingang Reservoir, classified as B-level, the requirement is to traverse the waters. During this crossing, one may encounter water ghosts attempting to drag you beneath the surface. It is imperative not to resist. If one holds their breath for 2 minutes, the water ghosts will eventually depart. The Ghost Bride, a task of A-level difficulty, necessitates spending the night with her until dawn. The Ghost Bride is a stunningly beautiful enchantress who will engage wildly with each groom. She poses no threat to her spouse, provided he can satisfy her desires. Yet, theoretically, no man has ever endured until daybreak, making this realm nearly fatal. To date, only one brave soul has emerged alive. Yet he has since developed a profound aversion to women. Zhang Yuanqing increasingly sensed something amiss. The simplicity of these trial tasks perplexed him. Were they truly so uncomplicated? Aside from the Ghost Bride's requirement for extraordinary stamina, the survival rates for the other trials in the spiritual realm appeared remarkably high. Upon reviewing the tasks, he noted that the highest difficulty level was A, while his own trial was classified as S level, the Xiling Tunnel. As he continued reading, he finally came upon the details regarding the Xiling Tunnel. Xiling Tunnel, difficulty unknown, task requirements unknown. The initial incident occurred during the construction of the tunnel, when a construction team inadvertently entered the spiritual realm. A total of 12 individuals ventured into the realm, yet only one survived, albeit suffering from severe psychological trauma. 36 hours later, they re-entered the realm, ultimately meeting their demise within it. Note, this spiritual realm is exceedingly perilous, and no successful accounts of traversing Xiling Tunnel have yet been discovered. This final statement was marked in vivid red. Zhang Yuanqing appeared utterly dazed. Updates will follow later. During Qiming Festival, I had no time all morning. The morning update has been postponed until after lunch. Updates will follow later. Chapter 11. A Bug-Level Spiritual Realm. In an opulent and spacious office, Li Dongza reclined languidly on the sofa, crossing his legs. In his left hand, he held a wine glass, while his right hand held a cigar, exuding an air of nonchalance. Just a moment ago, he had reported the news of recruiting the Night Wanderer to his direct superior. Li Dongza understood that the young centurion, newly appointed, was eager to achieve results and cultivate a loyal cadre. A Night Wanderer with a clean background was, for the illustrious centurion, akin to a timely boon from the heavens. Indeed, the young superior expressed profound admiration and promised to recognize his significant contribution. Within the ranks of the White Tiger soldiers, military merit is paramount. Suddenly, the glass door of the office was forcefully flung open, and Guanya, in high heels, stormed in. Li Dongza furrowed his brow, leisurely sipping his drink as he reproached her. Guanya, your behavior is quite unbecoming. What a predicament. The trial realm that this fellow has entered is the Shelling Tunnel. Guanya spoke candidly. Suddenly, Li Dongza transformed into a jetting warrior, disregarding the spilled drink. He rose from the table, his voice piercing as he exclaimed, "The Shelling Tunnel? Oh, my God, you damned fool, behold the chaos you have wrought." Grasping his staff, he dashed out towards the office area, where he found the newly appointed Night Wanderer, staring blankly at the computer screen. Upon noticing Li Dongza's arrival, Zhang Yuanqing wore a troubled expression, lamenting, "What a mess. Do you think there's still a chance for salvage?" He dreaded the response, fearing it would be a blunt, "No hope left, just wait to die, terminate the contract." Li Dongza regarded him in silence, his expression akin to that of a man who had finally pursued the beloved maiden only to discover she was, in fact, a long-lost sister. Faced with the eager gaze of the new employee, Li Dongza inhaled deeply and spoke in a somber tone. The trial realm is the initial solo dungeon for every realm walker. Its most daunting aspect lies precisely in that. In a solo dungeon, no one can assist you. It is a test imposed by the realm itself, a price you must pay to acquire supernatural powers. Zhang Yuanqing nodded with a heavy heart. Li Dongza continued, "Though not a Night Wanderer, as an experienced realm walker, I have heard of the notorious reputation of the Shelling Tunnel. To date, according to the official records, no one has ever completed it. The first kill for this dungeon remains unachieved." "Well, this is quite troublesome," Zhang Yuanqing responded, his expression rigid. Li Dongza added, "Please document your experiences in the Xiling Tunnel in detail." The desk was adorned with an array of items, including a computer, notebooks, and a water cup, all emblazoned or stickered with various constellations, revealing the presence of a seasoned astrology enthusiast. Guanya inscribed on a sticky note, "Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Scorpio male, attributes, scheming, vengeful, highly sexual." She noted, "The likelihood of being seduced by female members of other organizations is exceedingly high." After completing her note, the mixed-race beauty sighed softly, tore off the sticky note, and affixed it to the personnel records of the second team. She meticulously annotated the attributes of each team leader, including those who had resigned or perished in the spiritual realm. "Hey, Wang Tai, does that lad have any hope of passing the trial?" Guanya called out to the neighboring office, tilting her head. Wang Tai, his hair tousled, raised his head and replied, "The Tai sect might possess detailed information about the Xiling Tunnel, but it is likely of little use. Otherwise, they would have already arranged for the Night Wanderer to navigate through that realm." He continued, "An S-rank trial task should yield considerable rewards." Guanya frowned slightly. Wang Tai elaborated, "If we can procure a few items for him, there may be a glimmer of hope for him to succeed. However, as you know, the functionalities of items vary widely, and our understanding of the Xiling Tunnel is limited. We cannot provide targeted solutions, and the outcome is likely to be a loss of both resources and personnel." How absurd. Guanya rolled her eyes. As for unclaimed items, they could only be obtained through two means, either by venturing into the spiritual realm to search for them, or by eliminating spiritual realm practitioners in the real world to seize their treasures. Only items that are detached from the inventory can be seized. These two stipulations are evidently impractical. The crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty surrounding the specifics of the Shelling Tunnel. Who can ascertain which type of item will aid him in navigating through? Wang Tai furiously struck the keyboard, unveiling a cascade of data. After a prolonged gaze, he murmured to himself, in the office. Li Dongza opened a chat application and typed a message. The Shelling Tunnel first emerged during the construction of tunnels in the last century, when a construction crew inadvertently entered and perished within the spiritual realm. In the aftermath, officials located a survivor. Yet, that survivor was once again transported into the spiritual realm 36 hours later. His subordinate knew that the Tai sect's database contained the most extensive and comprehensive information on the Night Wanderer's spiritual realm. That sect's leader is the most formidable Night Wanderer of our time. Perhaps the Tai sect possesses relevant data regarding the Shelling Tunnel. If it were you, Captain Fu, they would likely extend a modicum of assistance. The principle of not abandoning comrades is a tenet of the White Tiger Brigade, since he has already joined. His subordinates cannot easily give up hope. He earnestly wished for Captain Fu's support. After meticulously editing the message, Li Dongzi reviewed it several times for accuracy before clicking send. He held a wine glass, gazing at the screen, and sighed deeply. In the living room, his grandmother was meticulously polishing the gleaming floor. At the dining table sat a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket. His features were striking, with lustrous black hair. The pronounced pattern etched between his brows and the delicate crow's feet at the corners of his eyes collectively bore witness to the vicissitudes of time. In terms of appearance, there is no denying that he is a charming older gentleman, likely to be favored by mature women and perhaps even adored by some younger girls with a penchant for older men. However, this middle-aged man is not Zhang Yuanqing's uncle, but rather his cousin. As he swallowed a mouthful of freshly heated porridge, he glanced at Zhang Yuanqing and, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "I heard from Grandma that you were looking for me last night." His expression was grave, devoid of humor, reminiscent of a youthful version of their grandfather. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, then shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. The issues from yesterday have been resolved, and there are new challenges that you cannot assist with, so it is better left unspoken. Furthermore, you are bound by a confidentiality agreement." His cousin regarded him briefly, leisurely sipping his porridge, and remarked, "It must be regarding Lei Yibing, right? I heard that Li Dongzi visited him in person yesterday, which indicates that his case is rather unusual. Not only can you not help, but even I find myself powerless in this situation." It appeared that his cousin had indeed gathered information beforehand. Zhang Yuanqing simply acknowledged with a sound. Noticing his cousin's somber mood, Qin Yuanjun refrained from further discussion, assuming that his younger relative was merely concerned about Lei Yibing. At that moment, Jiang Yuer, clad in an adorable bear-themed pajamas, emerged from her room, holding a stack of facial masks. "Here, for wrinkle reduction and anti-aging. Use it morning and night. The results should be impressive. Grandma insisted I help buy these." Her cousin's expression darkened, brows knitting in annoyance as he retorted, "Little aunt, I have no need for these." The younger aunt shrugged nonchalantly, "Suit yourself." Meanwhile, their grandmother, wielding a mop, glared at her grandson and scolded, "If you don't need facial masks, then does that mean you require your grandmother to iron out all the wrinkles on your face?" Due to her son's unreliability, the grandmother had long abandoned her ambitions for him and turned her focus to nurturing the next generation represented by her two younger grandchildren. Presently, her granddaughter has been accepted into Songhai University, and her grandson is employed at the Public Security Bureau, both with promising futures ahead. However, the grandmother harbors a lingering concern. Her grandson appears excessively mature for his age, possessing the visage of a man in his 40s despite being only 30. A couple of years ago, an old friend of her late husband, who had not been seen for many years, visited Songhai. Upon meeting Qin Yuanjun, he expressed his astonishment to the grandfather, saying, "I had no idea you had another son." The grandfather, taken aback, managed to respond after a moment of hesitation. "This is my grandson." The old friend, a straightforward man, exclaimed in surprise, "Your grandson has quite an audacious appearance." Their decades-long friendship nearly came to an abrupt end. Qin Yuanjun, feeling exasperated, accepted a facial mask and tucked it into his pocket, saying, "All right, grandmother, please refrain from nagging. I still have to go to work. I am currently preoccupied with a missing persons case." "A missing persons case?" Zhang Yuanqing suddenly became alert, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Qin Yuanjun replied while munching on pickled vegetables, "Two individuals have vanished in the Shelling Tunnel, and we have yet to locate them. We reviewed the surveillance footage, but there's no evidence of them entering the tunnel." His cousin abruptly interrupted, cautioning, "Keep this under wraps." He assigned a confidentiality agreement. Upon hearing this, the grandmother's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired with a sense of intrigue, "Is it possible that there are hauntings once again? Why has this place been closed off yet? Every year, there are those few individuals who disappear in that tunnel." The aunt also perked up, wearing an expression reminiscent of her mother's insatiable curiosity. "Grandmother, please refrain from asking. Could it be that I, like them, have inadvertently stumbled into the mountain god temple? Alas, these two unfortunate souls, one cannot help but wonder if they will survive for 3 hours. Zhang Yuanqing felt a blend of sympathy and a sense of consolation in knowing that misfortune does not befall him alone. His understanding of the spirit realm deepened. Li Dongzhe had mentioned that the spirit realm has always existed. Perhaps among the annual missing persons, some have vanished into this ethereal domain. In the capital city, within a courtyard, the grand locust tree in the yard flourished with lush foliage, resembling a vast emerald umbrella. Beneath this canopy, an elderly man with graying hair reclined in a rocking chair, clad in a white undershirt and loose shorts, leisurely fanning himself with a palm fan. The old man's visage was gaunt, with a single mole on his brow, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the leaves to tremble and scattered dappled sunlight across the ground. From the locust tree came the faint sounds of children's laughter. Elder son, the young man from the Fu family has sent you an email. A middle-aged man clad in black stepped over the threshold and entered the courtyard. Whether from the Five Elements Alliance or the Tai sect, those who attain the status of elder are renowned spirit realm practitioners. Fu Qingyang, the old man chuckled softly without opening his eyes, lazily waving his fan. What is it? He has recruited a night wanderer in Songhai City for an expedition into the spirit realm, specifically the Shelling Tunnel, and seeks your guidance regarding relevant materials. The middle-aged man conveyed the contents of the email. The old man paused in his fan's motion. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally remarked, he may have the information, for the sect has already abandoned the strategy for the Shelling Tunnel, thus the confidentiality level of the relevant materials has been lowered. By the way, please inform Fu Xiaozi that the location in question is an S-rank trial spirit realm, which has become increasingly perilous due to unforeseen complications. Having long since transcended the scope of a mere trial spirit realm, my counsel is to abandon that night wanderer. There is no merit in investing in a person doomed to perish. The middle-aged man nodded gently as a steward of the Tai sect. He was acutely aware of the peculiarities and ominous nature of the Shelling Tunnel in Songhai. The S-rank trial spirit realm is inherently the most challenging realm for novices, and the Shelling Tunnel is even more enigmatic than the ordinary S-rank realms. Each S-rank trial spirit realm invariably harbors extraordinary elements, whether they be rare artifacts or critical information of significant value. To decipher the Shelling Tunnel's spirit realm, the Tai sect deliberately stationed 2 level 1 night wanderers in Songhai, as S-rank novice trial realms occasionally open to level 1 spirit walkers of that profession. After enduring months of waiting, the 2 level 1 night wanderers finally received the task associated with the Shelling Tunnel. However, the outcome was grim. One night wanderer vanished without a trace after entering the spirit realm, while the other successfully completed the first task, only to meet his demise in the second task. Both night wanderers were equipped with artifacts. Since then, the Elder Council of the Tai sect has reassessed the Shelling Tunnel and has wholly abandoned any attempts to conquer that spirit realm. Should anyone manage to traverse the Shelling Tunnel and acquire the information contained within, it would indeed resolve the lingering concerns of our Tai sect. The middle-aged man remarked with a smile. The elder offered no comment, slowly stating, and with a wave of his fan, dismissed him. The middle-aged man bowed and withdrew. Chapter 12. Detailed information about Shelling Tunnel. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the vibrant sounds emanating from the television. As he opened his eyes, the room flickered with the glow of the screen, while the ceiling light remained off. He sat up and glanced toward the window, where his aunt sat cross-legged before the TV, engrossed in her PS5, her sleeves rolled up to reveal her delicate arms, her figure swaying rhythmically with the movements of the controller. Zhang Yuanqing stifled a yawn, rose to turn on the light, and approached his aunt to observe her gaming. She was engrossed in a horror game, its visuals dark and eerie, accompanied by an unsettling score. The protagonist was a grotesque little figure wielding a bloodied axe, cutting through adversaries with a path of carnage. The television's glow reflected in her bright, autumn-like eyes, her round, egg-shaped face radiating a hint of excitement. His aunt possessed 3 great passions: shopping, watching horror films, and playing horror games. It was rather melancholic, he thought, to be so captivated by such morbid interests. What a peculiar woman you are. Zhang Yuanqing feigned agreement. It seems quite intriguing. His aunt turned her head, casting him a sidelong glance. Why are you being so coy with me? In truth, the game was one of self-healing. The monsters depicted were figments of a young boy's imagination. He was a patient battling his own demons, striving against the darkness that threatened to consume him. Ultimately, He carved a bloody path to salvation, emerging into the light, a conclusion both poignant and moving. His aunt nodded thoughtfully and continued, each boss embodies a specific pattern. With careful observation, even a young boy can triumph over terrifying demons. Yet, the fearsome visuals and music often instill a sense of dread, clouding one's judgment. Come and join the fun. Zhang Yuanqing, lacking in the mood to indulge his aunt in a game, reflected on the nearly 20 hours that had elapsed since leaving the Lingjing realm. With merely a few hours remaining before its reawakening, he pondered the ominous possibility of death awaiting him. It would be wiser to contemplate how to spend his last fleeting hours, rather than succumb to regret. Should he berate his mother over the phone? Cry on his aunt's shoulder? Perhaps he could even entertain his uncle with a rap performance? To his surprise, he found himself devoid of significant regrets or fervent aspirations. As a university student hailing from a reasonably affluent background, his life had been largely devoid of burdens. Only those who have weathered countless storms carry the weight of unshakable regrets. Come on, play with me. His aunt playfully swayed her hips, her voice laced with charm. Gazing at her delightful figure, Zhang Yuanqing's expression softened as he settled beside her and accepted the controller from her hands. If life were to dwindle to mere hours, playing a game with her seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Under her enthusiastic guidance, as she munched on potato chips and chattered incessantly, Zhang Yuanqing successfully completed the game, only to realize it was already 11 o'clock at night. Not bad, not bad. You have quite the talent, she praised, playfully sucking on her delicate fingers and patting his shoulder, inadvertently smearing drool upon him. How disgusting, that's revolting. Zhang Yuanqing retorted, his face contorted in distaste. Pfft. This is exquisite nectar. You should appreciate your good fortune, Zhang Yubai cheekily exclaimed. Exquisite nectar? How much does it cost per pound? Zhang Yuanqing scoffed. Priceless? But I can offer you a taste, Zhang Yubai pouted, preparing to drench him in her saliva. Zhang Yuanqing leaned back to evade. With a sharp click, the doorknob turned, and his grandmother appeared at the entrance, frowning as she observed the two. Zhang Yuanqing and Jiang Wei immediately assumed a serious posture. Are you still going to eat? His grandmother admonished. Staying up at night and sleeping all day, only to wake up and play games. Do you aspire to transcend humanity while living on this earth? Zhang Yuanqing set down the controller, acknowledging her words, and promptly prepared to eat. He then scrutinized his attribute panel, simultaneously praying for favorable news from Li Dongzi while reflecting on the myriad details from the mountain god temple. During the earlier gaming session with his aunt, he had experienced a moment of enlightenment. If the spiritual realm is akin to a game, could there be underlying patterns? If he could discern these patterns, perhaps this feeble young boy could navigate through the challenges successfully. Lost in thought, a piercing ringtone abruptly jolted Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He seized his phone from the bedside, noticing an unfamiliar number flashing on the screen, and chose to answer. Hello, is this Zhang Yuanqing? A sultry voice resonated through the speaker, eliciting a look of surprise from him. He quickly inquired, did you obtain the information about the Xiling tunnel? Guanyu responded with a soft I managed to acquire more detailed information for you, and he asked me to send it to your email. Knowing that young people seldom check their emails, I thought it best to call and inform you. Indeed, it is commendable to be part of the official team. Joining the official ranks was undoubtedly the right choice. Zhang Yuanqing's spirits brightened instantly, and suppressing the urge to rush to his computer to check his emails, he sincerely expressed, please extend my gratitude to Li Shizhong and Sister Guanya. Once I successfully complete the trial task, I shall treat you both to a meal. The prospect of completing the trial task successfully, Guanya sighed quietly, hesitating before responding in an unusually gentle tone, all right, I will await your return. She had already perused the information sent from the Tai sect, and after reading it, she felt only a chilling sense of despair. It was no wonder that Shizhong had been in such a gloomy mood all day. In Li Dongzi's mind, this newly recruited night wanderer was likely to falter in the trial task. Upon completing the level, Zhang Yuanqing eagerly pulled out his ergonomic chair and activated his laptop. Logging into his email, amidst the chaotic array of unread messages, he discovered the email from Guanya. He downloaded the attached document. Xiling Tunnel. Spiritual Realm number 0079. Difficulty level S. Type Solo. Death type. Main task 1. Survive for 3 hours. Main task 2. Explore Spiritual Realm number 0079. Much like my trial task, Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of energy. This was a positive sign. The closer the content description aligned with his task, the better. The scene of spiritual realm number 0079 is not the Xiling Tunnel, but rather an ancient temple from the Ming Dynasty, known as the Three Paths Mountain Goddess Temple. Based on my conjecture, this goddess must be a deity of considerable stature. No, perhaps she should no longer be referred to merely as a night wanderer. It remains uncertain whether there truly existed such a remarkable empress during the Ming Dynasty, or if it is merely a fabrication of the spirit realm. Continuing onward, the task of surviving for 3 hours was relatively straightforward. Initially, after perusing the contents of the notes, I found myself entangled with a vengeful spirit, characterized by its incessant siphoning of the life force from living beings until its target met their demise. The Night Wanderer possesses an innate ability to suppress spiritual entities, allowing me to expel it with minimal effort. However, when I attempted to consume it, I encountered formidable resistance, perhaps a safeguard imposed by the spirit realm against vengeful spirits. Anyone who has perused the notes is doomed to be cursed, relentlessly pursued by the vengeful spirit. Any method of banishment offers only a fleeting respite, typically granting a mere 15 minutes of safety after expelling a vengeful spirit. Notably, the layout of the Mountain God Temple consists of a main hall and 2 adjacent backyards. The candles within the main hall serve as exceptionally potent instruments, possessing the ability to repel evil and purify. Taking refuge in the main hall signifies safety, albeit at the cost of extinguishing the fear within one's heart. Prolonged exposure to the candlelight renders one devoid of fear, which can be fatal in such a perilous spirit realm. Furthermore, the candles cannot be moved or removed from the spirit realm. After spending half an hour in the main hall, I was suddenly alerted by a cry for help emanating from the backyard, mingled with bone-chilling howls, reminiscent of no living creature. After a moment of hesitation, I resolved to venture into the backyard to investigate. The main hall indeed serves as a sanctuary, a fact I have personally verified. However, I was taken aback to discover that the source of the distress was a mere candle. I had initially assumed it was that enchanting mountain deity. The cries for help emanated from the grand banyan tree, yet I did not hear the roars. The courtyard to the east was undeniably terrifying. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively drawing in a breath of cold air. He inhaled deeply and concentrated on the text before him, as the subsequent information was of utmost importance. If he could ascertain the circumstances of the other courtyard in advance, he could navigate potential dangers during his exploration. This banyan tree seemed to possess consciousness, yet why did it call for help? As for the terrifying roars, I could not locate their source, as their emergence interrupted my exploration. It was a pair of red dancing shoes. Instead of attacking me immediately, it beckoned me to dance. Out of curiosity, I acquiesced to its invitation. I could not possibly remember its intricate choreography. It was far too chaotic and convoluted. For someone without any dance experience, this was an impossible task. Indeed, even those with dance experience would struggle to recall those steps. I faltered, and the red dancing shoes initiated a relentless pursuit. Incredible! To encounter a rule-based item within a trial realm was astonishing. I finally understood why Qian Shoming had perished in the mountain deity's temple despite possessing an item. It became clear why no one had ever cleared this realm. What a joke! Those who could enter the Xiling Tunnel were either early-stage level 1 night wanderers or ordinary individuals. How could they possibly succeed? The information concluded here, with no further details provided. Zhang Yuanqing understood that this night wanderer had most likely met his demise due to the secondary main quest. Chapter 13. Re-entering the Mountain Deity Temple, the terrifying Mountain Deity Temple. Zhang Yuanqing reclined, surrendering his weight to the chair's backrest. He closed his eyes, synthesizing the information gleaned from the data with his own personal experiences, drawing inspiration from gaming to analyze the temple and discern its patterns. The shoulder-wielding specter could be dispelled with candlelight, granting a safety window of 15 minutes upon each dispelling, and the specter would not inflict immediate harm. It remains uncertain whether the roar and the locust tree are interconnected. If not, the danger increases. The true nature of those red dancing shoes might be a prop? A rule-based prop, which certainly sounds quite sophisticated. It appears likely that the construction crew met their demise under the crushing weight of the red shoes, their bones shattered completely. Although I have acquired some dance skills under my uncle's tutelage, I am still unable to handle even a level 1 night wanderer. As a child, I would undoubtedly fare no better. If my uncle were to encounter the red dancing shoes, he would surely dance until the end of time. Such matters should be left to my unreliable uncle. After all, he has spent his life shunning serious endeavors in favor of singing and dancing rap. Wait, Zhang Yuanqing's eyes suddenly brightened. According to the information, The fundamental reason for the Night Wanderer's failure lay not only in a lack of dance experience, but, crucially, in an inability to memorize the complex and chaotic dance steps. This likely exceeds the limits of ordinary memory. However, he harbored no such concerns. If he pushed himself hard enough to trigger a recurrence of his old ailment, his mind would enter an overloaded state, allowing all that he had seen and heard to vividly re-emerge in his consciousness. Moreover, in states of overload, the brain's control over the body surpasses that of an ordinary individual, allowing for the execution of high-energy movements with ease. The challenge lies in the prohibition of bringing non-ethereal items. My medication may not be permitted, and should my old ailments resurface without the means of suppression, I shudder to contemplate the consequences. Such matters do not warrant futile speculation. Direct inquiry is the prudent course. Otherwise, what purpose does joining the official organization serve? After a few moments, the call connected. Have you reviewed the materials? Guanyu was preparing to rest. She was a woman who valued self-care, detesting sleepless nights and disturbances during her slumber. Yet, her tolerance for Zhang Yuanqing was remarkably high, who could bear to speak harshly to a boy whose time was fleeting. Furthermore, he possessed a striking appearance and an enchanting manner of speech. I have finished, but there are certain aspects I find unclear. Zhang Yuanqing inquired. What exactly are rule-based items? Guanyu elucidated. The realm of ethereal items is diverse, each serving distinct functions. Our official organization categorizes these items into 3 primary types based on their characteristics: cost-based, rule-based, and a third category I am unfamiliar with due to my insufficient rank, which limits my access. At this point, she added with a gentle smile, typically, rule-based and cost-based items are considered on par, as their functionalities vary and cannot be measured by a singular standard. However, it is universally acknowledged that rule-based items are more complex to handle and significantly rarer. Each holds immense value. She paused briefly before continuing. The method for addressing rule-based items is not a secret within the official organization. It involves uncovering their patterns and deciphering their rules. The mention of the red shoes inviting one to dance aligns closely with its inherent rules. Should one be able to accept this invitation, there exists a certain probability of mastering such a rule-based artifact. However, this probability is contingent upon various factors, such as the artifact's willingness or whether it is unclaimed. Nevertheless, the notion of subduing a rule-based item is merely a concept to ponder, not to be taken as absolute truth, she mused. Zhang Yuanqing listened patiently before inquiring. Is it permissible to bring pharmaceuticals into the spirit realm? Aside from ordinary clothing, the vast majority of tangible items cannot be transported into the spirit realm. However, medications can be taken along, provided they have been ingested. What if they are held in the mouth? This query left Guanyu momentarily speechless. It seemed that personal experimentation was the only way to find out. Zhang Yuanqing remarked. I have no further questions, thank you. Guanyu responded with a soft and smiled. Take care, young man. By the way, today is a lucky day for Scorpios. Huh. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but by the time he processed her words, the call had already ended. He set down his phone and glanced at the time. It was already past midnight. The following morning, he would once again venture into the spirit realm. The next day, Li Dongza, leaning on his cane and clad in polished leather shoes, entered the glass building of the police station. As a leader not required to clock in, he was accustomed to arriving an hour late, and sometimes he would simply forego work altogether, enjoying the resources of the state while indulging in leisurely pursuits. He similarly neglected the management of the spirit realm practitioners under his command, allowing them to act with complete freedom. This was partly because, aside from Guanyu, none of the others belonged to the White Tiger Brigade, thus they were not obligated to heed directives. Moreover, the mortality rate in the realm of spiritual wanderers is exceedingly high. One may enter and never return. Life is fleeting, thus one must seize joy in the present. Li Dongza ascended to the second floor, instinctively surveying the workspace. The desolate desks were occupied only by the diligent Guanyu and Wang Tai, who was engrossed in research and writing. Guanyu, did you provide him the materials? I did. Li Dongza nodded, refraining from further comment, and turned to enter the opulent office. Guanyu chose not to pursue the conversation, lowering her gaze instead. Upon entering the office, Li Dongza approached the bar cabinet, poured himself a glass of vodka, and squeezed in some lime juice before taking a hearty swig. At that moment, his phone chimed. He set down the glass and reclined into a soft chair. Opening his phone, he discovered someone had tagged him in a chat group named the Kangyong District Spiritual Wanderers Management Group. In the bustling metropolis of Songhai City, there are a total of 16 districts, each comprising 10 squads of spiritual wanderers, led by captains. Li Dongzi serves as the captain of the second squad, equivalent to a squad leader in the White Tiger Legion's hierarchy. The captains report to the stewards, with 3 stewards overseeing the Kongnong district. Above the stewards are the elders, who typically remain aloof, their presence as elusive as a dragon. Above the council of elders are the 5 leaders of the 5 Elements Alliance, legendary figures of whom Li Dongzi has never laid eyes upon, only knowing that the marshal of his White Tiger Legion and the leader of the Water God Palace are both women. The 5 Elements Alliance privately lauds these 2 leaders as unparalleled beauties. In the realm of the Kongnong district, there exists a management group of the Lingjing Wanderers, comprising a total of 14 individuals, 10 captains, 3 stewards, and a captain from the Tai sect known as the Night Roamer. The formidable Jiba remarked, Li Dongzi, I hear you have recruited a Night Roamer? To which Li retorted, what business is that of yours? In the elemental dynamic, fire is said to overcome metal, and the scouts of the White Tiger Legion generally harbor disdain for the fire mages of the Crimson Fire Gang, viewing them as uncouth and impulsive, often speaking without thought. What? Li Dongzi has recruited a Night Roamer. The captains within the group perked up, akin to sharks sensing blood in the water. Qing Ting exclaimed, a Night Roamer? Where has Li Shizhong been burning incense and offering prayers lately to achieve such a feat? I am envious. Bai Long added, in all of Songhai City, excluding itinerant cultivators, there seem to be no more than 10 official Night Roamers, all belonging to the Tai sect. Shui Shangpiao chimed in, Li Dongzi, you must have stumbled upon some extraordinary luck. It's positively infuriating. Suddenly, 3 prominent captains emerged in the conversation. Tang Guiqiang sent a red envelope. The envelope was instantly snatched up. Li Dongzi instinctively grabbed the envelope, only to discover that others received sums exceeding 100, while his amounted to merely over a single unit. Tang Guiqiang remarked, Li Shizhong's fortune seems to be quite favorable. The chat was flooded with expressions of gratitude towards the boss. Tang Guiqiang, a captain himself, is also the head of a construction company. Affluent and not one for idle chatter, often dispersing red envelopes at the slightest disagreement. Even this notable figure was drawn into the discourse surrounding the Night Roamer. The Boxing King interjected, what sort of memory do you possess? Have you forgotten the agreement between the 5 Elements Alliance and the Tai sect? Any recruited Night Roamer must be prioritized for integration into the Tai sect. Bai Long retorted, Boxing brother, it is you who seems to have a poor memory. Have you forgotten about our Captain Fu Baifu? Given his connection with the Tai sect, having a Night Wanderer present poses no issue. The champion of fists remained silent. A few envious captains stirred, recognizing that the rarity and potential of a Night Wanderer far surpassed that of other professions. With proper cultivation, they could become invaluable assets in the future. Qing Ting remarked, by the way, our team of spirit walkers in Kongnong district has had a team-building event in quite some time. Perhaps we should set a date for everyone to gather. Bai Long interjected, oh, the flirtatious flower of the 100 Flowers Society is at it again? I have no objections. Shui Shangpiao added, as it happens, I'm not running any boats lately, so a gathering sounds good. Li Shizhong, my brother has longed to share a drink with you. Let us also invite that Night Wanderer. Tang Guiqiang affirmed, the idea of a team-building event is splendid. It would be nice for everyone to come together. Since Li Dongzi snatched my red envelope, consider this your agreement. Li Dongzi's mouth twitched in irritation. Already in a foul mood, he messaged angrily, in your words, I perceive shamelessness, greed, and the malicious intent of undermining. Surely, I must have been cursed by the Spirit Energy Association, as misfortune clings to me. The Heba quipped, a touch of Versailles? Shui Shangpiao replied, I would gladly embrace such misfortune. At that moment, the Night Wanderer from the Tai sect chimed in. Yuan Ting stated, we at Tai sect have no use for that Night Wanderer. Have you forgotten? We just passed the Qingming Festival. Qing Tung inquired, what do you mean? Yuan Ting clarified, the Night Wanderer recruited by Li Dongzi has a trial task in the Xiling Tunnel. The chat fell into an instant hush, although they were not Night Wanderers themselves. As local official spirit walkers of Songhai City, they were well acquainted with the infamous Xiling Tunnel. Bai Long, surely it cannot be this unfortunate. Yuan Ting, in a bid to rescue that poor soul, Captain Fu specially sought out Elder Sun yesterday for detailed information regarding the Xiling Tunnel. Dajiba, is there even a need for rescue? Since the last century, no novice has successfully traversed the Xiling Tunnel. Li Dongzi, you are indeed unfortunate. I can only imagine the expression on your face upon learning that the trial realm for recruiting is the Xiling Tunnel. The Fire Master is known for his candor. Do you wish to brawl? Li Dongza, seated at his desk, nearly seized his cane to charge out of the office and challenge this fellow. He hastily inhaled deeply, mentally reiterating, "Elegance, maintain your elegance." Shui Shangpiao, having received an unexpected order, I must navigate the waters this month, so let's set aside the team-building activities. Tang Wuqiang, what a pity. Qing Ting, understood, per newcomer. The forthright Fire Master Dajiba once again tagged Li Dongza. Have you faced any rebuke for causing Captain Fu to waste a favor? Li Dongza, silence. One more word, and I shall head to the gym and smash your head in. Why must you bring up that which is better left unsaid? After all, Tai Sect and the Five Elements Alliance are two distinct organizations. They do not share intelligence. Captain Fu, the steward, must expend a favor to acquire intelligence from Tai Sect. Dajiba, you cannot defeat me. At that moment, Fu Qingyang, one of the three stewards, sent a message. Li Dongza and Dajiba immediately fell silent. A few moments later, Fu Qingyang sent another message. Now that you are employed, you are under my command. The White Tiger Legion will not abandon any comrade. This is our unwavering belief, irrespective of value. Li Dongza sighed, acknowledging that he had indeed mishandled the situation, though Captain Fu would not voice his thoughts. Who could ascertain if there was any diminution of regard within? At 10:30, Zhang Yuanqing locked the door to his room, secured his shoelaces, and consumed 2 large cups of water. Subsequently, he opened a vial and placed 5 small blue pills into his mouth. He then reclined on the bed, awaiting the activation of the spiritual realm. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing heard a chilling voice resonate in his mind, initiating spiritual realm. Ding, the spiritual realm map has been activated. Welcome to the Night Wanderer Shi Ling Tunnel, code 0079. Difficulty level, S. Type, Solo, Death Type. Main Quest 1, survive for 3 hours, completed. Main Quest 2, explore the 0079 spiritual realm. Current exploration level, 20. Note, non-spiritual realm items are prohibited. Good luck, Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. Chapter 14, exploration of the Eastern Courtyard. Candles, sculptures, corpses, and antique lattice doors surrounded him, while outside lay a courtyard with undulating wild grass, an overturned bronze incense burner, and a slate path illuminated by the pristine moonlight. The stillness exuded a sense of desolation and eeriness. This place seemed to remain perpetually shrouded in night. Zhang Yuanqing raised his hand to his mouth and expelled the blue pills he had held within. The method proved successful. I am truly clever. He joyfully tucked the pill into his pocket, feeling a slight surge of confidence regarding his future. With these in hand, he harbored a glimmer of hope for survival when confronting the red shoes. He then strode purposefully to the altar, pausing for a moment before reaching out to grasp the candlestick. Suddenly, information materialized before his eyes. Name, ever-burning candle. Type, fuel. Function, exorcism. Purification, description, a relic left by the mountain goddess, said to be derived from the oil of the eternal beast, possessing the powers of exorcism and purification. Note, sometimes, purifying fear may not be a blessing. Additionally, it cannot be moved. Indeed, one must physically touch the item to receive its information. Previously, he had refrained from touching the candle, thus remaining oblivious to its nature until he reviewed the details. The notion that purifying fear may not be beneficial troubled him. According to Guanya's classification, the candle fell under the category of sacrifices, with the cost of using it being the loss of fear. Yet now, he felt a profound fear, devoid of any suicidal thoughts. He would first seek refuge in the main hall. He sat cross-legged before the altar, contemplating his forthcoming actions. The next objective was to explore the eastern courtyard, to discern the hidden dangers and patterns lurking therein, and subsequently seek methods to restrain and overcome them. The exploration time should not exceed 15 minutes, otherwise the vengeful spirits would surely claim him. The blue pill serves as my trump card against the red shoes, though its efficacy remains uncertain. Confronting the red shoes could lead to either life or death. First, I shall explore the eastern courtyard to gain a preliminary understanding of the surroundings before devising a strategy. As the moment approaches, trepidation lingers in his heart. He hesitates, reluctant to venture outside. Surviving the last encounter was merely a stroke of luck, and whether he can endure this time remains an enigma. The situation in the eastern courtyard is unclear, making it difficult to assess the level of danger. A mere attempt could result in demise. However, in this world, one cannot simply evade what is daunting. Although the task of exploring the ancient temple is not time-bound, theoretically, he could remain in the main hall indefinitely, yet the absence of a deadline implies that failing to complete the mission could mean eternal entrapment. Prolonged delays would lead to deterioration due to hunger, fatigue, and thirst. At that point, venturing out would be a path to certain death. Whether to advance or retreat leads to the same peril. He must take the plunge. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth and strode purposefully toward the exit. The candlelight was warm, dispelling the gloom, purifying the filth, and instilling within him an unparalleled courage and confidence. There should be no significant issues. With unwavering confidence, Zhang Yuanqing stepped outside. The moonlight shone brightly like frost as he made his way along the left side of the main hall, treading the cobblestone path back to the desolate, dilapidated courtyard. On a night devoid of the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, the silence was unsettling. Yet, this stillness also offered solace. He dreaded the sound of footsteps echoing in the night. 15 minutes. I have but 15 fleeting minutes to explore the eastern courtyard before being ensnared by vengeful spirits. He entered the easternmost room of the quadrangle, retrieving a copper mirror from the lifeless body slumped against the window, and concealed it within his pocket. With utmost caution, he traversed the arched doorway into the eastern courtyard. This expanse was considerably larger than the quadrangle, revealing a desolate garden adorned with a rockery, a pavilion, a small pond, and a grand banyan tree, its thick trunk gnarled, and its tender green leaves shimmering in the silvery moonlight. Beneath the banyan stood an ancient well. His gaze swept past the rockery and pavilion, catching sight of a ridged roof peeking from the depths of the garden. Zhang Yuanqing did not hasten towards the structure, but instead circumnavigated the banyan tree with care. The records indicated the tree was perilous. However, after completing a circuit, he encountered no mishap. Contemplating the banyan tree, he mused that it might also enhance his exploration progress. Casting a glance at the dark, ominous well, he hesitated, ultimately lacking the courage to approach it. He harbored a profound psychological aversion towards wells featured in horror tales. He bypassed the well, treading softly through the overgrown grass. Heading towards the buildings deeper within the garden, suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath his feet, startling him into a leap. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a body buried beneath the wild grass, clad in corroded protective clothing. Kneeling down to examine it, he noted the skeleton was remarkably well preserved. The corpse lay face down, yet its head was twisted backward, suggesting it had been violently wrenched 180 degrees before death. What could have done such a thing? Zhang Yuanqing cautiously heightened his vigilance, rising to continue his exploration. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, causing the wild grass in the garden to undulate and rustle, while the large banyan tree behind him appeared to come to life, its twisted branches swaying ominously. Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing. A sharp, piercing voice called from behind. The sound wafted through the air like a whisper, sending chills down his spine. Instinctively, Zhang Yuanqing turned to assess the situation, when suddenly, fragments of information flashed through his mind. Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing. Noticing his lack of response, the voice grew more insistent, urging him to turn around quickly. However, Zhang Yuanqing remained steadfast, rooted in place. As he discreetly unzipped the pocket of his parka and retrieved a brass mirror, slowly raising it to a height above his shoulder. The mirror reflected a somewhat indistinct image of what lay behind him. From the ancient well emerged a disheveled woman clad in white, her face devoid of features. Fixated on Zhang Yuanqing with a ghastly, pallid visage. Damn it! Zhang Yuanqing's complexion paled as he dashed forward. Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing. The voice called out repeatedly, desperately, yet it could only watch helplessly as he fled further away. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing navigated around the artificial hill and ventured deeper into the garden, where a large house stood. Its roof formed a linear peak, the foundation constructed of stone, and the walls made of earthen bricks. This dwelling appeared even more dilapidated than the courtyard, with scattered tiles on the roof and numerous gaping holes. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the surging waves of fear and horror, and focused his attention on the present moment. First, he decided to explore the house. This grand abode had 3 doors, each leading to a separate room. Cautiously, he approached the leftmost door and exerted force to push open the dilapidated wooden door. With a creak, the door swung wide, prompting Zhang Yuanqing to step back quickly, assuming a defensive posture. After a moment's hesitation, nothing transpired. Summoning his courage, he entered the room, where moonlight streamed through the decaying roof. He strained his eyes, trying to absorb as much light as possible. This was a combined kitchen and dining area, featuring 2 earthen stoves made of blue bricks, along with pots, bowls, a water jar, and cabinets, all long since succumbed to decay and dust. With no immediate danger present, he finally discovered a container. Zhang Yuanqing grasped a dusty gourd ladle, and his mind began to wander. He had heard that a boy's urine could dispel evil. He contemplated whether to collect a ladleful, but after careful consideration, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. Although he had never been involved with a girl, Zhang Yuanqing felt he could not be considered a true boy. I have indulged you too much, granting you one opportunity after another to show off, he mused, gazing down at his hands with a tinge of sorrow. After his exploration, he confirmed that this large house served as a kitchen and dining area, devoid of anything extraordinary or perilous. Armed with a rusted kitchen knife and a wooden stick, he exited the room and turned his gaze toward the final rectangular structure. Unlike the kitchen, which doubled as a large dining hall, this building boasted 4 doors, dividing it into 4 separate rooms. Zhang Yuanqing could not help but clutch the wooden stick and kitchen knife tightly. While they may not prove particularly useful, they offered a semblance of psychological comfort. He meticulously examined the first and second rooms, which served as storage spaces filled with antiquated agricultural tools, furniture, and donation boxes. Of little value. Zhang Yuanqing then proceeded to the third room. This was an armory, adorned with an array of weapons such as swords, daggers, bows, and short knives. Many weapons had fallen to the ground due to rotting hanging cords. Alongside the windows stood 2 rows of weapon racks, one of which had toppled over, scattering clubs and long spears across the floor. Beside the overturned rack lay 2 corpses. Upon seeing these weapons, Zhang Yuanqing felt no surprise. The disciples of the temple, being disciples of the 3-Dao mountainess goddess, were adept at crafting corpse-restraining talismans, clearly possessing formidable skills. It was not unexpected for them to be proficient in dance and staff techniques. He routinely approached the bodies to glean information from the predecessors. As he drew near, he couldn't help but exclaim. The 2 prone figures were not mere skeletons but desiccated corpses. Their skin was ashen, wrinkled, tightly adhering to their bones with sunken abdomens. How could there be desiccated corpses? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow. As a student of Songhai University, he had a wealth of knowledge at his disposal. The formation of desiccated corpses can occur for 2 reasons: artificial preservation or natural mummification. The former could be immediately ruled out. The latter typically occurs in arid regions such as deserts. The conditions within the temple were clearly incongruent. He conducted a thorough examination of the 2 desiccated bodies, noting the absence of fatal injuries, and the bones were unbroken by the red dancing shoes. However, on the necks, there were 2 distinct puncture wounds, as if inflicted by the sharp fangs of a wild beast. What manner of creature had drained them to such a state? A sharp intake of breath escaped Zhang Yuanqing, his entire body tensing with apprehension. At that moment, he heard a thud emanating from the adjacent room, reminiscent of a knock upon a wooden door. Instantly, his senses heightened, akin to a vigilant deer, as he strained to listen. Chapter 15. The red dance shoes. Another sound echoed, similar to a knock. What lay in the next room? Hastily, Zhang Yuanqing exchanged his rusted kitchen knife for a corroded short blade and replaced his wooden stick with a makeshift spear. Armed, he stepped lightly out of the room, the moonlight casting a frosty glow amidst the profound stillness of the night. He crouched low, inching toward the window. The paper covering the window had long since deteriorated. He squatted beneath it, cautiously peering out through a ragged opening in the lattice. The cold, silvery moonlight, constricted by the roof's decay, streamed into the narrow chamber in delicate beams, illuminating the dim interior. As he beheld the scene within, a chill coursed through his heart. In the shadowy silence of the room lay 3 ancient coffins, their black paint peeling, the lids coated in dust. Flanking the coffins were 2 desiccated corpses clad in work attire, one of which had a brass awl rolling at its side. The awl captured Zhang Yuanqing's attention. It was half a forearm in length, forged of yellow brass, intricately inscribed with incantations and delicate carvings, its craftsmanship exquisite. Notably, while all other weapons lay rusted, this one glimmered without a trace of tarnish. An inexplicable vision surfaced in his mind, a hand belonging to the mountain goddess, fingers elegantly poised as if grasping something. Yet the palm remained empty. A dull thud resonated once more, compelling Zhang Yuanqing to shift his gaze toward the coffin at the center. A disconcerting creak echoed as the coffin lid gradually slid open. A hand, dark and mottled, emerged, grasping the edge of the coffin. Subsequently, a horrifying figure sat up from within. Illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming from the roof, Zhang Yuanqing discerned the creature's form. It was draped in tattered garments, its face grotesquely swollen and severely decomposed, with lifeless eyes bulging from their sockets. Its hair resembled dried grass, unkempt and wild atop its head. With a raspy breath, it lifted its head toward the moonlight, exhaling a foul, corpse-like stench. Its two sharp fangs were a sight to behold. A zombie? Indeed, a zombie. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of PTSD from his past experiences. It was unmistakably a zombie. Otherwise, what purpose would the corpse-restraining talisman serve? A sense of retreat began to stir within him. Having ventured this far, the information gleaned already sufficed. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden weight bore down on his shoulder, an all-too-familiar chill enveloping him, creeping through his body and raising goosebumps. At this critical juncture, the shoulder ghost had arrived. 15 minutes had elapsed. A wave of despair washed over Zhang Yuanqing. Within this ancient temple brimming with peril, his mind remained taut with tension. Making it difficult to count the passing moments accurately, he could only rely on instinct, prone to error. The emergence of the vengeful spirit was akin to adding insult to injury, and what unfolded next was like pouring fuel on the flames. As if sensing the presence of the living, the zombie seated within the coffin ceased its upward motion, its protruding eyes shifting toward the window, fixating on the gaze that observed from beyond. Amidst the spine-chilling horror that sent goosebumps cascading over him, Zhang Yuanqing sprang into action, pivoting and fleeing. Just as he turned, the resounding crash of a coffin lid hitting the ground echoed ominously. Another thunderous sound reverberated as the door was forcefully flung open. In his frantic escape, he glanced back to behold a grotesque figure, shrouded in tattered garments, surging from the house, leaping forth like a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey. Was this a zombie? Where was it ensnared? His complexion paled dramatically. With a swift rotation, he harnessed his momentum to aim a shot at the creature's chest. Planting the butt of his gun into the ground, he fashioned a makeshift barrier. In that moment, he observed a gaping, ghastly void where the zombie's heart should have resided. His master brother? The reanimated corpse was indeed his senior from the journal. In the next instant, the zombie lunged at him, the gun barrel snapping like a full moon under the strain. With no time for contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing seized the opportunity created by the long gun. Rolling past the zombie's feet, the stench of decay assaulting his nostrils, while the sound of a blade cleaving the ground resonated behind him. He rolled to the rear of the zombie, propelled himself upward with a spring of his knees, and swung his short knife. The blade struck the back of the zombie's skull with a resounding clang. Akin to striking iron, it merely severed a few withered strands of hair, inflicting no discernible harm. Was it made of bronze and iron? A wave of dread washed over Zhang Yuanqi as he then witnessed the zombie rapidly pivoting, its dark, sharp claws rising to clasp his shoulder. Pain surged through him as the obsidian talons pierced his skin, crimson blood staining his coat. The scent of blood provoked it. A crimson light surging deep within its protruding eyeballs. The zombie bared its fangs, exhaling a noxious gas, and lunged fiercely at Zhang Yuanqing's neck. The purifying effect of the candlelight remained. He did not succumb to fear and lose his reason. With a flicker of thought, a cerulean item bar materialized, and he found a talisman in his hand. Thud, thud, thud. The once ferocious zombie recoiled at the sight of the talisman, retreating as though it were a venomous serpent. Effective, it fears me. It possesses a measure of intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing gritted his teeth against the pain in his wounded arms, tensing his muscles as he fixed his gaze upon the zombie, shouldering the vengeful spirit, and slowly backing away step by step. As he retreated, he fervently prayed that the ghostly woman in the well would not surface to complicate matters. Throughout this ordeal, a chilling growl emanated from the zombie's decaying throat, its blood-red gaze locked onto Zhang Yuanqing. Fortunately, whether it was due to the zombie's nature or Zhang Yuanqing's backward retreat, the ghost in the well did not appear. He exited the eastern courtyard, re-entered the quadrangle, daring not to pause for a moment, staggering towards the main hall. As he neared the eaves of the main hall, a haunting wail echoed in his ears. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his shoulder. All negative effects dissipated. Panting heavily, Zhang Yuanqing leaned against the latticed door inside the main hall, his legs uncontrollably spasming. This was partly due to fear, and partly a physiological response as the adrenaline waned. After resting for several minutes, with the adrenaline fading, the wounds on his arms began to throb painfully. He grimaced as he removed his jacket and t-shirt, revealing two arms battered and bloodied, the crimson fluid flowing darkly. It is evident that the nails of the zombie harbor a potent toxin. The situation has taken a dire turn. There is no disinfectant, no tetanus shot. How swiftly does the corpse poison take effect? Will I succumb to poisoning? A cascade of thoughts flashed through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. and he was astonished to realize that he felt remarkably unafraid. He then discerned that this courage was bestowed upon him by the flickering candlelight. Bathed in its glow, his emotions gradually found solace. Now that I have been afflicted by the corpse poison, I cannot afford to delay. I must proceed with the second plan. Prior to entering the spiritual realm, Zhang Yuanqing had devised two strategies. The first was to cautiously explore the mountain god temple, gathering information and seeking a method of resolution, an approach rooted in prudence. Inspired by the games he played with his aunt, which encouraged pattern recognition and methodical thinking, he crafted a second, more audacious plan to attempt to subdue the red dance shoes. Since both are mere artifacts, and he is capable of utilizing the yellow paper talismans, who is to say that the red dance shoes are beyond his reach? Guan Yu had mentioned that there exists a certain probability of capturing rule-based artifacts by unraveling their inherent rules. Given my abilities, it is improbable that I could affix a yellow talisman to the forehead of a zombie on my own. Placing a talisman on the brow of a fierce, intelligent, malevolent spirit is akin to a child wielding a knife in a duel with an adult. Though the adult may be wary of the blade, it does not imply that the child can genuinely inflict harm. Zhang Yuanqing resolved to delay no longer. He steadied himself against the grid door, rose, and stepped across the threshold into the courtyard before the main hall. This was the very spot where he had first encountered the red dance shoes. The full moon hung like a disk in the sky, casting its light upon the ancient residence, overgrown grass, and the dancing shadows of the trees. He waited and waited, standing amidst the wild grass for an extended period, vigilant to the changes around him, yet the elusive red dancing shoes never made their appearance. These shoes seemed to lack a fixed territory. Initially, they followed him into the temple, then appeared in the courtyard, and now their whereabouts remained a mystery. Just as he completed his turn, his body suddenly froze. Tap tap. Between him and the main hall, a pair of crimson shoes, glowing with a dim red light, rhythmically rose and fell, as if an invisible being were wearing them and marching in place. Could they not make a more graceful entrance? The unnerving spectacle nearly startled Zhang Yuanqing to the brink of losing his composure, and he quietly swallowed hard, despite his anticipation. The sight of the eerie shoes caused his sanity to plummet uncontrollably. Suddenly, a sapphire blue message popped up in his vision. Would you care to dance with me? If so, please step in place. This message appeared beside the red shoes, as if they were conversing with him. Indeed, it was a request for a dance. Refuse to dance, and it would resort to violence. The audacity of such shoes. Zhang Yuanqing realized he had no choice but to gamble everything, for he discovered that the red shoes had severed his escape route. Their position lay between him and the main hall. Should he fail in this dance, his demise would be inevitable. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it a deliberate act of the shoes? Did they possess intelligence? Zhang Yuanqing quelled his thoughts, steadied his emotions, and visualized his father's visage in his mind. Simultaneously, he lifted his foot and began to step in place. Under the moonlit night, amidst the wild grasses, a solitary pair of red dance shoes gracefully pirouette along a path paved with smooth pebbles, exuding an indescribable, enchanting beauty. Zhang Yuanqing widened his eyes, allowing the moonlight to fill his pupils, fixating intently on the red shoes. He did not need to consciously remember. He simply had to imprint the dancer's movements into his mind. Simultaneously, his heart raced like an overloaded engine, pounding rapidly, while a cacophony of noise filled his ears, and countless fragmented images flashed through his mind. His brain began to automatically absorb the external stimuli, the whisper of the wind, the slight bending of the wild grass, the rhythmic swaying of the distant locust trees' leaves, and the precise cadence of the red shoes' taps. The brain swiftly analyzed and memorized the received information. Moments later, the red shoes came to a satisfying halt, the left foot retreating, rising onto its toes. This posture appeared peculiar, yet when donned, it resembled a standard curtsy, a gesture of courtesy. Zhang Yuanqing, with blood trickling from his nostrils, murmured to himself, only to notice a phrase materializing above the red shoes. It's your turn. Regaining his composure, he retrieved a small pill from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. As the rhythmic tapping continued without incident, he felt a wave of relief wash over him and devoted himself entirely to the dance. He kicked, spun, and leaped with slight bounds, crossing his feet in an awkward manner. His movements were slow and clumsy, a stark contrast to the fluidity of the red shoes' performance, almost a sight unworthy of admiration. After 7 or 8 minutes, Zhang Yuanqing had replicated all the steps of the red shoes, panting heavily as he finally came to a stop. His nasal passages overflowed with warm liquid, cascading down his lips and chin, yet he paid no heed to wipe it away, his gaze fixed intently upon the red dancing shoes. Whether he could emerge alive from the ethereal realm and successfully complete the trial hinged on this very moment. Your dancing skills remain as abysmal as ever. The red dancing shoes emitted this message, which then transformed into a dark crimson glow, dissipating into the night. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yuanqing heard a chilling voice resonate within his mind. Ding! You have accompanied the red dancing shoes in a performance. Congratulations on earning their favor. However, due to your lamentable dancing proficiency, the red dancing shoes will only favor you for half an hour. Best of luck. Zhang Yuanqing, utterly drained, collapsed to the ground, his complexion pale and his mind throbbing painfully. After half a minute, the symptoms eased, and he sat up, his face still ashen, eagerly accessing his inventory. In the second slot lay a pair of vibrant, pristine red dancing shoes. Staring at the shoes for several seconds, the item information automatically materialized. Name: red dancing shoes. Type: footwear. Function: tracking, pursuit. Description: their former owner was a princess from a western kingdom, renowned for her beauty and gifted in the art of dance, captivating the hearts of the kingdom's men. However, her malevolent stepmother, envious of her talent and allure, imprisoned her in a high tower. In the desolate moonlight, the lonely princess danced to her demise. These red dancing shoes inherited her will, embarking on a journey, eternally dancing without rest. Note 1. Usage Form 1. Throw the red dancing shoes towards a designated target. They can also lock onto targets through the medium of the target's blood, hair, or other cellular materials. They will relentlessly pursue the target. In the midst of a relentless pursuit, one must disregard any physical barriers, as escape is futile and destruction is impossible until the target meets their demise or dances to the end of a performance, with no restrictions on the type of dance. Utilizing Form 2, donning the red dancing shoes enhances agility and evasion, allowing one to traverse any terrain without expending stamina. However, one must heed the limitation that they can only be worn for 5 minutes. Exceeding this duration renders the shoes permanently affixed, compelling you to continue running until life's end or until your feet are severed. Note 2. Do not dance with me. All shall perish. This is a divine artifact. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement as he perused the attributes of the item. Is this what is known as a rule-based item? Its power is utterly astonishing. In contrast to the previous yellow talismans and candles, which were described in mere sentences, the information regarding these red dancing shoes was extensive and elaborate. This alone underscores their uniqueness. Alas, they only favor me for half an hour. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze fell upon the countdown adjacent to his inventory, and a pang of regret washed over him. If only such a wondrous artifact could belong to him, it would prove invaluable in both reality and in future ventures into other realms. Chapter 16. Uncharted Territories. According to his calculations, the vengeful spirit would ensnare him within a minute or two, making it ill-advised to enter the eastern courtyard and confront the zombie directly. After resting for 4 or 5 minutes, his condition deteriorated. A throbbing headache accompanied by a slight dizziness indicated that the corpse poison was gradually eroding his body, with initial symptoms becoming apparent. The candlelight within the main hall seemed incapable of purifying the toxins within him. No longer can he afford to delay. He must seize the fleeting half-hour granted by the red dance shoes to swiftly conquer the dungeon. Zhang Yuanqing departed from the main hall, traversing the cobblestone path amidst the wild grasses, until he reached the courtyard. Standing amidst the undulating weeds, he opened his inventory and summoned the red dance shoes. 2 dark crimson glimmers danced gracefully in the night, transforming into a brand new pair of dancing shoes. Select the second form. Zhang Yuanqing silently intoned. The red dance shoes once again dissolved into dark crimson light, sweeping forth in 2 arcs that enveloped his feet. In an instant, the running shoes beneath him morphed into a large pair of red dancing shoes. Is this not a veiled form of cross-dressing? Thankfully, they are red dancing shoes, not high heels. Zhang Yuanqing glanced down at his feet, feeling somewhat out of place. In the eastern courtyard, the wild grasses swayed, bathed in the silvery moonlight, while 2 grand houses stood silently, enveloped in tranquility. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, spotting no trace of zombies, and prudently crossed the courtyard. Drawing near to the large house divided into 4 rooms, the chamber displaying coffins had its wooden door forcibly flung open. He did not need to enter, instead peering through the threshold into the room. Moonlight streamed through a gap in the tiles, illuminating the corpses, coffins, the flung-off lids, and that brass pestle, all lying undisturbed in their original positions. There was no sign of zombies within the room. From his vantage point, he could not discern the interior of the coffins. Just as he hesitated, he suddenly noticed the moonlight dimming. A shadow descended from above, enveloping him. Immediately, the night breeze carried a pungent stench of decay, accompanied by a low, guttural growl. "It lurks in the tree?" Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, his heart contracting abruptly, instinctively compelled to evade. In the next moment, the crimson dance shoes beneath him radiated a dim red glow, causing him to slip unexpectedly. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was propelled forward in a slide, carving a path through the overgrown grass. Bang! The raggedly clothed zombie lunged but missed its target. Indeed, the red dance shoes possessed an extraordinary enchantment, their evasion capabilities exceeding his expectations. Without their aid, it would have been impossible for him to escape the zombie's grasp. Zhang Yuanqing's confidence surged. Hiss! The zombie, with hair resembling dry grass, emitted a roar that reverberated in his ears, its bulging eyes glinting with ferocity. It bent its knees, lunging once more at its prey with the speed of a racing automobile. With a nauseating stench wafting through the air, the terrifying entity was almost upon him. In a fit of uncontrollable reflex, Zhang Yuanqing twisted his feet, gliding smoothly in a half-circle to evade its razor-like claws, positioning himself behind the zombie. In an instinctive motion, he executed a splits maneuver, his body collapsing swiftly as a fierce wind whipped overhead, his arms sweeping across, pulling until it felt as though something might snap. Zhang Yuanqing's expression contorted in pain, a muffled cry threatening to escape as the crimson shoes propelled his legs upward with a spring. He soared high, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's chest. Bam! The dull thud resonated as the zombie's tattered garments scattered dust into the air. It let out an enraged, defiant roar, toppled backward by the sheer force of the blow. An opportunity. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing, despite the excruciating pain radiating from his hip, dashed forward with fervor, forcefully slapping the corpse-restraining talisman against the face of the highly decayed, foul-smelling figure before him, targeting its forehead. With a sharp sound, the bloodthirsty zombie froze as if struck by a binding spell. All commotion ceased, plunging the surroundings into silence. The zombie lay motionless amidst the overgrown grass, its once ravenous eyes dulling to a deep crimson, signaling the extinguishment of its vitality. Gazing upon the statue-like creature, rendered powerless, Zhang Yuanqing gasped heavily, a mixture of exhaustion and elation swelling within him. He had survived. Tackling the zombie single-handedly without the aid of the red dancing shoes proved to be a formidable challenge, especially considering the zombie was merely one of many anomalies. Indeed, it was worthy of its S rank in the spiritual realm, a daunting task. However, with a construction team at his disposal, one would expect that dealing with the zombie would pose no significant difficulty. Yet, how could this group of burly men be so incompetent? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly sighed, realizing the reason. The corpse-restraining talisman had been discovered in the pocket of the cadaver beneath the window. That senior had obtained this artifact, but had not shared it with his companions, choosing instead to hoard it for himself. The complexity of human nature far surpasses that of phantoms, rendering it even more terrifying. With the zombie dealt with, his next course of action was to descend into the well to confront that shameless female ghost. However, prior to that, there was an item that piqued Zhang Yuanqing's interest immensely. He abandoned the zombie and made his way to the chamber adorned with coffins. Steadying himself against the doorframe as he crossed the threshold into the dimly lit room, where moonlight streamed in like a beam, he halted before the desiccated corpse, bending to retrieve the copper cone. Although crafted from copper, it felt warm and smooth as jade in his grasp, rather than cold. Almost immediately, information began to materialize within his field of vision. Name: Demon Subduing Staff. Type: Weapon. Function: Purification, Spirit Suppression. Demon Breaking. Description: A weapon infused with the power of the sun god. It is the nemesis of all malevolent entities. By offering one's blood as a sacrifice to this staff, one shall obtain the power of the sun god. Note: Is it powerful? It demands a life in exchange. Indeed, it is an artifact. Judging by its functional description, it appears to surpass the candles in the main hall. The forebears of the construction team likely intended to use it to vanquish the zombies, yet they met with failure. Alas, they had already suffered significant losses before confronting the undead. Zhang Yuanqing felt a sense of relief for having made the right judgment. He cleverly utilized the red dance shoes to overcome the obstacle. Of course, the forebears of the construction team had no choice. They could not subdue this rule-based artifact, and most of them perished due to the trampling of the red dance shoes. With this specialized tool against malevolent entities, combined with the red dance shoes, my chances of successfully completing the trial task have significantly increased. This time, he headed straight for the ancient well, preparing for a final exploration. The well's mouth was deep and dark, emanating a damp, decayed odor of rotting vegetation. He decided to descend. Zhang Yuanxing gripped the demon-subduing staff and assumed a defensive stance, raising one foot to step onto the well's edge. Then he descended, finding the well's wall as solid as the ground beneath him. Had it been before, he would have certainly hesitated to explore. Not to mention the potential dangers at the bottom. Without a rope or any assistance, jumping into the well would mean sealing his own fate. Soon, he successfully reached the shallow bottom of the well, where the moonlight was exceedingly dim. The well's water had long since run dry, its bottom coated with dark sludge, while tufts of weeds flourished along its edges, and the walls were adorned with deep green moss. There were no apparitions within the well. Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow, pondering that something was amiss. He had distinctly seen a faceless female specter emerge from its depths. Only then did he feel at ease to remove the red dancing shoes. In the main hall, bathed in the dim glow of candlelight, Zhang Yuanqing leaned wearily against the altar table, the poison of the deceased seeping deeper into his body. Following dizziness, he now experienced shortness of breath and chest pains. Time was running short. He had thoroughly explored 2 rear courtyards and successfully subdued the zombies. Yet, the task remained incomplete, indicating that there must be an area yet undiscovered. Every room in the rear courtyard had been surveyed. Even the depths of the well had been investigated. It was inconceivable that he had overlooked anything. So where could the answer lie? As he eliminated all possibilities, one remaining truth, no matter how improbable, had to be the reality, he muttered to himself, slowly managing to raise his body. The unexplored location was here, in this very main hall. The right hand of the clay statue was empty, yet formed a grasping gesture, indicating it once held something. Previously, he had been unaware of what it clutched, but now he realized it was the demon-slaying pestle. With a spirit of experimentation, Zhang Yuanqing approached and inserted the golden pestle into the palm of the clay figure, then leapt off the pedestal, stepping back a few paces. Almost at the instant he retreated, the surface of the pedestal cracked with a sharp sound, sending up a cloud of fine dust, and soon the entire base collapsed, revealing a dark, gaping cavern beneath. Chapter 17. The source of the enigma. A sense of relief washed over Zhang Yuanqing as he realized he had guessed correctly. In truth, upon exploring the mountain god temple and vanquishing the zombies, the entrance to the cave would have opened. However, the construction team's foreman had already taken the demon-suppressing pestle before that could happen. Zhang Yuanqing remained patient, silently tensing his nerves and gathering his focus, wary of any lapse in vigilance, for beneath the cave, there likely lay the source of the mountain god temple's decline. After a considerable time had passed without any unusual occurrences at the collapsed entrance, he summoned the red dancing shoes, activating their second form to replace his running shoes, enveloping his feet. He then approached the dark, profound mouth of the cave and leaped gently. With a soft thud, his feet soon met the ground, the red dancing shoes mitigating the force of his descent. Amidst the scattered debris, Zhang Yuanqing discovered the demon-suppressing pestle, bent down to retrieve it, and regained control of this powerful artifact. Armed with the red dancing shoes and the pestle, he felt confident in confronting the dangers that lay within the cave. Faint candlelight filtered down from above, illuminating only a limited area, while ahead sprawled a silent, dark passage teeming with unknown terrors. In such an environment, proceeding blindly would be exceedingly unwise. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing turned his gaze to the artifact in his hands. The item description indicated that it contained the power of the sun god, and through the offering of blood, one could gain divine strength. The authentic power of the sun god should be capable of dispelling darkness and ushering in light, should it not? It was worth a try. Although the note in the attributes section was somewhat disconcerting, Zhang Yuanqing silently exhaled, driving the sharp, triangular spike into his thigh. A sharp pang of pain surged forth, blood gushing out, not flowing down the pant leg, but instead forming rivulets that poured into the brass artifact. Zhang Yuanqing felt a warm force emanate from the demon-slaying pestle, coursing through his arm and into his body. His pupils ignited with a soft golden light, transforming into radiant golden orbs. The pestle did not dispel the darkness. yet it bestowed upon him the ability to pierce through it. Simultaneously, the sensations of dizziness, breathlessness, and chest pain vanished, leaving only a lingering weakness from blood loss. The toxins within his body had been eradicated. Indeed, he was exchanging his life for power, yet it was a trade he could accept. He focused his gaze ahead, where a spacious corridor stretched into the depths of darkness. The walls bore the marks of human excavation, not naturally formed. After walking for several seconds, roots began to emerge from the walls, densely covering them. Help me. Suddenly, from the depths of the darkness ahead, a chilling cry for help echoed, filled with sorrow and despair. Following the sound, he soon found himself in a vast stone cavern, where a robust trunk pierced through the ceiling, reaching toward the outside world. At the base of this sturdy trunk, roots intertwined and coiled around a stone sarcophagus. Most terrifyingly, from within the trunk, pale arms protruded, and ghostly faces emerged, unconsciously pleading for salvation. A multitude of arms frantically grasped, as if searching for a lifeline. My phobia of densely populated spaces has been triggered. The flickering candlelight and the demon-slaying staff bestowed upon Zhang Yuanqing a modicum of courage. He merely felt a slight tingle at the nape of his neck, devoid of overwhelming fear. At that moment, a hoarse and weathered voice resonated. After all these years, a living being has finally arrived here. Who? Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, startled, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Me? I am but a tree. The trunk morphed to reveal an unsightly visage, distinct from the faces of the vengeful spirits. Its skin was bark, as if embodying the essence of the tree itself. It was the ancient locust tree that stood in the courtyard. Had it attained sentience? Zhang Yuanqing never anticipated encountering a communicative entity in such a haunted place, albeit one that was a tree. He dared not approach, cautiously inquiring, "Did you slay the disciples of the temple?" "Not I, but she," the tree spirit replied, its gaze descending as if it were peering at the stone coffin below, though it could not truly see. "Who is she?" "She is the lady of Sandow Mountain." Zhang Yuanqing felt as though he had been struck on the head, his mind swirling. The lady of Sandow Mountain lay within the stone coffin, the formidable night wanderer who should have transcended during the early Ming dynasty. The enigmatic source of this turmoil was the lady of Sandow Mountain, who had slain the disciples of the temple. Zhang Yuanqing blurted out, "Why would she do such a thing?" "Because the era of decline has arrived, and practitioners find it increasingly difficult to break through their limitations. In pursuit of immortality." The lady of Sandow Mountain fell into the path of darkness, sealing herself within the stone coffin, binding the souls of the dead with the locust tree, nurturing the Een with Een, to preserve her own corporeal form and primordial spirit from annihilation. She is a powerful night wanderer, inherently capable of devouring souls to augment her own strength. The face upon the trunk side, the locust tree has harbored too many souls, absorbing their will, gradually giving birth to intelligence, myself. Over the years, many have unwittingly stumbled into this place, perishing here, ultimately becoming her sustenance. I have borne the hatred and resentment of vengeful spirits, patiently awaiting someone to arrive and put an end to her. Is this perhaps the initiation of an NPC quest? Zhang Yuanqing's gaze flickered. He realized he must act. Open the stone sarcophagus and pierce her heart with your weapon to bring this to a close. Ah. The demon-slaying staff contains half of her yang spirit. By thrusting it into her heart, you can seal the remaining yang spirit within her corporeal form into an artifact. Without the protection of her yang spirit, her physical body will perish instantly. The locust tree spirit continued. Only then may you depart from this place. Zhang Yuanqing remained motionless, enveloped in silence. The locust tree spirit urged, "Young man, what do you still hesitate for?" Zhang Yuanqing suddenly spoke. "I am pondering a question." Standing at a distance, he fixed his gaze upon the face on the trunk and declared, "You wouldn't happen to be the temple priest, would you?" The cave fell into an abrupt silence. Moments later, the locust tree spirit responded in a somber tone. The priest was the first to be beguiled by the mountain goddess of the three paths, becoming her puppet, ultimately serving as nourishment for that woman. If you doubt my words, come forth and open the sarcophagus. Then you shall know I do not deceive you. Then assist me in opening it. I cannot open it. I am merely a tree. Is it that you cannot open it, or that you dare not? Zhang Yuanqing seemed to have obtained the answer he sought. A smirk gracing his lips. The one lying in the coffin is the temple's caretaker, is it not? And you, are you his guardian, or perhaps his soul? Having uttered this probing remark, he entered a state of vigilance, awaiting the response of the tree spirit. As a tech-savvy individual adept in strategy games, After navigating through numerous crises, it would be utterly disappointing if he could not unravel the secrets of the mountain god temple. Firstly, the goddess of the mountain path ascended to immortality during the early Ming dynasty. It was only after her death that the local authorities constructed this temple in her honor. Furthermore, the unexplained disappearance of disciples within the temple occurred during the Yongle era, a gap of at least 50 to 60 years, spanning 1 or 2 generations. Secondly, the information regarding the main hall suggests that the goddess of the mountain path is a righteous figure. While the tree spirit's claims of having fallen into darkness seem to be merely its own narrative, Zhang Yuanqing preferred to trust the former. Lastly, and most crucially, the notes contained a warning: do not trust the master. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing had yet to fathom why the caretaker would wish to harm his own disciples. Now he understood. If one were to replace the desire for immortality and the descent into darkness with the caretaker, all doubts would be resolved. The cave fell into silence as the tree's spirit sighed. Your suspicion is too profound. From beginning to end, I have harbored no ill will towards you, nor would I ever cause you harm. But was it truly a matter of not causing harm, or rather an inability to do so? Zhang Yuanqing cautiously stepped back a few paces and remarked. This time, the expression of the tree's spirit suddenly shifted. Observing this, Zhang Yuanqing realized his deductions were entirely accurate. Thus, his fruitless exploration of the ancient well made sense. The well itself posed no issue, but rather it was the tree that held the key to the mystery. Moreover, his ability to accurately discern the illusion stemmed from the name the female ghost uttered, Zhang Yuanqing, rather than that of the originating deity. Lastly, when Zhang Yuanqing discovered the ancient well, a renowned horror film from a certain island crept into his mind, instilling a psychological shadow that deterred him from peering into the depths of the well. Subsequently, a female ghost emerged from within, draped in white, her hair cascading untamed, devoid of facial features, embodying the nebulous terror that haunted Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts. Your pretense and sweet words in conversation arise from the realization that the illusion can no longer ensnare me, for I possess the demon-slaying staff gifted by the goddess, rendering me immune to such tricks. With an air of calm determination, Zhang Yuanqing dissected the truth. Luring me here was merely a pretext for another method of assassination. Should the illusion fail to affect me, then it must resort to physical assault, correct? Casting a glance at the tree roots entwined along the corridor walls, he suddenly plunged the staff downwards. Chapter 18. Clearing the S-Class trial task. The slender tree root, akin to a thumb, swiftly ignited in golden flames, transforming into charred remains. The roots that adorned the corridor walls responded to this provocation, springing to life, resembling a myriad of serpents writhing upon the surface. The locust tree spirit was taken aback by the extraordinary intellect of this mortal interloper upon realizing its deceit had been unveiled. It abandoned pretense and barked fiercely, since he refused to approach, then prepared to perish. The ground of the stone cavern cracked in response. Fragments rising as robust tree roots erupted from the earth, akin to twisted appendages, lunging towards Zhang Yuanqing. At this distance, even without the red dancing shoes, Zhang Yuanqing could evade capture. Indeed, it seemed that an attempt was made to deceive me into drawing closer. Zhang Yuanqing advanced rather than retreating, executing a swift slide to evade the entanglement of the tree roots, thereby closing the distance to the locust tree. He then propelled himself into the air, soaring several meters high, once again evading a sweeping attack. Increasingly more roots erupted from the ground, dancing wildly within the stone cavern. Zhang Yuanqing maneuvered gracefully among the tendrils, his movements fluid and elegant. No matter how fervently the roots pursued, they could not capture him. Had he not possessed the enchanted red dancing shoes, relying solely on the demon-slaying staff would have resulted in a high mortality rate for a novice facing this challenge. With a rhythmic patter, the red dancing shoes raced along the wall, deftly avoiding the clutches of the roots. With a spring of his knees, Zhang Yuanqing propelled himself like an arrow through the encircling roots, colliding with the trunk. Upon witnessing the approaching human, the trunk's face displayed unmistakable terror. With a thunderous roar, the stones at the base of the roots fractured, causing an eruption of more roots that formed a wooden wall. Zhang Yuanqing struck the demon-slaying staff forcefully against it. Golden flames spread across the surface of the wooden barrier, eliciting a furious scream from the locust tree spirit. Seizing the momentum, he shattered the charred wooden wall and drove the sharp, triangular tip of the staff deep into the trunk. A resounding strike echoed as the triangular spikes embedded themselves deep, and a blazing sun surged forth from the inky darkness of the cavern. The golden light distorted the trunk and the visage of the spirit, producing a heart-wrenching wail that released wisps of smoke. In that instant, the souls concealed within the trunk dissolved into thin air, joining the lamentation as they transformed into azure mist. All malevolent beings vanished, dissipated by the golden radiance. As the light receded, the cavern returned to its shadowy state. Yet it was suddenly transformed, becoming pristine and clear. Zhang Yuanqing's first act was not to ascertain whether the locust tree spirit was utterly vanquished, but rather to swiftly remove the red dancing shoes and store them in his inventory. Almost 5 minutes had elapsed since entering the cave. After carefully stowing away the red dancing shoes, Zhang Yuanqing finally directed his attention towards the banyan tree. It was withering, its bark cracked and desiccated, with roots scattered throughout the cave. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the S-rank trial mission. The character card is now activated and rewards are being calculated. Items props acquired. Demon Slaying Staff. Experience points earned. 100. You have become the Night Wanderer. Experience points earned. 20. Character card rewards activated. Reward item. Red dancing shoes. You will exit the spirit realm in 5 minutes. At last, it was over. Zhang Yuanqing felt utterly exhausted, as if he were a mere husk of his former self. He had successfully navigated the shelling tunnel, accomplishing what no one else had managed in decades. As the notification chimed, the black crescent mark on his forehead became pronounced, and a strange, mysterious force emanated from the searing mark, rudely surging into his body. His skin flushed crimson, resembling a cooked shrimp, as the enigmatic energy coursed through him, infiltrating each cell and bone. His arm injuries visibly healed at an astonishing pace. He involuntarily convulsed, and 2 illusory black crescents flickered in his eyes before vanishing. The pain dissipated swiftly, replaced by a soothing warmth akin to a hot spring. How delightful! Zhang Yuanqing felt a profound languor enveloping him, a desire to stretch luxuriously. Instinctively, he looked down, startled to see his body standing still in place. Had his soul left his body? Upon reoccupying his corporeal form, Zhang Yuanqing discovered an enhancement within this body, a latent ability known as talent. He embraced this endowment as if it were an inherent part of his being. Simultaneously, he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy and strength coursing through him, even experiencing the illusion that he could obliterate a planet with a single punch. Zhang Yuanqing accessed his character attributes panel. Name: Primordial Celestial Master. Race: Human. Occupation: Night Wanderer. Level: 1. Skills: Night Wanderer, Soul Devourer. Lunar Spirit. Experience points: 20. Moral value: 60. Initial value: Night Wanderer. Active congeals lunar energy to envelop oneself, entering a state of nocturnal travel during the skill's activation. Briefly becomes invisible while suppressing one's scent, breath, and the sounds and heat emitted by the body, lasting for 6 seconds. Soul Devourer. Active consumes souls to enhance one's own spiritual essence. Lunar Spirit. Passive: The Night Wanderer possesses a robust physique, abundant vitality, and formidable self-healing capabilities. Under the cover of night, the Night Wanderer's abilities are significantly amplified. He had officially become the Night Wanderer, bolstered by an additional 20 in experience points. And with the rewards from items, the bounty from this trial in the spiritual realm was indeed substantial. He had formally claimed ownership of the red dancing shoes. After 2 minutes, he had acclimated to his physical state, noting that the wounds on his arms had healed. His gaze then turned toward the stone coffin. The conclusion of the task suggested that his exploration had reached its zenith at 100, which led him to ponder, was the coffin now empty? It appears that the locust tree spirit is indeed the temple's custodian. With this revelation, all characters have made their entrance. How did he transform into a tree spirit? Is the body within the stone sarcophagus his physical form? Contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing casually approached the stone coffin, intending to inspect it. Perhaps there were treasures buried alongside. With over 2 minutes remaining before exiting the spiritual realm, he had ample time. To be prudent, he summoned the red dancing shoes again, opting for the wearing mode. The stone coffin was entwined with withered tree roots, and Zhang Yuanqing wielded the demon-slaying staff, severing the desiccated roots one by one, finally revealing the complete visage of the coffin. Approximately 2 meters in length, its surface was adorned with intricate carvings. While the lid was coated with a light layer of dust, With a gentle push, he slowly opened the coffin's lid and peered inside. As the god of night, even without the aid of the demon-slaying staff's divine power, he could effortlessly penetrate the darkness. The female corpse was strikingly beautiful, her facial contours sculpted into perfection. With a delicate and prominent nose, sensuous lips tinged with pallor, and tightly closed eyes framed by thick, interlaced eyelashes. An exquisite beauty. Zhang Yuanqing staggered back in astonishment, a singular thought racing through his mind. Could this truly be the goddess of Sandow Mountain? Compared to the statue in the main hall, this female corpse exuded a more chilling allure, lacking the compassion of the statue, possessing instead the slenderness of a youthful woman. Yet the resemblance was unmistakably striking. Could it be that the locust tree spirit spoke the truth? Was the source of the disciples' disappearance indeed the goddess of Sandow Mountain? In that moment, he felt an inexplicable dread, doubting his own judgment, for a miscalculation could herald great peril. No, that cannot be. My task has indeed been completed, which affirms that my conjecture is correct. Thus, does the empress within the stone coffin pertain to a concealed quest? Zhang Yuanqing was suddenly beset by regret for his impulsive decision to open the coffin, given that the three Daoshan goddesses lay within. It was evident that the mountain temple concealed even deeper narratives. This could potentially trigger a series of undesirable chain reactions, such as the initiation of hidden quests. With a moment's hesitation, he pinched his pointed chin and parted his voluptuous, alluring lips, revealing the glimmer of a dark sheen. It was an ebony, pure orb. Name: spiritual body crystal. Type: consumable. Function: none. Description: a crystal of the soul purified by the power of the sun god, containing immense spiritual energy. A coveted supplement for the night wanderer. Note: the Daoshan goddesses have purified the crystal of its impurities. It is safe for consumption. Zhang Yuanqing extended 2 fingers and extracted the orb. The orb swiftly dissolved into a viscous energy, surging into his brow. Ding! You have gained 22 experience points. A surge of power enveloped Zhang Yuanqing, instilling within him an illusion of being capable of shattering a planet with a single punch. He distinctly felt an enhancement in his strength. Without the need to consult his attributes panel, he could perceive a clear upgrade in his skills. The delay time for night wandering increased by 3 seconds, extending from 6 seconds to 9 seconds. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Zhang Yuanqing observed the timer on the azure panel commencing its countdown. 5, 4, 3. Suddenly, a prolonged exhalation echoed within the dark, silent cavern. Zhang Yuanqing, the lid of the coffin was pushed open from within, revealing a pale, delicate hand that grasped the edge of the coffin. In an instant, the beauty within the stone sarcophagus sat upright. Her deep, pool-like eyes scanned the stone chamber before locking with the expressionless Zhang Yuanqing. After a few seconds of intense gaze, the corners of her mouth lifted in a smile. That smile nearly sent Zhang Yuanqing into a state of shock. At that moment, the scene shattered like a reflection on water disturbed by the wind, and the countdown ceased. The world around him became a blur. Gradually, the image stabilized and brilliant. Blinding light poured down from above, illuminating the pristine white walls, the desk, the computer, the television, and the double bed. The curtains fluttered in the breeze, while outside, the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Chapter 19. The Call. Damn it, that nearly scared me to death. Zhang Yuanqing plopped down on the edge of the bed, his heart racing. Once he finally calmed himself, his gaze fell upon the red dancing shoes at his feet, nearly sending him into another panic. Dispel, dispel. The red shoes transformed into a wisp of crimson light and vanished. Phew, that was a close call. Zhang Yuanqing fully relaxed, rising to the window to gaze out at the towering buildings, observing the lush green leaves reflecting a spectrum of vibrant colors, while listening to the chatter of the elderly in the community and the distant hum of passing vehicles. At mealtime, a delivery man clad in blue uniform sped through the neighborhood on his small bike. From the neighboring apartment, the sounds of vegetables colliding with hot oil erupted, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of a spatula in action. Ah, how delightful it is to be amidst humanity, to revel in the vibrancy of the metropolis. After standing there for several minutes, he finally felt himself liberated from that dreadful sensation. Once he regained his composure, he eagerly approached the mirror to test his newfound abilities. He calmed his emotions, tranquilized the lake of his heart, and silently communicated with the latent power within him. Soon, Zhang Yuanqing beheld his reflection as his corporeal form was gradually erased, vanishing into thin air. Indeed, he could become invisible. How amusing. 9 seconds later, His body was redefined, reappearing in the mirror. It was somewhat exhausting, akin to having run several laps around the playground. Subsequently, he sought to assess the strength of his physical form, effortlessly indenting a battery with his grip and slicing a shallow wound across the back of his hand with a utility knife, which healed within 5 minutes. Setting aside his extraordinary abilities, the mere augmentation of his muscular power had already transcended that of an ordinary human. As for his other active skill, Soul Devour, he had yet to find an opportunity to employ it, as there were no spiritual entities nearby. Given my current formidable physique, if my old ailments were to resurface, would my body be able to endure prolonged states of overload? No. What I ought to contemplate is whether there exists a medical profession among the practitioners of the spiritual realm. I must seek someone to examine my peculiar affliction. Zhang Yuanqing then opened his inventory to admire his items, though he refrained from taking any out. The demon-subduing pestle was one matter. But if he were to extract the red dancing shoes, what if they insisted on making him dance with them? Gazing at the demon-subduing pestle, Zhang Yuanqing fell into a reverie. If memory serves correctly, the banyan tree spirit mentioned that the pestle contained the sealed young spirits of 3 mountain goddesses. Would they come seeking me? The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. It is improbable that the NPCs from the realm of illusions could manifest in the real world, isn't it? The likelihood of my returning to the mountain god temple is also quite slim, as I have thoroughly explored the modest shrine, which can no longer sustain another quest. Although I express such sentiments aloud, uncertainty lingers in my heart, with the enchanting visage of the mountain goddess flashing through my mind incessantly. I shall pay a visit to the office shortly, seeking confirmation from the venerable Lady C and the peculiar translator. At that moment, the doorknob was turned several times. Yet due to Zhang Yuanqing having locked the door beforehand, the individual outside was unable to enter. Zhang Yuanqing, why have you locked the door? Are you secretly up to no good? Came the sweet, melodious voice of my aunt, chiding playfully, dinner is ready. She then approached the door and unlocked it. Standing at the threshold, my aunt peered in with her charming, oval face, her expression tinged with suspicion. Why did you lock the door? I was practicing my skills. What skills? The art of mastering foreign techniques to counter foreign threats. You cheeky rascal, are you looking for a scolding? My aunt shot me a fierce glare, her eyes exuding a captivating allure, round and large, bright and lively, devoid of any redness or murkiness. The ancient saying regarding eyes like clear autumn waters aptly describes such sparkling orbs. At the dining table, Zhang Yuanqing devoured the remnants of the meal with great enthusiasm, his appetite noticeably increased. Meanwhile, my grandmother felt gratified by her culinary progress yet lamented that today's dishes were insufficient. School begins tomorrow. You ought to retire early tonight, lest you find it difficult to rise in the morning, advised my grandmother. If my aunt doesn't come to my room to play games tonight, I would be able to sleep early. Zhang Yuanqing immediately deflected the blame. A swift kick to his calf from under the table was her response, for she too had work in the morning. Grandmother turned to her daughter and said, if you need to work overtime tomorrow, please call me in advance. An intern in obstetrics and gynecology at a public tertiary hospital often found herself with an abundance of free time, yet when busy, she felt more exhausted than a corporate worker. You should interact more with your male colleagues. Surely, there are many male doctors pursuing you at the hospital, grandmother inquired. Mother, you are thinking too small. Even the men who bring their wives for prenatal checkups frequently ask me for my contact information, Aunt replied, hands on her hips. Brimming with pride, grandmother raised her hand, and Aunt instinctively recoiled, silently resuming her meal. While the two women conversed, Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts drifted to the tasks awaiting him in the afternoon. After dinner, he planned to reach out to Guanya, informing her that he had successfully cleared the dungeon, while also drafting a supplementary report. He wondered about the value of the first clear report and how much merit it might yield. He also needed to mention the awakening of the mountain goddess, as he felt it was a hidden quest not to be overlooked. In the midst of his concerns and the hustle surrounding the spiritual realm, he had forgotten to charge his phone. Once connected to power, he noticed 4 or 5 missed calls, all from Guanya. 2 of these calls had come an hour ago, while he was still in the spiritual realm, and the remaining 3 were from 2 minutes prior. In a 2-story building, the glass walls reflected the sunlight. In the spacious and opulent office, Li Donza had just finished a simple lunch. Glancing at his watch, he leaned on his cane as he approached the work area. Guanya, do we have any news from the Yuanshi side? This was already the 3rd time he had posed the same question. Although he held little hope in his heart, the uncertainty of the situation kept him perpetually preoccupied. Li Dongza has already composed an apology letter, awaiting the outcome before confessing his errors to the centurion. His oversight this time reflects a lack of the professionalism expected of a scout. As for the fellow known as Yuanshi Tianzuan, although he finds it regrettable, the trial mission associated with the character card is beyond human capability to contend with. His phone has been switched off. Guanyu shook her head, stating that she had attempted to call him 5 or 6 times, but to no avail. Li Dongza appeared to have anticipated this outcome. Exhaling silently, "Let us wait a little longer, let us wait." "All right, Shi Chong," Guanyu remarked, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear with a smile. Offering reassurance, "Until the results are announced, anything remains possible, much like S.C. Chardinger's cat. Unless the box is opened, one can never know if it is alive or dead." Wang Tai, unable to restrain himself, interjected. Guanyu and Li Dongza exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Silence. "Did I say something wrong again?" Wang Tai murmured, lowering his head in silence. This socially inept individual. Li Dongza and Guanyu silently chastised him. After working together for so long, they had long since given up on nurturing Wang Tai's emotional intelligence. Guanyu reflected that the contrast between intriguing souls and mundane ones was stark. Take Yuanshi, for instance, handsome and eloquent. If only he could become a colleague, the workplace would be far less tedious. Alas, fate has not favored them. If they are still unable to reach him by the end of the day, hope will be entirely extinguished. With a sigh, Guanyu languidly leaned back in the plush chair, her ample bosom stretching the confines of her white shirt. "Notify me immediately upon receiving any news." As Li Dongza was about to turn and leave, Guanyu's phone, resting on the table, suddenly rang. He paused, his gaze fixed on her device. Displaying the caller ID, Yuanshi Tianzun. Li Dongza's breath quickened. Guanyu sprang from her chair, colliding with the desk, causing a cacophony as items toppled over. Her eyes widened in astonishment and elation. Grasping the phone, she glanced at Li Dongza. With a taut expression, he instructed, "Speakerphone." His voice was deep and serious. The atmosphere was tense, akin to that of a hostage negotiation. As the call connected, Guanyu spoke with anticipation, suppressing her excitement. "Yuanshi? I completed the trial task and emerged from the mountain god temple." The voice of Zhang Yuanxing resonated from the speaker. Both Guanyu and Li Dongza were momentarily stunned. Wang Tai, engrossed in data, abruptly lifted his gaze, shock and disbelief etched across his face. After a few seconds of daze, Li Dongza's mustache began to twitch visibly, exclaiming, "Oh my God, did you hear my prayers? This is beyond belief. Oh, heavens, I can scarcely believe this is real." Realizing his own loss of composure, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself to maintain elegance. Li Dongza understood the significance of clearing the Xiling Tunnel. A previously deemed impossible S-class spirit realm had been conquered, undoubtedly attracting intense scrutiny. Although Yuanshi was a newcomer, it was foreseeable that he would rise to fame, establishing himself as a notable spirit realm practitioner. Furthermore, the information and artifacts contained within the S-level spiritual realms are tangible gains, undoubtedly substantial. Both official organizations and private factions are fervently eager to conquer high-difficulty spiritual realms, particularly the first kills, as this is the most expedient and effective means to strengthen their organizations. Most importantly, the Shanghai region has only a few Night Wanderer trial spiritual realms, and the existence of the Xiling Tunnel bug has resulted in significant losses of potential Night Wanderers for the official organizations. Should a comprehensive strategy be acquired, the number of Night Wanderers born each subsequent year would undoubtedly increase, although the rewards from conquered spiritual realms could never rival those of a first kill. What the authorities truly value is the enhancement of the Night Wanderer populace. This alone is enough to capture the attention of the Five Elements Alliance's Elder Council. "How did you manage to accomplish this?" Guanyu murmured. "It was no challenge. I breezed through it," Zhang Yuanxing replied, his words echoing the essence of his ID. Guanyu found herself momentarily speechless, unable to discern whether he was jesting or indulging in a display of scholarly arrogance. In her mind, Zhang Yuanxing was merely an intelligent university student, adept in social interactions, yet certainly not extraordinary. Her admiration for this new colleague was limited to his charming conversation and wit, but she did not acknowledge his capabilities. Now, however, she found it necessary to reassess this newly appointed Night Wanderer. "Well done, very well done," Li Dongza exclaimed, tapping his staff in excitement. "You must come to the office immediately." "All right," Zhang Yuanxing responded. As the call came to an end, Wang Tai could not help but express. He possesses extraordinary abilities, though the specifics remain unknown. There is certainly something remarkable about him. You seem to have stumbled upon an oddity, he remarked. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread uncontrollably across Li Dong's face. Clearing his throat, he retorted with displeasure, "What oddity? He is a genius." With that, he hurried off to his office as if pressed for time. Li Dongza pondered that the title of the apology letter should be refined, perhaps to, "My sincere apologies, Captain," for accidentally encountering an oddity. He was filled with anticipation. In the hierarchy of the White Tiger Brigade, subordinates are prohibited from directly calling their superiors unless in a matter of utmost urgency. Typically, communication is conducted via emails or messages. The successful navigation of the Xiling Tunnel was significant, yet not urgent. Mere seconds after sending the message, Li Dong's phone on the desk began to ring. Displaying the name of Captain Fu. A direct call? Li Dongza swiftly picked up the phone. "Li Dongza, you must take responsibility for your words," came the cold, clear voice of a young man through the speaker. "Captain, this situation is indeed surprising," Li Dongza replied, unfazed by the captain's admonition. "I just finished a call with him." "Any strategies?" Fu Qingyang immediately inquired. "Please hold on a moment," Captain Fu said, pausing for a few seconds before his icy tone softened. "I did not harbor any expectations, yet I was pleasantly surprised. This individual's ability to navigate the Xiling Tunnel undoubtedly signifies exceptional talent. Li Dongza, you have successfully recruited talent for the White Tiger Legion, and I will report this achievement to the Council of Elders, marking it as a significant merit for you." "Oh my, how splendid this is." The smile on Li Dong's face widened, but he soon recalled something and lowered his voice, asking, "Should we keep this confidential?" The fact that he had recruited a night wanderer was no longer a secret among the captains in the Kanyang district. Even if it were deliberately omitted from conversation, it would eventually draw attention over time. Such matters cannot be concealed for long, especially since the Five Elements Alliance and the Tai sect have signed an agreement granting the latter priority in selecting any night wanderers that appear nationwide. This agreement has rendered the Five Elements Alliance nearly devoid of its own night wanderers, with only a scant few remaining. Fu Qingyang scoffed, saying, "Why should we hide it? The Tai sect has already made it clear that they do not want this night wanderer, and they cannot retract their decision. What you need to guard against are the internal members of the Five Elements Alliance. I do not wish for another incident like what occurred with the 100 Flower Society. We must win him over through virtue, not coercion." This aligns with Li Dong's thoughts, and he promptly sought guidance. "Please, Captain Fu, enlighten me. Promote him and increase his salary." Increase his salary? Is this truly the way to win hearts through virtue? I dislike using money to buy loyalty. For relationships formed through profit will inevitably dissolve due to profit. I prefer to win people over through virtue, yet virtue requires time to manifest, while money yields immediate results. Captain Fu spoke calmly. "Have him draft a strategy as soon as possible. I need to know the core information regarding the Mountain God Temple, and do return the favor owed to the Tai sect in the meantime. Any S-grade spiritual realm inevitably harbors valuable information and intelligence, far surpassing that of ordinary realms." "Understood." Li Dongza concluded the call. What sort of moral persuasion is this? Yet, it undeniably reflects the character of the Fu family. Li Dongza shook his head. This young Master Fu's lineage had ventured abroad during tumultuous times to escape the ravages of war. After a century of diligent cultivation, it had evidently burgeoned into a colossal capital leviathan. The Fu family not only represents immense wealth but also stands as a lineage of spiritual realm practitioners, producing a notable number of scouts each year. They are an influential familial force within the ranks of the White Tiger soldiers, not to be underestimated. Young Master Fu, despite his youth, has mastered various monetary abilities, earning the moniker of the Money Master among the 4 prominent heirs of the official organization. At that moment, Li Dongza noticed that someone in the spiritual realm practitioners management group of the Kangong region had him. "Qingting, Li Dongza, Captain Li, how is your newly recruited night wanderer faring?" Qingting, the captain of the 100 Flowers Society, posed the question. If it were any other with spirit, Li Dongza would have suspected ulterior motives. However, this gentle and kind-hearted female captain is not the type to engage in unscrupulous antics. Bai Long, wow, that statement is quite heart-wrenching. Knowing full well that no one could traverse the Xiling Tunnel, you still wish to provoke Captain Li? Daji Ba surely perished in the Xiling Tunnel. Just yesterday, someone in my jurisdiction also went missing in that very tunnel. That unfortunate soul has yet to be found and is essentially presumed dead within the spiritual realm. The bluntness of the Fire Master is still rather irritating. Aside from these three captains, who were rather vocal, the others remained silent, seemingly losing interest in the matter at hand. My friends, you shall envy me in just a moment. Li Dongza casually sent out a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan, eagerly snatching the first share, which amounted to merely 5 yuan. Qingting expressed gratitude. Thank you, boss. Bai Long remarked, what a generous boss. Dajiba added. The boss is in great shape and health. Instinctively, they rushed to claim the red envelope, offering their thanks and completing the routine, only to suddenly realize. Bai Long exclaimed, no way. Dajiba pressed, Li Dongza, clarify your intentions. Qingting inquired, Li what? Li Dongza replied, thank you all for your concern. My newly recruited night wanderer has successfully cleared the shelling tunnel. An abrupt silence enveloped the group, akin to a collective muting. Yuan Ting interjected, Li Dongza, do not jest. The night wanderer from the Tai sect, who typically shunned attention in the Five Elements Alliance Management Group, was the first to speak up. Unlike the other captains, he could not dismiss Li Dongza's message regarding a matter of great significance to his profession, even if the likelihood of jest was greater. At that moment, Captain Fu Baifeng sent a message in the group. As of today, the first kill of the shelling tunnel belongs to our Five Elements Alliance. Shortly, I will upload the strategy for the spirit realm to the information repository. As an S-rank trial spirit realm, it can produce night wanderers of superior quality compared to other realms, which I believe will greatly aid our organization's night wanderer training program. Captain Fu Baifeng, a figure of considerable authority, carried a weight in his words that contrasted with Li Dongza. Thus, his declaration bore undeniable truth. Has the shelling tunnel truly been conquered? What peculiar talent has Li Dongza recruited? In that moment, the captain suddenly recognized the value of this newcomer. He was no longer merely a rare profession, but perhaps he himself was the most worthy investment. Dahiba, I am once again inclined to organize a team-building event. You must be attempting to undermine my position. Li Dongza's lips twitched. Shui Shang Piao, I will not be running boats this month. Let us schedule a gathering. How about today? Tang Guiqiang sent a red envelope. Bai Long, a gathering is agreeable, but I believe the 100 Flowers Society should not participate. Qing Tung, Hehe. Quan Wang, I am quite curious how that newcomer managed to clear the shelling tunnel. Those capable of such feats are surely not ordinary. Li Dongza is fortunate to have recruited a talent. As the atmosphere in the group grew restless, Captain Fu sent another message. I will leverage the strategy for the shelling tunnel to negotiate a night walker quota with the Tai sect, striving to assign each of your teams a night walker within 5 years. Qing Tung, thank you, Captain Fu. Dahiba, incredible, such fortuitous tidings. The group's atmosphere became vibrant. Captain Fu's strategy was brilliant, with such a prospect. Li Dongza exhaled deeply. Subsequently, several captains enthusiastically discussed the long-term plans for nurturing and allocating night walkers, subtly probing Li Dongza about the identity of the one who achieved the first kill, whether they were male or female, and their age. Yet, Li Dongza remained reticent. While the captains engaged in their cheerful discourse, Yuan Ting from the Tai sect found himself in a drastically different mood. He stared blankly at the speech of Captain Fu, repeatedly reading it several times until he finally absorbed the gravity of the situation. The Xiling Tunnel, which even Tai sect found insurmountable, had been conquered? How did that novice manage to achieve such a feat? As a spiritual realm practitioner and a night wanderer, he yearned for the truth more than any other captain, feeling an unbearable itch of curiosity within him. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on the truth. He needed to report this matter to the organization. Such an exceptional night wanderer surely deserved a place within Tai sect. Elder Sun was foolish. How could he carelessly make promises, leading Tai sect to lose a potential talent in vain? Yuan Ting felt a twinge of resentment towards the elder. Zhang Yuanqing arrived at the police station by taxi, skillfully navigating to the rear of the building before stepping into the impressive glass structure that exuded an air of elite professionalism. Upon reaching the second floor, he immediately spotted a mixed-race beauty seated on the sofa, sipping tea, her model-like long legs crossed elegantly. Clad in a shirt, skirt, black stockings, and high heels, her slender waist contrasted with her ample bosom. Her makeup was meticulously applied, and her hairstyle was chic. If a workplace goddess required a standard image, Zhang Yuanqing believed she epitomized it. Fortunately, his aesthetic sensibility had been refined to a high degree by his aunt, allowing him to greet her without a flicker of emotion. Sister Guanya, Guanya set down her teacup and rose to greet him with a warm smile. Ah, I thought our university student was a little puppy, but it turns out he is a little wolf. Congratulations on becoming a night wanderer. I shall reward you with a hug. She opened her arms wide, her embrace inviting. Having already gauged her character, Zhang Yuanqing was not easily swayed. He retorted with a cold smirk. Enchantress, how dare you tempt me? Had it been another girl, Zhang Yuanqing would certainly not have uttered such words, but with Guanya, an experienced individual, accelerating was indeed the appropriate manner of engagement. Guanya paused for a moment, then chuckled lightly, saying, let us go, Shi Chang wants to see you. I hadn't intended to converse with you. Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped that she meant for her to maintain a degree of secrecy and not divulge everything. Following Guanya, Zhang Yuanqing re-entered the opulent office, where she found Li Dongzi comfortably reclining in a soft chair, a cigar nestled between his fingers. Do you know what I am most concerned about at this moment? Li Dongzi inquired, rising and making his way to the reception sofa while appraising Zhang Yuanqing. What is it? Zhang Yuanqing replied, playing along. I am most worried that you might be abducted on your way here. Li Dongzi opened the liquor cabinet and retrieved 3 glass cups. What would you like to drink? Coke. Guanya, fetch some, Li Dongzi commanded promptly. Indeed, your elevated status is quite evident. Zhang Yuanqing took her seat alongside Li Dongzi, who sipped his drink and then delved straight into the matter at hand. Impressive work, indeed. Later, I will need your assistance in drafting a detailed report of the proceedings. But before that, may I inquire if you discovered anything unusual at the Mountain God Temple? More updates to follow. This morning, while revising my manuscript, I momentarily lost focus and mistakenly deleted 2,000 words, mistaking the main text for a draft, nearly causing me to smash my computer in frustration. Later update, Chapter 21. Differences. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to speak, there was a knock at the office door. The 3 turned their attention to the sound, and Wang Tai, holding a laptop, stood at the entrance and asked, May I come in and listen? After a moment of contemplation, Li Dongzi nodded, come in, and also assist Yuan Shi in preparing the strategy report. Wang Tai breathed a sigh of relief. He was not one to seek out the limelight. However, the S-Class Xiling Tunnel, as a bug within the Night Wanderer's trial realm, was an intriguing topic that he couldn't resist the temptation to eavesdrop on. After Wang Tai took his seat, Zhang Yuanqing pondered briefly before narrating his experiences at the Mountain God Temple. He omitted the function of the demon-slaying pestle, merely stating it was an item capable of restraining spectral entities. Similarly, he chose to obscure the details of the red dance shoes, explaining that he had been trained by his uncle since childhood in singing, dancing, and rapping, and possessed an extraordinary memory, which enabled him to decipher the rules of the shoes to some extent. Naturally, he also concealed the matter of the exclusive rewards from the character card, as revealing this would expose his acquisition of the red dance shoes. Concealing certain critical information was a hint he had received from Guanyu. Items governed by rules are exceptionally rare. It is unlikely that the 5 Elements Alliance would trade an item for a mere 500 yuan and a small banner. Yet one must remain vigilant. As for the situation regarding the revival of the Mountain Goddess, he intended to discuss it separately later on in detail. Throughout this process, Wang Tai listened intently, typing away furiously to record the information. Once Zhang Yuanqing finished, Li Dongzi thoughtfully grasped the handle of his staff and remarked, that item capable of restraining spectral entities must be a reward for clearing the challenge, and it is undoubtedly of considerable caliber. Guan Yalian quickly smiled and said, You rascal. An S-rank trial mission surely offers more than just a meager amount of experience points. She was imparting a lesson to Zhang Yuanqing, emphasizing that when one tells a lie, it should contain a grain of truth without being overly exaggerated. Zhang Yuanqing maintained his smile and replied, Oh, I forgot to mention the item. That item is indeed a reward for completing the mission. His demeanor remained composed and unflustered. Li Dongzi, unfazed, continued. It appears that the difficulty level of the Xiling Tunnel has been reduced. Why do you say that? Zhang Yuanqing inquired, puzzled. Li Dongzi patiently elucidated. While we jest that the spirit realm is a game, it is essential to recognize that jesting is merely jesting. In the realm of spirits, items are exceedingly rare, each possessing a unique quality that cannot be replicated. As Li Dongzi sipped his drink, Guan Yalian added, Let me share some knowledge regarding the spirit realm dungeons. The dungeons are in a constant state of adjustment. For instance, if you conquer the Mountain God Temple and retrieve an item from it, its difficulty will inevitably decrease. Conversely, If you perish within the spirit realm and your item is claimed by a malevolent entity within, it will become even more formidable, thus increasing the dungeon's difficulty. The red dancing shoes serve as an exemplary case. Furthermore, within the same spirit realm, different levels entail distinct missions. I once ventured into a wilderness survival-themed spirit realm, having perused the strategy guide in advance. In that dungeon, the senior was a hunter tasked with exterminating 9 nefarious criminals in the jungle. However, upon entering the spirit realm, I discovered I was merely one of the 9 criminals, and the mission required me to survive for 36 hours due to my lower level compared to that senior. Thus, the strategy can merely serve as a reference, allowing us to comprehend the dungeon and to be aware of some fundamental information and dangers. It will not diminish, Wang Tai remarked, because the red shoes are still present. Guanya and Li Dongzi exchanged a glance with Zhang Yuanqing, remaining silent. Oblivious, Wang Tai continued, it seems rather peculiar. Such data, such gains, such information do not correspond with the S-level difficulty. Are you concealing something? This was rather too direct. Such a statement would surely place everyone in an awkward position. Zhang Yuanqing cleared his throat. It is not concealment. I was just about to mention that a tree demon has emerged from the cave, along with a stone coffin. A stone coffin? What lies within? Li Dongzi leaned forward, his tone urgent with inquiry. Wang Tai also ceased his typing. Guanya wore an expression of curiosity. In S-level spiritual realms, there are typically significant revelations. It could very well be an earth-shattering secret. Official organizations, grassroots groups, and even malevolent factions, half of their understanding of spiritual realms is derived from observation and the discernment of patterns, while the other half is based on the information obtained within these realms. Hence, they gradually unlock the mysteries of the spiritual domains. No spiritual realm wanderer can resist such temptation. Li Dongzi's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, "Has she awakened?" He abruptly rose, unable to remain seated, pacing the office with his cane while furrowing his brow. After a considerable moment, Li Dongzi, his expression grave, stated, "Perhaps we have all misjudged. Based on the relevant information regarding that lady, she must be a high-level night wanderer. Now that she has awakened, there are only 2 possibilities. Firstly, the mountain god temple is undergoing a profound transformation. It is no longer a realm for the night wanderer's trials, but has evolved into a high-level spiritual realm instance. Secondly, while the mountain god temple continues to diminish in stature, given the lady's rank, it is inevitable that new, high-level spiritual realm instances will emerge. For the upper echelons of Tai sect, the evolution of the spiritual realm concerning their own professions is of paramount importance." Guan Yu felt a pang of envy and remarked, "The more significant the information, the greater the rewards from the organization. Are the monetary rewards substantial?" Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed in surprise, only to be subsequently engulfed by concern. "That ancient specter, who has been dead for centuries, still grinned at me. I can't shake the feeling that she will come after me. It leaves me quite unsettled. If the banyan tree spirit spoke the truth, and half of the lady's young soul is sealed within the demon-slaying pestle, then she will undoubtedly seek him out." However, Zhang Yuanqing refrained from sharing this matter with his colleagues. Wang Tai sincerely consoled him, "Do not be overly confident. At your level, you are unlikely to encounter such formidable figures. If you cannot speak wisely, then remain silent." Zhang Yuanqing nodded gratefully, acknowledging that these words provided him solace. Guanya smiled and inquired, "Is the lady beautiful?" Zhang Yuanqing turned to her and replied, "More beautiful than you." Wang Tai earnestly added, "Her research value is also superior to yours." The elderly priestess seethed with indignation. "Go away." In the capital city, within a courtyard, the sun shone brilliantly, and the large locust tree basked in its golden rays, its leaves shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the branches to sway and echo with the laughter of children. Beneath the locust tree, Elder Sun gently swayed in his rocking chair, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. On the tea table beside him lay a set of tea utensils and an antique radio. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in black hurriedly crossed the threshold and entered the courtyard, whispering a report. The fan paused mid-sway, and the elderly man with graying hair abruptly opened his eyes, which gleamed with a brilliant golden light. The children playing in the locust tree seemed startled, letting out gasps before falling silent. Elder Sun rose from his rocking chair, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man. "Is he the night wanderer that the Fu family lad has recruited?" The man nodded. The elder was momentarily taken aback, striking his thigh with the fan, lamenting, "What a blunder! What a blunder!" The last time the middle-aged man had seen Elder Sun in such a state of distress was during the stock trading days. After a brief silence, the elder spoke. I recall that the overseer in the Kanyang district of Songhai City is named Yuan Ting. Convey the message. This matter must not be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, where shall I hide my old face? But what? The call from Elder Heishan. Answer it. As the call connected, the elder had barely grasped his phone when a booming voice erupted from the other end. Old son, what are you up to? It would have been one thing to send out the copy of the Shelling Tunnel on your own accord. But you actually agreed with Fu Qingyang to disregard that night wanderer. Do you have any idea how grave a mistake you have made? Elder son was momentarily stunned. How did you know, you old scoundrel? Don't concern yourself with how I know. Do you realize how long it has been since Tai sect has recruited a night wanderer of exceptional talent? I'm heading straight to the sect leader to lodge a complaint. The call ended abruptly. Elder son's forehead throbbed with visible veins. Just then, the phone rang again. The middle-aged man glanced at the screen. It was Elder Hongying. Answer it. Uncle son, I heard that the Shelling Tunnel has been conquered. Are you truly disregarding that night wanderer, as you specified? Uncle son, your behavior demands an apology. Elder son, it is said you turned away a prodigious night wanderer? What insolence! What right do you, a mere steward, have to question me? Ah, elder son. Please do not misunderstand. I am merely curious. Elder son, I have heard that you get lost. Within a few minutes. He received 5 or 6 calls. The man in black silently observed elder son. The last time he had lost his composure like this was during a leveraged stock trading incident. Elder son took a deep breath and resumed the previous topic, inquiring. What was that you just said? The middle-aged man hesitated. If Yuan Ting learned of it, it would mean everyone would know. Elder son's blood pressure soared. The phone rang once more. Just as he was about to hang up, he noticed the caller was Fu Qingyang. He slowly exhaled to calm his emotions and answered the call. You little rascal, are you calling to mock this old man? Mock you? A clear and cold voice resonated from the phone, enunciating each word with precision. I would never engage in such trivialities. I am here to return a favor. The report on the conquest of the Mountain God Temple is complete, and I have sent it to your email. Fu Qingyang said softly. I believe this piece of intelligence is of paramount importance to your esteemed Tai Chi sect. Elder son immediately became intrigued, hastily ending the call and turning to the middle-aged man. How do I access the email? With narrowed eyes, elder son meticulously read the contents, maintaining a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no emotion. For a practitioner of the elder rank, the trial-level spiritual realms were merely trifles. However, upon encountering the information regarding the revival of the 3 mountain goddesses, his countenance shifted dramatically. With a creak, elder son sprang up from his rocking chair, his expression grave. Elder? The middle-aged man exclaimed in bewilderment. The ancient sun god has awakened. Woven with concern, elder son transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Heading towards the direction of the Master's residence. In a 2-story building, Zhang Yuanqing sat at his desk, skillfully powering on his computer. Following Guanya's guidance, he accessed the internal forum of the 5 Elements Alliance, methodically browsing through several pinned posts. These were foundational materials pertaining to the spiritual realm. He first examined the types of spiritual realms, which, as Li Dongza had stated, were categorized into single-player and multiplayer types. Single-player types typically manifested unique realms exclusive to that profession, such as the extraordinary realm of the Night Wanderer, which is classified as paranormal. The multiplayer types were divided into 2 categories, one for team combat and the other for team adventures. The former involved practitioners battling each other within special spiritual realms, while the latter confronted dangers within the realms, some leading to death and others not. The non-lethal type employed a penalty mechanism that deducted experience points. Moreover, the scenarios within the multi-person spirit realm are diverse, and the gameplay varies significantly. Subsequently, he perused a post regarding level classifications, which was rather straightforward. Stating, Zhang Yuanqing clicked on the link, only to be met with an insufficient permissions alert. How he loathed those permission gatekeepers. He silently cursed under his breath, reluctantly browsing through other posts. A comprehensive list of spirit realm professions included orderly professions, night wanderer, scout, wood sprite, water ghost, fire master, earth creature, musician, scholar. Evil professions, bewitching demon, necromancer, illusionist. If memory serves, Wang Tai is indeed a scholar. What, then, is a musician? Only 3 evil professions? It is no wonder that Guanya remarked that the official organizations are the true hunters. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze fell, landing upon astonishing content. Note, to inquire about foreign professions, please click the link below. Unsurprisingly, His permissions fell short once again. Are there spirit realm practitioners abroad, with professions distinct from ours? Zhang Yuanqing lifted his gaze to the nape of Guanya's neck ahead. Is there truly a distinction between domestic and foreign servers? The seasoned player turned her head, smiling, and remarked, why do you think only our country is exceptional? This. Zhang Yuanqing found himself at a loss for words. He was compelled to reassess his understanding of the spirit realm. If the spirit realm encompasses a global scope, and if there are other spirit realm practitioners abroad with varied professions, then the structure of the spirit realm, be it in dungeons or reality, is far more intricate than he had envisioned. The territorial consciousness among spirit realm practitioners is notably strong. Official organizations across nations seldom interact, save for their endeavors to combat evil factions. Consequently, you need not concern yourself with the foreign realm wanderers for the time being, as it is not a matter for someone of your extraordinary standing to contemplate, Guanya remarked. Zhang Yuanqing responded with a nonchalant hum and proceeded to access the Night Wanderer profile, delving into the nuances of his vocation. The Night Wanderer, a favorite of the Taiyin, an ethereal spirit of the night, adept in assassination and the manipulation of shadowy entities, bears the emblem of a black crescent moon. It is one of the foremost professions within the realm of guardians, possessing formidable combat prowess. Note: to view the transition names associated with the Night Wanderer, please click the link below. After fervently clicking for an extended period, Zhang Yuanqing was met with a dialog box indicating insufficient permissions. Damn this permission nonsense! He nearly exclaimed in frustration. Wait, why does something feel amiss? Zhang Yuanqing suddenly paused, re-examining the description, and discerned the source of his confusion. The emblem is a black crescent moon. Yet, I distinctly observed a black full moon upon my forehead that fateful night. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to the back of Guanya's head, contemplating whether to inquire. Chapter 22. The Night Wanderer Assembly. He parted his lips to speak. Yet the words eluded him. Diverging from the mainstream implies an extraordinary circumstance. Without understanding whether this is a boon or a bane, one ought not to speak indiscriminately. And moreover, the absence of relevant information on the forum suggests that the black full moon is not something of lower echelons that can be comprehended. The higher the level of knowledge, the more it should be shrouded in secrecy. This is a truth well understood by the common folk, especially as he is still a novice, lacking the capacity and experience to handle unforeseen developments. Why does the character card bestowed upon me by Brother Bing differ from the ordinary Night Wanderer? This wretched individual divulges nothing and has seemingly vanished without a trace. Subsequently, he exited the post and clicked on the forum search bar, intending to inquire about the situation of the Sandao Shanyang Temple. Upon typing Sandao Shanyang Temple, he retrieved two pieces of content. One was a previously viewed walkthrough, Wuxing Alliance version, and the other was an introduction to the temple itself. The Sandao Shanyang Temple, established in the early Ming dynasty in the Sandaoshan region of Sanjiang Prefecture, venerates the deity Sandao Shanyang, known for her ability to summon rain, exorcise spirits, refine elixirs, and heal ailments, thus benefiting the local populace. After Sandao Shanyang ascended to immortality, the local government and gentry contributed to the construction of her temple. However, the Sandao Shanyang Temple has long been in decline, lacking numerous invaluable research materials extracted from the Songfu Library. Upon reading these words, Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned blank, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Did the Sandao Shanyang Temple truly exist? Was it a part of history? If so, did that goddess actually live at some point in time? Or was she, in fact, a real person? Could authentic individuals manifest within the spiritual realm? If she were indeed a real person, might she emerge from the spiritual realm in search of me? Zhang Yuanqing was startled by his own thoughts. Sister Guanya, I have a question. He was never one to overthink matters that could be easily addressed. Zhang Yuanqing conveyed his speculations about Sandao Shanyang to her. Shichang should have informed you that the spiritual realm resides between reality and illusion. The old priestess lifted her cup, took a sip, and spoke. Many of the scenes within the spirit realm are grounded in reality. For instance, the Lingang Reservoir and the Xiangshui Amusement Park are locations that correspond to real places. Yet such entities do not exist in reality. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Thus, while the three-path mountain goddess did indeed exist, the one I encountered was a mere fabrication of the spirit realm. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled in relief. Old heck. You might as well remain in the spirit realm. In the capital city, at Beishuamen Airport, The slender figure of Yuan Ting occupied a spacious seat in business class. Dressed in a tailored black suit and shirt, with his hair meticulously styled, he epitomized the image of a corporate elite. Gazing through the narrow aircraft window, he beheld the dazzling array of lights below, a tapestry of brilliance. Today, he had just reported to the organization regarding the successful conquest of the Schelling Tunnel, and by afternoon, he was to be summoned to the capital. However, this return to Beijing was not merely due to the Schelling Tunnel. It was a call from the Master of Tai, summoning night wanderers from across the nation to convene. Such large-scale meetings typically occur only at the end of the year when night wanderers gather to report their duties and progress. Any deviation from this norm usually signifies significant matters. I hope it is not bad news. As Yuan Ting contemplated the approaching city lights, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. The aircraft landed smoothly, and he disembarked, dragging his suitcase directly to the underground parking lot, where he boarded the designated vehicle. 40 minutes later, the car arrived at a 5-star hotel. Yuan Ting stowed his luggage and took the elevator to the expansive conference room on the top floor. A grand banquet is currently underway, where gentlemen and ladies clad in elegant black attire, black suits, and long black dresses gracefully navigate through a sumptuous array of delicacies, their laughter and toasts creating a lively atmosphere. Ah, Captain Yuan has arrived. As Yuan Ting casually lifted a glass of wine from a server's tray, he spotted a man in a black shirt approaching him. With a fresh crew cut, bright eyes, and strong facial features, he possessed the physique of a quintessential inverted triangle. Jianji. Yuan Ting beamed at his approaching friend. It's been ages since we last met. We've been waiting for you for quite some time. Come, let us greet the others. Jianji placed a hand on Yuan Ting's shoulder, guiding him to the table where 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, sat. These were all members of the Night Wanderers, who had trained alongside Yuan Ting when he first joined Taiyimen. Now, they had all dispersed to various locations, each having risen to the rank of captain. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan Ting inquired, "What is the purpose of this gathering summoned by the sect master?" Yang Qian, sporting a ponytail and dressed in leather attire, pursed her lips and quietly replied, "We were just discussing this. All we know is that the confidentiality level is exceedingly high. Even the stewards are in the dark. Even the stewards are unqualified to know." Yuan Ting nodded slightly, refraining from further questioning. Jianji, raising his glass with a smile, remarked, "We'll find out soon enough when the meeting starts. Pondering over it now is futile. By the way, have there been any amusing incidents lately?" With a spirited laugh, Yang Qian responded, "Indeed, I have an intriguing tale. Not long ago, the eldest son of the Xiahou family along the coast was incapacitated by the master of the Jisha Palace. It is said that when the elders of the Xiahou family arrived at the scene, it was nearly too late." Jisha Palace? A male classmate turned to Yuan Ting and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this is the Lingjing Walker organization from the Songhai region. What caused the rift with the Xiahou family?" Yuan Ting shook his head and replied, "The members of the Jisha Palace are known for their extreme personalities, particularly the palace master, who is utterly unhinged. It is no surprise that they engage in conflicts with anyone. However, their demeanor towards official organizations is relatively amicable. They generally keep to themselves." Yang Qian expressed her thoughts, saying, "That palace master is a high-ranking Lingjing Walker, and even her attendants may not be her match. As long as such individuals do not go too far, it is best to turn a blind eye." After conversing for a while, Jianji scanned the room and said, "Our number of night wanderers is still too sparse, leaving us to merely observe other professions making waves and stealing the limelight. It has been many years since our sect produced a truly extraordinary night wanderer." Xiao Yang, with her round and charming face, chimed in with a sweet yet slightly coy voice. Upon hearing this topic, Yuan Ting's interest was piqued, and he announced, "I happen to have some significant news related to our night wanderers." The group turned their attention to him, their faces alight with curiosity. "Do you recall the Xiling Tunnel?" Yuan Ting inquired. "Ah, the novice-level bug Lingjing, where Zhang Lin and Zhao Kai perished years ago," Jianji responded, puzzled. "Did this cursed place claim another victim?" Yuan Ting continued, "From now on, the first kill in the Xiling Tunnel is no more. It has been conquered by a young man." His words struck the night wanderers at the table like a silent bomb, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, Jianji, bewildered, asked, "Is that true?" Xiaobing widened her eyes and exclaimed in a sweet voice, "Yuan Ting, please do not jest." The others looked on with skepticism. Yuan Ting nodded affirmatively, stating, "This matter has already been reported to the sect, you may inquire with your respective superiors. However, if you choose to ask without consulting the strategy, the steward should be able to inform you. The incredulity soon transformed into astonishment, as the night wanderers at the table appeared both bewildered and exhilarated. This was indeed a significant event. That brother is remarkable. How did he accomplish this? Goodness. All I wish to do now is to review the strategy, not attend this meeting. Wake up. Your authority should not extend that far. Yang Qian glanced around and inquired. Has this newcomer joined the Tai sect? Is he currently in the capital? Yuan Ting seemed to revel in the conversation, shaking his head with a hint of regret. You are unaware. That fellow was solicited by the Five Elements Alliance. Fu Qingyang personally called Elder Sun to request the strategy. But upon learning that the trial task involved the Xiling Tunnel, Elder Sun outright refused to accept him. Truly perplexing. Elder Sun this. I am incensed. Just as he was about to condemn the high-ranking elder, Yuan Ting suddenly noticed a middle-aged man in black approaching him directly. The man said, Yuan Ting, Elder Sun has requested that you do not leave after the meeting. He wishes to see you. Yuan Ting's expression instantly froze. The banquet swiftly approached its conclusion, with servers clearing away the dishes and drinks. The soft lighting transformed into bright, glaring conference lights, and the assembly of night wanderers sat in silence at their circular tables, awaiting the next development, the hushed room so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. In the midst of a prolonged wait, an elderly man clad in a white martial arts uniform stepped into the conference room, his presence radiating anticipation. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he exuded an impressive stature. His face was devoid of wrinkles, and his gaze was as sharp as a blade. A golden sun-like emblem adorned his brow, reminiscent of a tattoo. Were it not for his head of silver hair, which revealed his age, he appeared more vigorous than many younger individuals. He was the Grand Elder of the Tai sect, known by the Spirit Realm ID, Crimson Sun Executioner. The Night Wanderers sat upright, displaying the utmost respect toward the most formidable Night Wanderer beneath their leader. The Crimson Sun Executioner cast his gaze over the assembly of disciples and spoke slowly. The successor must possess 2 defining traits. The profession mark is not a crescent moon, but rather a black full moon. Upon clearing the Spirit Realm, they will receive character card rewards unavailable to ordinary Night Wanderers. Chapter 23. Homicide Case Monday, Under Clear Skies. In a place like Songhai, the morning rush hour invariably presents a mental challenge, whether on elevated roads or surface streets. The traffic congestion is enough to raise one's blood pressure. Ordinary office workers may avoid the troubles of traffic jams by taking the subway, yet they must endure the trials of being squeezed from all sides. Beneath the morning sun, Zhang Yuanqing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, rode a shared bicycle through the bustling streets of Songhai, a pancake in his mouth. He effortlessly surpassed one private car after another, including business vehicles and buses, his youthful exuberance rising like his tousled bangs. Songhai University is situated 5 to 6 kilometers from his grandmother's home, and cycling there takes merely 15 minutes, which is why he typically does not stay on campus. Due to his elevation to the status of Night Wanderer, the bicycle that usually felt particularly exhausting to pedal now seemed to fly effortlessly beneath him, and he reached the university gate in just 10 minutes. Were it not for the multitude of electric bicycles occupying the bike lanes, he might have traversed the distance more swiftly. Songhai University, established in the early 20th century, boasts a rich history of 120 years, ranking among the nation's premier institutions of higher learning. Beyond its exceptional faculty, the university is distinguished by 2 notable characteristics. The delicate flowers attract worthy caretakers, and the valiant warriors dare to wield their swords. Grandmother once advised her younger sister to be vigilant in safeguarding herself while at school. Now, as the years have passed, she feels compelled to impart the same wisdom to her grandson, cautioning him to protect himself during his academic pursuits. Grandmother harbors a profound discontent with the state of the world. Upon entering the campus and passing the statue of the founder that stands at the main axis, he leisurely cycled along the tree-lined path adorned with sycamores, making his way to the lecture hall. The ambience within the college is refined and tranquil. Students are engaged in a variety of activities, some filming short videos, others chatting on benches, and some hastily clutching textbooks as they rush to their classes. The wide, pristine streets, the verdant lawns, and the aged dormitory buildings create an atmosphere reminiscent of a serene upscale neighborhood, rather than a bustling academic institution. Zhang Yuanqing secured his bicycle outside the building, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and entered the comprehensive building. Upon arriving at the tiered classroom, He cast a glance around, noting the scattered clusters of students, with many having chosen to skip class. He casually selected a seat, and just as he settled in, he overheard two boys behind him whispering, "I just saw Su Yingying at the school entrance. She's waiting for her benefactor again." Nonsense. How could my goddess possibly be kept? Really, there's a man who comes to pick her up every Monday in a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands. I saw it just last Monday. Are you sure? It could just be a ride-hailing service. Would you kiss the ride-hailing driver? It is lamentable that during middle school, girls are enamored with the academic achievers, yet upon reaching university, their affections seem to gravitate towards affluent individuals. When shall the ordinary male find his footing? Su Yingying, a classmate of remarkable beauty, is regarded as the belle of the class. Two young men appeared taken aback by Zhang Yuanqing's unexpected interjection. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at them and inquired, "What is the matter?" A male classmate named Li Lushing chuckled and remarked, "Zhang Yuanqing, have you encountered some delightful event today? This is unlike you." Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Just as Li Lushing was about to respond, a bespectacled teacher entered, clutching a stack of books, causing the previously animated classroom to fall into a hushed silence. In the Kongnong district, at the Milo Hotel, the elevator chimed as it reached the 16th floor. The doors opened to reveal Li Dongza, impeccably dressed in formal attire complemented by a black vest and white shirt, leaning on a cane as he stepped out of the elevator. His gaunt face bore a serious expression, followed closely by Guanya. The entire floor had been cleared of guests, with a security cordon established at the elevator's entrance. Two security personnel stood guard at the perimeter. Guanya, in her high heels, approached and displayed her identification, prompting the security personnel to immediately clear the way. As they proceeded down the corridor towards the rooms, several uniformed security officers were diligently engaged in their tasks, capturing photographs and collecting fingerprints and hair samples. Li Dongza swiftly brushed past them and entered the hotel suite, where he was immediately met with the pungent scent of blood. His gaze swept over the opulent suite, where two bodies, draped in white cloth, lay upon the bed, the pristine sheets stained with dark crimson splotches. Li Dongza extended his cane to unveil the cloth, revealing a naked man and woman lying on the bed. He paused momentarily, his voice deep and resonant. "Indeed, it is Zhao Yingjun." Guanya meticulously examined every corner of the room, wisps of white mist escaping from her pupils. After a while, she remarked, "There are no signs of a struggle in the room, nor any indications of tampering. The trash can contains only 2 used condoms. Yet 3 are missing from the box." Upon finishing her statement, she cast a compassionate glance at the female victim. "Guanya, remain here to assist the officers in collecting fingerprints, hair samples, and retrieving surveillance footage. I need to contact Captain Fu Baifu and the team leaders. A meeting may be necessary." Zhao Yingjun is an advisor for the Xiangshui Road Public Security Bureau, a member of the White Tiger Brigade, and a Level 2 scout. The murder of a member of the Five Elements Alliance is indeed a significant incident. On the 2nd floor of the villa, in a small conference room. The room is exquisitely and opulently decorated, with a soft wool carpet covering the floor, and a long wooden conference table positioned at its center. The table is adorned with an exquisite fruit platter, translucent slices of ham, expensive imported red wine, boxes of cigars, and delicate pastries. In the video, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask approaches from the direction of the elevator, reaches the guest room door, retrieves a room key, and enters the room. 40 minutes later, the man emerges, his hands in his pockets, head bowed as he departs. As the video concludes, Li Dongza presses the pause button, looking at the captains at the table, and states, "This morning, we received a report from the hotel. A housekeeper, unable to open the door while cleaning, entered the room and discovered the 2 victims. Before his demise, Zhao Yingjun endured severe mistreatment, his body marred by numerous lacerations and signs of being bound. However, the fatal wound was inflicted by a sharp instrument that pierced his heart. The female victim, Lu Xiaoyi, also suffered a lethal stab to her heart, but appeared to have escaped any prior abuse. Based on the absence of a condom at the scene, we suspect she may have faced indignities at the hands of her assailant before her death. Furthermore, the Security Bureau examined both individuals' mobile phones and confirmed that Lu Xiaoyi was Zhao Yingjun's mistress. Seated around the table were 6 individuals. The foremost was a young man adorned in a white suit, exuding an air of aristocratic aloofness and nobility, his stylish short ponytail complementing his chiseled features, rendering him strikingly handsome. The first seat on the left remained vacant, designated for Li Dongza. To his right sat a woman cradling an orange cat, clad in a qipao adorned with inkwash motifs. Her figure, voluptuous and alluring, radiated the elegance of a mature woman. Her well-maintained visage was fair and taut, subtly enhanced by light makeup, emanating a serene and graceful demeanor. Beside her was a middle-aged man, donning a miner's helmet and work attire, his sun-kissed skin a testament to the toils of labor. Opposite her was a fitness instructor in a form-fitting outfit, his muscular arms rivaling the slender waist of a woman, his piercing gaze radiating an aura of volatility. The final individual was a woman in her late 20s, dressed in a white racing suit and tight leather pants, her black, wavy hair framing a heart-shaped face, exuding both charm and confidence. These 5 were members of the Lingjing Walkers team from Kanyang District, with several others absent for various reasons. The gentleman in the white suit surveyed the room with his deep brown eyes, tranquil as a still lake, and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Captain Xingting, please share your insights first." The elegant woman in a qipao furrowed her brows slightly. Ordinary spirit realm practitioners would not dare to harm our officials. Could it be the work of malevolent practitioners? If it is indeed the handiwork of wicked practitioners, the gravity of the situation escalates significantly. The fiery giant raised his brows, his anger surging. Malevolent practitioners? These filthy rats lurking in the shadows dare to harm my 5 Elements Alliance members. I shall ensure they pay a heavy price. The others wore grave expressions, and the racing-clad Bai Long pondered aloud. What is Zhao Yingjuan's combat capability? Li Dongzi turned to Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang replied, he possesses a defensive artifact. Upon hearing this, Bai Long's expression grew serious, though a level 2 scout may not excel in combat. The existence of a defensive artifact complicates the matter of eliminating him, especially without alerting the guests in the adjacent room. We can preliminarily assess the assailant's strength based on this. Tang Guoqiang, the construction company owner donning a miner's helmet, spoke in a deep voice. He is formidable. The fiery giant snorted, reiterating his previous words. Formidable, indeed, but regardless of strength, anyone who dares to kill a member of my 5 Elements Alliance shall meet their end. Bai Long silently facepalmed, wishing they could first expel the foolish members of the Red Fire Gang during discussions. Li Dongzi added, our investigation reveals that Zhao Yingjun has numerous mistresses, particularly fond of keeping university students. We are currently scrutinizing each of his mistresses. The fiery giant frowned and inquired, why? The hotel where Zhao Yingjun clandestinely rendezvoused with his mistress was not fixed. Yet the assailant managed to ascertain the hotel's location and room number, indicating a certain familiarity with Zhao Yingjuan's movements, either through acquaintance or prolonged surveillance. Li Dongzi remarked, the one who knows you best is invariably the woman beside you. We may be able to glean some clues from Zhao Yingjuan's mistress. The team leaders nodded gravely in agreement. Li Dongzi continued, prior to his demise, Zhao Yingjun endured interrogation and torment. Consider, if you will, what the assailant sought to extract during the interrogation and what information was divulged. Regardless of whether the perpetrator's motives stem from personal vendetta or malevolent profession, this is a matter that warrants our utmost caution. The countenance of the assembled leaders shifted subtly. The dichotomy between malevolent professions and lawful vocations has long been one of irreconcilable opposition, characterized by mutual hunting and pursuit. It is evident that the information pertaining to official spiritual realm practitioners, and even their hiding places, would pique the interest of those engaged in malevolent activities. Should the assailant not belong to such a profession, a formidable spiritual realm practitioner, risking the ire of official organizations, infiltrating the hotel to interrogate and murder, suggests an even more intricate truth lies beneath. Qingting solemnly stated, we must swiftly unearth the perpetrator. Upon hearing this, the imposing figure of Zhu Bia glanced around and inquired, where is Yuan Ting? If he were to consume Zhao Yingjuan's spiritual essence, we could uncover the identity of the assailant. The significance of a night wanderer capable of controlling spiritual essences became immediately apparent. Fu Qingyang shook his head, stating, yesterday, Tai sect summoned all official night wanderers to the capital for discussions. Yuan Ting is not in Songhai. His demeanor remained composed throughout, as if the sky could fall and he would remain unfazed. A meeting in the capital? A heavy silence descended upon the captains, with Yuan Ting absent. It was certain that the other night wanderers from various districts were also unavailable. Was this mere coincidence? The perpetrator chose this precise moment to strike. When the night wanderers were collectively convening in the capital, Li Dongzi lamented, The causality is inverted. It is the murderer who is selected this time. But never mind, it is of little importance. There is no need for concern. We have our own night wanderer. Chapter 24. The culprit. Indeed. I almost forgot about that young man. Li Dongza's words reminded the captains of the night wanderer they had already recruited from the Lingjing team in Kanyang district, eliminating the need to borrow from Taemin. Dahiba's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us promptly contact that young man. It is essential to cultivate our own night wanderers. In critical moments, one's own is the most reliable." The other captain's expressions relaxed. Dahiba's reasoning held merit. Although the night wanderers from Taemin were generally cooperative in serious matters, they remained outsiders, and their assistance could never match the convenience of one's own. Li Dongza glanced at Fu Qingyang, who nodded slightly, prompting him to take out his phone and exit the conference room. I will reach out to him. Having concluded the morning's specialized class, Zhang Yuanqing slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed from the classroom. He intended to skip the afternoon lecture and visit the office of the second team of the Lingjing squad in Kanyang district. His future social interactions would pivot towards the Lingjing squad, as Zhang Yuanqing harbored little fondness for school and possessed a waning interest in his studies. The youth of Songhai possess an inherent languor, lacking in ferocity and ambition. In this world, there exist only two types of individuals who strive: those nurtured from a young age with a positive outlook, and those compelled by the harsh realities of life. One is driven by the instinct for survival, while the other seeks to fulfill dreams of youthful adventure. The realm of spirits is fraught with peril and enigma, yet, once one savors the sweetness of power, the desire to remain an ordinary mortal becomes intolerable. As he descended the stairs, poised to rent a shared bicycle, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a call from Li Dongza. "Zhang Yuanqing, where are you?" These words were rapid and to the point. "At school. Songhai University. Right? I'll have Guanya come to fetch you." "Fetch me?" Zhang Yuanqing sensed the urgency in Li Dongza's tone and cautiously inquired, "What is the matter?" "A colleague has been murdered. We need the night wanderer to devour the spirit and extract memories." "You can handle this, can't you?" Li Dongza asked, his concern palpable. I should be able to." Zhang Yuanqing replied tentatively, "I'll give it a try." Devouring spirits was not a difficult task. It was a natural skill of the night wanderer. His mind assured him he could do it, but when it came to memory retrieval, he lacked practical experience in actually consuming a spirit, thus he could not guarantee success. Then it's settled. Li Dongza said no more and ended the call. Zhang Yuanqing tucked his phone away and walked towards the school gate. A few minutes later, he paused at the entrance, silently awaiting Guan Yu's arrival. In the meantime, he noticed a girl in a pleated long skirt, holding a designer bag, standing by the roadside as if waiting for someone. Su Yingying? Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the class beauty for a moment. Her attire was meticulously curated, adorned with bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and a handbag that all seemed to possess considerable value, setting her apart from the majority of female students at the school. Those from more common backgrounds could rarely exude such an aura. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's gaze, Su Yingying offered a subtle smile, playfully tousling her hair while straightening her posture, adopting the most captivating pose, all the while feeling a slight sense of superiority. This young man was quite handsome, prompting her instinctively to showcase her allure. However, she was acutely aware that her current self no longer belonged to the realm of ordinary university students, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of privilege. The embellishments adorning her were worth the annual living expenses of an average college student. At that moment, Su Yingying spotted a blue sports car approaching, coming to a gradual halt at the school gate. The woman behind the wheel, clad in a sharp white shirt and sunglasses, obscured her features, yet her fair, finely sculpted chin and exquisitely chiseled lips revealed her undeniable beauty. Su Yingying pursed her lips and shifted her posture, angling the logo of her designer handbag toward the sports car. Simultaneously, she witnessed Zhang Yuanqing jog toward the vehicle, opening the door and slipping inside. The affluent woman pressed the accelerator, driving away with her young companion. Su Yingying's mouth fell agape, her expression one of astonishment. Momentarily unable to discern whether this classmate was a discreet scion of wealth or merely a fellow entrepreneur in the seafood or steel wool trade. In the Kanyang District Security Bureau's morgue, Zhang Yuanqing stood beside the mortuary table, lifting the white sheet to reveal a gruesome corpse. The deceased was marred with bruises and knife wounds, the gaping wound on the chest exposing raw flesh, a sight both horrifying and poignant. 2 days prior, The sight of such a corpse would have undoubtedly unsettled Zhang Yuanqing. However, having endured the torment at the mountain god temple, the lifeless body now evoked little emotional turmoil within him. "It can begin," declared Li Dongzi, leaning on his cane, his anticipation palpable. Zhang Yuanqing nodded, scrutinizing the corpse of Zhao Yingjun, sensing the residual spirit within the frigid remains gradually awakening, coming to life. The essence of the night wanderer possesses a lethal allure for spirits, capable of rousing those in slumber. Silently, he summoned the power of the Taiyin within him, his sclera and pupils cloaked in pure darkness, extending his hand to grasp at Zhao Yingjun's body. From this gesture emerged an ethereal silhouette, bearing the features of Zhao Yingjun yet exhibiting a vacant expression and hollow gaze. Upon death, consciousness dissipates by 90%, leaving the spirit in such a stupor. With the fading of consciousness, memories become fragmented, retaining only those deeply ingrained obsessions. Memories from the moments preceding death are often vivid and recent, thus preserved. Upon extracting the spirit, Zhang Yuanqing was suddenly beset by an insatiable hunger. Instinctively, he parted his lips and inhaled gently. The spirit of Zhao Yingjun transformed into azure smoke, wafting into his mouth. A throbbing pain surged in his forehead, as if his consciousness were expanding, inundated with many foreign sensations. Zhang Yuanqing discerned the faint sounds of weeping, a sorrowful, muffled wail, and a menacing, somber voice echoed in his ears. He realized he was delving into the final memories of the spirit. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the surroundings came into sharp focus, a lavishly adorned suite. He collapsed onto the soft, plush bed, completely devoid of clothing, with garments and women's lingerie scattered chaotically across the floor. Not far from him, nestled at the bedside, lay a young woman, equally unclothed, her fair, delicate legs and taut abdomen accentuating the proud curves of youth. The sound of her sobs filled the air. A woman? Naked? Such a sight left Zhang Yuanqing momentarily stunned, pondering why the scene of the incident was not clearly articulated, how he could be subjected to such inappropriate visuals when he was still but a child. From the perspective of the deceased, he turned his gaze towards the person by the bed, a man with a fierce countenance, a scar stretching half a finger's length across his left cheek, sparse eyebrows, and a gaze filled with menace. In his hand, he clutched a glistening blade. The perpetrator. Zhang Yuanqing fixated on the man's face, committing it to memory. At this juncture, his task was only half complete. The man pointed the tip of the knife directly at Zhang Yuanqing's chest, growling, "Where's the Holy Grail? Where's the roster?" This question seemed to have been posed repeatedly, his expression fraught with impatience, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "I don't know. I truly don't. Please, spare me." Zhang Yuanqing heard the sound of himself pleading for mercy. The man crouched by the bed, utterly devoid of patience, weary as he rubbed his face, muttering, "You're useless when given a chance, utterly useless." With that, he thrust the blade's tip into Zhang Yuanqing's chest. A sharp pain surged through, and consciousness blurred in an instant. Zhang Yuanqing lay limply on the ground, witnessing a man unfastening his belt, seizing the ankle of a beautiful woman, and forcefully pulling her towards himself. The scene abruptly halted amidst the woman's piercing screams. Chapter 25. Powerless as a chick, I glimpsed the visage of the murderer. Zhang Yuanqing's dazed eyes regained their luster as he swiftly turned his head towards his two colleagues beside him. In the midst of speaking, a wave of intense fear washed over him. The shadow of death lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. The sensation of being consumed was both satisfying and unbearable. Li Dongzi and Guanya felt a momentary relief, exhaling deeply. The former hurriedly inquired, "What does he look like? Are there any distinguishing features?" Li Dongzi listened attentively, mentally sketching the rough outline of the killer. The murderer's facial features were strikingly apparent and highly recognizable. Once Zhang Yuanqing finished, Guanya asked, "Did he assault the female victim?" Guanya had confirmed a suspicion that had been brewing in her mind, immediately turning to Li Dongzi, furrowing her brow as she said, "I suspect the murderer has psychological issues." Zhang Yuanqing was bewildered, thinking to himself, who among those capable of such cruelty possesses a sound mind? Li Dongzi nodded, indignantly exclaiming, "That bastard deserves to rot in hell." Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's perplexed expression, Li Shizhong gently stroked his beard and explained, "Do you remember the punishment mechanism of moral values?" Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The murderer's act of killing Zhao Yingjun's mistress stemmed from a motive of silencing her, which could be deemed irrational behavior. However, assaulting the female victim prior to the murder would incur an additional deduction from his moral value. Li Dongza was convinced that, given the intelligence of this student from Songhai University, the implications were not difficult to grasp. It is indeed possible that the individual may be mentally unstable. Zhang Yuanqing understood. In the realm of spiritual wanderers, committing crimes leads to a deduction of moral values. Thus, any rational individual would strive to avoid triggering such punitive mechanisms. Murdering to silence is a desperate measure, yet to kill after revealing oneself and incurring additional moral penalties. Such actions could only stem from two scenarios, either an excess of moral values leading to fearlessness, or the perpetrator's mental state being compromised, rendering them unable to restrain their inner beast. Comparatively, the latter possibility seems more plausible. At this moment, the seasoned veteran, Guanya, appeared exceedingly serious, one hand cradling her chest and the other supporting her chin, stating, "Spiritual wanderers with unstable mental states, whether of lawful or malevolent professions, must be eradicated. Such individuals lurking in a metropolis are akin to ticking time bombs, even if their moral values fall below 60, leading to their location being revealed by the realm and attracting hunts from fellow wanderers within the city. There exists a fleeting window where a powerful individual endowed with abilities could wreak havoc from one end of the street to the other." Guanya turned her gaze toward the only novice present, cautioning, "The realm is fraught with peril, particularly in solo expeditions where the mortality rate is exceedingly high. Many spiritual wanderers, even upon successfully completing their tasks, are left with indelible psychological scars, making mental issues inevitable over time, especially for Unite wanderers. Should you ever feel that your state is faltering, it is imperative that you inform us. The organization will provide psychological support." Zhang Yuanqing could not help but recall everything he had experienced in the mountain deity temple, nodding with lingering trepidation. "I understand. By the way, was any DNA of the perpetrator found at the crime scene?" he inquired. Guanya shook her head. "Did the perpetrator take their descendants away?" Zhang Yuanqing expressed some regret, pondering that if he could control the myriad offspring of the assailant, the red dance shoes could assist in locating the individual. At that moment, Li Dongza concluded his contemplation and asked, "What else did you see in Zhao Yingjuan's memories?" There was something. Zhang Yuanqing had been eagerly awaiting this question, promptly replying. The perpetrator was interrogating Zhao Yingjun about the whereabouts of the Holy Grail and the roster. Holy Grail, roster. Guanya and Li Dongza exchanged glances, both witnessing a shared perplexity in one another's eyes. Li Dongza remarked, "What do the Holy Grail and roster signify?" Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. "There is no relevant information about them in the memories." Li Dongza pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "This case is more intricate than we anticipated. Zhao Yingjun has concealed much from us." He patted Zhang Yuanqing on the shoulder, praising him. "Well done. You have provided us with a crucial lead. Once we apprehend and eliminate the perpetrator, I shall advocate for your commendation. Now, follow Guanya to create a facial composite to reconstruct the assailant's appearance." "Understood, Chief." Zhang Yuanqing promptly followed the long-legged lady outward. By the way, Li Dongza called to Guanya, "Arrange a tailored suit for him. He should wear formal attire at the office from now on." Zhang Yuanqing was about to protest that he seldom visited, but he heard Guanya beside him saying, "Certainly." Leaving the morgue, Guanya chuckled lightly. From now on, one must always don formal attire at the office. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. "I understand. Large corporations are quite stringent about dress codes." Guanya giggled. "No, this has nothing to do with the organization. It is merely the supervisor's requirement. He believes that casual wear lacks elegance." "What does elegance have to do with it?" Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed in his mind. Yet as his gaze swept over Guanya's long legs clad in black stockings, her short skirt accentuating her curves, and the white blouse cinching her waist, he suddenly felt that the supervisor was indeed correct. One ought to pursue elegance in life. As they walked, he perused his attribute panel. Name, Yuan Shi Tianzun. Race, human. Occupation, night wanderer. Level, 1. Skills, night wandering, soul devouring. Lunar spirit, experience, 44. Moral value, 60. Initial value. His experience rose from 42 to 44. After devouring a soul, he sensed a warm surge within his body. A comforting sensation, as if his lunar power had indeed increased. "Sister Guanya, did my experience points just go up by 2? Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed joyfully. Experience points symbolize strength. Even among level 1 night wanderers, a difference of 1 versus 99 in experience signifies an immense disparity in power. Why is that? The mixed-blood beauty rolled her eyes charmingly and coyly. How would I know? I am merely a scout with no strength to speak of. Zhang Yuanqing remained skeptical. Are you really that powerless? Guanya's gaze flicked down to Zhang Yuanqing's trousers, and with a playful smile, she suggested, have you never tried? How about we head to the restroom and you let me practice a bit? Zhang Yuanqing said, please don't do this. I am still a child. He promptly took out his phone and asked, are you free tonight? I can book a hotel online right now. If you don't mind, you could also practice your squats. Ha ha ha. You are truly amusing. Guanya chuckled, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. Yuan, sure, you really should visit the office more often, with you around. I shall never feel bored again. The two departed from the glass building and entered the Public Security Bureau. Guanya skillfully led him to the technical department. After meticulously inquiring about the assailant's facial features, the team dedicated 2 full hours to reconstructing the suspect's likeness. Upon reviewing the results, Zhang Yuanqing stroked his chin and remarked, it resembles him somewhat, yet it still feels slightly off. The seasoned technician, Lao Zhang, pondered briefly and inquired, is it the features or the aura? The aura. Zhang Yuanqing replied. The perpetrator exuded a ferocious presence. In what manner is this ferocity expressed? Can you provide a more specific description? I understand it is difficult to articulate. A reference point would be ideal. As soon as I entered, I saw Chong Wei playing Daifu. Finally, after much effort, the new criminal sketch was completed. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. This is quite close. It bears a resemblance of about 70 to 80%. Subsequently, by cross-referencing the population information database, they identified their target. Oh Xiangrong, a native of Wushi in Jiangnan province, had long settled in Songhai. At the age of 12, he was sentenced to prison for the crime of intentional injury. And after his release, he vanished without a trace. Sitting in his office chair, Guan Yazhan revealed a smile. With this information, we should be able to track him down by this morning at the latest. So soon? All right. Zhang Yuanqing responded cheerfully. In the glass office, Li Dongza reviewed the materials sent by Guanya and opened the management group for the Lingjing Wanderers in the Kanyang district, sharing the killer's information within the group. Daji Ba, our newly arrived night wanderer is quite efficient, having already identified the perpetrator. Shui Shangpio, Li Dongza, how does it feel to have a night wanderer subordinate at your disposal? Li Dongza, quite favorable. Tang Guiqiang sent a red envelope. Bai Long, enough with the self-satisfaction. Let us get to work. Notify the Songhai Public Security Bureau to arrange for a thorough inspection of all vehicles entering and exiting Songhai, and inform the various district Lingjing teams to be ready to assist us in the search. Hopefully, Xiangrong hasn't managed to escape Songhai yet. The crime occurred this morning, and now 5 or 6 hours have elapsed. Not to mention Lingjing wanderers. Even an ordinary person who had prepared in advance could have fled by now. Ordinary individuals can be tracked using surveillance, but locating a Lingjing wanderer is far more challenging. Qingting, compared to an evil profession poised for revenge against the authorities. Escaping Songhai would be a fortunate turn of events. The former implies that Lingjing wanderers organized by the authorities may fall victim to assassination. Li Dongza, he will not leave Songhai. Dahiba, are you so certain? Li Dongza, if Xiangrong merely intended to eliminate Zhao Yingjun, he would have acted long ago. Even with our night wanderer, by the time we ascertain his identity, he would have already fled Songhai. Why, then, does he choose this particular moment? Dahiba, spare us the suspense, just speak plainly. Qingting, so, is it still for the sake of revenge against the authorities? Li Dongza, no. The situation is likely more intricate. My night wanderer has gleaned certain clues from Zhao Yingjun's memories. Xiangrong interrogated Zhao Yingjun for the Holy Grail and the roster. Holy Grail and roster? While the other captains pondered the significance of these two items, Dahiba interrupted with a direct inquiry. What are those? Li Dongza disregarded him. And after a moment's pause, observing his colleague's silence regarding the Holy Grail and the roster, he reluctantly decided to move on. Messaging, let us set aside the Holy Grail and the roster for now. Let us discuss our actions. Chapter 26. The escape at 7 o'clock in the evening. Around the dining table, grandmother surveyed her family gathered around and, in a cheerful mood, announced, Yuer is the pet name of your aunt. Zhang Yuanqing and Jiang Yuer each gnawed on a chicken leg, while Chun Yuanjun sipped on chicken soup, all maintaining a calm demeanor. Noticing this, grandmother slammed her chopsticks down and glared. Did you hear what I said? Oh, got it. Grandmother. Uncle and aunt have been traveling abroad for nearly 2 months now. Uncle is frivolous and irresponsible, while Aunt is entirely unaccustomed to manual labor. Their presence makes no difference at all to the household. Jiang Yue gnawed on a chicken leg, remarking, "Why doesn't that family disgrace linger a little longer?" With their absence, the home felt particularly serene. Chun Yuanjun cast a glance at his aunt and replied, "Let us refrain from such remarks. After all, the family disgrace is my father." Zhang Yuanqing looked at his cousin and added, "Indeed, let us not speak ill. The family disgrace is my uncle." Noticing their grandmother's growing ire, who stood ready to confront her wayward descendants, Jiang Yue quickly attempted to placate her by introducing a topic that would certainly pique her interest. "Mother, our hospital is haunted." "Haunted?" Zhang Yuanqing immediately perked up, his curiosity ignited. Their grandmother, momentarily diverting her attention from her son, eagerly inquired, "My goodness, what on earth is haunting? Pray do tell." "Well, it was Sister Zhou from our department. During her night shift, she heard the laughter of children coming from the office. When she went to investigate, the laughter ceased. Later, in the restroom, she caught sight of an infant's reflection perched upon her shoulder, nearly giving her a fright of a lifetime." My dear Anne insisted, "It's not just Sister Zhou. Other colleagues on night duty have also reported hearing the occasional laughter of children in the dead of night. Everyone believes it must be the spirit of some child who was lost, lingering within the hospital." Indeed, indeed. Their grandmother's gossip did not reach their mother, but was instead inherited by the aunt. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the excited chatter of the two women, his initial intrigue gradually waned. Being a night wanderer himself, he recognized this as mere rumor and folklore, lacking any basis in reality. To begin with, spirits cannot produce sound, as they lack physical form and vocal cords, unless their ethereal energy directly influences the human psyche. However, with the will of an infant, the strength of spirit cannot possibly leave behind a lingering ethereal form after death. Ultimately, ordinary individuals, with their mundane vision, are unable to perceive such specters. It is conceivable that those nearing the end of their lives, burdened by heavy yin energy, may interact with these spirits, rendering occasional occurrences plausible. Yet, the widespread reports of hearing the laughter of infants are rather absurd. At that moment, as Jiang Yue passionately spoke, her round, egg-shaped face suddenly stiffened, and she exclaimed, "Mom, he's scaring me again." Their grandmother playfully ruffled her grandson's hair in response. After dinner, Zhang Yuanqing quietly departed from his home, taking a taxi to the nearest tertiary hospital. He intended to perform a rite to transcend the departed souls and enhance his experience points. The soul-devouring skill of the night wanderer was currently the most effective method for leveling up. The next opening of the spiritual realm was uncertain. Thus it was imperative to bolster his strength before entering. Even at the same level, the disparity in experience points, 99 to 1, could result in a stark contrast in combat power. Hospitals provided an optimal environment for the night wanderer to accumulate experience, as they were the epicenter of life cycles, birth, aging, sickness, and death. Of course, crematoriums were also suitable, though the crematoriums in Shanghai were predominantly located in the suburbs, with few in the city. As he sat in the vehicle, Zhang Yuanqing suddenly recalled what Guanya had mentioned earlier that day. Why was the night wanderer of the Tai sect so wary of devouring spirits? Was it a customary practice, rooted in the belief that it tarnished one's yin virtue? Or was there another underlying reason? Contemplating this, he retrieved his phone and logged onto the official forum for Realm Walkers, searching for relevant information. The search results yielded no related entries. In the suburbs, the night began to envelop the surroundings. In a dilapidated rental unit within an industrial park, the cluttered and untidy living room bore witness to Xiangrong, who cradled a large bowl of freshly prepared instant noodles as he approached a table strewn with empty beer cans. With a casual sweep of his hand, he sent the beer cans and other debris crashing to the floor, clearing a space for the bowl. He then retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator. He devoured the noodles and guzzled the beer heartily. The steaming noodles, scaldingly hot, posed no threat to his resilient oral cells. Xiangrong's sparse eyebrows contorted his expression into a blend of ferocity, indifference, and revulsion, reminiscent of a mentally ill individual teetering on the brink of a breakdown. Suddenly, his ear twitched, and he paused mid-bite, his expression morphing into one of fierce intensity. Slowly, he rose, drawing a slender blade from the sheath at his lower back, and stealthily approached the door. With a resounding crash, the door was violently kicked open, and a blinding light burst forth as a fiery projectile hurtled toward him. The scorching wind hit his face, causing Xiangrong to halt, and with a swift motion, he swung his right arm. the glinting edge of his blade slicing through the fireball. An explosive sound erupted, filling the room with a kaleidoscope of vibrant flames. Amidst the sudden illumination of the fire, a figure engulfed in flames lunged into the rental unit, propelling itself forward like a rocket. Xiangrong, more ferocious than his adversary, sidestepped and thrust his shoulder forward with brutal force. The figure was sent crashing backward, colliding violently with the wall of the corridor, sending tremors throughout the structure. With his right hand and shoulder bearing the marks of burns, Xiangrong gritted his teeth against the pain and dashed toward the window, unwilling to traverse the narrow, decrepit hallway of the aging residential building, knowing that once surrounded, his fate would be sealed. Amidst the shattering of glass, he leaped from the third floor. With a resounding crash, Xiangrong shattered the window. Hearing 2 gunshots, he deftly deflected the bullet aimed at his head with his blade. Yet he could not avert the projectile that sought his chest. The bullet's formidable kinetic energy penetrated his skin, becoming lodged within his resilient muscle. Following the sound of gunfire, he beheld a statuesque mixed-race beauty standing in the shadows beside the greenery, clad in an elegant office ensemble with a white blouse. Her hair danced in the wind, exuding a chilling allure. She wielded a silver pistol in each hand, her long legs, adorned in black stockings, encased in holsters. Bang, bang, bang. The mixed-race beauty fired with remarkable composure, her aim unfailingly precise, as if she could foresee the trajectory of his descent. After sustaining several shots, Xiangrong finally collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed upon the enchanting woman, his pupils reflecting 2 blood-red, twisted runes. In the next instant, her expression turned vacant as she rotated the gun's muzzle towards her own forehead. Bang! The firearm exhaled flames, yet the bullet failed to breach her smooth brow, intercepted by a pair of rough hands. Unbeknownst to her, a worker wearing a miner's helmet had appeared beside her, his dark visage etched with gravity, murmuring, "A seductress of the demon? A level 3 allured demon." From the shadows emerged a man leaning on a cane, attired in a black suit complemented by a waistcoat and white shirt, his meticulously slicked hair reflecting the light. "Instruct the guards to secure the perimeter outside the community. Do not let anyone approach here." Another voice resonated as a graceful woman, adorned in an ink-washed qipao, stepped out from the corridor, her demeanor serene and her beauty striking. Armed with a knife, Xiangrong surveyed his surroundings with a grim expression. The distant roar of a motorcycle pierced the silence, its brilliant lights slicing through the darkness as it approached with a rush. A woman clad in a white racing suit leaned forward, wielding a 3-foot-long black blade, leading the charge. In the next moment, gunfire erupted once more, sealing off Xiangrong's escape route. A figure, ablaze with flames, leapt down from a window, launching a side attack. Tang Guiqiang, donning a miner's helmet, pressed his hands against the ground, fracturing the cement beneath him. His earth-encrusted hands seized Xiangrong's ankles. Remaining composed, Xiangrong skillfully wielded his saber, deflecting the sharply angled bullets, the impact sparking brilliant flashes. Almost immediately, his leg muscles surged, shattering the grip of the dirt-encrusted hands, and he rolled forward just in time to evade the fiery assailant descending from the 3rd floor. With a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and sprinted towards the woman on the motorcycle. In the dim light of the night, they narrowly brushed past one another. The sharp edge of his saber sliced through her chest, yet there was no tangible sensation of flesh met. At the moment the blade struck, her form transformed into water, while her long knife swept across Xiangrong's torso. A gaping wound opened on his chest, torrents of blood gushing forth. Undeterred by his injuries, he pressed on, fleeing towards the outskirts of the community. Suddenly, a beautiful woman in a qipao leapt from a 2nd-floor window, her bare, snow-white feet gliding effortlessly against the wall. With a powerful leap, she landed in front of Xiangrong, issuing a fierce command, spinning gracefully, her qipao billowing as her long legs lashed out like whips, striking him with tremendous force. The latter shot forth like a cannonball, shattering the walls of the residential building and gradually collapsing to the ground. How audacious to slay an official spirit realm practitioner within my domain. At this moment, Li Dongza, who had been observing the unfolding drama from beginning to end, approached slowly with his cane. His expression was grave, exuding an air of calm authority akin to that of a mastermind behind the scenes, as he remarked coolly, "I shall personally escort you to your demise." His voice, hoarse yet commanding, declared, "You all must perish." Li Dongza then took a couple of steps back, addressing his brothers. "What I just said was a jest. I am by no means the sole bearer of glory." He then noticed a post that had been prominently pinned. Wanted. Level 3 Enchantress O Xiangrong. This post had not existed just a few minutes prior. Zhang Yuanxing clicked on the post. O Xiangrong, a level 3 Enchantress, murdered Zhao Yingjun, a scout from the White Tiger Brigade of the Five Elements Alliance, on April 18th. On the evening of April 19th, at 1905, she escaped during an ambush by the Spirit Realm team in the Qinyang district. This individual possesses a certain dreadful and malevolent power, far beyond that of an ordinary enchantress, and has been severely injured by the Spirit Realm team in Qinyang. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. All Spirit Realm teams across various districts are advised to take heed. O Xiangrong is on the brink of losing control. Upon sighting the target, execute with extreme prejudice. A reward of 50,000 yuan will be given for any leads, and a bounty of 100,000 yuan for her elimination. Within less than 3 minutes of the post's publication, the comments section had already surpassed 100, filled with scorn directed at the Qinyang Spirit Realm team for their ineptitude in allowing such a dangerously unstable individual to escape. Is this a joke? How can the Qinyang team be so incompetent as to let such a perilous figure slip through their fingers? Once he spiraled out of control and became a target of the Spirit Realm's pursuit, by the time we arrived, it was likely that rivers of blood had already flowed. We would become the laughingstock of Spirit Realm practitioners nationwide, ridiculed for our inadequate preventive measures despite our lucrative salaries. This is a dire situation. Has O Xiangrong escaped? How did they manage to swiftly identify the target and initiate the capture? Zhang Yuanxing found himself at a loss, torn between praising their efficiency and lamenting their incompetence for allowing this ticking time bomb to slip away. Given that they had already engaged, O Xiangrong's blood and even remnants of his flesh would undoubtedly be left at the scene. Utilizing the red dancing shoes should enable us to track him down. Zhang Yuanxing immediately recalled his own regulatory artifact. Chapter 27. The Varieties of Life. Zhang Yuanxing pondered in silence for a considerable time before deciding to keep the existence of the red dancing shoes under wraps for the time being. Firstly, the matter of O Xiangrong's escape was merely at its inception, and the subsequent actions of the Five Elements Alliance had yet to unfold. As an official organization, they might possess alternative methods to pursue that beguiling demon, rendering his involvement as a novice unnecessary. Furthermore, as merely a level 1 night wanderer, a newcomer among the Spirit Realm practitioners, exposing the existence of a regulatory artifact could potentially attract unwanted attention. It would be prudent to observe the organization's subsequent actions before making a decision. Zhang Yuanqing ceased his ruminations, gazing out at the night scenery through the car window, awaiting their arrival at the destination. For now, the enhancement of his own abilities was paramount. 5 minutes later, the taxi came to a halt at the entrance of Songhai Pulmonary Hospital. After settling the fare, Zhang Yuanqing entered the hospital, purposefully making his way to the emergency department building. At this hour, the outpatient department had already closed, and the hospital's crowd primarily congregated in the emergency section. Inside the emergency department, it was bustling with activity. Patients either occupied the public seating or moved between the payment counters in various departments. Zhang Yuanqing navigated through the payment hall, weaving through the throng, and found a seat near the restroom. Once seated, he stretched his legs, waiting patiently for spirits. The aura of the night wanderers resembled fireflies in the dark, brilliant and striking. There was no need for deliberate searching, they would come to him naturally. The existence of an ordinary person's spirit lasts only 7 days. Unless someone had recently passed nearby, one would not encounter spirits unbidden. Thus, hospitals served as the prime locations for such encounters. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing noticed an elderly man clad in a hospital gown, his gaze vacant and his steps rigid, making his way through the crowd towards him. The old man's form existed in a liminal space between the ethereal and the corporeal, as passing patients moved through him as though he were but air. He appeared emaciated, with unsettling white eyes, exuding an aura of suffering and regret. This was a vengeful spirit. Typically, upon death, individuals transform into vengeful spirits. Serene spirits are a rarity, for no one willingly embraces death. Their lingering attachment to life and fear of death ultimately coalesce into a sense of helpless resentment. As the elder approached, Zhang Yuanqing gently inhaled, and the old man's spirit dissipated into azure smoke, gracefully wafting into his mouth. A throbbing pain surged through his brow, and Zhang Yuanqing felt his consciousness expand abruptly, accessing the fragmented memories of the elderly man who had passed away. The final lingering thought was one of regret for having indulged in smoking. "I shall never smoke again," Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, his face etched with remorse. Surrounding onlookers cast curious glances in his direction. With a stoic expression, he feigned ignorance of the recent occurrence to mask his embarrassment. It was only after the passers-by diverted their gaze and his turbulent emotions subsided that he accessed his attributes panel, revealing a luminescent blue interface. Experience for 4-5. The spirit of Zhao Yingjun granted 2 points of experience, while an ordinary person yielded merely 0.5, akin to the common wild creatures and elite monsters. Moreover, as one progressed, experience points became scarcer, perhaps even less than 0.5. It seemed that accumulating small amounts was the only viable strategy, Zhang Yuanqing pondered. Regardless, this tangible and visible enhancement was heartening. The crowd paid no heed to the elderly man, merely passing through him. In a similar fashion, Zhang Yuanqing absorbed the spirit of the elder, and as it transformed into nourishing power for the night wanderer, waves of memories surged forth. The middle-aged man had succumbed to exhaustion, suffering a sudden heart attack, a fate all too familiar in the grueling 996 work culture. He had departed this world peacefully. After all, a sudden death occurs in an instant, often devoid of pain. Yet, after delving into the elder's memories, Zhang Yuanqing discovered that the man's wife had just given birth to their second child, an infant still in swaddling clothes. He had labored tirelessly to earn a living for his family. Notably, as a child of the 1980s, the elder had few siblings, and with his passing, his parents would also be left without support. To live a life solely devoted to the pursuit of wealth ultimately renders all endeavors devoid of significance. What purpose does such a life serve? He sat in a daze, his expression blank for an extended period. At that moment, a third spirit approached, a lady possessing exquisite features, her brows meticulously shaped in a semi-permanent fashion, adorned in garments that exuded opulence and sophistication, a paragon of high-quality femininity. It was a lamentable fate that someone so young and beautiful had met her demise. As she drew nearer, Zhang Yuanqing discerned the hollow cavity of her chest. Her form clad in a black, form-fitting attire saturated with illusory blood. Additionally, her occiput appeared to bear the marks of unimaginable trauma. With blood matting her hair into disheveled strands, she was not garbed in a hospital gown, indicating that she had not succumbed to illness, but rather to an accident or foul play. Zhang Yuanqing inhaled softly, absorbing the essence of the high-quality female spirit. A surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into his consciousness, causing his vision to darken momentarily. He then beheld a pair of long, fair legs perched on the edge of a bed, the woman methodically rolling up her black stockings. Ah, so this is how one dons stockings. Zhang Yuanqing, who had remained single for 20 years, found himself enlightened. At that moment, a deep male voice resonated from behind. "Please refrain from messaging me at night. My wife almost caught me last night." Zhang Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. A man, a bed, stockings. The implications of the recent events were all too clear. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from devouring female spirits so casually. It was simply inappropriate. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief as he mused inwardly, grateful that his memories began with the sensation of donning stockings. Had he traveled back a few minutes further, he might have found himself lying down or kneeling. And thankfully, there were no unpleasant tastes lingering in his mouth. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard the woman he had possessed remark, "Isn't it perfect? You should divorce and marry me." The man behind her rustled as he donned his clothing, scoffing, "I have a son and a daughter, and I plan to have a third child next year. Why on earth would I divorce for you? Besides, if I were to divorce, half of my assets would have to be divided. Wasn't it agreed upon that you would be the mistress for financial support? Once you save enough, you can marry whomever you desire, even a decent man. Should you wish to sever ties, simply inform me. However, do not entertain any thoughts beyond that." The woman seemed incensed and fell silent. After the man departed, she sped away in her little BMW, unleashing her emotions upon the streets. Ultimately, she met with a tragic accident, and despite efforts to save her, she succumbed to her injuries. As the scene faded, Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, pinching his throbbing temples. A wave of indignation swelling within him. He thought to himself, "Sister, why must it be this way? Sophisticated seafood merchants often require nothing more than a simple auction method. There is a market everywhere. Why bicker with a man? How many truly good men are there? Furthermore, marrying a decent man is an impossibility, a dream that will never come to fruition in this lifetime." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly recognized something amiss. Why did he feel such a profound sense of empathy towards women? After all, he was merely a soldier. Moments later, Zhang Yuanqing came to a startling realization. He had unconsciously been influenced by high-quality women, developing a mindset skewed towards femininity, and deep within, he harbored an intense yearning for wealth and material possessions. The earlier declaration of abstaining from smoking was influenced by the spirit of the elderly man. After achieving a preliminary equilibrium of his mental state, the fourth spirit arrived, a slender, handsome young man, evoking thoughts akin to the term puppy. He was not lacking in attractiveness, and perhaps it was wiser and safer to embrace the spirit of a man. Should any untoward incident occur, I would still be in a position of dominance. He opened his mouth and drew the youthful spirit into his abdomen. The jarring noise reverberated against his eardrums, while the rotating full-color LED lights created a dazzling display of light pollution. All around, swaying figures and bobbing heads filled the space, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke. This was a bar. Zhang Yuanqing felt his body swaying uncontrollably. Yet he grasped the glass on the table and drank heartily with his companions. Amid the fervent emotional release and the hollow euphoria interwoven with liquor and dice, the young man and his friends did not depart until the early hours of 2 o'clock. Although Zhang Yuanqing could not command his body, his consciousness remained clear. He sensed that the host was inebriated beyond measure, with throbbing pain coursing through the cerebral vessels. He speculated that the individual might have succumbed to excessive drinking or experienced sudden death. As he pondered this, the young man was tossed onto a bed, his friends removing his shoes and trousers, covering him with a blanket, and using wet tissues to wipe the sweat from his brow. This friend was quite considerate, Zhang Yuanqing thought. Just as this notion arose, he noticed the friend beginning to undress and lift the blanket, swiftly stripping the young man bare. Zhang Yuanqing momentarily froze, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, he heard the little puppy drowsily mumbling, "Darling." A friend, pressing down on the small creature, raised a jar of petroleum jelly, his breath reeking of alcohol as he said, "Lift your rear. Let me apply some oil." A thunderous shock coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's mind, akin to being struck by lightning. "No, no, no. You cannot do this. You must not." In a state of extreme fear and panic, Zhang Yuanqing forcibly interrupted the retrieval of his memories. In the outpatient building, beside the restroom, he suddenly opened his eyes as if awakening from a nightmare. Gasping for breath as if starved of oxygen, his complexion turned pale, his eyes wide with terror, sweat soaking his back. "Young man, are you all right?" A concerned woman from the adjacent seat inquired. "Have you registered? What seems to be the trouble?" Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, and dashed into the restroom, turning on the tap and splashing cold water onto his face. It was too horrifying. Men were truly terrifying. He had endured an injury that should not befall his gender. Chapter 28. Cousin in a CAF. Beneath a shaded awning, Zhang Yuanqing cradled a steaming cup of coffee, his gaze vacant as he contemplated the street, where the glow of streetlights, car headlights, and shop signs intertwined to create a dazzling tapestry of nocturnal splendor. After a long while, he took a deep gulp, exhaling a sigh that seemed to expel all the mental pollution he had accumulated. The notion of devouring spiritual entities to enhance one's power felt like an insidious path. He finally comprehended why the night wanderers of the Tai sect were reluctant to consume spiritual bodies. If the world were likened to a sea of suffering, then mortals were but fragile boats adrift, beset by sorrow, each harboring their own misfortunes and anguish. These tribulations will be transferred to the night wanderer alongside the spirit. And even a mere fraction, when accumulated, can result in a profoundly terrifying spiritual pollution. Over time, even the mildest forms of mental disarray may ensue. Nevertheless, the benefits are undeniably immediate. His current experience level stands at 46, and the duration of the night wanderer skill remains unchanged at 9 seconds. Yet his physical attributes have noticeably improved, with enhancements in vitality and healing abilities. This is a tangible gain. By the way, I am still unaware of that fellow's cause of death. No, I have no desire to know. He took a sip of coffee, his heart still unsettled. In the early morning, within the villa, a spacious conference room capable of accommodating 30 individuals held an air of tension. Fu Qingyang surveyed the long table, his gaze calm yet profound, akin to clouds pregnant with a storm. His handsome visage bore the noble and proud demeanor of a scion from a distinguished family. When his expression was devoid of emotion, he radiated an overwhelming presence, instilling considerable psychological pressure. Despite deploying 5 captains, a dozen team members, and numerous security personnel, they still allowed the malevolent creature to escape. Fu Qingyang's expression remained indifferent. I am profoundly disappointed in you all. Seated along the elongated conference table were the participants of this operation, including the 5 captains and 12 team members, among them Li Dongzi and Guanya. In the face of their superior's reproach, the captains bowed their heads, rendered speechless. One formidable figure hesitated, then could no longer restrain himself, whispering, "Captain Fu. It seems that Xiangrong has been tainted by a certain malevolent force, rendering him exceptionally powerful and dangerously unhinged. This accounts for our failure. Moreover, the bewitching demon is inherently a top-tier profession." Fu Qingyang stated calmly, "Failure is simply failure. Any rationale is merely an excuse for cowards to deny their own shortcomings." His piercing gaze swept across the assembly, and none of the spirit realm practitioners at the table dared to meet his eyes, save for Guanya, who was distractedly playing with her nails. Fu Qingyang continued, "Due to your failures, the situation has escalated. A severely injured and corrupt bewitching demon is prone to complete loss of control. Given the cruelty of such demons, significant casualties are inevitable." The team leaders, including Li Dongzi, Qing Teng, and Tang Guoqiang, exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Fu Qingyang scoffed, "Of course, I too have failed in this matter, as I misjudged my expectations and overestimated your capabilities. Therefore, for the next 3 days, I shall personally partake in the hunt. Since Xiangrong seeks the roster and the Holy Grail, his focus will undoubtedly shift towards Zhao Yingjuan's family or intimate associates. We shall pursue this lead." As his subordinates nodded in agreement, he glanced at his expensive wristwatch and declared, "You have little time left. This meeting is adjourned. Guanya, stay behind." The lengthy meeting finally concluded, having surpassed mealtime. The spirit realm practitioners rose, notably disheartened, bowed towards the far end of the long table, and exited the conference room in an orderly manner. The 5 team leaders led the way, and the towering figure at nearly 2 meters, his voice lowered with anger, remarked, "I do not deny my own failure, but Captain Fu is excessively arrogant. He was not present and remains unaware of Xiangrong's formidable strength." He touched the blood-soaked wound on his chest, scoffing. While we were battling outside, he lounged on the handcrafted sofa of his villa, savoring fine wine, smoking cigars, and indulging in the services of bunny girls. Just then, 3 bunny girls ascended the stairs, carrying delicacies into the conference room. Bai Long playfully patted one of the bunny girls on her pert posterior and lowered his voice. "I have heard that Captain Fu commands immense popularity among the White Tiger soldiers. He is the only one among the 4 young masters capable of rivaling the son of the Red Fire Gang." Upon hearing this, the Jiba snorted dismissively, "Merely rumors. Our young master is the most outstanding among the younger generation of the 5 Elements Alliance." Qing Teng then turned to Li Dongzi, seeking his opinion. Li Dongzi took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling with a scoff. "Of course, it's due to wealth. That is your perspective, isn't it?" The other captains glanced at him. "Foolishness." Li Dongzi pointed to his own head, producing a lighter to ignite his cigarette, shrugging. "All right, let's get to work and extract that scoundrel Xiangrong." In the conference room, Fu Qingyang stared at the woman meticulously grooming her nails, frowning. "Li Dongzi mentioned you were injured?" Guanya blew on her nails, retrieving a compact mirror from her handbag. As she touched up her makeup, she remarked, "You Fu family members are rather dull. Qingyang, take charge soon and let the old-timers retire." Fu Qingyang spoke in a solemn tone. "If you are reluctant to enter into a marriage alliance, then you must produce some achievements. Do not squander your talents idly. The elders of our family only respect the strong, such as myself and her." He lamented the scarcity of talent in Li Dongzi's second team, making it arduous to earn merit. Guanya furrowed her brow and sighed. "The second team is indeed disappointing. It is difficult for me to refuse. Let us see. A newcomer has joined our team, and he is rather intriguing. I shall observe him a bit longer." She neatly tucked away her makeup mirror and, with her handbag in hand, strolled towards the door, smiling. "You should be more concerned about yourself. If Xiangrong wreaks havoc in Songhai, it will leave an indelible blemish on your record, and they would stop at nothing to prevent you from joining the Elder Council. My cousin is leaving now, farewell." In the early morning, Zhang Yuanqing, with his backpack slung over his shoulders, made his way to the comprehensive building. His schedule for the day included a specialized course in the morning, followed by engaging conversations with colleagues at noon and in the afternoon, not mere chit-chat, but fostering friendships and expanding his social network. Groups of students flowed towards the comprehensive building, and just as he reached the entrance, Zhang Yuanqing heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Li Lushing and a few classmates. Li Lushing, accompanied by several boys, approached with eager expressions, extending an invitation. "We plan to host a social gathering with some girls this weekend. Would you care to join us? I heard you are a local from Shanghai." "A social gathering? This weekend, meaning the day after tomorrow." Zhang Yuanqing pondered briefly and replied, "Sure, that sounds good." Li Lushing and several male classmates exhaled in relief, their faces breaking into smiles. "Let us add each other as friends. With you around, I'm sure the girls will be more inclined to join us for some fun. Let us exchange contacts as well," chimed in the other boys, who promptly pulled out their phones. After Zhang Yuanqing and his classmates finished adding each other, they all headed toward the comprehensive building together. Li Lushing remarked, "I heard from a female acquaintance that security personnel came looking for Su Yingying yesterday, and she ended up crying her heart out in her dormitory." "Security personnel? What happened?" The boys were taken aback, as security personnel seemed a world away from their university lives. Li Lushing continued, "I heard that the wealthy man who was supporting Su Yingying ran into some trouble, but the details are unclear. The security personnel sought her out to inquire about him. Could it be that he absconded with funds? Given the current economic downturn, there are plenty of examples of wealthy individuals facing financial ruin," someone speculated. Zhang Yuanqing listened to his classmates' gossip, his gaze sweeping over the throngs of students. Amid the not overly crowded flow, he spotted a familiar figure. It was a beautiful girl in a white long dress, her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned with delicate makeup. She was none other than Su Yingying, the very subject of their conversation. She was nestled close to a man who wore a mask and had short hair, his sparse eyebrows revealing a small scar just above the mask. Zhang Yuanqing's pupils dilated in shock. "Oh, Xiangrong." As he scrutinized Su Yingying closely, he began to discern certain clues. Su Yingying's expression was stiff. She appeared to be nestled in Oh Xiangrong's embrace, yet it seemed more like she was being coerced by his grip on her shoulder. Chapter 29. The Initial Confrontation. How could Oh Xiangrong possibly be at Shanghai University, and in the company of Su Yingying? What audacity propelled him to appear at Shanghai University while being pursued by official organizations? Was he exceptionally bold, or simply unhinged? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of tension coursing through him. Halting his steps, he addressed his companions. "You all go ahead. I need to make a phone call. First, I must summon assistance." He approached the roadside, retrieved his phone, and dialed Li Dong's number. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." The automated message confirmed the disconnection. He then attempted to reach Guanya, but to no avail. Her phone too was turned off. Perhaps she was in a meeting? Engaged in operational planning? Or could it be that they were lurking in the vicinity of Shanghai University? A flurry of conjectures raced through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. If it were the latter, then he had no role to play. Yet, if the silence was due to a meeting, Oh Xiangrong, as a wanted criminal, could hardly linger at Shanghai University for long. Missing this opportunity would be a grave misfortune. With this thought, Zhang Yuanqing opened his contacts and dialed Wang Tai's number. Thanks to social conventions, he had saved Wang Tai's number in his phone, despite the latter's reticence and aversion to interaction. Each time Zhang sought to engage him in conversation, Wang's expression seemed to convey a clear message: "Go away, leave me be." "What is it?" came Wang Tai's lackluster voice from the speaker. "I saw Oh Xiangrong. He is the murderer of Zhao Yingjun. You are aware of this case, right?" "Indeed, but why are you contacting me? You should be reaching out to the captain." Wang Tai's tone remained as composed as ever. "Shouldn't you be exclaiming something more dramatic?" "Your calmness is rather astonishing," Zhang Yuanqing remarked, somewhat teasingly. "I can't reach the captain or the old driver," he added. "Who is the old driver?" "That's not the main point." Zhang Yuanqing briefly summarized the situation, asking, "Can you reach out to other Team Spirit Realm travelers?" "Yes," Wang Tai replied, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. "I retrieved the case files on Zhao Yingjun. He has been financially supporting many female university students, one of whom is from your school, named Su Yingying. Based on your feedback, I suspect he is attempting to find leverage through the women around him." Upon realizing that Su Yingying was funded by Zhao Yingjun, Zhang Yuanqing finally understood why a security officer had approached them the previous day. Wang Tai continued, "Oh Xiangrong, a level 3 seducer demon, possesses malevolent powers. He was severely injured in yesterday's ambush, significantly reducing the threat he poses, yet he remains beyond your capacity to confront. I analyzed the situation for you. The prudent course of action is to keep a watchful eye on him and await official support. You can utilize your night wandering skills for minor disturbances, but avoid prolonged engagement. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Despite his lack of social prowess, Wang Tai proved to be quite reliable in his work. Zhang Yuanqing feigned interest in the surroundings, discreetly trailing Ou Xiangrong and Su Yingying amidst the bustling crowd. Is it possible that the captain and Sister Guan are stationed nearby in Songhai? Zhang Yuanqing, filled with anticipation, inquired. No, Su Yingying is merely an ordinary female university student, devoid of intrinsic value. As for Ou Xiangrong, his mental state appears to be somewhat unstable. Wang Tai remarked. That female classmate of yours is as good as dead. Given Ou Xiangrong's cruelty, he will undoubtedly spare no one. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing observed Ou Xiangrong embracing Su Yingying as they entered the underground parking garage of the complex. The pair descended the steep slope, vanishing from view. They have entered the garage. We shall discuss this matter later. You must promptly inform the members of the other teams. This secluded area did not allow for the previous tactic of using passers-by as shields. Following them into the underground parking would certainly raise suspicion. Zhang Yuanqing contemplated for a few seconds, discarding his backpack into the roadside greenery. He then summoned the power of Yin within him, releasing an ethereal black mist that erupted, forcibly erasing his presence. Upon activating his Night Wanderer skill, he sprinted into the underground parking garage, equipped with the red dancing shoes and the Night Wanderer ability. Even if he could not defeat Ou Xiangrong, escape would not pose a challenge. Thus, the risk was warranted, though Su Yingying may be materialistic and snobbish. She was still a living soul. Within his capabilities, Zhang Yuanqing would not stand idly by in the face of death. Moreover, resolving the issue with a deranged individual like Ou Xiangrong sooner rather than later would restore peace. There was no need for him to intentionally muffle his footsteps, as the Night Wanderer state could conceal the sounds he produced and even mask his body heat. Upon entering the underground parking garage, he immediately heard Su Yingying's trembling voice, tinged with tears. I don't know where the thing you seek is. I followed Zhao Yingjun solely for his money. He gives me 20,000 each month, and in return, I act as his girlfriend. 20,000. Before my official employment, my monthly salary was merely 20,000. How effortless it seems for you to earn such sums. Zhang Yuanqing turned towards the source of the voice and spotted Su Yingying, terrified, pressed against the wall beside the rear of a black sedan, while Ou Xiangrong stood menacingly with a knife. Do not claim ignorance to me. Do not claim ignorance. Ou Xiangrong's gaze was fierce, his tone a neurotic whisper. I offer you one final chance. Has Zhao Yingjun ever disclosed any information regarding the Holy Grail or the roster? I truly do not comprehend what you are speaking of. Su Yingying's eyes were swollen with tears, glistening like pearls. His pupils ignited with a crimson glow, and beneath the mask, his expression morphed into a grotesque frenzy, murmuring, You are unworthy of the chance I have bestowed upon you. Unworthy of the chance. Ou Xiangrong's calloused hand gripped Su Yingying's delicate neck, his robust arm lifting her effortlessly. Su Yingying's face flushed a deep red, then turned purple, her legs flailing, her eyes rolling back. A sinister grin spread across Ou Xiangrong's face as he pressed the knife's tip against Su Yingying's chest. Just as he intended to plunge the blade into her heart, an instinctive warning surged through him, sending shivers down his spine, the hairs on the back of his hand standing on end. In the vicinity, there was no one, no signs of life or unusual activity. Yet, he felt an inexplicable chill emanating from within, an ominous danger creeping ever closer, enveloping him. A spirit realm traveler. The seasoned Ou Xiangrong immediately realized he was under assault from a spirit realm traveler. Gripping Su Yingying by the throat, he instinctively hurled her forcefully backward. With a thud, Su Yingying crashed to the ground, rolling several meters before losing consciousness. Observing that the assailant had disregarded the woman, Ou Xiangrong retreated with quick, measured steps, simultaneously slashing forward with his blade. The keen edge carved a brilliant arc through the air, and a sharp clang resonated in the void, sending forth dazzling sparks. He had struck the adversary's weapon. Utilizing the sensation of the collision, Ou Xiangrong discerned the enemy's position. In an instant, his leg muscles expanded, propelling him like a coiled spring as he crouched and lunged. A muffled thud echoed as his knees met with a solid impact, accompanied by the subdued grunt of the assailant. Subsequently, a figure emerged from the void, a young college student clad in sweatpants and a baseball jacket, possessing commendable features and a sunny disposition, wielding a half-length brass cudgel. The Night Wanderer? In a fleeting moment, Xiangrong comprehended the swift nature of last night's attack and the identity of the orchestrator behind the near-fatal ambush. His mind, in a heightened state, flickered with ferocity and vengeance, igniting a fierce desire to eliminate the Night Wanderer before him. With a firm grip on his blade, Xiangrong leapt into the air, his formidable spring-like agility propelling him over a distance of several meters, launching a savage assault upon the still-reeling college student, as fierce as a human tyrannosaurus. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing nearly exclaimed, "I apologize for the intrusion, noble warrior, spare my life." Instead of attempting to rise, he continued to roll with the momentum, simultaneously drawing upon the power of the Taiyin, re-entering a state of nocturnal wandering. As he rolled, he abruptly vanished from Xiangrong's sight, leaving this beguiling demon without a target. After evading the lethal assault, Zhang Yuanqing, in his invisible state, crouched low and sprinted to a nearby white vehicle. Leaning against its wheel, gasping for breath, that earlier knee strike had nearly caused his heart to cease beating. The pain was excruciating. The agony in his chest left his complexion pale. Even breathing felt painful. Fortunately, the nocturnal wanderer possessed formidable vitality and remarkable self-healing abilities, ensuring that such injuries would soon subside. However, through the recent encounter, Zhang Yuanqing had come to realize the disparity in strength between them. This beguiling demon exhibited keen intuition and extensive combat experience, coupled with an extraordinarily powerful physique, seemingly a master of close-quarters combat. At that moment, he heard a thud as Xiangrong leaped onto the roof of a black sedan several meters away. With a gaze as fierce as a predator's sweeping across the underground parking lot, he spoke in a chilling tone, "The Tai sect's nocturnal wanderer should not be in Songhai. Are you the Five Elements Alliance's nocturnal wanderer? Humph. A mere level 1 nocturnal wanderer dares to ambush me. Let me consider a level 1 nocturnal skill. The invisibility cannot last more than 20 seconds. How long can you hide?" Xiangrong was certain that his opponent was a level 1 nocturnal wanderer. Had he been level 2, he would not have gained the upper hand in their earlier skirmish. And if the foe were level 3, it would be he who would be fleeing now. Injured and weakened, he stood no chance against a fellow Night Wanderer, a peer of the highest caliber. Much like the Enchantress. 20 seconds? You overestimate my capabilities. I can manage no more than 10. Zhang Yuanqing crouched beside the tire, holding his breath. This adversary was absurdly formidable, yet he had not yet unleashed the Enchantress's skills. Let me ponder the abilities of the Enchantress. This nefarious profession possesses formidable combat prowess in the extraordinary realm. After claiming a life, they enter a frenzied state, elevating their combat efficacy. Furthermore, once a confrontation ensues, the Enchantress can mark their foe through a unique method. Even if the prey attempts to flee, they will relentlessly pursue until their quarry is captured. Lastly, there exists the core ability of the extraordinary realm, enchantment. This skill belongs to the realm of mental domination, activated at will, and when combined with extraordinary close-quarters combat skills, it becomes virtually insurmountable. At that moment, the 10 seconds elapsed, and his figure began to materialize. In the next instant, the sound of slicing air pierced his ears. Zhang Yuanqing felt a jolt of apprehension, realizing that Xiangrong's attack had arrived. Without daring to look, he executed a forward roll and vanished once more. Clang! Xiangrong's piercing gaze swept the surroundings, maintaining his vigilance while taunting his opponent. Judging by your appearance, you must be a student from Songhai University. Are you aware that revealing your identity could bring calamity upon your family in the spirit realm? Knowing you are a student, I can take my time to hunt you down, then eliminate you and your entire lineage. After uttering these words, Xiangrong tightened his grip on the willow blade, silently counting down in anticipation of the rookie's reveal or an impending attack. Madman! Zhang Yuanqing felt a heavy weight in his heart. Although he understood that the other party was employing a tactic of provocation, he could not deny that he was genuinely angered and had developed a profound sense of apprehension. Concealed behind the rear of another vehicle, his mind raced as he strategized against his adversary. This individual possessed an alarming intuition. If he could not achieve a decisive strike, it would be unwise to risk a surprise attack. However, he could not remain hidden indefinitely. His stamina would allow him to perform the night walk only twice more before he would have to flee, and it was unlikely that the authorities could arrive in such a brief span of time. Should this person escape, both he and his grandmother would be in peril. The 3 skills of the bewitching demon, frenzy, mark, and bewitch, were a cause for concern. The first could be disregarded as it did not involve killing, and he had likely already been marked by the second. Nonetheless, Night Walk could obscure his presence from detection. The true threat lay in the adversary's close-quarters combat abilities and the Bewitch skill. Sighing, he mused how much better it would be if Night had already fallen. In a fleeting moment of thought, Zhang Yuanqing devised a plan. He would employ the red dancing shoes as the primary offensive force, while the ineffective master would provide support, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This would also serve as an excellent test of the combat efficacy of this particular rule-based item. Bang! Xiangrong leaped onto the rooftop once more, surveying the underground parking lot from his elevated vantage point. He silently counted the seconds, anticipating the moment his foe would emerge from the Nightwalk state, when suddenly he heard an eerie sound of footsteps behind him. Turning, he discerned the source of the uncanny sound. It was a brand new pair of Western-style red dancing shoes, 3 meters away, rising and falling in the empty, tranquil space as if an invisible person were performing a stationary march while wearing them. This scene, shrouded in an eerie and terrifying atmosphere, could easily reduce an ordinary person to trembling and screaming. Supernatural artifacts? As Xiangrong beheld the red dancing shoes, a message materialized before his eyes. Would you care to dance with me? If you are willing, please step in place. Chapter 30, Decapitation. Dance. Xiangrong was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. This supernatural artifact had the audacity to invite him to dance. With a cold smirk, he realized he could never entertain such a proposition during a battle, especially not with the shoes of his adversary. He promptly bit into his tongue, allowing a droplet of blood to spill forth toward the gleaming edge of the blade. As an experienced practitioner of the spiritual realm and being of a nefarious profession, he had engaged in many confrontations with the Night Wanderers, well aware of their skill set. Supernatural artifacts were notoriously enigmatic, and Xiangrong had once been ensnared by one for several days, proving to be quite a nuisance. However, their weaknesses were also apparent, notably their somewhat inadequate lethality. Furthermore, supernatural artifacts generally harbored a profound fear of vigorous yang energy. Thus, a mere drop of blood from his tongue would suffice to subdue such a tool suspected of harboring vengeful spirits. The red dancing shoes, rising and falling, waited for a few seconds, and upon realizing that the human before them was unwilling to join in their dance, they seemed to manifest a sense of anger. A dark crimson glow enveloped the shoes, and with a rapid series of tapping sounds, they lunged toward Xiangrong. Remaining steadfast, he awaited the approaching shoes. And as they leapt toward him with the intention of attack, he calmly swung his blade, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to the vengeful spirit residing within. Yet, as the blade sliced through the shoes, it met with an absence of tangible resistance. These peculiar red shoes appeared to exist in an alternate realm, eluding the confines of reality. Bang! In the next instant, Xiangrong's chest and face were brutally struck with 2 kicks. He experienced the suffocating sensation that Zhang Yuanqing had felt moments before, the pain so intense it seemed to halt his very heartbeat. Simultaneously, his face throbbed with fiery agony, and warm liquid flowed from his nostrils. This was not merely a prop of the Night Wanderer's vocation. Xiangrong stared in bewilderment, uncertainty clouding his mind. The void. This item's attributes appear reminiscent of a certain foreign profession. How could a level 1 Night Wanderer possess an artifact from abroad? With no time to ponder further, his gaze caught sight of the bizarre dancing shoes pivoting once more, ready to strike again. He disregarded the blood trickling from his nose, bracing his arms across his chest. With 2 resounding thuds, the beguiling creature was sent tumbling from the car's roof. Xiangrong leaped forward, sprinted, rolled, and used the vehicle for cover, maneuvering deftly in the spacious underground garage, evading most of the onslaught from the red dancing shoes. Yet, he was still unfortunate enough to be trampled several times, each impact inflicting excruciating pain, exacerbating the wounds sustained from the fierce battle the previous night, with his organs oozing blood. What extraordinary strength! The powerless master, Zhang Yuanqing, watched in astonishment as the red shoes danced menacingly. He was once again acutely aware of the terrifying nature of rule-based artifacts. Their relentless pursuit could not be destroyed or interrupted. The target could only passively endure the assault unless the rules were deciphered, namely, by dancing. However, this was an unrealistic notion. Even if Xiangrong succumbed to the red shoes and stifled his humiliation to perform a tap dance, he would intervene, ensuring his performance faltered. And with a misstep in the dance, all would be for naught. However, Zhang Yuanqing gained a clear understanding of the formidable power possessed by the enchanting demon. With the force of the red dance shoes, Xiangrong managed to withstand the assault, showcasing an alarming resilience. not one to foolishly await his demise. Oh Xiangrong would certainly choose to flee upon realizing he could only endure passive blows without a means to retaliate. Zhang Yuanqing, with a sharp mind, understood he must launch a surprise attack before his opponent could escape. Though he did not aspire to slay, it was imperative to impede this merciless killer. Bang! Once again, Oh Xiangrong failed to evade, suffering a blow from the red dance shoes that sent him staggering backward, momentarily engulfed in darkness, his head spinning. An opportunity. Like a leopard, Zhang Yuanqing sprang forth, clutching the demon-subduing pestle as he traced a parabolic arc, maneuvering behind Oh Xiangrong. He struck fiercely at his opponent's back with the pestle. Buzz! Suddenly, a dense mist-like white light intercepted the sharp tip of the pestle. This force emanated from the bronze waist token clutched tightly in Oh Xiangrong's left hand. An ancient relic marred with cracks and bloodstains, reminiscent of a veteran warrior's possession. This was Zhao Yingjuan's defensive artifact. A defensive item? Zhang Yuanqing, shaken by the failure of his ambush, quickly altered his course, darting around Oh Xiangrong, relentlessly assaulting the wall of white light with the pestle, creating ripples of luminescence. This time, shielded by the red dance shoes, he narrowly evaded the lethal strikes of the enchanting demon, skillfully dodging several razor-edged attacks. Crack! At last, under the relentless barrage of the pestle and the red dance shoes, the bronze waist token shattered into fragments, the white light dissipating into shimmering motes. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing's nocturnal escapade drew to a close, his form materializing before the world. Oh Xiangrong seemed to have been anticipating this precise instant, his eyes ablaze with a crimson glow, inscribed with twisted and malevolent runes. Enchantment. Lay down your weapons, do not resist. Lay down your weapons, do not resist. A sinister grin spread across Oh Xiangrong's face as the blade swept towards the young night wanderer's neck. He would rather endure the assault of those fearsome dance shoes than utilize this defensive artifact, waiting instead for the night wanderer to strike first. This contraption, originating from the scout profession, was already half damaged. If used prematurely, it would merely stave off the onslaught of the dance shoes for a fleeting moment before being utterly destroyed. Thus, he chose to endure, deliberately feigning a weakness to lure his opponent into making a move. As he had anticipated, the inexperienced young night wanderer, unable to maintain his composure, fell into the trap. However, just as the blade was about to slice through the young night wanderer's throat, Oh Xiangrong witnessed the sudden collapse of his adversary's form. The blade skimmed perilously close to the scalp, severing a few strands of hair. Those relentless red dance shoes had, unbeknownst to him, manifested upon the night wanderer's feet, compelling him into a split to evade the lethal strike. In that instant, the night wanderer, who should have been ensnared by the enchantment, was instead suffused with brilliant golden light, rapidly extricating himself from the bewildering state. With a vigorous spring of his legs, he propelled himself forcefully towards Oh Xiangrong. Taken utterly by surprise, Oh Xiangrong could not fathom that a mere level 1 night wanderer could extricate himself from his bewitchment. At that moment, still poised to strike, he found himself unable to retract his blade, helplessly witnessing the brass cudgel hurtling towards his chest. Thud! Flesh and blood were rent asunder, and the demon-slaying staff erupted in a brilliant golden light, incinerating the vitality within the chest. Zhang Yuanqing abruptly tilted his head back, narrowly evading the blade aimed at his throat, only to be struck on the shoulder by Oh Xiangrong's fist, sending him flying like a rag doll. Crash! Zhang Yuanqing collided with a luxury vehicle, shattering its windows into a spiderweb of cracks. Before his falling form could touch the ground, he was gradually erased, vanishing from Oh Xiangrong's sight. He had once again succumbed to his state of nocturnal wandering. Yet Oh Xiangrong turned away from him, staggering towards Su Yingying. His heart lay in ruins. The only salvation lay in the fresh blood of the living. He needed to kill to enter a frenzied state. Then he would burst out of the underground garage, spilling blood across the campus, utilizing the bloodthirsty nature of the demon to mend his wounds and reverse life and death. However, such actions would undoubtedly plummet his moral value below 60, making him a target sought by the spiritual realm, hunted down by all the realm's practitioners in the city. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to contemplate the consequences. Tap, tap, tap. 2 dark crimson lights materialized from thin air, transforming into a pair of brand new red dancing shoes, poised to intercept Oh Xiangrong. To Oh Xiangrong, these footsteps sounded like the tolling of a death knell, the sigh of the Grim Reaper, the decree of the King of Hell. Bang! Oh Xiangrong's face was trampled, leaving his features a mangled mess. He uncontrollably fell backward. Yet, in that final moment, He hurled the willow blade from his hand. The 40-centimeter-long weapon became a silver streak, shooting towards Su Yingying. Xiangrong's gaze was fixated upon the blade. Clink! Suddenly, sparks flew as the willow blade was deflected by a brass staff that emerged from the void, revealing a figure beside Su Yingying. It was none other than Zhang Yuanqing. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiangrong's glimmer of hope transformed into despair and bitterness. At that moment, the red dancing shoes descended from the heavens, trampling upon his face, crushing his nose, splitting his lips, and causing his eyes to burst forth. Xiangrong's limbs twitched violently for a few moments before his life was utterly extinguished. Zhang Yuanqing collapsed beside Su Yingying, exhaling deeply as though utterly drained. At this instant, a tempest of rage churned within his chest, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. This was not fear, but rather the exhilarating surge of adrenaline. In times of peril, when one is compelled to save oneself, adrenaline floods the system, engendering a state where one can commit acts of violence without a flicker of hesitation, a phenomenon colloquially known as being high. The battle plan was a success. Prior to engaging in this conflict, he had meticulously considered that the sole threat to avoid was the opponent's seductive abilities. Thus, before deciding to launch a surprise attack, he had already performed a sacrifice to the demon-subduing pestle. Among its functions was purification. The second form of the red dancing shoes served as his assurance in close combat, effectively shielding him from a fatal, throat-slashing assault. He had meticulously calculated all of Xiangrong's abilities, marking, seduction, frenzy, melee, and had devised countermeasures against them. If he still could not secure victory, Zhang Yuanqing felt there would be no reason to continue. After several moments of catching his breath, Zhang Yuanqing calmed his turbulent emotions, only to hear the notification sound from the spiritual realm. Ding! You have slain a level 3 seducer, earning 30 moral points and 15 reputation points. Reputation unlocked. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback and promptly opened his character attributes panel, discovering the addition of a reputation section. Reputation? Would slaying adversarial realm walkers grant him reputation? As an experienced gamer, he was no stranger to reputation, yet he remained unaware of its significance within the realm of the spirit world. In comparison to the reputation rewards offered in this mystical domain, the treasures of the real world captured his attention far more. He rose and approached the lifeless body of Xiangrong, kicking the eyeball beneath the vehicle before dragging the corpse into the shadowy corner. Methodically searching the body, he unearthed a mobile phone and a wallet. The phone was an archaic model, capable of only making calls, while the wallet was notably bulging. Upon opening it, he discovered a stack of 100-yuan bills and a counterfeit identification card. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously counted the money, pondering the absurdity of a wanted criminal possessing a mere 1,500 yuan. How ridiculous! He swiftly extracted the cash and tucked it into his pocket. Next, he wandered a short distance away to retrieve a sharp willow blade. The moment he touched the weapon, a message materialized in his field of vision. Name: Bloodthirsty Blade. Type: Weapon. Function: Bleeding, bloodthirst, armor-piercing. Description: This blade, nurtured by the blood of a powerful seducer, has grown increasingly bloodthirsty over time. Its edge can slice through the hardest steel, and wounds inflicted by it are notoriously difficult to heal. It siphons the vital essence from its prey, returning it to its master, thereby augmenting their strength. Note: a blade that does not acknowledge its master is hardly a worthy weapon. This blade appeared exceptionally formidable, had it been used to eliminate Su Yingying. Xiangrong would have received its boon. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, keeping watch over Su Yingying. Currently, the blade was unclaimed, and it would be simple to bind it to him. He merely needed to place it in his inventory. However, Zhang Yuanqing was not yet inclined to accept it, for the remarks within the item description instilled a sense of unease. The bloodthirsty blade appeared to belong to the category of cost-based artifacts, and thus the note indicated the price of wielding it. Considering the introduction of this blade, Zhang Yuanqing could surmise its cost, which likely comprised two possibilities. First, anyone who obtains this blade would be cursed, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Second, the blade requires its master to regularly nourish it with their essence. The latter seemed the more plausible scenario. Nourishing it with one's essence again, having already suffered from anemia due to the demon-slaying staff, how could he endure the addition of this bloodthirsty blade? At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the red dancing shoes approaching him with a rhythmic tap, and as they moved, a message materialized. Would you care to dance with me? If so, please step in place. Note: each use of this artifact requires a dance. If you refuse, The red dancing shoes will no longer favor you and will initiate a pursuit. Zhang Yuanqing's mouth fell open in astonishment. This was his first use of the rule-based artifact in reality after acquiring the red dancing shoes. And he had not anticipated that employing such an item would incur this kind of cost. To be killed for refusing to dance. How outrageous. With a beaming smile, Zhang Yuanqing stood up, eager to comply. Soon, the once empty and silent parking garage resonated with the crisp sound of tap dancing. This time, he did not invoke old ailments but instead, with his extraordinary physique, executed a dance, albeit with frequent missteps. Fortunately, as the master, he was spared from the wrath of the red dancing shoes. Upon completing the dance, the red dancing shoes stepped back with their right foot, rising onto their toes, and performed a graceful curtsy. Following the sound, he observed Li Dongzi leading Guanya along with 7 or 8 unfamiliar practitioners of the spirit realm, hastily rushing into the underground parking garage. Some were armed with guns, others with knives, and a few cradled cats, fully equipped for confrontation. Fortunately, the dance had concluded. Zhang Yuanqing felt an immense sense of relief. Chapter 31. Concealment at the entrance of the underground parking garage, shadows flitted about. Li Dongzi, leaning on his staff with one hand and gripping a gun with the other, entered the garage, his keen gaze swiftly scanning the scene. His eyes first fell upon the unconscious Su Yingying, followed by faint bloodstains on the ground and several privately owned vehicles with visible damage. As a scout, Li Dongzi could easily discern that a brief yet perilous battle had transpired here. The fact that Su Yingying was still alive indicated that the situation had not yet reached its most dire point. The other practitioners of the spirit realm also surveyed the scene with vigilance and urgency. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows at the rear of a nearby vehicle. Instinctively, everyone turned their weapons toward him. "Do not shoot, it's me." Zhang Yuanqing urgently raised his hands, scrutinizing the practitioners of the spirit realm aside from Guanya and Li Dongzi. Among them was a burly man clad in athletic attire, resembling a gym instructor. Towering at least 6 feet 3 inches, his muscular physique exuding strength, with red fingerless gloves adorning his hands. A middle-aged man, wearing a miner's helmet and deep brown work attire, had dark skin weathered by the elements. A young woman in white racing gear, with an oval face and fair complexion, possessed striking features and lively brows, brandishing a sleek black long knife in her hand. The other 2 armed individuals exhibited no remarkable traits in demeanor or appearance. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanqing emerge from the shadows, the tense expressions of Li Dongzi and Guanya noticeably relaxed, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. After concluding the meeting, they received a call from Wang Tai, informing them that Yuanshi had discovered Xiangrong at Songhai University, where he was reportedly holding Su Yingying captive with malicious intent. Startled by the news, Li Dongzi and Guanya promptly summoned several remaining team leaders and hurried to Songhai University. Throughout the journey, Li Dongzi maintained a stern countenance, burdened by the fear that Yuanshi might act recklessly in a moment of impulsive fervor. When newcomers first experience the extraordinary powers of a spiritual realm walker, they often become inflated with a sense of invincibility, compounded by their naivety, leading them to take foolish risks. In that moment, upon witnessing Zhang Yuanqing's unscathed presence, both felt a sense of relief. Is he the night wanderer? The impatient muscle-bound man first inquired of Li Dongzi, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he surveyed the underground parking lot and barked in a gravelly voice. "Kid, which way did Xiangrong flee?" In his estimation, a level 3 alluring demon was beyond the capabilities of a mere level 1 night wanderer. After a brief confrontation, Xiangrong, fearing the imminent arrival of official spiritual realm walkers, had fled in haste. If he had not been gone for long, there remained a chance to pursue him. Given the scout's tracking abilities, didn't he escape? Zhang Yuanqing asserted. Didn't he escape? A chill ran through the group as they raised their weapons, glancing around in astonishment and heightened vigilance. Then, this novice, pointing to the shadows behind him, declared, "I took care of him." What did he just say? The imposing figure of the muscular man from Huasher University was on the verge of digging into his ears, questioning whether his hearing had faltered. Frustration surged within him, and he thundered in a deep, resonant voice, "Do not jest with me. This is not the time for your humor." Li Dongzi and the others were momentarily taken aback, their brows knitting together as they regarded Zhang Yuanqing with newfound caution. "Why are you being so aggressive? Can't you speak civilly? You aren't affiliated with the Chihui gang, are you?" Zhang Yuanqing patiently elucidated, "I am not fabricating tales. His body lies at the rear of the car." If you doubt my words, feel free to inspect it yourself. The muscular man cast a glance in that direction, where the protruding pillars of the wall and the silhouette of the vehicle intertwined, obscuring his view of the corner. He was about to proceed when a middle-aged man, donning a miner's helmet, stepped forward, casting a brief glance at Zhang Yuanqing before addressing the burly figure. I shall go and take a look. Noticing the grave expression on his colleague's face, the muscular man appeared to remember something, casting a wary glance at Zhang Yuanqing before nodding in agreement. Zhang Yuanqing observed that Li Dongzi and Guanya bore peculiar expressions, while the others looked on with unabashed vigilance. At that moment, the middle-aged man in the miner's helmet approached the rear of the vehicle with deliberate, steady steps. He then stood frozen, staring intently at a specific spot, his eyes wide as if carved from clay. Boss Tang. The muscular man watched his companion display a look of astonishment and confusion, a chill coursing through him as his muscles tensed, ready for action at any moment. The leaders of Qingting and Bailong immediately heightened their alertness. Tang Guoqiang's demeanor resembled that of someone ensnared by manipulation. However, it was not long before they witnessed Tang Guoqiang recovering, bending down to drag a corpse into the light, bringing it into the gaze of the crowd. The body was clad in loose camouflage trousers, a black vest, and a black jacket. Its face was a grotesque mess, the eye sockets hollow, the contours of the features faintly recognizable. It was indeed O Xiangrong. The underground parking garage fell into a profound silence as everyone stared in disbelief at O Xiangrong's lifeless form. Li Dongzi's expression gradually shifted from sternness to astonishment, murmuring, "Oh my heavens! Oh my heavens!" Guanya glanced at the corpse, then at Zhang Yuanqing, her mind racing with thoughts. A beautifully elegant woman, adorned in a watercolor patterned qipao and striding briskly in high heels, halted beside the body. After a meticulous examination, she pursed her lips and confirmed, "It is indeed O Xiangrong." Upon finishing her statement, she cast a complex glance at Zhang Yuanqing. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How did you manage this?" The gazes of several team leaders converged upon Zhang Yuanqing, scrutinizing him repeatedly, astonished that a mere level 1 individual could have dispatched O Xiangrong, despite the latter being gravely injured. The second team had indeed achieved a significant victory. How fortunate was Li Dongzi to have such an outstanding subordinate? How could this have been possible? Was it merely a matter of having the right tools? Zhang Yuanqing refrained from responding, instead turning his attention to his superior. Li Dongzi stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Yuan Shi, you have done exceptionally well. You have made a significant contribution. Just moments ago, while you were unable to reach us, we were in the meeting room receiving a thorough reprimand from our superiors." This statement adeptly diverted attention, as the faces of several captains illuminated with relaxed smiles, akin to the relief of shedding a heavy burden. Zhang Yuanqing cast a sidelong glance at him. "Then why did you just point a gun at me?" The enchanting creature of the extraordinary realm possesses the ability to momentarily sway the human psyche. If granted sufficient time and subjected to repeated allure, it can deepen the influence, ultimately achieving the manipulation of the intended target. Rather than believing you were responsible for the death of O Xiangrong, we find it more plausible that you have fallen under their enchantment. A young woman clad in a white racing suit approached, wielding a knife, her gaze scrutinizing Zhang Yuanqing with satisfaction as she nodded approvingly. "We were all mistaken. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bailong, a level 3 water ghost." This female captain exuded an indescribable vigor, devoid of any feminine restraint or shyness. Her demeanor was assertive, as though everyone else were mere underlings. "Yuan Shi Tianzun," Zhang Yuanqing replied. The captains paused for a moment, taken aback. What a splendid name. Indeed, it is quite remarkable, instantly provoking a desire to confront him. Bailong chuckled. "I shall call you Yuan Shi. It is fortunate, for I have always believed that young men of your age tend to choose rather peculiar names." "And such names would be?" Zhang Yuanqing replied with a playful shrug. Bailong was momentarily taken aback, astonished by his audacity to retort. It was customary for one to respond with modesty or a semblance of restraint when faced with the teasing of a superior. For instance, Deji Ba? Guanya interjected with a smile, seamlessly taking over the conversation from Bailong. Deji Ba. "The meaning of my name is domineering muscles." "That is precisely what I intend." Guanya wore an expression of pure innocence. Deji Ba was rendered speechless. As the conversation unfolded, several official spirit realm practitioners hurriedly arrived, carrying stretchers and body bags. Upon receiving the call that the assailant had been neutralized, They promptly came to attend to the deceased and, in the process, transported Su Yingying to the hospital for treatment. No, he must not come. Tang Guoqiang shook his head. Zhang Yuanqing immediately recalled the harrowing experience of devouring spirits in the hospital, which filled him with trepidation. However, a moment's reflection led him to consider the implications of other night wanderers witnessing the killing of O Xiangrong. The secret of the red dancing shoes would be difficult to conceal. Naturally, it was not to say that exposure would inevitably incite competition and covetousness. But discretion was undoubtedly paramount. This is not a concern. I will find a way to mitigate it, Li Dongzi asserted, his demeanor resolute. The memories of O Xiangrong are crucial. The sooner we consult the spirit, the better. We cannot ascertain how much of the tainted spirit's memory remains. Tang Guoqiang pondered for a moment and gave a slight nod. Although he still disagreed with Li Dongzi's approach, the matter lay within the jurisdiction of their second team, having been resolved by them. At that moment, a graceful woman in a cheap house stepped forward, inquiring with genuine concern, "Is anyone injured? Do you require treatment?" Her tone was gentle, and her demeanor was fervent, as though Zhang Yuanqing were her confidant. Li Dongzi smiled and introduced the burly man in a miner's hat, saying, "This is the formidable muscle of the Red Fire Gang, Tang Guoqiang from the Central Court." Both captains were seasoned spirit realm practitioners. Indeed, they are from the Red Fire Gang. Zhang Yuanqing responded promptly, "Greetings, captains. I appreciate your guidance." The muscular man nodded with satisfaction. "Shall we exchange contact information?" "That would be excellent." Qingting and Bailong nodded in agreement. Tang Guoqiang, though few of words, was the first to produce his mobile phone. Li Dongzi's lips twitched slightly. After Zhang Yuanqing and several team leaders added each other as friends, Li Dongzi remarked. A moment later, the official Spirit Realm travelers arrived, driving a business vehicle and a blue sports car into the underground parking garage. "Director, may I ride in your business vehicle?" Zhang Yuanqing wished to speak privately with Li Dongzi, particularly to request the deletion of surveillance footage. Zhang Yuanqing opened his mouth, hesitated, and finally resigned himself to watching as Li Dongzi and the team leaders departed in the business vehicle. Guanya cast a glance at him, her eyes sparkling, and remarked with a smile, "The director has taken away all the troublesome individuals. Come, I shall take you to delete the surveillance." Zhang Yuanqing observed with a composed demeanor. The blue sports car sped along the spacious road, with Guanya donning sunglasses, gripping the steering wheel, and humming a tune, seemingly in good spirits. She remarked, "You lad are truly fortunate, having just become a spirit realm traveler and already acquiring a rule-type artifact." She felt fortunate herself, as her recent need for merit was swiftly fulfilled. "Did you all know about this in advance?" Zhang Yuanqing, unperturbed, offered a compliment. "The scout profession is indeed the most perfect." As someone skilled in social interactions, he adeptly adjusted his mindset. Previously, he had merely speculated and misremembered. Insight was the scout's innate talent. Guanya chuckled. "Your ability to grasp my hints and conceal the rule-type artifact indicates you are not entirely foolish." Zhang Yuanqing immediately replied with a subtle dig. "The organization wouldn't require me to surrender the artifact, would they? There will be no coercion. However, should you willingly submit, the organization will gladly accept it and reward you with merits and monetary compensation. Yet, human nature is intricate, as a novice wielding rule-based artifacts. The news will undoubtedly attract some individuals to take risks." Guanya earnestly advised, "A secret can be concealed for a moment, but not for a lifetime. You might consider finding a backing, such as a superior's superior." Zhang Yuanqing pondered, "Which centurion could provide me shelter? How can you ensure that this superior won't be tempted by the allure of treasure? That individual hails from a prestigious lineage, having been born with a silver spoon. Proud and lofty in spirit. I cannot speak for the other steward, but I can vouch for his character." Guanya chuckled. "Moreover, he prides himself on winning others over with virtue, yet he revels in extravagance, a man of substantial wealth. A single rule-based artifact would hardly shake his pride. Nevertheless, he has lofty aspirations and generally looks down upon ordinary folk, favoring elite talents." Zhang Yuanqing merely nodded, neither agreeing nor rejecting, and subtly shifted the topic. Guanya remarked, "You have garnered significant attention today. As your deeds spread, there will undoubtedly be those within the Five Elements Alliance who will attempt to undermine you, both overtly and covertly. Be wary of the allure of beauty. There have been past instances of seduction, and those two female captains seem quite intrigued by you." Zhang Yuanqing declared with righteous fervor, "I am unwaveringly loyal to Team 2 and would never fall for such a ploy." Unless I cannot resist, he added silently to himself. But you are a Scorpio. Guan Yu retorted with a smirk. What does that have to do with being a Scorpio? Zhang Yuanqing replied, bewildered. Have you ever heard the saying about zodiac signs? When it comes to Pisces men, one should not engage in idle talk, while with Scorpio men, one should avoid any confrontation. In a sleek black business vehicle, Li Dongzhe personally took the wheel, his gaze fixed ahead as a broad smile adorned his face. Oh dear, it seems I've inadvertently completed everyone's tasks. My fellow teammates, I apologize for not allowing you to bask in the glory. The expressions of the four captains darkened. Once the prize is awarded, I shall treat everyone to a meal, Li Dongzhe added cheerfully. Do not envy me. It is merely a stroke of luck. This fellow fortuitously navigated through the shelling tunnel and coincidentally eliminated Oh Xiangrong. Nothing extraordinary. Your manner of speaking is quite infuriating, grumbled the imposing figure known as Dehiba. Maintain your composure. There is no need for such agitation. I shall first report to Captain Fu. Under the scrutinizing glares of the captains, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Captain Fu's number. In the Oh Xiangrong incident, due to their errors, Captain Fu had borne considerable risk. Now that Oh Xiangrong had been neutralized, it was his duty as a subordinate to provide a timely report. That rascal Yuanshi had certainly brought him honor. Chapter 32. A major incident. The ringtone persisted for a considerable time before the call was answered. The voice on the other end was articulate yet devoid of warmth. I am currently reviewing the materials on Oh Xiangrong and analyzing his behavioral trajectory. You have 10 seconds. Within the realm of official spiritual realm practitioners, various teams serve as the primary force in handling cases, while the administrators coordinate behind the scenes, only intervening personally in particularly challenging cases. The Centurion was under considerable pressure. Li Dongzhe cleared his throat and reported in a deep, solemn voice, Centurion Fu. We have successfully eliminated Oh Xiangrong. Where was he located? Li Dongzhe replied. He was shot at Songhai University while attempting to interrogate Su Yingying regarding the whereabouts of the Holy Grail and the roster. However, Su Yingying is unaware of any information. She is merely an ordinary student. Your judgment was accurate. Oh Xiangrong was indeed mentally unstable. Centurion Fu praised him. Well done, Li Dongzhe. Your keen insight has averted a major bloodshed, and I shall commend you to the Council of Elders. Were there any casualties? None. Li Dongzhe paused before clarifying. Centurion Fu. We did not kill him. You did not kill him? Fu Qingyang's tone was laced with confusion, as if a realization dawned upon him. I almost forgot. There is an elder from the Water God Palace at Songhai University. Was it him who intervened? It seems I must find an opportunity to express my gratitude. An elder at Songhai University? Li Dongzhe's expression turned astonished, quickly recognizing Fu Centurion's misunderstanding. He explained it was the primordial heavenly sovereign, the new deity of the night whom I have recently recruited, who dispatched Oh Xiangrong. A level 1 deity of the night eliminated a level 3 seducer? The Centurion fell silent once more, and after a brief pause, Fu Qingyang instructed, understood. Have him submit a report. After a moment, his tone lightened with amusement. Well done. Concluding the call, Li Dongzhe, exhilarated, pressed down harder on the accelerator, feeling a surge of triumph. The White Dragon unlocked his phone and created a temporary group for the nearby captains, observing how proud Li Dongzhe was, his beard nearly soaring to his brows. Qing Ting remarked that their team had achieved great merit, and if he had such a subordinate, he too would feel a sense of pride. Regarding the Night Wanderer that Li Dongzhe had recruited, what had once been mere admiration had now transformed into a jealousy so intense that the captains were tempted to abandon all decorum. In the Security Bureau of Kanyang District, within the morgue, Li Dongzhe closed the door, effectively barring the captains from entry. He turned to Zhang Yuanqing, his gaze penetrating, and spoke. The Night Wanderer devours spiritual bodies to enhance experience points, but the side effect of this method is a gradual contamination of the mind. If you have attempted to strengthen yourself in this manner, you should comprehend my meaning. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in understanding. Have you tried utilizing that artifact to purify your thoughts? Li Dongzhe suggested, indicating his approach. Observing Zhang Yuanqing furrow his brow in contemplation, Li Dongzhe chuckled, realizing that the artifact's cost was likely substantial. It now appeared that the crystal was likely formed from the soul of an ethereal practitioner who perished in the mountain deity temple. Thus, the information stated it was the finest supplement for the Night Wanderer. The impurities within the spiritual crystal were presumably the result of mental contamination. Yet it had been purified by the goddess. Therefore, it could be inferred that the demon-subduing staff would also possess the ability to cleanse such contamination. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuanqing opened his inventory and retrieved the brass-crafted demon-subduing staff, adorned with exquisite engravings and incantations. He briefly explained the artifact's function and cost, adding, "If I should lose control later, just stab me with it, preferably in the thigh." Li Dongzi took the prop in hand. Zhang Yuanqing approached the lifeless body of Xiangrong, his palm pressed against the chest, inhaling deeply. A viscous, pitch-black energy surged from his eyes, awakening the remnants of the spirit within the corpse. A sudden throbbing pain enveloped his brow, and his consciousness expanded as foreign entities forcefully flooded into his mind. In a hazy vision, Zhang Yuanqing beheld himself, the underground parking garage, and the eerie red dancing shoes, remnants of the battle that had just transpired there. He quietly awaited the conclusion of the conflict, and the scene swiftly shifted. Now, he found himself in a dimly lit chamber where Xiangrong faced a masked man who held a beautifully crafted crystal goblet filled with a liquid as crimson as blood. As a bewitching demon, your malevolence is pure. You possess considerable potential. Drink from the chalice, and you shall become my servant. Every fortnight, you must partake of the elixir anew, lest you fall prey to peril beyond salvation. Remember my name, the judge with the deceptive eyes. In a dilapidated rental apartment, a man clad in a mask and a baseball cap stood in the living room, speaking coldly. The judge with the deceptive eyes is dead. His loyal subordinate, the Black Wu Chang, has fled with the fallen chalice and the roster, hiding in Songhai City. If you wish to avoid a fatal poisoning, seek him out for us, and your spiritual energy shall not be squandered. The scene shifted again, revealing a cerulean sky and a group of students clad in uniforms, assaulting him with fists and feet. The abrupt shift in the atmosphere left Zhang Yuanqing somewhat bewildered. It took several moments for him to realize that he was witnessing an instance of school bullying. Was this a memory of Xiangrong from the past? It was hard to fathom that such a cold-blooded villain had once endured similar experiences during his student days. No money? Xiangrong, do you take my words lightly? If your parents won't give you any, won't you resort to theft? You good for nothing? Hit me hard. Only pain will teach you a lesson. Come, light a cigarette and burn his face. Everyone step aside. I want to urinate on him. Please, don't hit me. Don't hit me. Zhang Yuanqing felt the intense fear radiating from Xiangrong, who curled up in terror. They were merely adolescents, yet their malevolence was so unadulterated. In the dilapidated office, a bespectacled teacher sternly admonished, "Why is it always you who gets bullied, instead of others? Have you ever considered your own issues? You must learn to get along with your classmates. Not everything needs to be reported to the teachers, who were also quite busy." From Xiangrong's emotions, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a profound anger. A middle-aged man erupted into a tirade, spitting words of fury. This time, Zhang Yuanqing perceived a deep despair emanating from Xiangrong. Fragmented, chaotic images flashed rapidly before his eyes, repeated instances of bullying, relentless beatings. Ultimately, Xiangrong's mindset twisted further, becoming increasingly violent. At that moment, a brilliant and pure golden light penetrated his consciousness, dispelling the wrath and anguish and ushering in warmth. Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes to the blinding glare of bright lights and the pristine white walls. He also beheld the disheveled and bruised figure of Li Dongzi, his suit in disarray. "Shichang, are you all right?" Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed in astonishment as he instinctively touched his face, realizing it was streaked with tears. "I'm fine," Li Dongzi replied, nonchalantly discarding the blood-stained demon-slaying staff onto the floor, adjusting his attire while grumbling, "I should have summoned Guan Yalan. Her combat skills surpass mine, and this is hardly graceful." Once he had composed himself, he eagerly inquired, "So, have you uncovered any new clues? You appear to be in poor condition." "I'm just a bit saddened," Zhang Yuanqing admitted. His experience points had increased again, yet this time, he felt no joy. Li Dongzi's expression shifted to one of realization as he asked, "Is it due to Xiangrong's memories?" Indeed, the memories of the spirit were fragmented and incomplete, retaining only the weight of unresolved experiences. After all these years, Xiangrong remained haunted by the tribulations of his student days, which had cast a long shadow over his life. Although the man was a wretched criminal, Zhang Yuanqing found it difficult to dismiss his sorrow. Li Dongzi sighed, "While I cannot fathom what you witnessed in those memories, I understand. The Night Wanderer of Tai despises the spirits that devour those of malevolent professions, and for good reason. Yuan sure. Do you comprehend the origin of the concept of evil professions?" He did not hasten to inquire about the case clues. Instead, he seized the opportunity to enlighten him. Imparting wisdom, in the conflict between factions, we have vanquished countless malevolent practitioners. After analyzing the data from the Tai Chi Gates Night Wanderer inquiries, we have observed a phenomenon. Every malevolent practitioner is, in essence, a villain or criminal in reality. In other words, the spiritual walkers of malevolent professions are selected from specific groups within the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback. Thus, they did not become malevolent practitioners and turn into wrongdoers. They were inherently bad. However, their wickedness is not entirely innate, but rather a concoction of humanity's own making. Li Dong's aside, the spiritual realm does not actively cultivate evil. The birth of any malevolent practitioner is a manifestation of humanity's own karmic fire. This reality is rather disheartening and lacks positive energy, yet it is the true nature of the world. Understand this, but do not widely disseminate it. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in silence. Furthermore, let me share another detail. You have slain O Xiangrong and should have gained some prestige, Li Dongza remarked. Among spiritual walkers, mutual hunting does not incur a loss of moral value. However, possessing prestige will instill caution among fellow faction members. If you possess 10 points of prestige, the act of killing a fellow faction spiritual walker will result in a deduction of 20 points of moral value. There is a distinction between order and goodness. After conveying this, Li Dongza patted him on the shoulder. Now, let us discuss serious matters and not squander time. I believe I have glimpsed a significant event in O Xiangrong's memories. Significant event? Li Dongza smiled lightly, pondering the insignificance of a third-level enchantress. After years of experience, he had encountered numerous grave matters. Speak freely, he urged. His confidence was not born of arrogance, but stemmed from his belief that Yuan Shi, with limited experience, might not possess an accurate definition of what constituted a significant issue. Here's the situation. Zhang Yuanqing recounted the memories he had retrieved. Moments later, Li Dongza dashed out of the morgue, bellowing at the captains outside. A grave situation has arisen. Chapter 33. The Fallen Holy Grail. On the second floor of the villa, in a modest conference room, the setting sun cast a blood-red hue through the glass windows, staining the white wool carpet with glimmering crimson. Seated upright at the conference table were Li Dongza, Jingting, Bai Long, Tang Wuqiang, and Dehiba, several esteemed captains. Almost all the captains from the Kongyang district's spiritual realm had gathered. As a scout, Li Dongza keenly observed Yuan Ting's lackluster demeanor and furrowed his brow. Are you injured? Yuan Ting, pale and reclining wearily against the chair's back, closed his eyes to recuperate. Upon hearing this, he opened his eyes, his expression composed as he replied, No. It is merely that during this trip to Beijing, Elder Sun has placed immense importance on me, believing I shall become a cornerstone of the Tai sect. He insisted on personally training me. I have been overtrained, hence my current state. The others regarded him with solemn respect. Fu Qingyang glanced at him without offering a comment, then stated seriously, Let us discuss the matter at hand. What did Yuan Shi see in O Xiangrong's memories that prompted your haste? The captains cast solemn glances at Li Dongza as he emerged from the morgue. Without preamble, he summoned everyone to the Centurion's location, declaring the occurrence of a significant event. When questioned, he remained reticent, further igniting their anxiety. Clearing his throat, Li Dongza surveyed those gathered around the table. From O Xiangrong's recollections, our nocturnal wanderer grasped the true nature of the Holy Grail. It was an artifact of the Eerie-Eyed Judge, known in full as the Fallen Holy Grail. The mention of the Eerie-Eyed Judge and the Fallen Holy Grail caused the captains on either side of the conference table to exchange glances, their expressions a mixture of gravity and bewilderment. The Eerie-Eyed Judge served as the vice president of the Psychic Society's Eastern District branch. The Psychic Society, a notorious malevolent organization among the spirit realm practitioners, comprised a cadre of powerful and deranged sorcerers. The Eerie-Eyed Judge held the 8th position on the Five Elements Alliance's bounty list, a figure capable of monumental feats. It was astonishing that O Xiangrong's case connected to such a high-caliber individual. Their confusion stemmed from the fact that they were unfamiliar with the artifact known as the Fallen Holy Grail. Was O Xiangrong in search of the Eerie-Eyed Judge's artifact? Dehiba furrowed his brow and bluntly remarked that the young man's mind had clearly gone awry. Daring to covet the possessions of high-level spirit realm practitioners despite his mere extraordinary rank. The assembly disregarded Dehiba's comment, turning their attention to Fu Qingyang. Fu Qingyang remained silent for a few moments, an unusual gravity in his tone as he continued, I will disclose to you a piece of intelligence. However, given your current standings, you are not yet entitled to comprehend matters of this magnitude. Therefore, upon exiting this room, keep it to yourselves. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively straightened their postures and adjusted their expressions. The fallen Holy Grail is a highly esteemed artifact intrinsic to the profession of witchcraft and sorcery, wielded to exert control over spiritual realm practitioners. The Cursed Eye Judge has employed this instrument to subjugate numerous practitioners from various other professions. A significant proportion of the fallen individuals we encounter annually are the creations of the Cursed Eye Judge. Intelligence reports indicate that once tainted by the fallen Holy Grail, one remains enslaved by the Cursed Eye Judge for life, with death being the sole means of liberation, leaving no alternative. Li Dongza interjected. Acknowledging the point, Xiangrong is indeed a servant of the Cursed Eye Judge. This revelation illuminated the situation for the captains. Bai Long nodded initially, but soon furrowed his brow. What relevance does this have to the death of Zhao Yingjun? Moreover, is this truly a significant event? Zhao Yingjun was also a servant of the Cursed Eye Judge, having infiltrated the Five Elements Alliance, posing as a consultant for the Public Security Bureau, while covertly seeking new recruits for the Cursed Eye Judge, acting as an accomplice. Li Dongza paused momentarily before stating with utmost seriousness, not long ago. The Cursed Eye Judge unexpectedly perished, and his confidant, the enigmatic He Wuchang, has since concealed himself along with the Holy Grail in a ledger containing the identities of the fallen. Presently, it is not only fallen individuals like Xiangrong who are in pursuit of He Wuchang. Another vice president of the Spiritual Energy Association's Eastern District, the Gu King, along with his subordinate factions, are also in search of him. Upon obtaining the roster, He Wuchang would undoubtedly reach out to these fallen individuals to inherit the legacy of the Gu Yan Judge. Zhao Yingjuan's undercover identity holds immense significance, as he has likely already established contact with He Wuchang. Thus, Xiangrong seeks to uncover He Wuchang's whereabouts through Zhao Yingjun. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence. The Gu Yan Judge, a high-ranking spiritual realm practitioner, had met his demise? The weight of this information was staggering, even causing the usually composed Fu Qingyang to momentarily lose his poise. In the suffocating silence, Fu Qingyang tapped the table, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "The roster of the Gu Yan Judge contains numerous fallen individuals. He Wuchang, along with the roster and the Holy Grail, has gone into hiding. It is implausible for him to gather all his servants. Individuals like Xiangrong, who exhibit signs of mental instability, are certainly not isolated cases." Li Dongza let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging, "Indeed, this is a significant event." The captains wore solemn expressions. Fu Qingyang continued, "He Wuchang is concealed within Songhai, and the coming days will not be tranquil. I shall promptly report this information to the Elder Council, urging them to inform colleagues across various regions to be vigilant against the potential chaos of the fallen. From this day forth, all personnel are to forfeit their leave. Phones must remain operational around the clock, and everyone must be on standby." The captains nodded gravely. Fu Qingyang, maintaining a serious demeanor, addressed the assembly. "I must express my disappointment with all of you for your negligence, complacency, and lack of vigilance." He then softened his expression, adding, "In the incident involving Xiangrong, Yuanshi Tianzuan has made significant contributions. From eliminating Xiangrong to interrogating the spirit and uncovering the truth behind the demise of the Gu Yan Judge, all of this has been his doing. A group of seasoned elders pales in comparison to a mere novice, and as your superior, I find this quite embarrassing." Li Dongza and the others displayed expressions of shame. "What? The one who vanquished the beguiling Xiangrong is that newly appointed Night Wanderer?" Yuan Ting was taken aback, glancing left and right, unable to suppress the urge to raise his hand. "Captain Fu, are you suggesting that the level 1 Night Wanderer under Captain Li has slain Xiangrong?" Li Dongza quietly puffed out his chest, lifting his chin with pride. The muscular leader remarked, "That young man possesses extraordinary combat talent. His future achievements are boundless, and he may very well ascend to the realm of saints, becoming a figure of considerable authority." Several captains nodded slightly in agreement with his assertion. Captain Qingding elucidated, "He was the first to detect Xiangrong's whereabouts and acted decisively. By the time we arrived, the battle had already concluded. Although Xiangrong was injured and his mind largely in disarray, eliminating him was still no small feat. What manner of genius is this?" Yuan Ting was momentarily stunned, then felt a sharp pain in his chest, almost unable to breathe. Elder Sun was bewildered. Captain Fu Qingyang chose not to extend the conversation, stating flatly, "Let us adjourn the meeting." Li Dongza and the others rose to leave, but Yuan Ting remained, waiting for the captains to exit the conference room. Suppressing his swirling feelings of regret and frustration, he spoke, "Captain Fu, there is a matter that requires your assistance." Fu Qingyang regarded him intently. Yuan Ting continued, this time. The sect leader summoned us to Beijing to announce a confidential message. The demon lord is dead. Fu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, and then his sculptural visage was beset by astonishment. Not even the demise of the enigmatic judge could elicit such profound emotional upheaval from him. The demon lord, a name that instilled terror in the hearts of all official spirit realm practitioners, was a fallen night wanderer with a capricious temperament. Known for his brutality and insatiable thirst for blood, his mastery of assassination and concealment had led to the untimely demise of countless spirit realm practitioners. During the zenith of his arrogance, even the elders of the official organizations were compelled to tread lightly, adopting a low profile to avoid exposure in the real world. The malevolent organizations harbored equal disdain for him, as the demon lord showed no hesitation in slaying both righteous and nefarious beings alike. It wasn't until early last year that he encountered the remarkable female commander of the White Tiger Legion in a high-stakes confrontation, where he was severely wounded, leading to his subsequent disappearance. And then, Fu Qingyang resumed his indifference. The sect leader had given them a task to seek out the heir of the demon lord. Since 2 months ago, all newcomers who had become night wanderers were to be scrutinized until the end of this year. Yuan Ting remarked. Fu Qingyang furrowed his brow. Even if a fortunate individual were to obtain the demon lord's character card, it would bear no connection to the demon lord himself. Why does your sect leader wish to locate him? Pray, do not suggest it is out of a fondness for talent. After a spirit realm practitioner perishes, the spirit realm erases all data associated with that character, subsequently seeking a new owner for the character card. When a high-level spirit realm practitioner falls, remnants may linger during the formatting of the character card, perhaps a form of benefit or a particular privilege. Such character cards are inherently superior to ordinary ones. However, in Fu Qingyang's perspective, this peculiar situation was not sufficient to provoke such a considerable response from the Master of Tai. It is worth noting that even the demon lord himself ranks beneath the contemporary strongest night wanderer. Yuan Ting shook his head. How would I know? I am merely here to follow orders. This year, only 4 novices from Songhai have ascended to the rank of night wanderer. 1 perished in the spirit realm, and 2 joined Tai's sect, dispatched to the training camp. The last individual is under the command of Li Dongzi, and I wish to interrogate him. Fu Qingyang fixed his gaze upon Yuan Ting, his deep brown eyes sharp and profound. Yuan Ting, steeling himself, held his gaze. That is acceptable, but regardless of the outcome, you must inform me beforehand. You are not permitted to take him to the capital without my consent. At his desk, Zhang Yuanqing opened his computer and, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, called out, Sister Guanya, how should the report be written? It is not merely a matter of format. It pertains to the content. Zhang Yuanqing wore a distressed expression. He was tasked with composing a report on the elimination of Xiangrong. And the challenge lay in the fact that omitting the presence of the red dancing shoes made it exceedingly difficult to convincingly narrate the events surrounding Xiangrong's demise. After all, this was not a matter that could be glossed over in a mere few sentences. The mixed-blood beauty rolled her eyes, instead of rationally emphasizing these non-existent elements. Why not irrationally diminish Xiangrong's intelligence? You exhibited considerable wit in the garage. Why are you acting foolishly now? Indeed, Xiangrong's mental state has deteriorated, and he has sustained grave injuries. The extent of his condition remains unknown to outsiders, allowing me the liberty to depict it as I please. For he is unlikely to rise from his grave to defend himself. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes brightened. I understand now. Thank you, Sister Guanya. He immediately began to type, chronicling Xiangrong's madness and irrationality, while simultaneously formulating a strategy for handling the bloodthirsty blade. The function of the demon-subduing staff leans more towards purification and demon suppression, rather than close combat, and the bloodthirsty blade undoubtedly compensates for this deficiency. Its inherent bleeding and armor-piercing effects are a perfect match for the assassin attributes of the Night Wanderer. The only consideration is the issue of blood loss. Once my experience points increase and my abilities enhance, the formidable vitality and self-healing capabilities of the Night Wanderer should suffice to support both artifacts. Exterminating demons with the staff and slashing through lunatics with the blade seems quite promising. After Zhang Yuanqing completed the report and sent it to Li Dongzi's email, he inquired, when can I expect the rewards for clearing the shelling tunnel, as well as this current reward? Your merits require approval from the Elders' Council, and the allocation of funds follows suit. It will likely be dispersed alongside next month's salary, Guanya replied with a smile. Are you eager to treat your sister to a meal? Well, I desire abalone, sea cucumber, roasted duck, imported ham, and premium steak. No, that's too extravagant. I can only afford to treat you to jianbing guozi, with a sausage and 2 eggs. Zhang Yuanqing mused. Where have the squad leader and the other captains gone? He asked before departing. Upon learning of Xiangrong's memories, Li Dongzi, rather ungracefully, hurriedly departed with the captains, leaving no explanation behind. During the meeting, Guanya cradled her phone, leaning back against her chair, accentuating her impressive figure as she remarked. The large-scale meetings of the Lingjing Walkers in Kangnong District are generally held at the residence of Captain Fu. Once you have been employed for over 6 months and have gained sufficient seniority, you may have the opportunity to visit there. What's so enjoyable about that? I despise meetings. Zhang Yuanqing replied disinterestedly. Guanya, with a playful glint in her eyes and a knowing smile, said, there are many beautiful bunny girls there. Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned wistful. I truly wish to participate in the organization's meetings soon, to contribute to its development. Chapter 34. An unexpected guest exiting the conference room. Yuan Ting exhaled deeply. Feeling an immediate alleviation of pressure, the young master of the Fu family, both in terms of his status and his illustrious lineage, was a figure that evoked a sense of awe, often imposing the weight of hierarchy rather than being perceived merely as a wealthy heir. Yuan Ting's gaze swept past 2 bunny girls who sauntered by, both in their prime, curvaceous, and possessing exquisite features. Within the villa, there were 7 or 8 bunny girls, each a beauty in her own right. Despite being surrounded by such allure, Yuan Ting understood that this scion of a prestigious family was not inclined towards romantic pursuits. Compared to the initial days, the villa's bunny girls had changed twice. Those newly recruited girls, believing they had a chance to ascend to greater heights, struggled to contain their excitement as they attempted to flirt with the young master of the Fu family. All of them were gently dissuaded. The girls remaining in the villa have become quite docile, diligently attending to their tasks, devoid of any unrealistic aspirations. The presence of the bunny girls in the villa serves as a symbol of status or perhaps reflects Fu Qingyang's personal proclivities. After completing his business, he sent a message to his friend Jianji. A significant event has transpired in Songhai. The Guise of the Eye has met its demise, and its trusted subordinate, the Black Wuchang, is lurking with the Holy Grail and a roster. Jianji responded, I am at a loss for words. The Guise of the Eye has died so inexplicably, it feels akin to waking up to find a nation has been erased from existence. They exchanged their astonishment, pondering the implications of the fallen individuals listed in the roster if they were to collectively traverse time and space. Jianji inquired, what else? Indeed, there is another matter. The Night Wanderer who traversed the Shelling Tunnel has just slain a level 3 seducer. This cannot be disclosed. If word gets out, Elder Sun will have my head. Yuan Ting's expression twisted slightly as he typed. There is one more piece of information. Just listen, do not spread it. Elder Sun is muddled. He does not want that Night Wanderer. In a dimly lit chamber somewhere in Songhai, the lights were off, and the only illumination came from 3 candles arranged in a triangular formation on the table. At the center lay a crimson lacquered box, its lid adorned with an intricately carved insect motif. A figure, clad in a silver mask, knelt beside the table, using a small knife to pierce the tip of his finger, from which bright red blood oozed forth. He brought the bloody digit to the insect carving's mouth, and the creature came to life, greedily sucking the blood, causing the lacquer of the box to deepen into an even more vivid crimson. The wind suddenly rises, and the candle is stained with a crimson hue as the scarlet flames leap high, forming a blood-red vortex above the wooden box. What could it be? Within the swirling flames, a cold and authoritative voice emerges. My subordinates have followed your instructions and released the bait. The 5 Elements Alliance is relentlessly searching for Black Wuchang. However, I cannot guarantee that Black Wuchang will remain concealed in Songhai. The commanding voice continues. I have divined that Black Wuchang is indeed in Songhai. His concealment there must have a purpose, the specific reasons of which remain to be verified. Is there anything else you require of me? Do you have further tasks? No. I am in search of the place where the Judge of Deception met his demise. By chance, I encountered one from the Tai sect. Ah. The death of the Judge of Deception indeed harbors deeper secrets. The voice gradually fades, and the vortex of blood-red flames extinguishes. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed twice, and Grandma's voice floated into the bedroom. Yuanzi, dinner is ready. Her tone was light, suggesting a pleasant mood. Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes to find the room enveloped in darkness, the curtains blocking the outside light. A rich aroma wafted into his nostrils. The dining table was laden with dishes, sweet and sour pork, braised meat, roasted duck, black-bone chicken soup, asparagus, and spring bamboo shoots, among others. Grandma, clad in an apron, busily moved between the living room and the kitchen, while his cousin lent a hand in the kitchen. In the living room, Grandpa, with his hair grayed, sat upright on the sofa, intently watching television. At the dining table sat a middle-aged couple, Zhang Yuanqing's uncle and aunt. My aunt possesses exquisite features and fair skin. Although she is approaching middle age, her upkeep is commendable. Clad in a fitted white gown, her hair cascades in waves, and there is an air of delicate charm about her eyes and brows. The man beside her bears a striking resemblance to Qin Yuanjin, dressed in a purple suit, tailored trousers, and a rose-hued shirt, exuding an ostentatious flair akin to that of a nightclub lord, or rather, a gentleman. Zhang Yuanqing's uncle is rather unreliable. In his youth, he dabbled in bands, professing a desire to pursue dreams and yearn for poetry and distant horizons. Thus, he donned bell-bottoms and, with a few like-minded friends, eloped from home to become a wandering minstrel. Indeed, during that era, many young people in the city lived in a similar fashion, simply drifting through life. With his handsome looks and charming speech, he managed to win the heart of my affluent aunt. After their marriage, he did settle down for a few years. But after my cousin was born, his true nature swiftly emerged. He became an ne'er-do-well, idling the days away, eschewing work for mere amusement. Yuanzi, do you miss your uncle? Upon seeing his potential successor, the uncle was filled with joy. He relished singing, dancing, and rapping, with his favorite song being Yo Yo Check It Out, often accompanied by his own choreographed moves. Within the household, aside from Zhang Yuanqing, no one was inclined to engage in his rapping and impromptu dance battles. Thus, the uncle held Zhang Yuanqing in high regard, considering him the heir to his legacy. Zhang Yuanqing, however, underwent a dramatic shift in attitude to convey his intense emotions. The uncle and nephew shared hearty laughter as they shook hands and bumped shoulders. The uncle, embracing the shoulders of his disciple, settled into his seat. Yuanzi, he began. I recently traveled abroad and specifically learned some rapping techniques from chimpanzees. We should incorporate tongue rolls and lip trills into our singing. It would certainly add to the vigor of our performance. Yuanqing was taken aback. Impressive. Truly, you are my uncle, gifted beyond measure. By the way, I could use some pocket money. Before long, his cousin and grandmother brought the last few dishes to the table, inviting everyone to dine. The uncle raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Any business at the hospital? Perhaps a date with your boyfriend? The grandmother expressed her discontent with the state of the world. The usually serious cousin was momentarily stunned. What? The uncle shrugged. You're already 30 and still single. Your father can only hope for a boyfriend now. No sooner had he spoken than the grandmother rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront the uncle. Mom, I was just joking. The uncle interjected hastily. You really lack a sense of humor. It's quite trendy now for young people to form male couples. They adore this. The aunt lowered her head, silent during the meal. Her relationship with the grandmother was far from amiable, as harmonious mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships are a rarity. The grandmother had a fiery temperament, while the aunt possessed a strong character. One criticized the daughter-in-law for her lack of domestic skills, while the other lamented the mother-in-law's meddling. When Zhang Yuanqing was little, the aunt and grandmother frequently quarreled. Whenever they clashed, the young aunt would munch on sunflower seeds, watching the drama unfold. Yuanqing would step in to mediate, saying, Please, stop arguing, while reaching for the seeds from his aunt's hands. Cousin typically engages in his homework while munching on sunflower seeds provided by his aunt. Now that his mother has passed the fervent years of youth, she finds little inclination to quarrel with her mother-in-law, yet their relationship remains perpetually lukewarm. At this moment, cousin glanced over and inquired, I heard there was an incident at your school today? Grandmother promptly asked what had transpired, and Qin Yuanjun succinctly explained the situation. Upon learning that criminals had infiltrated the school, grandmother became increasingly disillusioned with the state of the world. Just then, the anti-theft door emitted a beeping sound, followed by the twisting of a handle. Aunt was dressed in a slanted, hollowed-out sweater that revealed her smooth, fair shoulder, paired with a black tank top underneath. She wore light-colored denim pants suitable for spring and summer, complemented by a pair of white sneakers. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze lingered on her calves, his eyes suddenly widening. On Jiang Yuer's calf rested a plump little infant spirit, hanging there like a koala, tilting its little head, eyes closed, utterly still, as if in slumber. Could it be that Aunt spoke the truth? Was their hospital truly haunted? And was this indeed an infant spirit? Zhang Yuanqing stared at the diminutive apparition, his mouth gradually agape. What are you staring at? Aunt, noticing her nephew's dubious gaze, quickly shot him a glare. She pulled out a chair, slumping against the backrest, and playfully exclaimed, Mom, I'm utterly exhausted. Please serve me some rice. Though she jested about having no arms or legs, grandmother, despite her words, complied and rose to enter the kitchen. Meanwhile, Aunt busied herself with the roast duck while inquiring after her elder brother. If you remain single for a few more years, you will become the disgrace of the family. At that time, we siblings shall unite as a formidable duo to confront the malevolent witch, my uncle jestingly remarked. Just then, my grandmother emerged with a bowl of rice, and my aunt immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, wrapping her arms around my grandmother and resting her head on her shoulder. You are the true disgrace of the family. I am our mother's cherished maiden, destined to suppress scum like you, she declared. My aunt cleverly employed this tactic to win the affection of my grandparents, earning their exclusive favor. Well, I could team up with Yuanjun. He too is on the brink of becoming a family disgrace. Isn't that right, dear wife? My uncle suggested. My aunt shot him an annoyed glance. Huh. My aunt chewed on the roasted duck and, with a hint of suspicion, remarked, Mom, did you forget to add salt? This duck lacks flavor. It was purchased from outside. My grandmother replied tersely. My aunt furrowed her brows, took a deep breath, and exclaimed, Why can't I smell anything? The food is utterly bland. Concerned, my grandmother inquired, Are you coming down with a cold? At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing noticed the infant spirit clinging to my aunt's calf. Its tiny nose twitched, and then it opened its button-like black eyes. Upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings, its little face appeared bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend why it was there. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing felt an increasing sense of gravity. This was no ordinary spirit. Typical spirits lack consciousness and thought, acting solely on instinct. The infant spirit did not remain dazed for long. Following some innate drive, it twitched its small nose and crawled up to my aunt's shoulder. Then, it caught sight of the delectable feast laid out before them. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze followed the infant spirit, observing as its crawling speed suddenly quickened, traversing up the arm of his aunt and precariously reaching the tabletop. It lay upon the dining table, reaching out with its chubby little hands in an attempt to grasp a piece of roast duck, yet nothing came within its reach. After numerous futile attempts, it seemed to finally realize the delicious morsel was beyond its grasp, and it began to wail in distress. The ethereal sound of its cries immediately resonated in Zhang Yuanqing's ears, loud and raucous. This troublesome child, what a cacophony. He summoned the power of the lunar essence, concentrating it in his palm, and extended his hand to seize a piece of roast duck, effectively capturing the infant spirit within his grasp. You all eat first. I shall make a brief visit to the restroom. He held the spirit by the nape, much like one would carry a small puppy, and proceeded into the lavatory. Behind him, his aunt's voice chimed. Oh, my nose suddenly feels clear, and the roast duck smells more enticing. Before the sink, Zhang Yuanqing cradled the spirit in one hand, watching as it extended its tiny, pink tongue to delicately lick the lunar essence from his palm. The lunar power of the night wanderer served as a potent elixir for spiritual entities. However, what puzzled Zhang Yuanqing was the fact that the infant's mental fortitude was feeble. After its untimely demise, the spirit would typically dissipate rapidly, lasting no more than a day or even just a few hours. This was illogical. Uncertain, he resolved to consult the relevant literature. With his other hand, he extracted his mobile phone and accessed the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance. Shocking. The spirit passage has been conquered, and the identity of the conqueror remains a mystery. Zhang Yuanqing briefly scanned the two pinned posts, not giving them much thought, as the official organization would undoubtedly need to be vigilant regarding potential incidents involving fallen entities. Thus, the matter concerning the spectral judge would certainly be made public. The news of his conquest of the Shelling Tunnel has already reached the official forum of the Five Elements Alliance, introducing the unfamiliar idea of Yuanshi Tianzuan to the realm of spiritual travelers for the very first time. Zhang Yuanqing utilized the search function on the forum. Entering the term special spirit body, he swiftly discovered a post dedicated to enlightening readers about the knowledge of spirit bodies. It explained that a spirit body is formed from the residual mental energy of a sentient being after death, lacking the majority of consciousness. Spirit bodies exhibit a state of stupor, acting solely on instinct or obsession. Once a living being passes away, their spirit body begins to dissipate. An ordinary person can maintain it for a maximum of 7 days, while a spiritual traveler may retain their spirit body for a longer duration, depending on the strength of their mental energy. Upon reading this, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but glance at the infant spirit, realizing that this little creature evidently lacked the ability to persist in the world, ruling out the possibility of it being a high-level spiritual traveler. He continued to peruse the content of the post. The aforementioned describes spirit bodies under normal circumstances. Now, let us discuss abnormal spirit bodies. The text abruptly halted, and upon scrolling to the end, Zhang Yuanqing discovered that the latter half of the post was locked, requiring payment for access. Is this what they call paying for knowledge? He grimaced slightly, topping up his Yuanshi Tianzuan account with 200 yuan to complete the transaction. Notably, in recent days, administrative personnel had arranged for a mobile phone card and bank card under the name Yuanshi Tianzuan, successfully severing ties with his identity as Zhang Yuanqing. Spirit bodies that have undergone refinement possess the chance to manifest unique abilities, rendering them valuable artifacts or companions, in the parlance of the night wanderer. Such spirit bodies are referred to as spirit servants. However, it is essential to note that spiritual entities possess varying degrees of aptitude. Not all of them can be transformed into spiritual servants. Those endowed with the qualifications to become spiritual servants are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Now, let us delve into the methods of ritualistic refinement. It is worth mentioning that the summoning of evil occupational spirits is permissible, yet the enslavement of ordinary human spirits is a breach of discipline. The poster, Yuan Ting, expressed that the 200 yuan spent was well worth it. Upon reading the content of the post, Zhang Yuanqing felt a genuine sense of wonder. This post unveiled a plethora of insights. First, upon advancing to the rank of Night Wanderer, one gains the ability to nurture ghosts and refine corpses, allowing for a tactical shift between the cunning assassin style and the sly summoning approach during confrontations with spiritual realm practitioners. Second, the deceased child is an exceptionally valuable spiritual servant, a veritable treasure, having already manifested unique abilities. It qualifies as a genuine spiritual servant rather than merely a special spiritual entity. Third, there are issues at the hospital where his aunt works. While Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of joy, an undercurrent of anxiety inevitably crept in. Troubles loomed on the horizon, potentially endangering his aunt. Regardless of whether the adversaries are official entities or rogue spiritual realm practitioners, using ordinary human spirits to forge spiritual servants is a violation of regulations. This matter cannot be resolved amicably. He resolved to inform the squad leader about this situation tomorrow, aiming to judiciously utilize the resources at his disposal. With these thoughts crystallized, he felt a profound sense of relief as he scrutinized the infant spirit resting in his palm. Noticing his gaze, the little creature opened its large, button-like black eyes, exuding an air of endearment as it emitted sounds. Abba, Abba. Observing that Zhang Yuanqing was not responding, it continued to lick at the power of the moon. Though possessing a higher intellect than the average infant, he is still incapable of coherent communication. He grasped the baby spirit by the nape of its neck and turned it over. Come, let me ascertain whether you are a little jester or a little troublemaker. From now on, you shall be known as Little Jester. Zhang Yuanqing carried the baby spirit out of the restroom, where the family dinner was drawing to a close. It was the perfect opportunity to assess the infant's abilities using the family's black sheep as a test subject. Uncle, oblivious to the dead child perched upon his neck, was meticulously flossing his teeth. Uncle, would you care for a bowl of soup? Zhang Yuanqing inquired as he ladled soup for his uncle. He was curious to see if his uncle would similarly lose his sense of taste and smell like his aunt. Uncle, rubbing his round belly, shook his head. No, I won't drink unless you have jiabingguzi. As he spoke, he struck a self-invented rap gesture. Just when Zhang Yuanqing anticipated hearing familiar lyrics, Uncle suddenly popped his thumb into his mouth, babbling incoherently. Meanwhile, the baby spirit riding on Uncle's neck emitted a sound only Zhang Yuanqing could perceive. Yo yo. Check it out. Let us have a set of jianbingguzi. Zhang Yuanqing and Zhang Yuer both simultaneously spewed the soup from their mouths. Grandfather, grandmother, aunt, and cousin looked on with expressions of pity and disdain. Chapter 36, Discussion. Does Little Jester's ability involve stealing a specific function from the target? Last time it was Aunt's senses of taste and smell. This time, could it be Uncle's ability to speak? Feigning a cough, Zhang Yuanqing was filled with astonishment. If one could pilfer a certain capability from an ordinary person, could the same be true for a spiritual realm practitioner? Should that be the case, the worth of this little spiritual servant would be immensely significant. Ha ha, Uncle, it seems you two are capable of feeling awkward. Zhang Yuanqing inwardly reveled in the mischief, observing the infant spirit perched upon his uncle's neck, seemingly drained and on the verge of slumber. Well, I was just playfully reminiscing about Yuanzi's childhood appearance and couldn't help but imitate it. His uncle, a seasoned rogue with decades of experience, had skin as thick as a city wall, swiftly shifting the blame onto his nephew. Zhang Yuanqing was caught completely off guard. At his age, how could he still lose face? His grandmother scolded angrily. "Mom, I'm still just a child," he retorted. His uncle chuckled. "I shall forever be your child. Go away. Go away," his grandmother replied with disdain. Tomorrow, he needed to rise early to meet Li Dongza at the office to report on the infant spirit, thus requiring an early night. However, before that, he aimed to attempt to tame this little creature. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, the little rascal curled up in his embrace, sucking on his thumb. The power of the Taiyin flowed gently like a thread, nourishing the infant spirit within. According to the descriptions in the posts, as long as he successfully refined the spiritual servant, he would merely need to sustain it with the nurturing of Taiyin power to ensure its lasting existence. Zhang Yuanqing had, in essence, stumbled upon a ready-made treasure. The little creature appears rather dim-witted at present. One wonders if its intellect will ever flourish. Zhang Yuanqing, gathering his emotions, summoned the power of the moon, and a dense, viscous black light surged within his eyes, gradually enveloping his irises and sclera. With a deep breath, he exhaled a wisp of faint black mist that enveloped the infant spirit, then inhaled it, drawing it into his abdomen. Instantly, Zhang Yuanqing sensed the emergence of a new consciousness within him, faint and dormant. Following the method outlined in the post, he channeled the lunar energy, repeatedly washing over this consciousness, branding it with his essence, compelling it to accept his power and become his spiritual servant. This process unfolded over several seconds, and suddenly, his mental energy settled into a realm of dark void, a space that felt warm and comforting, akin to slumbering in a mother's embrace. His consciousness merged briefly with that of the infant spirit, and the assertions in the post proved true. A master could manipulate the consciousness and abilities of their spiritual servants, temporarily commandeering their form. As Zhang Yuanqing acclimated to this new vessel, an extraordinary talent unfurled in his mind, as if it were innate. This talent was known as exchange, allowing him to trade certain aspects of himself for those of another. For instance, he could swap his sense of taste for that of another, or their language for his own, with a temporal exchange of 3 seconds. Thus, his aunt lost her sense of taste, and his uncle uttered the coos of an infant. However, this exchange does not necessarily need to be equivalent. One may utilize some of their less desirable abilities to acquire another's invaluable skills. Unfortunately, the infant spirit is too young and possesses limited intelligence to execute such intricate operations. It can only engage in equivalent exchanges and randomly activate skills. The condition for skill activation is to touch the opponent. Were it Zhang Yuanqing who orchestrated this, he could perform the delicate maneuver of trading worthless abilities for extraordinary techniques. Ultimately, as the master, Zhang Yuanqing is also capable of transferring any damage he incurs, along with other negative statuses, onto his spirit servant, allowing it to share the burden of harm. I have finally grasped why the Night Wanderer is considered one of the pinnacle professions. It is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Zhang Yuanqing mused. The infant spirit wobbled over on its tiny legs, nudging Zhang Yuanqing's hand with its sparsely furred head, seeking to suck on his thumb. This can be consumed. No, this is not where you obtain sustenance. Zhang Yuanqing pointed to his chest. The infant spirit tilted its head, staring at him with a naive expression for a moment, as if it finally comprehended his meaning, obediently crawling towards his chest. How absurd. Zhang Yuanqing enveloped it within himself, incorporating it into his being. The following morning, Zhang Yuanqing arose and entered the bathroom to wash his face. Just as he picked up his toothbrush, he pondered for a moment, exhaling a breath of energy, causing the tiny form of the infant spirit to materialize on the sink. Nourished by the power of the lunar essence, it appeared quite vibrant, its bright, innocent eyes gazing at Zhang Yuanqing. Allow me to impart a bit of everyday knowledge. This is a toothbrush, and I, your master, am about to brush my teeth. Come, recite with me. Toothbrush, brushing teeth, using a toothbrush to brush teeth. Since this little being is not an unconscious spirit, it will inevitably grow. Throughout its development, it requires its master to instill the correct values. One must strive to be an upright spirit, abiding by the law and rejecting gambling and drugs. The infant spirit tilted its head, gazing at him with confusion. Brush your teeth. Use a toothbrush to brush your teeth. Repeat after me. Zhang Yuanqing persisted for a moment, only to suddenly feel disheartened, momentarily abandoning his pedagogical aspirations, as he could not discern whether he or the little jester was the greater fool. After completing his ablutions, his phone rang. It was Li Dongzi. Hello, what's up? Yuan, sure. Come by in the morning. There's a matter that requires your cooperation. What matter? The Night Wanderer of the Tai Gate wishes to inquire about you. The specifics can be discussed upon your arrival. What could the Night Wanderer of the Tai Gate want with me? Has he taken a liking to my unparalleled talents and seeks to recruit me? In that case, he ought to approach me privately. Understood, Chief. Zhang Yuanqing ended the call. He was due to report the infant spirit incident at work. After having breakfast, he donned his backpack, feigning a trip to school. Upon exiting the community, he hailed a taxi, heading straight to the Public Security Bureau and entering the glass-walled building. Just as he reached the door of Li Dongzi's office, he heard a hearty laugh emanating from within. Oh my God, that is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Let me share with you an amusing anecdote. Are you familiar with Captain Zhao? Yes, he is indeed the one who consistently enters the ladies' restroom by mistake. When he first ascended to the ranks of the Night Wanderers, he once devoured the spirits of 7 women in one go, which subsequently led him to adopt the peculiar habit of squatting to relieve himself, a quirk he has struggled to shake off for many years. Haha. Oh my God. That is the finest joke I have ever heard. The previous one pales in comparison. Tap, tap. Zhang Yuanqing rapped on the glass door. The lively chatter within came to an abrupt halt, and Li Dongzi's composed voice resonated. Please, come in. Zhang Yuanqing pushed the door open and beheld Li Dongzi seated on the reception sofa, engaged in conversation with a man clad entirely in black attire, including a black shirt. As they shared a drink, this man, dressed in somber hues, possessed striking features, albeit with a slightly pallid complexion and a lean physique, exuding an elusive air of nobility. Our distinguished newcomer has arrived, Li Dongzi remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the refrigerator. There is cola inside. Feel free to help yourself. As Zhang Yuanqing twisted the cap off the cola bottle and took a sip, Li Dongzi introduced Yuan Ting, captain of the Tai sect stationed in Kanyang District. A level 3 Night Wanderer, and truly an elite among our official organization. As a premier force within the ranks of professionals, a level 3 Night Wanderer stands as a paragon of excellence in the realm of the extraordinary. Indeed, a remarkable figure, Yuan Ting mused, shaking hands with Zhang Yuanqing. Zhang Yuanqing, however, wore a fervent smile, stating, upon seeing Captain Yuan, I feel as though I am in the presence of family. There is an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could this be the sense of belonging shared among Night Wanderers? With an outsider present, Zhang Yuanqing chose to momentarily suppress the matter of the infant spirit. Yuan Ting appeared taken aback. Such a sense of belonging was not typically found among Night Wanderers. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly realized that it was Captain Yuan who had bestowed upon him such a warm feeling. It was indeed the personal charm of Captain Yuan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ting could not help but smile broadly, thinking to himself how delightful the boy's words were. However, upon reflecting, he acknowledged that this young man was a subordinate of Li Dongzi, which brought a tinge of regret. Elder son is rather foolish. Noticing the exchange of glances between the two, Li Dongzi cleared his throat and said with a serious tone, Today, Captain Yuan is here to attend to important matters. He then turned to Yuan Ting, inquiring, Shall we proceed to my office or the conference room across the way? Yuan Ting replied, Let us go to the conference room. As he spoke, he picked up the briefcase from the glass coffee table, nodding to Zhang Yuanqing with a smile. May I have a word in private? To speak with me alone? Zhang Yuanqing pondered the attitude of the young man, sensing it was not an attempt to undermine him. What could this be about? Very well. He did not decline, saying, I would like to visit the restroom first. Yuan Ting nodded and exited the office first. Zhang Yuanqing turned towards the office area, his gaze sweeping across, deliberately ignoring Wang Tai, who was engrossed in writing an academic paper. He approached Guan Yu's desk and, in a joking tone, remarked, I didn't encounter the allure of a femme fatale, but instead, the nocturnal spirit of Tai. Guan Yu, cradling her cup of water, smiled gently and replied, That suggests it is not a seduction scheme. Scorpio's fortune is quite favorable today. However, one must be particularly cautious when conversing with colleagues or superiors, lest the situation take a drastic turn. She adorned herself in a white shirt and a short skirt, her softly curled long hair freshly styled, exuding an air of refinement and fashion. Her delicate, oval face radiated brilliance and charm, enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, complemented by her mixed heritage allure. Zhang Yuanqing jestingly remarked, for instance, "When you attempted to engage my interest, I resolutely declined. Might this capsize our little vessel of friendship?" "No, you would not refuse. For you are a Scorpio," Guanya stated with utmost seriousness. "Enough with the Scorpio jibes, or I shall resort to striking you with a stick." Nevertheless, he had gleaned the implication he sought, promptly turning on his heel and striding towards the conference room door, gently rapping on the glass. "Please enter." As he stepped inside, Zhang Yuanqing beheld Yuan Ting seated at the conference table, a cigarette delicately held between his fingers. Reclining lazily against the back of his chair with a smile gracing his lips. Beside this nocturnal deity lay a pen holder, from which emerged a command flag, its iron tip adorned with silk, the fabric a deep black, intricately embroidered with silver thread in a cloud pattern, and at its center, the character for command. Visually, it bore a striking resemblance to the flags utilized by ancient military forces. Zhang Yuanqing took his seat, straightening his posture, and inquired, "Captain Yuan, what brings me here? I must clarify that I am quite content in Team 2 and have no intention of transferring." He probed the other's intentions with a teasing tone. "You have successfully navigated the Xiling Tunnel. Captain Fu holds you in high regard, and I cannot sway you." "Ah, you may not be aware that when Captain Fu Baifeng sought that strategy on your behalf, elder son of our Tai sect believed you incapable of completing the challenge, and thus did not request it for you. Regrettably, it is now too late to reconsider. Many within the sect have voiced their discontent, believing you possess considerable potential and may ascend to the status of a saint in the future." "Oh, I seem to have spoken too much," Yuan Ting, in an effort to clarify, remarked. "I tend to be quite loquacious. I hope you do not take offense." "Ah, so elder son's misunderstanding stemmed from this." Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "Do you smoke?" "Not particularly adept at it. When I was your age, I too refrained from smoking, until I became a night wanderer. It was during a trial mission that I developed a psychological scar, which ultimately led to a smoking habit. Though it is not a commendable vice, it does alleviate stress. Each night wanderer possesses their own peculiarities to some extent. Captain Yuan, you are indeed quite talkative. Yet how can you share your friends' embarrassing moments so freely?" Zhang Yuanqing internally mused while maintaining an outward demeanor of attentive listening. After a brief moment of rambling, Yuan Ting finally recalled the matter at hand, cleared his throat, and stated with solemnity, "We are in search of a fortunate individual, one who has inherited the legacy of the Demon Lord. All newly appointed Night Wanderers of this year are candidates for our investigation, including yourself. The Demon Lord is the ID of a high-ranking spirit realm practitioner." "The legacy of the Demon Lord?" Zhang Yuanqing, perplexed, remarked, "I do not comprehend your meaning." Yuan Ting lit another cigarette and explained. "In the event of a high-ranking spiritual realm practitioner's demise, the spiritual realm is not entirely formatted. The character card retains certain unique elements which are subsequently bestowed upon newcomers. We refer to this phenomenon as inheritance." "Is there such a notion?" Zhang Yuanqing pondered, then inquired, "May I ask who the Demon Lord is, and what your purpose is in seeking his successor? This pertains to my own interests, and I hope you can appreciate that." Yuan Ting was surprisingly candid, stating plainly, "I am unaware of the upper echelon's intentions in searching for the Demon Lord's heir, for mid-level officials like us. It suffices to follow orders." As for the Demon Lord, a look of hatred and fear crossed Yuan Ting's face as he declared, "He is a fallen night wanderer, our sworn enemy at Tai sect. Many official spiritual realm practitioners have perished at his hands, including those from the Five Elements Alliance and our own sect. Even the elders within the sect regard him with great trepidation, causing widespread unease among officials. The sect leader once remarked that he is the most promising yet terrifying night wanderer to emerge in nearly 3 decades. Whether he is indeed fearsome, I cannot say, but he certainly embodies a certain flamboyance." Zhang Yuanqing quickly asked, "How can one identify the successor of the Demon Lord? Or rather, how might I assist you?" "It seems that the heir and the Demon Lord are not necessarily connected. As a righteous organization, Tai sect would not unjustly target the innocent, would it?" Yuan Ting replied with unwavering honesty. "The uniqueness of the Demon Lord's successor is twofold. First, the character card bears a full moon instead of a crescent. During the completion of the dungeon, one would receive a unique character card exclusive reward, surpassing that of the ordinary night wanderer." Zhang Yuanqing maintained a facade of composure. Yet internally, a tempest of emotions surged within him, his mind flooded with incredulity. Wasn't this his character card? The card sent to him by Bingo. Was it the Demon Lords? Why did Bingo possess the Demon Lord's character card, and what was their connection? He had always presumed that the exclusive rewards for the Red Dance shoes were standard, but it seemed that the legacy of the Demon Lord had bestowed upon him a peculiarity. Fortunately, the rarity of rule-related items allowed him to conceal the existence of this exclusive reward. Shi Chong and Lao Siji were aware of his possession of rule-related items, yet they remained oblivious to the exclusive character card reward. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. He did not allow his musings to spiral into chaos. Instead, he quickly regained his composure and lamented with a smile. It appears I am not the inheritor of the Demon Lord. I had always believed myself to be exceptional, especially since I managed to clear the Xiling Tunnel. Captain Yuan, how should I manifest my mark? It is not within my control. The mark signifies the spirit realm. Aside from the night the character card was rebooted and the time he leveled up in the spirit realm when the Black Moon mark was highlighted on his forehead, it seemed to exist only in obscurity. Yuan Ting cast a glance at the flag inserted in the pin holder and remarked, "Low-level spirit realm travelers cannot influence the mark. Such refined attire is a privilege reserved for high-level travelers. I do not need to observe your mark. I merely need to discern the lies." As he spoke, he glanced at the pin holder beside him and explained, "This command flag is a prop I borrowed from Captain Fu Baifu. Its power compels obedience and renders one incapable of deceit. The cost, however, is that I too cannot tell a lie." Zhang Yuanqing endeavored to maintain a smile. Yet at that moment, words failed to encapsulate the tumult of his emotions. Yuan Ting ceased his idle chatter, drew forth the command flag, pointed it at Zhang Yuanqing from afar, and intoned gravely, "Now, I ask you, is your night wanderer mark a crescent or a full moon?" As his words echoed, an overwhelming aura of authority enveloped Zhang Yuanqing, instilling a profound sense of reverence and an instinctive urge to comply, leaving him reluctant to conceal anything, yearning to divulge all his secrets. His mind became taut, and his scalp prickled. What was the purpose of Tai Yi sect in seeking the Demon Lord's heir? If it were to recruit talent, clarity would be expected. Ambiguity was rather typical. Surely, there must be deeper motives at play. The character card was given to me by Bingo. Perhaps it relates to him. The tension within him gradually morphed into anxiety. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the infant spirit residing within him, a servant capable of absorbing the injuries and negative impacts inflicted upon its master, thereby sharing the burden of harm. While the power of the command flag was formidable and imposing, it lacked tangible malice. The mischievous spirit should remain unharmed. It was worth a try. He promptly centered his emotions, reaching out to communicate with the infant spirit, establishing a brief connection between their souls. In an instant, the majestic force surged through his spiritual essence and flowed into the being of the infant spirit. The slumbering infant spirit abruptly kicked its legs, as if ensnared in a nightmare. At that moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling the feelings of awe and dread. "Crescent moon." Zhang Yuanqing solemnly uttered the answer. Yuan Ting remained silent for a few seconds, maintaining the posture of his flagstaff, and inquired, "Do you possess any exclusive rewards from your character card?" "No. No amount of money could persuade me to betray my own." Zhang Yuanqing silently exhaled, patting his chest as he stated, "Should I discover anything, I will inform you immediately." Yuan Ting nodded in satisfaction. In truth, being the heir to the Demon Lord is not necessarily a blessing. The spirit realm maintains a balance mechanism. Those who possess unique abilities as spirit wanderers are often assigned highly challenging tasks. Always remember, the rewards and risks are perpetually proportional. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The heir to the Demon Lord is truly pitiable. This was a candid thought. If you don't mind, let us become friends. There are too few night wanderers in the Five Elements Alliance, and no one to impart the knowledge and experience of your profession. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult with me. You are truly a kind-hearted person. Zhang Yuanqing joyfully scanned the code to add him as a friend. Yuan Ting put away his phone and added with a smile, "However, I will be charging a consultation fee." "Pay?" Zhang Yuanqing's expression instantly turned blank. "By the way, it has been nearly a week since you were promoted to Night Wanderer, hasn't it?" Yuan Ting remarked, "Based on our accumulated experience, newly promoted Night Wanderers typically re-enter the spirit realm within the subsequent 1 to 2 weeks, most likely in a multiplayer confrontation. Are you suggesting that I will receive a task within a week at the latest? It seems I have recalled who this individual is. He earned me $200 last night." Zhang Yuanqing felt both heavy-hearted and expectant as he inquired, "How much is this piece of information?" Yuan Ting replied with a smile, "It is free." "Free? Oh, you truly are a kind person." Zhang Yuanqing immediately responded. "Then I have additional questions I would like to consult with Captain Yuan. Is that also free?" Yuan Ting remarked, "It depends on whether your questions are of value. Is there a power of the sun among the subsequent skills of the Night Wanderer?" "Indeed, but I am not entirely sure of the specific level." "That's sufficient. I now possess a clearer understanding of the future direction of my profession. The convergence of sun, moon, and yin-yang within one is quite remarkable," Zhang Yuanqing declared. "I have no further questions." As he watched the Night Wanderer from Tai Sec depart the conference room and descend the steel staircase, Zhang Yuanqing made his way towards the office of the squad leader. Inside the office, Li Dongza heard a howl from the entrance. "I stand at the pinnacle, firmly grasping the rotation of the sun and moon, wishing for order both in heaven and on earth." As the song concluded, it was followed by a knock on the door. "The update will be delayed. There are no drafts left. I'm still typing." Chapter 38. Investigation. Li Dongza sat behind his luxurious desk, wielding a sharp razor to groom his two small mustaches. "I dislike trimming my mustache as it is quite bothersome. Yet for the sake of elegance, it is a necessary sacrifice." Li Dongza smiled, scrutinizing him, and remarked, "It appears you have passed the screening of Tai sect." "Indeed. The esteemed Shi Chang is aware of Tai Yimin's intentions in seeking me, yet he failed to provide me with any prior indication. Such an oversight may result in my withdrawal." Zhang Yuanqing casually remarked, "Is it true that Shi Chang is also acquainted with the Demon Lord? Among official organizations, malevolent factions, grassroots associations, and independent practitioners, the number of high-ranking spiritual realm cultivators that have perished at the hands of the Demon Lord exceeds the digits of both hands. His notorious reputation is well known, and I am certainly aware of it." Li Dongza, meticulously trimming his beard, interjected, "However, such formidable figures are far removed from our sphere. An elephant may inadvertently crush an ant, yet it would never intentionally seek to trample one. The Demon Lord is certainly not a benevolent individual. How does Brother Bing find himself entangled with such a character?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yuanqing continued, "Shi Chang, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in inquiring about the developments regarding the Lei Yibing case in Jiangnan province. Furthermore, please investigate Lei Yibing's activities during his university years, including his social interactions, with as much detail as possible. Previously, due to my novice status and lack of experience, I had harbored fanciful notions regarding Brother Bing's disappearance, viewing it as a long-term assignment. However, now that I have unveiled the truth behind the Demon Lord's character card, I must reevaluate the circumstances surrounding Brother Bing's absence. Why has he vanished? Is he alive or dead? What motives lie behind bestowing the Demon Lord's character card upon me? The truth is shrouded in layers of enigma, entwining both Brother Bing and myself. Even with my current limited abilities, I feel compelled to embark on an exploration and investigation. Brother Bing sent me only the character card, withholding any additional information. The reasons for this are understandable. At times, it is not merely a matter of unwillingness to speak, but rather that others cannot pry the truth from his lips. Today's inquiry serves as a prime example. Bing Ji's silence is likely out of concern for him, yet he will undoubtedly leave behind relevant clues, gradually guiding him to explore and unveil the truth. Therefore, Zhang Yuanqing needs to gather as much information as possible regarding Bing Ge. Li Dongza pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, I will call my colleagues over there. But it will take some time." In his view, it is entirely natural for Yuan Shi to worry about his childhood friend's safety. However, Li Dongza harbored the belief that as a spirit realm walker, being in the spirit realm for an entire week likely meant he had perished within. After discussing Bing Ge, Zhang Yuanqing then shifted to the core of the matter, his expression grave. "Chief, I have something to report." Noticing his subordinate's seriousness, Li Dongza set aside his razor, closed the makeup mirror, and straightened his posture slightly, inquiring, "What is it?" Zhang Yuanqing described the infant spirit as a stagnant spiritual entity that had undergone ritualistic refinement yet had not ascended to become a spirit servant. While delivering this statement, he composed himself, ensuring his demeanor and tone revealed no flaws, thus avoiding detection by any scouts. Ultimately, he concluded, "I suspect that there are spirit realm walkers conducting experiments to refine spirit servants within the hospital, most likely the Night Wanderer. However, I cannot discern whether they are rogue or sanctioned." Li Dongza's complexion grew increasingly grim as he listened, and he could not help but tighten his grip on his cane, exclaiming in anger, "Oh, heavens, This is a wretch who deserves to descend into hell. I will ensure he pays for his actions, I swear. The concepts of devouring spirits and enslaving spirits are distinctly different. Spirits inevitably dissipate, and devouring merely accelerates this phenomenon. Moreover, refining spirits into spirit servants is a grave violation of humanitarian principles, particularly concerning an infant spirit. It is prohibited for ordinary individuals to forge spirit servants from the essence of special spirits, a stance rooted in humanitarian principles. To put it bluntly, how would you feel if your family or friends were transformed into spirit servants after death? I would have expected you to exclaim, I would love to give them a good kick. Zhang Yuanqing silently scoffed at this habitual phrase. I have already performed the rite of passage for that child and gleaned the target's identity from its memories. I wish to apply for an independent mission to hone my skills, Zhang Yuanqing proposed. Upon uttering this, he was acutely aware that Li Dongzhe would likely disapprove. As anticipated, Li Dongzhe shook his head. Your intentions are commendable, but in the process of gaining experience, one inevitably encounters pitfalls, and for a spirit realm practitioner, a single misstep could spell death. How about this? Let Guanya accompany you. Her physical prowess and marksmanship surpass my own. All right, understood, Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself, pleased. He needed to seize control of the infant spirit case to conceal the existence of the little rascal, but as Li Dongzhe rightly pointed out, one must exercise extreme caution in matters concerning spirit realm practitioners, as negligence often leads to fatal consequences, as evidenced by O Xiangrong's case. Hence, he required a seasoned companion. When he expressed his desire for practical experience, it was highly probable that Li Dongzhe would choose to forego direct involvement, opting instead for Guanya's accompaniment. It was well understood among them that as the Night Wanderer, equipped with rule-based artifacts, Zhang Yuanqing possessed a significant margin for error. Trivial dangers posed little threat to him. In Zhang Yuanqing's view, Guanya was considerably easier to manage than Li Dongzhe. Shall I seek out Guanya now? Li Dongzhe chuckled suddenly, remarking, Your singing is quite commendable. However, do refrain from performing again next time. In Kanyang District, at Pingtai Hospital, a renowned tertiary hospital specializing in obstetrics and gynecology with several esteemed experts in the field, it ranks among the top 5 in the nation. A black luxury vehicle pulled into the hospital, its doors gliding open automatically. Guanya scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing's vacant expression and inquired with concern. Have you experienced any double vision while using your phone or computer recently? Zhang Yuanqing, having grown accustomed to her manner of speaking, disregarded her question and replied, What should I do to cooperate with you? In situations like this, what is our usual protocol? Guanya, her smile fading, responded earnestly, First, we must identify the target individual and investigate their real-world identity. If you have seen their face, pinpointing the target should be straightforward. Then, we shall initiate contact. If the individual lacks strength, we can apprehend them directly. Otherwise, we shall notify the superior for a forceful capture. However, we remain uncertain if there are accomplices within the hospital or the extent of the spirit conjuration scheme. Therefore, it would be prudent to remain discreet for the time being and conduct a preliminary investigation into Pingtai Hospital. We can begin by examining the rumors of hauntings when they commenced to establish a general timeline and ascertain whether there are any other supernatural occurrences aside from those involving infant spirits. If among the individuals you have questioned, there is a target identified, we shall proceed with the arrest. If not, it would indicate the presence of accomplices. The clarity of thought is remarkable. Is this what one refers to as a scout? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback and remarked, My aunt is in the hospital, and it would be inconvenient for me to visit the obstetrics and gynecology department. How about we split up? I will investigate matters related to the spiritual entity, while you can gather some information from the obstetrics and gynecology side. The two alighted from the vehicle, donned masks and caps, and proceeded to separate outside the outpatient building. Upon entering, they ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator. Guanya's gaze swept over the women present, some with slightly protruding bellies and others with noticeably large ones, until her eyes suddenly lit up. Approaching her was a female doctor clad in a white coat, her round, egg-shaped face fair and delicate, with large, bright eyes and a prominent nose, while waves of hair cascaded down her back. A piece of candy nestled in her mouth caused her cheeks to puff slightly, enhancing her sweetness and charm. While Guanya was confident in her own beauty, she couldn't help but be captivated by the unadorned radiance of this doctor. She quickly stepped forward, positioning herself in front of the physician, and smiled. Doctor, I am considering preparing for pregnancy. Could you advise me on what to pay attention to? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqing found himself in a secluded corridor, summoning the playful spirit. The round and adorable infant, with sparse fetal hair, lay on the ground, its dark, glistening eyes fixed on Zhang Yuanqing, exuding innocence. Zhang Yuanqing conveyed thoughts of freedom and play to the spirit. He intended to use this little one to draw out the hidden pursuer. The loss of such a precious spiritual servant would surely prompt the responsible party to search for it. Once they noticed the infant spirit reappearing in the hospital, they would undoubtedly be drawn in. Taking a step back, even if the plan to lure the snake out of its hole were to fail, the little rascal could still guide him to the mastermind behind it all, as it would certainly have a recollection of the individual who concocted its very existence. Perhaps even feeling an innate closeness. With Zhang Yuanqing's consent, the little rascal joyfully began to navigate its way along the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing trailed closely behind, ascending to the 4th floor, where he pushed open the corridor door and entered the waiting hall, continuing his pursuit until he arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology department. Was that fellow truly in the obstetrics department? This was the voice of Guanya. Following the sound, he beheld the woman engaged in light-hearted banter with a female doctor. Chattering animatedly, the doctor clad in a white coat was none other than his aunt. Good grief. Zhang Yuanqing lowered the brim of his hat, striving to avert his gaze from his aunt to avoid any eye contact. Although he wore a mask and a hat, given his aunt's familiarity with him and their mutual understanding, she could easily recognize him by his eyes alone. At that moment, he noticed the little rascal merrily crawling toward his aunt. Chapter 39. This little fool. Why is he heading towards my aunt again? Zhang Yuanqing cursed inwardly, once more lowering his hat's brim as he stealthily observed the little rascal out of the corner of his eye. The infant spirit, embodying a clumsy yet agile crawling posture, swiftly approached Jiang Wei and then, with arms outstretched, embraced her calf, hanging onto her. Why does it adore my aunt so much? Zhang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression gradually becoming more intricate. Jiang Wei remained blissfully unaware, engaging in a lively conversation with Guanya. Did your husband not accompany you? He is still attending university. Ah, a university student? My nephew is also a university student. Yet he remains single to this day. Is that so? Indeed, it is quite embarrassing. Zhang Yuanqing mused to himself. You have been graduated and working for 2 years, yet you remain single. Who are you looking down upon? At that moment, he noticed the little rascal sliding off his aunt's lap, resting on the ground with his head tilted, seemingly trying to discern something. Then, with remarkable swiftness, he scuttled towards the depths of the corridor, settling at the entrance of a consultation room. A thought flickered in Zhang Yuanqing's mind, and he discreetly began to follow. Once the little rascal entered the consultation room, after a brief pause of several seconds, Zhang Yuanqing casually strolled past, feigning indifference. The door to the room was ajar, revealing a young doctor clad in a white coat seated at the desk. His facial features were soft and harmonious, exuding an inviting scholarly aura. At that moment, he sat upright, intensely focused on sensing something. The little rascal had climbed onto the desk, entertaining himself with playful antics. It was he. As the owner, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a unique affinity between the little rascal and this individual, coupled with the subtle movements of the young doctor. He preliminarily concluded that this physician was indeed a practitioner of the ethereal arts, covertly crafting spiritual servants. Without alerting the doctor, Zhang Yuanqing turned and left, making his way to the waiting area, where he promptly dialed Guanya's number. The phone rang twice before Guanya disconnected the call. Moments later, the striking mixed-race woman emerged, her long legs gracefully striding. I have gathered some information. The haunting rumors began about half a month ago, and the occurrences are likely not numerous. We can directly access the outpatient medical records and then request a list of staff from the obstetrics and gynecology department. Zhang Yuanqing whispered, I have pinpointed the target. That was quick. Guanya's expression suddenly turned grave. Who is it? She inquired. It is an obstetrician, came the reply. His name, as displayed on the badge hanging from his chest, is Wang Qian. He is located in the 4th outpatient office on the right side of the corridor. Zhang Yuanqing asked, what should we do next? After a moment's contemplation, Guanya replied, I shall first investigate and gauge his intentions before deciding whether to contact the team leader for assistance. Zhang Yuanqing, intrigued, questioned, how do you plan to assess his intentions? Your words seem rather peculiar. With a soft chuckle, the seasoned practitioner's eyes glimmered with a faint white light as she scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing. Your physical constitution is commendable, possessing a robust vitality and a substantial reservoir of Taiyan energy, roughly equivalent to a mid-level rank 1. At present, your emotions reflect curiosity, vigilance, and a subtle hint of hostility, though not directed at me. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's mouth agape in astonishment, Guanya laughed lightly. This ability is known as insight, a skill of the rank 1 scout. It allows me to discern the general capabilities of my adversaries, limited to the extraordinary realm. If I do not return within 10 seconds, you should come after me. If I emerge within that time frame, we shall call for support. She donned her sunglasses, swayed her hips, and made her way back to the obstetrician's office. Zhang Yuanqing watched her enter the examination room and silently counted to 10. When Guanya had yet to appear, he promptly lowered the brim of his hat and commenced his actions. Upon observing Zhang Yuanqing return and close the door to the office, the young doctor furrowed his brow in concern. Guanya crossed her arms and smiled, stating, "We are the Five Elements Alliance, the second squad of spiritual practitioners from Kanyang District. You are suspected of illegally concocting spirit servants, and we request your cooperation in the investigation." The young doctor wore a stern expression, his gaze sweeping over the two individuals, and exclaimed, "I am unaware of what you are discussing. Please do not impede my work, or I shall consider alerting the authorities." As he spoke, he rose and strode towards the door, declaring, "Do not obstruct the entrance. I have patients to attend to." Noticing the other party approaching, Zhang Yuanqing discreetly tensed his muscles, prepared to enter a state of heightened vigilance. He felt no fear, since Guanya remained there. It indicated her perception of their adversary's lack of strength, suggesting they could manage the situation together. Zhang Yuanqing was ready to confront any resistance, when suddenly he observed the young doctor display a sorrowful expression, his voice turning somber as he began to sing. As the melancholic melody resonated, an indescribable sadness welled up within Zhang Yuanqing, accompanied by exhaustion, helplessness, and a sense of disinterest. What purpose does this endless entanglement serve? Perhaps it is better to let go. Thus, he silently shifted aside, no longer blocking the doorway. Guanya, seated at the desk, abruptly stood up, twisting her waist, pivoting, and sweeping her leg, the sound of her high heels echoing sharply. Thud! Just as the young doctor attempted to flee, a swift kick caught him fiercely in the side, sending him crashing against the wall. His face pale as he clutched his ribs, collapsing to the floor. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing was jolted awake, shedding the cloak of sorrow and fatigue. What was I thinking? Why was I feeling such dispassion towards a man? He stood there, bewildered. It turned out he was merely a musician. Guan Yapi smiled coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. "Not only are you suspected of illegally crafting spiritual servants, but you also resisted arrest. Employing your abilities against official spiritual realm practitioners." She cast a glance at Zhang Yuanqing and added, "This has inflicted severe psychological trauma upon our officials. You are now formally under arrest." The young doctor clutched his painfully injured side, his complexion ashen. "You cannot arrest me. I am affiliated with the Jisha Palace. And the Jisha Palace and the Five Elements Alliance do not interfere with one another. You cannot apprehend me at will." Guanya's brows knitted slightly, a grave expression crossing her face. Zhang Yuanqing whispered, "Jisha Palace?" Guanya elucidated, "The Jisha Palace is a local organization of spiritual practitioners in Songhai, operating independently of official authority. The leader of this organization is a high-ranking spiritual realm practitioner. They have signed a non-aggression pact with our branch. The Five Elements Alliance cannot arbitrarily arrest or deal with members of the Jisha Palace. Their members are known for their extreme temperaments, often proclaiming slogans of ending war with war and ending killing with killing. Their leader is particularly unhinged, so as long as they remain compliant, our higher-ups are willing to take a step back and coexist peacefully. You cannot insult our leader," the young doctor said, barely concealing his anger. "The premise of non-aggression is your compliance. Since you have committed illegal acts, no one can save you now." Guanya's face was as cold as frost, her gaze piercing. In that moment, she transformed from merely an adept driver into a stern and unyielding enforcer of the law. "No, I have not committed any crimes. I have not crafted any spiritual servants," Wang Qian asserted in a low voice, defending himself. He fell to the ground, making no attempt to rise, fearing the rude treatment from the two official spirit realm practitioners. "Do you need me to give you a hint?" "That child." Zhang Yuan coldly chuckled. He contemplated how to handle this individual. If he were a nefarious spirit realm practitioner, then naturally, he must be eradicated. However, if it merely pertained to the crafting of spirit servants, it would be a matter of official duty to be resolved according to the protocols of the Five Elements Alliance, and he would endeavor to manage this situation personally. Yet, a question lingered in his mind from his earlier observations. It seemed this person could sense the infant spirit but was unable to perceive it directly. Upon hearing the word child, Wang Qian's expression abruptly changed as he exclaimed, "So it is because of this matter. You are mistaken. I did not craft any spirit servants. I am merely a musician, lacking the ability to create spirit servants. That child was an accident." "An accident?" Zhang Yuan pressed. "Indeed, he is the child of my sister, who tragically passed away." Zhang Yuan and Guanya exchanged glances, the former's fury igniting. "You do not even spare your own nephew?" Wang Qian's agitation seemed to fuel his anger as he replied, "No, I said it was an accident. Over half a month ago, my sister fell at home, her amniotic fluid ruptured, and she began to bleed. The fetus was injured. She was already 7 months pregnant. The hospital immediately performed a cesarean section, but the child's condition was not promising. In a desperate bid to save my unborn nephew, I requested an item from the organization, hoping to harness its power to rescue him, but ultimately, he still perished. In a twist of fate, that artifact bestowed upon him a spiritual power, rendering him a unique spirit." Lacking experience and insight, Zhang Yuanqing glanced at Guanya. After a moment of contemplation, the mixed-blood beauty replied softly, "You came here because you heard rumors of hauntings, did you not? Due to that artifact, the presence has lingered, haunting the hospital day after day. He was still young, ignorant of his own nature as a spirit, yearning for someone to acknowledge his existence, instinctively drawn to older women. As a result, those with diminished vitality occasionally sensed him." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "So, you intend to do nothing?" "What can I do?" Wang Qian responded, "My profession as a musician grants me heightened sensitivity. I can sense him. Yet, I am unable to interact with spirits as a night wanderer does. Nor can I communicate with him. All I can offer is my company until his essence wanes and he fades into oblivion." A flicker of sorrow crossed Wang Qian's eyes as he spoke. Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Yuanqing cast a veiled glance at the playful spirit amusing itself at the desk. No one could see it, nor did anyone acknowledge its presence. Had it spent its days in such solitude, merely passing the time? Reflecting on Wang Tai's words, Zhang Yuanqing found them entirely reasonable. He turned to Guanya, seeking her opinion. She nodded slightly. The scout could see through some clumsy lies. Wang Qian's words bore no flaws, and he was not deceiving them. Guanya then asked, "What is your sister's name?" "Wang Qian. Please present your identification." After verifying the identity card, Guanya returned it to Wang Qian and stated, "We will investigate your sister's situation and report it to the organization, which will then contact Ji Shagong to validate your claims. Within 24 hours, we shall reach out to you again. In the meantime, we kindly ask that you do not leave Songhai." Wang Qian exhaled in relief and nodded slightly. Guanya promptly requested his phone number before departing with Zhang Yuanqing. On the second floor of the glass building, in the office area, Zhang Yuanqing and Guanya ascended to the second level, only to find that Li Dongzhou was absent. The old officer called out, "Wang Tai, where is Captain Shi? He left not long ago." Captain Shi was invited to assist with the capture of a shaman spotted in Fenghui district. A shaman? A member of the Spiritual Energy Association? Is this a continuation of the Guayin judge incident? Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief and cheerfully remarked, "Sister Guanya, allow me to draft the mission report." With Captain Shi away, there is no need for a face-to-face briefing, and a written report is highly operational. "How considerate of you," Guanya replied with a smile. "Wang Tai, please retrieve the information on the registered personnel of Ji Shagong." A few minutes later, Zhang Yuanqing began typing rapidly. Having learned much about the essence of report writing from Guanya, he was well versed in the art of evading unnecessary verbosity and focusing on the core of the matter. Li Dongzhou would likely glance over it, losing the inclination to read it thoroughly. While enslaving spirits is illegal, the little rascal possessed a degree of intelligence. Unlike those stagnant spirits with merely residual mental energy, to extinguish him is akin to extinguishing life itself. Zhang Yuanqing resolved to nurture the infant spirit with care. The entirety of the midday and afternoon was spent by Zhang Yuanqing immersing himself in the knowledge of spiritual realms, exploring the characteristics of various occupations, and delving into the introductions of both malevolent organizations and official entities. During this time, he was accompanied by Guanya, whose incessant chatter brought joy to the old priestess. For Yuanqing was far more engaging than Wang Tai, whose demeanor was marred by discontent due to the noise. As the workday approached its conclusion, Zhang Yuanqing received a call from Li Dongzhou. "Captain, the matter at Pingtai Hospital has been resolved. I have sent the task report to your email. Are you still at the office? Li Dongza bypassed the mention of the task report altogether. Yes, I am just about to leave. Please stay a moment. I will send a driver to pick you up. I need to trouble you with something. Chapter 40. The Witch Doctor, What Is It? A sense of foreboding took root in Zhang Yuanqing's mind. There has been a conflict among spiritual practitioners in the Fenghui district, resulting in one dead and one injured. We require your assistance in questioning the spirit. The background noise on Li Dongza's end suggested a quarrel was unfolding. As anticipated, it was indeed a matter of spirit inquiry. He understood that Captain would not seek him out for mere assistance, and in other matters, he could offer little help as he was still but a child. What about the night wanderers in Fenghui district? The Tai sect has stationed night wanderers in every major area of Songhai, with Yuan Ting assigned to the Kanyang district. And naturally, Fenghui district has its own as well. The deceased was a witch doctor, notorious for their malevolent and frenzied spirit form. And this particular witch doctor was somewhat unique. The risks associated with spirit consumption are considerable. The night wanderers of the Tai sect are unwilling to take such risks, leading to a dispute with our colleagues in Fenghui district. Li Dongza's voice resonated with a somber tone. As he spoke, the clamor on the other end of the phone intensified. The spirit of a witch doctor? Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. He had perused numerous professional materials in recent days, and if categorized by mental prowess, the night wanderers and illusionists stood at the pinnacle, with witch doctors following closely behind. This could yield a substantial amount of experience. However, Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow and remarked, the Tai sect is also an official organization. Isn't this within their jurisdiction? Is there no oversight on their part? Even if there are risks involved, those who enjoy the benefits and privileges of the official status ought to fulfill their duties rather than simply occupy a position without contribution. Unlike the Tai sect, which had a scarce number of night wanderers, the elders convened in the capital, and the captains of the night wanderers in various districts were of equal standing. Li Dongza's tone conveyed a sense of helplessness. Certainly, a complaint can be lodged, but it must be reported to the capital. Songhai lacks direct oversight. A complaint will undoubtedly be filed later, but for now, we must focus on our responsibilities. Moreover, due to the ferocity of the witch doctor's spirit, night wanderers from other districts are unlikely to venture into another's territory to address such incidents. At this juncture, the significance of our own night wanderers from the Five Elements Alliance becomes increasingly evident. I will be there shortly, Zhang Yuanqing stated. At that moment, he faintly heard someone speaking through the loudspeaker. Li Dongza, your approach is inappropriate. While I am in dire need of inquiries, he is still at level 1. The voice abruptly ceased, and Li Dongza hung up the phone. From the tone, it seemed to be Li Yuanfang from the second team. The second team in Fenghui district had not achieved any success for quite some time, consistently languishing at the bottom of the rankings, which accounted for the inflated egos of the night wanderers from that district. Li Yuanfang? What a splendid name! Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself, slightly amused. Guanya added, the captain of the second team in Fenghui district is also one of our White Tiger soldiers. The old priestess cast a flirtatious glance in my direction, hinting that I should cultivate a good rapport with the mid-level members of the White Tiger soldiers to garner favors. Zhang Yuanqing, with a complex expression, remarked, Sister Guanya, you treat me so well. Have you fallen in love with me, wishing for an old cow to graze on tender grass? Uft. Wang Tai, seated at the adjacent table, was taken by surprise as he spat out his drink, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at his two colleagues. When did they become involved? I was completely oblivious. I was mistaken. Zhang Yuanqing is adaptable. A black business car pulled into the Fenghui District Public Security Bureau. Through the tinted glass, Zhang Yuanqing spotted Li Dongza, leaning on a cane, waiting outside the office building. After disembarking, the two exchanged nods of acknowledgement before entering the building together. A few minutes later, they arrived at the morgue. Outside the morgue, in the spacious and well-lit corridor, 7 or 8 spiritual realm practitioners had gathered. Zhang Yuanqing casually surveyed them, speculating on their professions based on their appearances and demeanor. Muscular and seemingly irritable, they were likely fire masters. The individual with a bird perched on his shoulder. What profession could that be? Ah, what the chief mentioned. The wood spirits of the 100 Flower Society adore animals. The one with a dull expression was clearly an earth monster. These spiritual realm practitioners bore expressions of discontent. Finally, Zhang Yuanqing turned his gaze to a middle-aged man approaching them. This man, around 40 years of age, had sunken eyes, a hawk-like nose, and thin lips, giving off an impression of sharpness and seriousness. Allow me to introduce him. He is the captain of the second team in Fenghui District, a level 3 scout, with the spiritual realm ID of Tang Li Yuanfang. As Li Dongza introduced the other party's ID, a smile graced his lips. Li Dongza, it seems you can't help but introduce my spirit realm ID to others every day. The middle-aged man sighed, turning his gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing, his stern visage softening into a smile. A few years ago, I became enamored with dramas set in the Tang dynasty, hence this name. You must be the newly recruited Night Wanderer of our White Tiger Brigade, young and remarkably talented. I wonder if there's anyone named Direnjia. It would surely be quite awkward, or rather amusing, if you two were to meet. Suppressing a laugh, Zhang Yuanqing eagerly shook hands with him, addressing him as captain with every utterance. This only broadened the smile on Li Yuanfang's face. Indeed, our own Night Wanderer is the best. With a sigh of sentiment, he continued, I believe Li Dongza has briefed you on the matter? I regret to inform you that the Night Wanderer stationed in Fenghui district under the Tai sect has refused to inquire about the spirit. We have no alternative but to seek your assistance. The muscular young man scoffed, asserting that while there may be risks in consuming a witch doctor, it was hardly life-threatening. Are we not facing peril in our struggle against evil professions on the front lines? He questioned. The Night Wanderers of the Tai sect always maintain their lofty superiority. Every time we request their assistance, it feels as though we are the ones begging them. The young man, perched with a bird upon his shoulder, chimed in with a grin. Thus, it is better to rely on our own. Li Yuanfang waved his hand, interrupting his subordinate's complaints, and pondered. Although Li Dongza has given you his assurances, I must caution you that the spiritual force of a witch doctor is exceedingly potent and erratic. The deceased was a level 3 witch doctor. The residual spirit is extremely hazardous. Are you confident in your ability to handle it? Several team members immediately turned their gaze towards Zhang Yuanqing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Zhang Yuanqing nodded affirmatively, exuding confidence. The practitioners from Fenghui district wore expressions of delight, and Li Yuanfang, visibly relieved, regarded Zhang Yuanqing with newfound respect. This is troublesome, he remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Dongza promptly led Zhang Yuanqing into the morgue, shutting the door to keep the eager colleagues from Fenghui district at bay. Leaning on his cane, Li Dongza approached a steel gurney and lifted the white sheet covering the corpse. Upon seeing the lifeless body beneath the cloth, Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, displaying a look of astonishment. His facial skin was a deep brown, and his dim, slitted pupils resembled those of a serpent, with irises of amber hue. Li Dongza, leaning on his cane with one hand, elucidated, it appears he was killed during the process of transformation, his body preserved in this state. How utterly ungraceful. He continued. Due to the fusion with the insect, the spiritual essence is rife with malevolence and primal instincts, leading to significant mental contamination. This is precisely why the Night Wanderer of the Tai sect is reluctant to engage. Zhang Yuanqing nodded in understanding, armed with the protective charm of the demon-subduing staff. He was unperturbed by the spiritual taint. Li Dongza further explained, the opponent he faced was also a practitioner of witchcraft. When our people arrived, one was killed while the other fled, wounded. Preliminary suspicions suggest that this individual may be a member of the Spiritual Energy Society or a subordinate of the Black Wuchang. Time is of the essence. Let us see what clues we can uncover, for I believe the colleagues from Team 2 outside are eager with anticipation. Zhang Yuan nodded, opened his inventory, and retrieved the demon-subduing staff, presenting it to Li Dongza. He then approached the humanoid corpse and awakened the residual spiritual energy slumbering within. A phantasmal figure gradually emerged, its expression vacant, yet imbued with ferocity and shadow. It exhibited a more tempestuous demeanor than Oxiangrong's spirit, simultaneously desiring to consume and to refrain from consuming. Zhang Yuan sighed silently, a viscous black light surging in his eyes, occupying his gaze. He inhaled deeply, drawing the spirit into his abdomen. A throbbing pain erupted at his forehead as a torrent of fragmented memories flashed through his mind. These disjointed recollections revealed fragments of the deceased's life experiences. Before becoming a spirit realm walker, this shaman was an unemployed drifter, known for his bravado and belligerence. Tasked with collecting debts for predatory financial firms, managing nightclubs, engaging in illicit activities, and coercing women from afar into prostitution. Despite his nefarious deeds, he led a life of relative comfort. By chance, he caught the attention of the spirit realm, receiving a character card that transformed him into a spirit realm walker. He named himself the Outlaw, and, upon entering the spirit realm, became fervent in charitable endeavors. However, once he accumulated a certain moral value, He commenced the slaughter of ordinary individuals, violating women, and venting his innermost malevolence. These fragmented and chaotic memories inflicted torment upon Zhang Yuan, as his worldview was subjected to a profound upheaval, breeding an intense animosity within his heart. At that moment, he accessed the critical memory he sought. In a lavishly adorned tea room, a man whose upper face is concealed by a silver mask sits by a glass round table, savoring the tea in his ceramic cup. He gazes across the table at Zhang Yuanqing and remarks, "The spectral judge has perished. The position of the Eastern District President rightfully belongs to the master." After years of contention between the two vice presidents, resolution has finally been achieved. How did the spectral judge meet his demise? Zhang Yuanqing inquires, hearing the voice of the host. "This is not a matter for you to know," the masked man replies sharply. "My apologies, esteemed steward," Zhang Yuanqing responds. The masked man softens his gaze, pouring a cup of tea for him, and continues, "The Black Wuchang has concealed himself along with the Holy Grail on the roster. The Holy Grail is an essential artifact for the sorcerer profession. Its significance is undeniable. The roster compiles the subordinates captured by the spectral judge over the years. To master the roster is to command numerous spiritual realm practitioners. Both items are of paramount importance. Reckless one, our opportunity to achieve merit has arrived. If we assist the master in locating the Black Wuchang and consolidating the strength of the Eastern District branch, we shall stand a chance against the Wuxing Alliance's Songhai branch. Then, esteemed steward, what must I do?" The outlaw's breath quickens, his tone laced with excitement. "I possess a list comprising the subordinates of the enigmatic Black Wuchang. You are to seek them out according to this list, for it may lead you to the hidden sanctuary of Black Wuchang. However, the individuals on this list have long since cloaked themselves in obscurity. Their names are Unrestrained Rampager, Injustice of Heaven, the Unflinching Executor, and the Alluring Matron, corresponding to their true identities." Chapter 41. Diverting calamity. A brilliant golden light pierced the recesses of Zhang Yuanqing's consciousness, dissipating the turbulence within him. He extricated himself from the state of questioning the spirit and beheld the disheveled figure of Li Dongzi. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through his body, akin to having endured a merciless beating. Truly, each time he consumed the malevolent spirits of wicked professions, the night wanderer would descend into a frenzy. Zhang Yuanqing received a damp tissue, wiping away the traces of blood from his nose. He first glanced at his attributes panel, noting a 5 increase in experience points, bringing his total to 52. Subsequently, he endeavored to piece together the fragments of his memories. The Spirit Energy Association's Eastern Division is presided over by 2 vice presidents, the Eerie-Eyed Judge and the Superior of the Outlawed Fiends. These 2 vice presidents have been locked in a fierce struggle for the position of president, engaging in both overt and covert conflicts for many years. Following the demise of the Eerie-Eyed Judge, the other vice president sought to obtain the Holy Grail and the Ledger, aiming to inherit the legacy of his rival and consolidate power within the Eastern Division. Thus, he too is in pursuit of Black Wuchang. The influence of the Spirit Energy Association is indeed vast. Within the Eastern Division alone, there are 2 vice presidents, both of whom are high-ranking practitioners of the spirit realm. Zhang Yuanqing steadied himself and declared, "Director, I have uncovered a vital clue." As Li Dongzi listened attentively, his eyes brightened significantly upon hearing the name list. "Excellent. Truly splendid. With this list in hand, we can conduct targeted investigations, avoiding the aimless wandering like headless flies." Indeed. The greatest understanding of the enemy comes from the enemy themselves. Zhang Yuanqing pondered, a sense of unease creeping in. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. First it was O Xiangrong, then the outlaw, as if someone is deliberately providing us with clues." Li Dongzi smiled and said, "You possess a keen insight. How about this? Draft an analytical report for me, as it will serve as a test of your capabilities." Elegant, but strange, you might lose my. Zhang Yuanqing's expression froze instantly. It seems Li Yuanfang has struck gold. Team 2 has achieved remarkable success. Li Dongzi sighed, choosing not to elaborate further, as he leaned on his cane and made his way to the door, opening the iron gate. Members of Team 2 surged forward in the corridor, gazing at the austere and serious Li Yuanfang with a mix of anticipation, inquiring, "What news do you bring?" Li Dongzi responded with a smile. "We have obtained a list of the subordinates of the Black Impermanents. Team 2 has excelled." A smile spread across Li Yuanfang's stern visage. The leaders of Team 2 were overjoyed, their faces alight with happiness. The significance of this list was evident. The more crucial the list, the greater their merit, benefiting the entire team. However, Li Dongza cautioned solemnly, the authenticity of the list still requires verification. Li Yuanfang nodded steadily, then turned to Zhang Yuanqing behind Li Dongza, stating, once the rewards are distributed, we shall allocate 10% as compensation to you. Thank you. His tone surprisingly gentle. Continuing, he sighed with envy, exclaiming, Li Shichang is indeed fortunate. The members of the second team regarded Zhang Yuanqing with looks filled with kindness and agreement. No one opposed Shichang's notion of compensation, believing it was well-deserved by Zhang Yuanqing. At dinner, Zhang Yuanqing sat at the table, savoring the dishes prepared by his grandmother. Jiang Yue, while dining, was engrossed in short videos, clad in a pink sweatshirt adorned with fluffy ears on the hood. It reminded him of his aunt at the age of 18 or 19, who had a penchant for collecting black stockings and short skirts to showcase her mature allure. After her 25th birthday, her fashion sense transitioned to a more youthful style, self-identifying as a little girl, a fairy. The older she grew, the more she endeavored to appear youthful. Do not play with your phone while eating, his grandmother admonished. Just for a little while, his aunt pouted, chewing her food as she said, Yuanzi, today at the hospital, I saw a stunning mixed-race girl, with an incredible figure and beauty. Do you know how old her husband is? How old? Zhang Yuanqing inquired, playing along. He's still a college student, his aunt replied. Her face contorted in disdain. Look at you, still single with no prospects. But you are single as well. What gives you the right to criticize me? Zhang Yuanqing shot back, casting her a sidelong glance. You don't understand. My single status is a matter of self-respect. Your singlehood, however, signifies a lack of ambition. Even a punch from Xiang Yu would not withstand this, his aunt retorted. Overhearing the exchange, his grandmother reprimanded her daughter. How can you chastise Yuanzi? He is focused on his studies. What is wrong with that? In a bid to uphold her virtue, do you aspire to become a saint? Next week, I expect you to continue with the matchmaking. I haven't insisted on an immediate marriage, but at the very least, find yourself a boyfriend to nurture a relationship. My aunt, ever the instigator, redirected the conversation towards her nephew. I have yet to secure my position. I must prioritize my career. Your grandson, at 30, still remains unattached. Upon hearing this, grandmother pondered, considering the validity of the statement, and turned her gaze towards Chun Yuanjun, musing thoughtfully. Cousin's lips twitched slightly, a habitual frown forming on his brow as he gravely remarked, as long as grandmother is pleased, that is what matters. However, I cannot help but notice that Yuanzi has taken to sleeping during the day and indulging in video games at night, neglecting his studies. University is not the culmination of education, but rather the gateway to societal engagement. With my aunt residing abroad, dear grandmother, it is imperative that you supervise Yuanzi closely. Perhaps it would be wise to dismantle that PS5. Upon hearing this, grandmother found merit in his words and reprimanded. All you ever do is play video games. You useless creature. Do you wish to compel me to destroy your gaming console? Seriously, brother, you are being excessively harsh. Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine as he observed grandmother's relentless tirade. Quietly, he summoned Zaidubi, instructing him to perch atop grandfather's head, allowing him to gather his thoughts before taking matters into his own hands, effectively rendering grandfather's hearing null. Grandmother, just look at grandfather. He is utterly indifferent, leaving you to shoulder the burdens of this household alone. It is simply unjust. His aunt and cousin exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by his audacity that day. Grandmother, upon hearing his words, immediately turned her attention to grandfather, frowning and stating, Old Shin, you ought to contribute a few words. Old Shin? Old Shin? Grandfather, oblivious to the conversation, continued to eat in silence with the cherubic infant resting atop his head. I'm speaking to you. Grandmother exclaimed in frustration. I did not hear you, he replied. What do you mean? Are you pretending to be deaf? Day in and day out, all you do is stroll, play chess, and watch television. Am I merely a servant of your family? You neglect your own daughter, your grandson, and your granddaughter. I can see now from whom the family's disgraceful traits are inherited. Grandmother's temper is uncontrollable. Zhang Yuanqing bowed his head to eat, concealing his talents and name. At the Mo's Pet CAF, the roller shutter door was half drawn, and the interior was dimly lit, with an orange glow merging with the elmwood floor, creating a tranquil and soothing atmosphere. Prominent figures from Fenghui District, Kangnong District, Jinjing District, and Punuing District gathered, a total of 11 individuals, seated around a round table with steaming cups of coffee at hand. Undoubtedly, this was a high-level meeting. and the one able to summon the stewards must be an elder of considerable stature. Beneath the orange chandelier, at the center of the round table, sat a proud and dignified curly-haired teddy bear, who spoke in human language. Everyone is present. To be brief, the matter of the fall of the Erie judge is of great significance. What have you all discovered in recent days? This individual was an elder of the 100 Flowers Society and one of the key figures responsible for the Erie judge incident, overseeing all the spirit realm practitioners in the aforementioned 4 districts, a person of substantial authority who could report directly to the alliance leader. The other stewards remained silent. The steward from Fenghui district raised his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Today, one of my subordinates shot and killed a witch doctor, confirming him to be a member of the Gu King. From the spirit's memories, we obtained a list. He then proceeded to announce the contents of the list. In the eyes of the curly-haired Teddy, a glimmer of approval emerged. The deacon from Fenghui district nodded in affirmation and added, I believe the incident involving Xiangrong was not mere coincidence. He was a bait released by the Gu King to inform us of the demise of the Gu Yin judge. The shaman we eliminated today was also a subordinate of the Gu King, seeking to leverage our official power to unearth He Wuchang. The Gu King, a vice president of the Lingming Society in the Eastern District, has been vying for the position of president against the Gu Yin judge for quite some time. Their enmity is palpable. When the objectives align, anyone can become an ally. However, the fallen Holy Grail poses an insidious threat. It must be safeguarded by our authority and never fall into the hands of the Gu King. The curly-haired Teddy surveyed the crowd and inquired, Does anyone have further insights? The other deacons quietly noted the list, and a female deacon furrowed her brow, stating, The case of Zhao Yingjun serves as a cautionary tale. I propose we conduct a thorough screening of all members in the Songhai branch, including the Night Wanderer of Tai sect, as there may be hidden pawns of the Lingming Society among them. The curly-haired Teddy pondered for a few moments before slowly nodding. In that case, we shall need to employ the Tiger Talisman. I will submit a request to the Marshal. Once the serious matters were addressed, Teddy turned his head to look at Fu Qingyang, who was clad in a white suit and remained silent, saying, I have heard that you recently recruited a promising Night Wanderer who successfully traversed the Shelling Tunnel. Fu Qingyang slightly nodded and added, Xiangrong was also killed by him. The curly-haired Teddy remarked, A few days ago, Elder Hong Ying of the Tai sect contacted me, expressing interest in acquiring that Night Wanderer. I am aware that Elder Sun has advised against involving that young fellow. Yet the 5 Elements Alliance and the Tai sect have indeed entered into a formal agreement. Matters of personnel fall under the jurisdiction of Elder Hong Ying, and Elder Sun's words do not hold absolute sway. What is your perspective, Qingyang? Fu Qingyang replied with a hint of indifference. A steward from the 100 Flowers Society immediately chuckled, saying, It is not a significant issue. Why not allow one Night Wanderer to the Tai sect? Surely, the favor owed to Elder Hong Ying is of greater value. Moreover, each district has a Night Wanderer from the Tai sect stationed, and when their services are required, they readily cooperate, do they not? Old Zhang? Old Zhang serves as the steward of the Fenghui district. The other stewards remained silent, refraining from voicing their opinions on such a sensitive matter. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Old Zhang frowned and stated, Since he is under Captain Fu's command, I shall refrain from commenting on personnel adjustments. However, I must provide feedback regarding the work ethic of the Tai sect's Night Wanderers. The shaman we terminated today was not interrogated by the Tai sect's Night Wanderer. He refused to cooperate, citing his poor condition. My subordinate had no choice but to seek assistance from the second team in the Kongyang district, and lo and behold, they answered the call without any complaints. And he was merely a level 1 Night Wanderer. Personally, I believe there is a discernible difference between our own Night Wanderers and those from other sections. Fu Qingyang was taken aback, as he was unaware of this matter. Upon hearing Old Zhang's remarks, the stewards began to express their opinions. I believe we should retain him. The Tai sect does not lack for a single Night Wanderer. It is a time for utilizing personnel, and one's own is more trustworthy. The steward from the 100 Flower Society wore an awkward expression and chose to remain silent thereafter. Curly Teddy nodded, and Fu Qingyang replied with an acknowledgement. Chapter 42. The Goddess of Sandow Mountain. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing received a text from Guanya. Wang Qian's identity has been verified. There are no issues. Since it was an accident, it does not constitute illegal creation of spiritual servants. Very well. Excellent idea. This way, future brides will not suffer from difficult deliveries. I hope it is not another S rank. It should not be the case, though statistically, it is not impossible. Both Shirchang and I are eagerly anticipating your performance in the second spiritual realm. Why? Individual trials assess talent, while group trials cultivate ability. Although the dangers of the dungeon may not be as great as those in the individual trials, you will encounter other spiritual realm practitioners there, introducing numerous uncertainties. At that moment, one's overall qualities will be prominently displayed. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Zhang Yuanqing finished his morning routine and took a seat at the dining table. "Which little enchantress are you chatting with?" his aunt inquired with a teasing tone. "What business is it of yours?" Zhang Yuanqing pushed her forehead away playfully. Zhang Yuer, perturbed, initiated a playful challenge, to which Zhang Yuanqing bravely responded. The two were soon subdued by their irritable grandmother. After breakfast, Zhang Yuanqing donned a cap and mask before heading out, taking a taxi to Pingtai Hospital. In the outpatient office, he observed the young doctor, who appeared dejected, and remarked, "You seem to be in a rather low mood." Silencing himself for a moment, Wang Qian spoke with a heavy heart. "He has dissipated. I can no longer sense him. Poor soul." Zhang Yuanqing offered consolation. "He was destined to leave us early. Parting was inevitable." Wang Qian, filled with sorrow, replied, "He was my sister's first child and my very first nephew. To better care for my sister, my mother resigned from her job long ago, preparing a stroller, pacifiers, and clothing in anticipation of his arrival. Our entire family awaited his birth, eagerly preparing to welcome the next generation. After the miscarriage, my sister was profoundly affected, weeping incessantly, while my mother secretly hid to wipe her tears, burdened by guilt, believing she had failed to care for her daughter properly. Over the past half-month, I have dreaded sensing him in the hospital, as it reminds me of my helplessness and the anguish of my family. Yet, I cannot help but yearn to draw near to him, to accompany him. He is so small and undoubtedly feels so lonely." Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further comforting him, listening silently as he poured out his feelings. "In the future, if you perform well, I shall allow you to meet him, provided you agree to become my informant." Once Wang Qian's spirits lifted, he continued, "I sought you today for two matters. First, to fill out a form and a guarantee, thus officially designating you as a recorded spirit walker. The authorities will not interfere excessively with you, as long as you do not breach the rules or misuse your abilities for malevolence. Second, are you interested in becoming my informant?" The first matter posed no issue. Yet regarding the second, Wang Qian scrutinized him. "I am not a mere informant for anyone, and I require authorization from my superiors." The relationship between the Jisha Palace and the official organization was rather amicable. He bore no aversion to serving as an official informant. However, if it were the fierce and ruthless woman from yesterday, he would have been entirely convinced. As for the individual before him, appearing even younger than himself, Wang Qian felt no respect for him. "This is acceptable," Zhang Yuanqing nodded. "What is your spirit realm ID? I must ascertain your identity." Wang Tai inquired. "Each time I report my ID, I fear repercussions." Zhang Yuanqing's expression turned solemn, articulating with gravity, "Yuan Shi Tianzun." Yuan Shi Tianzun? A name of grandiosity, yet I have not heard of it. Wang Tai shook his head, casually composing a message to report this matter to his superior. The Jisha Palace and the officials maintained a respectful distance. Their relationship was decent, yet there remained a clear distinction between officials and civilians. The organization would not wish to see its members too closely aligned with the authorities. Thus, approval from his superior was unlikely. Moreover, even if there was a need to engage with officials, it would have to be with someone of rank, such as a captain or an executive. This young man was clearly a grassroots personnel. If he were a renowned spirit realm practitioner, Wang Qian would surely have heard of him. However, he had no recollection of the name Yuan Shi Tianzun and perceived little significance in connecting with such an official practitioner. Subsequently, he devoted himself to his work. After attending to a few patients, his phone buzzed, the caller ID reading, "Qing Dian de Sheng." Wang Qian answered the call, and a deep male voice resonated from the speaker. "Holy Hand, are you referring to the individual you are in contact with as Yuan Shi Tianzun?" Wang Qian, known by the ID of Divine Physician Holy Hand, responded, "Indeed, Captain. I did not agree to him. I subtly declined. Yet, he found it somewhat peculiar that such matters warranted a phone call when a simple text would suffice. Recently, Shanghai had been tumultuous, and we must remain vigilant regarding official developments. Agree to him. Also keep an eye on him. I refer to Yuan Shi Tianzun." "Ah, what?" Wang Qian paused, taken aback. "He is merely an ordinary official envoy. I acquired information through a discreet channel that a newcomer recently cleared the Xiling tunnel, setting a record, and just days ago, he eliminated a level 3 deceiver demon. Could it be his ID is indeed Yuan Shi Tianzun? The name flashed through Wang Qian's mind, recalling the expression of the young man when he revealed his ID. A sense of reverence washed over him. The full moon hung high, casting its silvery light upon the desolate ancient temple, which stood quietly under the moonlit sky. A beautiful maiden, clad in a flowing ancient robe, stood majestically atop the main hall's roof, gazing at the luminous orb above. This enchanting figure possessed a delicate oval face, eyes like autumn waters, brows resembling distant mountains, and lips full and alluring, exuding a cold yet captivating brilliance. This is not the Ming dynasty. Who has drawn me into this realm of illusion after my slumber? She murmured, furrowing her exquisitely shaped brows. After a moment of contemplation, she focused her gaze upon the radiant full moon. Two brilliant beams of golden light shot forth from her enchanting eyes, colliding with the celestial orb in the sky. The entire space trembled violently as the golden radiance met an invisible barrier, scattering dazzling golden sparks that transformed the surroundings into a magnificent gilded hue. The two beams of light persisted for a brief moment before gradually extinguishing. Crimson tears flowed from the eyes of the goddess of the mountains, cascading down her fair cheeks. Swiftly, she formed intricate hand seals, her fingers poised like a sword, and suddenly pointed toward the heavens. With a swift motion, a terrifying sword aura erupted from her fingertip, piercing the sky and creating a gaping maw in the celestial vault. The goddess of the mountains then transformed into a stream of golden light, vanishing into the rift above. In the capital, within a courtyard, Elder Sun reclined comfortably in a rocking chair beneath a locust tree, the melodious strains of Peking opera wafting from the radio on the tea table. Abruptly, a golden sun appeared at his brow, pulsating fiercely and emanating an intensely scorching aura. A formidable pressure radiating from the sun's emblem. Elder Sun sprang to his feet, his expression grave. There was a disturbance in the realm of night-wandering deities. He needed to alert disciples across the land that recent tasks may encounter anomalies, and any discoveries must be reported immediately. Yes, Sect Master. Meanwhile, Mu Qiu, a level 2 night-wandering deity of the Tai sect, possessed combat prowess of the highest caliber, without considering any external tools. His fighting ability was comparable to that of a level 3 professional in other fields. Thus, he held a captain-level position in the Liaozhou district of Hangqing. Captain, we have received an email from the 5 Elements Alliance's Hangqing branch. Please take a look. His assistant brought over a laptop. The content of the email implores him to inquire about the spiritual realm. Recently, the various branches of the 5 Elements Alliance have been fervently apprehending and interrogating wild spiritual realm travelers to identify potential fallen individuals. For those obstinate dissenters, a strategy of immediate execution has been employed. Among the wild spiritual realm travelers who have been slain, it is said that 9 out of 10 were deserving of their fate. Those who abide by the law and possess a clear conscience do not shy away from engaging with official organizations. Their reluctance to join the authorities stems solely from a desire for autonomy. Only those with a criminal record fear being summoned for a discussion. However, the timing is not opportune, as he is on the brink of commencing his solo spiritual realm instance very soon. By successfully navigating this instance, he would ascend to level 3, joining the ranks of the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. In the past few days, he has applied for a multitude of solo instances from level 2 to level 3. Although the spiritual realms are dynamically evolving, they do exhibit certain cycles, and the speed at which the Tai sect compiles strategies surpasses the rate of these transformations. Therefore, the efficacy of these strategies is immense, significantly enhancing the success rate of clearing the instances. At that moment, Mu Qiu heard the familiar notification sound of the spiritual realm. Ding! The spiritual realm map is being activated. You will enter the realm in 3 minutes. The realm you are entering is the Night Wanderer Divine Lake Town. ID 0128. Difficulty level S. Type Solo, Death Type. Main quest: investigate the bizarre deaths of the townspeople. Note: non-spiritual realm items are prohibited. Introduction to Spiritual Realm ID 0128. It is unclear when it began, but the townsfolk have been dying one after another, and no one knows the reason. Some say it was due to the fishermen retrieving a coffin from the lake. Others claim it was the owl hanging from the locust tree at the village entrance. Some mention a serpent with a woman's face appearing in the back mountain, while others speak of the mysterious pregnancy of a widow at the village head. Sure. Do not speak. Do not speak. They have come. Muchio's face turned pale as paper, his eyes reflecting despair and confusion. When did Minghu Town transform into an S-level task? Chapter 43. Changes in Old Ailment. Saturday, 11 in the morning. Zhang Yuanqing awoke with a yawn, bleary-eyed. Ever since becoming a night wanderer, sleepless nights filled with gaming had left him drained during the day, perpetually battling drowsiness. 2 days had passed since that fateful night of questioning the spirits, and Li Dongzi and Guanya had been frequently venturing out, engaging in the search for the Black Impermanence and his subordinates. Consequently, Zhang Yuanqing's combat training had been postponed. Initially, according to Li Dongzi's plans, Guanya was to provide combat training for Yuan Shi, as the physical conditioning of a night wanderer would make the fundamentals of combat relatively easy to grasp in a short time. However, due to the incidents involving the Holy Grail and the roster, this had to be delayed, especially with the second team facing personnel shortages. Zhang Yuanqing had previously inquired with Li Dongzi about those elusive teammates, but the expression of the squad leader had immediately turned uneasy, hinting at unspoken troubles. Understanding his hesitation, the compassionate Yuan Shi Tianzuan refrained from further probing. Additionally, Wang Qian from the Jisha Palace had surprisingly agreed to act as his informant, demonstrating unexpected cooperation and awareness. Following the incident involving Oxiangrong, the administration at Songhai University had suddenly tightened, prohibiting resident students from going out at night, thus putting social gatherings on hold. At this moment, he was preparing for the traditional Zhua Zhou ceremony for the little mischievous one. After experiencing a 50 enhancement, both the purity and depth of the lunar energy had increased. He then discovered that the infant spirit nourished by this lunar power exhibited a slight boost in intelligence. Zhang Yuanqing arranged the textbooks around the adorably plump infant spirit, mathematics to the left, language arts to the right, and physics and English in front and behind. With such a gifted master, one cannot fall behind. Choose one, if you will. The little rascal, with his big, shining eyes and tilted head, pondered for quite some time before finally grasping Zhang Yuanqing's intent. He swiftly moved his limbs and crawled towards the physics textbook. Ah, what a promising child. Just as a smile blossomed on Zhang Yuanqing's face, he saw the little fellow bypass the physics book and embrace the PS5 gaming console, only to tumble down due to his inability to reach the object. What an unambitious creature, nothing like me. Zhang Yuanqing reprimanded in frustration. At your age, I could compose poetry in 7 steps. Alas, he sighed in disappointment, realizing that to enhance the infant spirit's intellect and cultivate his potential, he needed to master the skills of the night wanderer in nurturing spirits. That meant he had to level up. Calculating the time, the second spiritual realm task would soon arrive. After lunch, Zhang Yuanqing entered his bedroom, poured warm water into a teacup, opened the bedside cabinet, and retrieved a white medicine bottle. As he muttered to himself, he tilted the bottle and poured a few small pills into his palm. Suddenly, he froze in surprise. Indeed, I have postponed it for 2 days. Why has my old ailment not relapsed? My condition has evidently worsened, and the frequency of my episodes should only increase. It should not have been delayed. Is it because I have become the night wanderer that my physical constitution has transformed? Since my ascension to this role, I have yet to fall ill. Could it be that I have been cured? A surge of joy enveloped him, yet uncertainty lingered. He resolved to test this newfound state. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and envisioned his father's indistinct visage. Time slipped away unnoticed, until suddenly his heart raced, and a torrent of chaotic sounds flooded his mind, accompanied by a surge of fragmented images. Yet, in the next moment, the cacophony transformed into a harmonious symphony, and the disjointed visions coalesced. No, it was not the sounds and images that had become orderly, but rather his brain's capacity to process information had intensified. He could hear his uncle dancing in the living room, the background music resonating with the sound of pancakes sizzling. His aunt was in the bedroom, engrossed in a television drama, occasionally muttering, "It's too loud, quiet down." The clattering of dishes indicated his grandmother was washing them in the kitchen. From the creaking of the bed downstairs, Zhang Yuanqing confidently deduced that the mistress was lying on it. His mind continued to decipher the information. Guanya exuded an indescribable confidence, while Captain Shi seemed to treat her with a certain politeness, unlike how he interacted with me and Wang Tai. When I mentioned those team members, the expression on Captain Shi's face shifted to one of awkwardness and helplessness. The musician Wang Qian's attitude had shifted strangely. Yesterday, he had regarded me with disdain. Little Dubby shared a unique closeness with his aunt, repeatedly calling, "Auntie, Auntie." Just then, the bedroom door swung open, shattering Zhang Yuanqing's enigmatic state. "Come on, accompany me to the mall," Zhang Yu urged sweetly. Today, she donned a knee-length pleated skirt paired with white sneakers and a loose-fitting light blue top. Her sweet and adorable appearance exuded a woodland charm, presenting a demeanor of innocence and grace. Jiang Weir's enchanting exterior is the primary reason she has become a sought-after figure in the matchmaking market. Confident men perceive beautiful and demure women as easily manageable, while insecure men find that such beauties impose little pressure in social interactions. Zhang Yuanqing stared blankly at his aunt, as two warm streams of blood suddenly erupted from his nostrils. At Shanghai Airport, in the underground parking garage, Fu Qingyang sat in his business vehicle, frowning as he dialed his assistant's number after a prolonged wait. When the call connected, he inquired in a low, somber voice, "Why hasn't he come out yet?" He was there to pick someone up. The flight had landed over an hour ago, yet his assistant had yet to escort the passenger outside. Fu Qingyang's time was precious, unworthy of being squandered on such trivial matters. The assistant, lowering his voice, replied, "He has gotten involved with a beautiful woman and refuses to leave the airport," stating he wishes to foster a deeper connection. A vein throbbed on Fu Qingyang's forehead as he commanded, "Inform him either he comes out on his own accord, or I shall enter and drag him out." The assistant acknowledged and promptly ended the call. A few minutes later, he led a young man into the underground parking garage, directing him toward the business vehicle. The young man was clad in loose-fitting, cream-colored trousers and a light blue top. As he walked, his garments billowed gracefully, imparting an ethereal quality to his presence. With striking features and half-closed eyes that sparkled with mirth, he exuded an air of deep-seated languor, approachable, relaxed, and innocuous. This reflects the impression that young people leave. Fu Qingyang remarked coldly, "No wonder he is a notorious dandy. Wherever he goes, women flock to him." This individual, who shares a reputation with him, embodies the essence of a true libertine. His father is the Lord of Tai, and his family lineage is illustrious. Coupled with his remarkable talent, he finds himself surrounded by countless admirers. However, mere lustfulness does not suffice to place him alongside Fu Qingyang. He is dubbed a dandy due to his deep understanding of women, earning a commendable reputation within their circles. In response to the mockery, Ling Jun narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Let us not be so mundane. A beautiful woman is akin to a work of art, deserving of careful appreciation and gradual understanding to unveil her beauty. Such is true elegance." Fu Qingyang furrowed his brow. "Your elegance has cost me an hour, delaying essential matters." "Dear Qingyang, life encompasses more than just career. There are many delightful experiences awaiting discovery," Ling Jun replied with a squint and a smile. "I am already aware of the matters concerning the Phantom Judge and will fully assist you. My father is greatly concerned about the death of the Ghost Eye Judge." "Why?" Fu Qingyang inquired, gazing at him. "The timing of his demise closely coincides with that of the Demon Lord, leading my father to suspect a connection between the two." "Why is the Lord so fixated on the death of the Demon Lord and the search for his successor?" "Because before his demise, the Demon Lord left behind an item of great significance within his character card." "What item?" "I can only tell you that it represents the ultimate truth, embodying the essence of the spiritual realm." The Ruinfa shopping mall, a milk tea shop. Zhang Yuanqing, burdened with shopping bags, settled into his seat and lifted a glass, taking a hearty sip of iced milk tea, letting out a satisfied sigh. In that moment, he felt rejuvenated. Accompanying his aunt on a shopping spree was not physically exhausting, but rather a mental trial. Fortunately, the graceful figures of the young ladies around him eased his fatigue. Sipping his milk tea, he found his spirits lifted. He confirmed a significant realization. His peculiar affliction had seen a notable alleviation. Not only had the frequency of episodes diminished, but triggering old ailments had also become less challenging. Most importantly, the symptoms following an episode, such as headaches and nosebleeds, had lessened. Perhaps in the future, he could master the ebullience of his intellect, and when it came to writing papers, he could enlist Wang Tai's assistance. How delightful that notion seemed. Yet, he quickly banished the thought. It felt rather unambitious. With a sigh, his aunt lamented the inadequacy of this month's salary. Zhang Yuanqing cast her a sidelong glance, dismissively retorting, "When have you ever had enough money? You spend only what our grandparents provide." His aunt, still an intern in medicine, earned a meager salary. Yet she was not deprived of luxury. The majority of her expenses were covered by their grandparents, who had substantial savings. With a successful eldest daughter and an eldest son married to a wealthy wife, financial concerns were far from their minds, leaving their savings to be squandered by the youngest daughter. Jiang Yuer pouted, feigning a pitiful demeanor. Indeed, who can blame me for being ineffectual, unable to earn? I must rely entirely on my father. As they chatted idly, Zhang Yuanqing pulled out his phone, habitually logging into the official forum to see what intriguing posts awaited him. The official forum serves two primary functions. It disseminates vital notifications and information from the authorities, and it provides a platform for practitioners from various regions to engage in dialogue, sharing insights and intelligence. In Zhang Yuanqing's perspective, the forum represents a swift avenue for broadening one's horizons. Soon, a particular post captured his attention. A surge of new A-class and S-class realms has emerged for the Night Wanderers, with numerous reports of disappearances among local officials. Chapter 44. Expansion of scope. The content of the post elaborated that recently, the realms associated with the Night Wanderers have undergone significant alterations, with many previously catalogued instances transforming into new, uncharted realms. Their difficulty levels have escalated, now reaching A-class and even S-class. Many Night Wanderers scheduled to enter these realms have, unfortunately, been assigned to these perilous instances, resulting in casualties. The author of the post is one of the forum's administrators, thus rendering this announcement an official communique to some extent. The emergence of numerous S-class and A-class realms for Night Wanderers left Zhang Yuanqing momentarily stunned. The realms are designed with a balance and matching mechanism. Level 1 corresponds to Level 1 instances, Level 2 to Level 2 instances, and so forth. Occasionally, a Level 1 practitioner might find themselves in a Level 2 instance, but the tasks assigned would be relatively uncomplicated. In summary, while the assignments presented by the realms may be exceedingly challenging, with a high mortality rate, it is improbable for a Level 1 practitioner to be tasked with a challenge intended for a Level 3 practitioner. Additionally, within the instances corresponding to their respective levels, difficulty ratings are categorized into 5 tiers, from S to D. S-class represents the pinnacle of difficulty, with a terrifyingly high mortality rate, yet it offers the most lucrative rewards. The sudden emergence of so many unexplored Grade A and S realms raises concerns about the potential loss of life. Zhang Yuanqing's first thought was, goodness, I might soon enter the spirit realm as well. Is it too late for me to change my class? His second thought followed, the next time I enter will likely be a multiplayer spirit realm. That's a relief. He felt a slight easing of tension in his heart, and then scrolled down the thread to read the official Spirit Realm Walker's opinions on the matter. The post sparked a considerable uproar within the official organization, attracting the attention of official walkers from various regional branches, and the discussion surged in popularity, accumulating thousands of comments below. Long days ahead. No wonder my Night Wanderer contacts suddenly went silent today. Days of suffering. What? You have a Night Wanderer contact? Goodness, you've been keeping that under wraps. Lawless, something is amiss. Although the spirit realm instances are not fixed and constantly evolve, such changes are typically predictable and acceptable. This time, the Night Wanderer's exclusive spirit realm has transformed too abruptly and unreasonably. The Lonely Monarch, could it be the death of the Demon Lord that triggered this? I heard from someone in the Tai sect that the Demon Lord perished not long ago. Green Vine, who did you hear about the Demon Lord's demise from? Was it Yuan Ting? The Five Elements Alliance's attitude toward the situation leaned towards gossip and curiosity, as it primarily concerned the issues arising from the Night Wanderer's exclusive spirit realm, which did not significantly affect them. However, some expressed their growing anxiety about the situation. Green Vine, such circumstances can indeed arise, but not every Night Wanderer will enter the instance in the near future. The frequency of the spirit realm missions is not excessively high, so there is no need to worry about a large-scale demise of the Night Wanderer. In the process of conquering the spirit realm, sacrifices are inevitably encountered. The Queen's words hold great wisdom. Ultimately, I must venture into solo dungeons. The S and A-level dungeons are daunting, especially since I possess a Demon Lord character card. As Zhang Yuanqing contemplated this, a weightier gloom enveloped him. Exiting the forum, he opened his messaging application and sent a message to Yuan Ting. For professional inquiries, it is essential to consult an expert. I am uncertain about the current situation. The official group of Night Wanderers has been in an uproar. Colleagues who are about to enter the spirit realm in the near future are understandably anxious. 4 S-level dungeons are not easily cleared, and even A-level ones often rely on fortune. I am also unclear about the specifics. The Elder Council is gathering data, and an announcement should be made by tonight at the latest. Yuan Ting was in a less than cheerful mood. as a well-regarded colleague had also entered the spirit realm earlier that morning and had yet to emerge, leaving their fate unknown. Furthermore, in half a month, he too would face a solo dungeon, with deviations unlikely to exceed a week. All right, Zhang Yuanqing refrained from further inquiries. Over the next half-day, he intermittently refreshed the official forum, eager for the latest updates, entirely devoid of the desire to browse the shopping mall. Hey, has your strength increased? Zhang Yu'er squeezed his nephew's bicep, remarking, "It's remarkably firm. If you were Guanya, I would proclaim that my hardness exceeds your imagination, or that I possess an even greater hardness." Zhang Yuanqing nonchalantly replied, "The body is the foundation of revolution. I've been exercising lately." One can easily envision that at this very moment, official night owls from across the nation are, like him, clutching their phones or computers, eagerly awaiting announcements from the organization. At long last, as the clock struck 9:30, he refreshed the forum incessantly and stumbled upon a prominently pinned post marked in red, "Recent anomalies in the Spirit Realm Declaration and Bounty Notice." Recently, an unforeseen incident occurred within the domain of the Night Wanderer, and upon investigation by the Elders' Council, it was confirmed that the upheaval was instigated by the resurgence of a high-level boss within the Spirit Realm. As of now, intelligence gathered indicates that there have been changes in the levels of 7 Spirit Realm dungeons, specifically Minghu Town, ID 0128. Difficulty level S, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Ming Dynasty Mass Grave, ID 1180. Difficulty level S, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Xinfeng Reservoir, ID 1910. Difficulty level A, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Yinshan Ghost School, ID 0046. Difficulty level A, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. King S Tomb, ID 0277. Difficulty level A, exclusive to the Night Wanderer. Jinshui Amusement Park, ID 6203. Difficulty level S, Multiplayer Realm. Death-related, Scream Chamber, ID 2097. Difficulty level A, Multiplayer Realm. Non-death related, Apartment 13, ID 1404. Difficulty level B, Multiplayer Realm. Non-death related. As of today, both Yinshan Ghost School and Xinfeng Reservoir have been conquered, while the remaining 5 Spirit Realm dungeons await their challengers. The Elders' Council has issued a bounty. Conquering an S-level Spirit Realm grants a B-level merit. Conquering an A-level Spirit Realm grants a C-level merit, and conquering a B-level Spirit Realm rewards a sum of 500,000. This post has been reposted from the official forum of the Tai sect. The highest rank, S-level, has only been attained by 5 leaders, with only a select few outstanding elders having reached A-level merit. Thus, the significance of B-level merit is self-evident. By the time Zhang Yuanqing finished reading the post, the comments had already exceeded 1,000, creating an impact more exaggerated than that of the earlier post. This was due to the official practitioners of the 5 Elements Alliance realizing that the situation was no longer merely a matter of idle gossip. The changes outlined by the Tai sect included 2 multiplayer instances. The implication of multiplayer types is that practitioners from other professions also have a chance of entering. Long days ahead. Those 2 multiplayer realms must contain supernatural elements, right? My goodness, even the multiplayer realms are affected. Thankfully, only one, the Golden Water Paradise, is S-level. Please call me Queen. Firstly, no one knows how long this chaotic mutation will persist. What we are witnessing is merely the current change. If more multiplayer instances containing supernatural elements are influenced, we may find ourselves in peril. Moreover, even if not fatal, the experience points deducted upon a single failure can significantly regress our strength, incurring substantial costs. Days of bitter past. Sigh, I was just enjoying myself earlier. And suddenly it turned into this. What should I do? I need to enter a multiplayer realm soon. Surely, I won't be so unlucky, right? George the Pig. If these realms are not tackled promptly, within 6 months, the number of official night wanderers will drastically decline, and other professions may also be affected. What kind of boss is so ferocious that it forces the Tai sect to issue a bounty? Attention everyone. This bounty is announced for the night wanderers nationwide. If you have any contacts among the night wanderers or know of any wild ones, please pass the message along. Is the person above a fool? The strategy for the night wanderers instance is their own concern. What we should truly focus on is the strategy for the multiplayer spirit realm, as that pertains to our very lives. Indeed, I am offering a handsome reward for the strategies related to the Golden Water Amusement Park, the Scream Room, and the Apartment 13 instance. Has the multiplayer spirit realm also been affected? Zhang Yuanqing's gaze became somewhat vacant. At that moment, a piercing ringtone shattered the tension. It was a call from Li Dongzi. Zhang Yuanxing answered, calling out, "Captain." Li Dongzi's tone was grave. "Are you visiting the forum today? If you are referring to the sudden changes in the Night Wanderer's spirit realm, I am already aware," Zhang Yuanxing sighed. "Do not worry excessively. The sky may fall, but there are tall figures to bear the weight. Perhaps by the time your solo spirit realm arrives, the Tai sect will have already conquered these challenging instances. Have faith in the official organization," Li Dongzi reassured him. With a teasing tone, he added, "Of course, if you have confidence in yourself, you could also be the one strategizing the instances. However, that is exceedingly difficult. Is Captain calling to comfort me?" Zhang Yuanxing probed. "Two matters. Recently, you are to enter a dungeon, and based on past experiences, it is likely a multiplayer dungeon. You are aware of the level matching mechanism. Captain Fu discovered that Jinshui Amusement Park is an extraordinary realm dungeon. To err on the side of caution, he utilized his authority to retrieve an older version of the strategy guide for you, which you may use as a reference." Li Dongzi added in a solemn tone, "Remember, it is merely a reference, for the realm has undergone changes. Placing too much trust in the old guide could lead to dire consequences." Captain Fu, amidst his busy schedule managing countless bunny girls, still thinks of a minor character like me? Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of gratitude. Li Dongzi reassured him once more. "We are merely taking precautions. Do not feel overly pressured. The number of extraordinary realm multiplayer dungeons is quite diverse, and the likelihood of matching with Jinshui Amusement Park is exceedingly low. Let us hope so, but you do not understand. My character card is that of a demon lord." Zhang Yuanqing inquired, "What about the second matter?" "The second pertains to Lei Yibing." Chapter 45, Brother Bing's Clue. Regarding Brother Bing, Zhang Yuanqing's heart leapt with joy as he asked, "Has there been any progress from the Hangzhou branch? Have they uncovered anything?" The colleagues at the Hangzhou branch are terribly inefficient. It took them 3 days to produce results, clearly indicating their lack of concern for Brother Bing's disappearance. He lamented internally. Brother Bing has been missing for nearly half a month. If the realm practitioners at the Hangzhou branch had diligently investigated, they should have provided feedback and ample information upon Li Dongzi's commission. Evidently, they presumed Brother Bing perished in the realm, deeming further investigation unnecessary. Indeed, some revelations have emerged. Li Dongzi paused momentarily before stating, "Lei Yibing possesses rather uncomplicated interpersonal relationships. His character is reclusive, preferring solitude and avoiding close ties with classmates. He maintains a low profile at school, never seeking trouble. However, upon thorough investigation by colleagues from the Hengqin branch, it was discovered that in the past 3 years, 2 individuals who had provoked him met their demise under circumstances that could be deemed reasonable." Zhang Yuanqing, frowning deeply as he listened, immediately countered once Li Dongzi finished, "That is incorrect. While Brother Bing may not be particularly affable, he is by no means reclusive, and his demeanor is certainly not understated. Having grown up alongside him, I know him too well. When his temper flares, he doesn't even bother to utter 'What are you looking at?' He simply resorts to physical confrontation. As for the alleged murderous behavior of Brother Bing, I cannot comment on the particulars, nor will I refute it." After a brief silence, Zhang Yuanqing mused, "Perhaps Brother Bing is indeed facing some issues." Li Dongzi responded with a thoughtful indicating agreement, and analyzed, "Since you attended the same high school as him, if he had exhibited any abnormalities, you would surely have noticed. This implies that Lei Yibing's transformation commenced upon entering university." Zhang Yuanqing concurred with Li Dongzi's assessment, yet one matter perplexed him, despite their brotherly bond. Brother Bing had never confided in him after becoming a Lingjing practitioner. The Lingjing realm lacks a mechanism for erasure, if one so desires. They could even traverse the globe with a loudspeaker to promote it, albeit no one would likely believe such claims. Is there more? Yes, but I am uncertain if it is relevant. After a moment's contemplation, Li Dongzi inquired, "Does Lei Yibing have a habit of keeping a diary?" In this day and age, who among the serious-minded individuals keeps a diary? A colleague in Hangzhou discovered a diary in his dormitory. The frequency of his entries was rather infrequent. However, the night before he vanished, just prior to sending you a character card, he penned a journal entry. Where is his diary? It remains in his university dormitory. Colleagues from the Hangzhou branch reviewed it and deemed it of little value. Yet at my insistence, they captured photographs, which I am now forwarding to you. Li Dongzi remarked, "If I recall correctly, tomorrow marks the 14th day since you emerged from the Xiling tunnel. Indeed, tomorrow is the deadline. I must either enter the spiritual realm tonight or do so by tomorrow." Understood. The two concluded their call. Zhang Yuanqing opened the chat application and received a compressed file sent by Li Dongzi. Upon extraction, he discovered over 30 images. Seated at his desk, Zhang Yuanqing read through the diary. It was evident that the soldier had not maintained a regular writing habit. Sometimes he wrote weekly, other times monthly, documenting trivial matters. Initially, Zhang Yuanqing pored over the entries with great diligence. But upon confirming that the earlier entries bore no significant value, he flipped directly to the last image. The content was succinct, mere fragments of thought. Zhang Yuanqing gazed intently at his phone screen, then leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. The soldier had indeed left me a clue. The following day, Zhang Yuanqing awoke to the clock striking 9:30 in the morning. It appeared that the time to enter the spiritual realm was today after having breakfast. He donned a mask and a baseball cap and hailed a taxi to head to Lei Yibing's residence. In his childhood, the alley he lived in was called Yinping Community, established half a century ago, each residential building bearing the marks of time's passage. The structures were uniformly 6 stories tall, devoid of elevators, with tangled cables spiraling around the walls. Zhang Yuanqing alighted from the taxi and cast a casual glance around. After more than a decade, apart from a fresh coat of paint on the exterior and the addition of a guard kiosk at the entrance, nothing else had changed. During his junior high school years, rumors circulated about impending demolition, and everyone waited, year after year, yet almost a decade passed without a sight of the demolition crew. Crossing the street, Zhang Yuanqing purchased a bag of loquats, a pineapple, and 3 Cape mangoes from a fruit shop. Ascending the narrow staircase, he paused before the door of Unit 402 and rang the doorbell. Moments later, footsteps echoed from within, and the security door creaked open to reveal a woman in her 40s who stared at him in astonishment. Yuanzi? Her complexion appeared rather poor, with heavy dark circles under her eyes and a gaunt face. Aunt Zhou, I came to see you and Uncle Lei, Zhang Yuanqing replied with a gentle tone, silently sighing within. Aunt Zhou's gaze fell upon the fruit he carried, and a look of relief spread across her face as she softly urged, come in. The apartment was a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, spanning over 80 square meters. Zhang Yuanqing settled onto the sofa in the living room, cradling the warm water poured by Aunt Zhou, listening to her sorrowful narrative. Aunt Zhou, I believe the security bureau will find Bingo, Zhang Yuanqing reassured her. Your grandmother visited me a few days ago. She said Old Shen told her that no news could be considered good news. Aunt Zhou sighed, continuing, stay for lunch. No more. I have class later. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. In his childhood, he and Bingo were inseparable. They often shared a bed at night, and frequently dined together. However, today he was on the verge of entering the spiritual realm, so he sought to minimize his time spent outside. Aunt Zhou, I will go to Bingo's room for a while. Zhang Yuanqing did not forget the purpose of his visit. He pushed open the door to Bing Ji's modest bedroom, which was furnished with a double bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and a television. His gaze swiftly scanned the room before settling on a large cardboard box pulled from beneath the bed. Inside the box lay an assortment of items, a little Tyrant game console, a Tyrannosaurus machine, a pile ball, a YOLO, a telescope, water margin hero cards, a wooden top, a whistle, and Dragon Ball comic books, among others, including the scandalous tales of Emperor Yang of Sui, penned by Qi Dongyan. Each toy held its own narrative. For instance, the telescope reminded him of a time when a red light district thrived nearby. As night fell, the salons would illuminate with alluring lights, and the elegantly adorned women would sit seductively on the shop's sofas, their graceful curves visible through the glass doors. Once, when they were still in elementary school, Bingu had stealthily approached him, claiming he had seen Zhang Yuanqing's uncle sneaking into a salon. Skeptical, Zhang Yuanqing sought out his uncle, who, upon hearing the accusation, was taken aback and handed him 20 yuan as hush money. Later, as they licked their ice pops, Zhang Yuanqing and Bingu mused over the lucrative business. Consequently, the two boys began to stake out the roadside after school, but instead of encountering Zhang Yuanqing's uncle, they stumbled upon Bing Ji's father, who was similarly shocked and offered them a handful of yuan to keep quiet. Later on, the elderly father and the uncle reformed their ways, never to be apprehended again. Until one day, Zhang Yuanqing pilfered his aunt's pocket money to purchase a telescope, clandestinely observing from a distance. Thus, he once more earned a silencing fee. Consequently, the box contained not only the childhood of Brother Bing, but also that of Zhang Yuanqing. He gazed blankly at the toys of his youth, feeling the swift passage of time, where things remain, yet people have changed. Subsequently, he picked up the chronicles of Emperor Yang of Sui, shaking the pages. Amidst the rustling sound of flipping pages, a slip of paper fell out, densely inscribed with 2 strings of numbers. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled slowly, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. The numbers on the paper were a code comprehensible only to the 2 brothers, influenced by his grandfather. Zhang Yuanqing was infatuated with crime films and detective-themed animations and novels in his childhood, fantasizing himself as a formidable peacekeeper. During middle school, while watching a renowned foreign detective novel with Brother Bing, he drew inspiration from one of the cases, pondering how the great detective Zhang Yuanqing and his assistant Bing could lack secret signals. Thus, he devoted energy to devising a system of codes. For instance, the first number corresponded to the line number, the second again to the line number, the third to the page number, with 7 characters forming a group, and the format of the second group of numbers being the reverse of the first. Their inaugural game of this sort was based on the chronicles of Emperor Yang of Sui. The first line of numbers read, 6203, a lifetime of 2 brothers. The second line of numbers stated, Yuanzi, find it, for I have left everything there. Chapter 46, the reopening of the spiritual realm. Finding it, I left everything behind. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at this phrase, remaining silent for an extended period. Brother Bing, you truly have presented me with a formidable conundrum. With a sigh, Zhang Yuanqing redirected his focus to the clues. A lifetime, 2 brothers. This was Brother Bing's catchphrase from his sophomore year in high school. If it were merely an expression of sentiment, it would hardly be encoded as a secret. Lu Erling San. A string of numbers, perhaps a password? What does finding it refer to? Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow in contemplation for quite some time, pressing his fingers against his temples in exasperation. He felt he had gathered numerous clues, yet it seemed as though he had gleaned nothing. He silently critiqued the situation. However, this fit the archetype of detective fiction. To safeguard the secret from exposure, the assistant, Bing, had left behind a clue comprehensible only to the great detective Zhang Yuanqing, which would reveal its meaning upon fulfilling certain conditions in the future. After all, the great detective remained rather inexperienced at present. The term everything should pertain to the Demon Lord character card that Brother Bing sent me, linked to his disappearance, and related to his peculiar behavior during his university years. Given the significance of a figure of the Demon Lord's caliber, what could it possibly be? This truly piques one's curiosity. Zhang Yuanqing tore the note into fragments and departed the room, making his way to the bathroom. Gurgle. The toilet whisked away the shredded paper. Uncle Lei was exceedingly busy with work, which served to somewhat numb his emotions, alleviating the pain of losing a child. This also underscored the arduous existence of Aunt Zhou, the housewife. Zhang Yuanqing bid farewell to Aunt Zhou and departed from the Yinping community. While waiting for a ride by the roadside outside the neighborhood, he pondered, this matter must not be disclosed to Shizhong and Lao Siji. I must investigate it alone. The clues are scant, and there is little that can be done in haste. The priority now lies with the second spirit realm mission. Elevation of my abilities is of utmost importance. Zhang Yuanqing increasingly recognized the significance of strength. In a multiplayer spirit realm, if it is not a death type, it is a punitive type. Failing the mission results in a deduction of experience points. A single misstep could see my abilities regress. Rewards are contingent upon the difficulty level of the instance and the performance of the traveler in the mission. My current experience points stand at 52. I wonder if the second spirit realm will enable me to ascend directly to level 2. Theoretically, it is improbable. Yet, seasoned travelers like Guanya and Li Dongza have been stuck at level 2 and 3 for an extended period, respectively. The reasons are twofold. First, the spirit realm instances they entered were of low level and the tasks not particularly challenging, resulting in rewards that are not as extravagant as those of S rank. Second, in multiplayer instances, there are both successes and failures. To put it more plainly, it is inevitable to encounter incompetent teammates who cause a loss of points. Zhang Yuanqing shouted towards the balcony. No, I am exhausted from class and do not wish to accompany him in singing and dancing. I heard your aunt recently bestowed upon him a sum of money. Grandmother, I visited my uncle's house for some leisure. A moment of silence. A colleague perished within the multi-person spiritual realm. Upon delving into the post, it was revealed that a colleague from a certain division received a task related to the S-rank Golden Water amusement park yesterday. He informed his superior prior to entering. Yet he has not emerged since, with over 24 hours elapsed since his entry into the spiritual realm. The remarks from others echoed my own apprehensions. I too must enter a multi-person spiritual realm soon. I am filled with trepidation. Another commented, in the short term. A strategy seems unlikely. May you find fortune in your endeavors. However, with the vast number of multi-person realms, it is improbable that one would encounter such misfortune. Yet another chimed in, though the odds may be slim, should one face such a scenario, it would be certain demise. Moreover, S-rank realms are notoriously challenging to conquer. Should it take a year or more, who knows how many lives may be lost? This news incited considerable panic and discussion within the forum. Many, like the aforementioned individual, who are on the cusp of entering the spiritual realm, expressed their agreement with the proposed idea. To them, the genius players of their caliber held greater significance than the stewards or elders, for the latter could not partake in lower-tier instances. The Yinshan Ghost Academy and the Xinfeng Reservoir have already been conquered. And while the Golden Water Amusement Park is a multi-person realm accessible to all professions and classified as S-rank, theoretically, its odds of being conquered are greater than those of the exclusive Night Wanderer spiritual realm. It is evident that the one who proclaimed this lacks a solid grasp of mathematics. Zhang Yuanqing perused the comments, eager to share his perspective. At that moment, he noticed a prompt from the chat application. An informant from the Jisha Palace, Wang Qian, had sent a message. Wang Qian, can you obtain the old for Jinshui Amusement Park? Zhang Yuanqing, will you be entering the Lingjing soon? Wang Qian, my next Lingjing is a musician-exclusive realm. And it's not imminent. I merely wish to inform you that if you can procure the old, you could earn a modest fortune. What do you think? The Lingjing Dungeons is classified as a strategic resource, foundational to the official organization, an accumulation of the sacrifices and efforts of countless official practitioners. Zhang Yuanqing had never encountered a sum as grand as 300,000. Wang Qian continued to message. One channel I am in contact with is currently collecting old. As a member of the official organization, if you can acquire the old, I can assist you in selling it at a share of 73. I have one. Wang Qian sent a question mark, expressing confusion. Zhang Yuanqing replied, I possess an old version, but I shall not sell it. Wang Qian, why not? Zhang Yuanqing, I do not wish to profit from such means. Wang Qian did not press further. It was evident that the original Celestial's background was quite affluent and possessed a commendable moral standard, which was, after all, a positive aspect. Who would desire to engage with those devoid of compassion and steeped in malevolence? How much is the new for Jinshui Amusement Park worth? Zhang Yuanqing inquired via message. An S-grade dungeon fetches an exorbitant price, yet lacks a standardized valuation. The specific amount can be negotiated with the buyer. However, I surmise with your level of authority, you might not have access to the S-grade dungeon, correct? Wang Qian, I have patience to attend to. We shall converse later. Should you reconsider, do remember to reach out to me, as I am currently in need of funds. Wang Qian is indeed facing financial constraints. The remuneration for doctors is not substantial, and due to ethical limitations, most avenues for sudden wealth are barred. After this casual exchange, Zhang Yuanqing recalled the guide to the Golden Water Amusement Park instance provided by Li Dongza. He found himself somewhat intrigued by this instance. Exiting the chat application, he opened his email and downloaded the attachment. Golden Water Amusement Park, Realm ID, 6203, difficulty level, B, type, multiplayer, punishment-based, main task, experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Upon entering the instance, the realm will prompt you regarding which attractions to partake in. The amusement park features a roller coaster, a swinging pendulum, a pirate ship, a haunted house, a Ferris wheel, and a detective reasoning hall. Most attractions test the capacity for teamwork, and the mechanics are. The most perilous is the haunted house's ghostly marriage, where the ghostly bride selects the most handsome male player as her groom, resulting in the immediate elimination of the chosen individual. Therefore, upon entering the haunted house, one must incessantly proclaim, I am an ugly monster. When all male players shout, I am an ugly monster, the ghostly bride will make a random selection, and at that juncture, it comes down to appearances. Female players are the most secure, as they can directly complete this attraction. Zhang Yuanqing meticulously reviewed the mechanics of each attraction. Upon reading about the ghostly marriage, he mused that it merely results in elimination. This ghostly bride is far less ferocious than the one encountered in the trial tasks. Although the previous version serves only as a reference and should not be relied upon, it nonetheless provides valuable insight into the instance's dynamics. No wonder some are willing to spend a staggering sum of 300,000 to acquire it. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanqing's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily scrolled to the top of the document. Jinshui Amusement Park, Realm ID, 6203. Lu Erling-san. He stood frozen, caught in a reverie for an extended period. Was it mere coincidence? Did Lu Erling San refer to Jinshui Amusement Park? Did Bing have connections there? No, that was implausible. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. The realms were assigned at random, and this alone rendered the situation illogical. What if I hadn't entered Jinshui Amusement Park? Then Bing Ji's arrangements would have been in vain, unless Bing Ge could foresee which realm I would enter. If my entry into a realm could be anticipated, then my realm tasks would not be random, making my entry into the Xiling Tunnel rather chilling to contemplate. A sudden shiver coursed through Zhang Yuanqing. After dinner, he washed up early, drew the curtains, turned off the lights, locked the door, and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the digital clock on the nightstand. Before midnight, the realm task was certain to arrive. He held 5 or 6 blue pills in his hand, feeling the passage of time slowly unfold. After an indeterminate period, a familiar notification echoed in his mind. Ding, realm map initializing, you will enter the realm in 60 seconds. The realm you are entering is Jinshui Amusement Park. ID, 6203. Difficulty level, S. Type, multiplayer, death type. Main task, experience 2 or more amusement park attractions. Note, non-realm items cannot be brought in. The introduction to the spirit realm number 6203. One day, an indescribable figure arrived at the Jinshui Amusement Park. To her astonishment, after a prolonged slumber, she discovered such fascinating toys had emerged in the world. Delighted, she experienced all the attractions and resolved not to destroy this place. Before departing, she instructed the spirits within the amusement park to seek out a young man named XXXX on her behalf. Indeed, it was the Jinshui Amusement Park. Zhang Yuanqing felt as if 1,000 thoughts were racing through his mind. With no time to ponder, he swallowed a blue pill and dialed Guanya's number. According to regulations, he had to report the spirit realm instance to inform his superiors and colleagues, especially during this sensitive period. The call was quickly connected, and Guanya scolded, "Every girl whose beautiful dream has been interrupted deserves a grand feast as compensation. Inform Shi Zhang that I am about to enter the spirit realm. The instance is Jinshui Amusement Park." What? Your multi-person spirit realm is Jinshui Amusement Park? Hello, Yuan Shi. Hello. Chapter 47, Jinshui Amusement Park. In a high-end apartment near the Public Security Bureau in the Health and Wellness District, Guanya abruptly sat up in bed. Her slumber shattered as the remnants of sleep dissipated in an instant, surrounded by a plethora of zodiac figurines. In the primordial realm, it is said that an ordinary spirit realm traveler may traverse their entire life without encountering an S-rank challenge, perhaps only once in a lifetime. And should they indeed encounter it, it would be a moment forever etched in their existence. Yet, this audacious youth, having just survived a trial of the bug level, promptly ventured into a multiplayer S-rank dungeon. What audacity it is to claim the title of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Such a name is not one that an ordinary person can uphold. In a state of frantic urgency, Guanya abruptly ended the call and dialed Li Dong's number. "You want to call me after work," leaving me to guess what has transpired. Just as Li Dongza was about to showcase his humor intertwined with elegance, he was rudely interrupted by Guanya. "Yuan Shi has entered the dungeon. The Golden Water Amusement Park." What? Li Dongza's voice escalated in pitch, elegance completely forsaken. Guanya could hear the clattering sounds through the phone, indicative of Li Dongza hastily rising and colliding with his desk, sending items tumbling. Oh my God, he repeated, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. Better to be prepared than caught unaware. Who could have foreseen that he would truly enter an S-rank dungeon? Li Dongza took a deep breath, suppressing the surging waves of anxiety and restlessness, alongside an overwhelming urge to curse, and spoke in a hushed tone. "I understand. I share your concerns. But no one can assist him. All we can do is pray that he is not a fragile soul, and await the dawn. Otherwise, it would indicate that he has perished within." This, too, elucidated why certain posts on the forum dared to proclaim that those official travelers had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Understood. Guanya let out a sigh and hung up the phone. She forcefully threw herself onto the soft, plush bed, spreading her arms and legs wide in a starfish shape, staring blankly at the ceiling. The purple silk nightgown clung gracefully to her delicate figure, accentuating the gentle curves of her body. The hem barely reached her thighs, revealing her long, smooth legs. "So annoying," she murmured softly. Li Dongza ended the call, remaining silent for a few seconds before illuminating his phone screen and dialing Colonel Fu's number. The young colonel had casually mentioned during their strategy session that if Yuan Shi Tianzun entered the spiritual realm, he should be informed. Fu Qingyang was currently overwhelmed with the incident involving Black Wu Chang, yet managed to spare a thought for Yuan Shi, demonstrating the significance he placed on the matter. At the villa, on the open-air balcony, the relaxed and carefree Ling Jun lounged in a single armchair, a laptop resting on his knees. He shifted his gaze from the screen to Fu Qingyang, letting out a sigh. I heard from Elder Sun that the resurrected boss is the mountain goddess of the Shi Ling Tunnel Shrine. She has been rampaging through the Night Wanderer spirit realm, causing the powers of the high-ranking beings to leak into lower-level instances, resulting in alterations to those instances. Alas, her ability to traverse the spirit realm indicates that her level is far beyond what we imagined. Fu Qingyang held a tall wine glass. Taking a sip of the crimson liquid before responding nonchalantly, what does the Tai sect plan to do? I provided Uncle Sun with the intelligence regarding the mountain shrine at the earliest opportunity. You should have been prepared long ago. Ling Jun shook his head, expressing his concerns about the altered difficulty level of the spirit realm. We have no means to address this situation. We can only hope that the Night Wanderers can swiftly conquer the dungeon and provide us with strategies. Our Tai sect is indeed home to many talented individuals, and among the wild Night Wanderers, there are no shortage of skilled practitioners. As for that lady of the Three Paths Mountain, it remains to be seen whether my father and the elders can encounter her within the spirit realm and eliminate the source of her power. Alternatively, they might confront scenes of equal caliber within the spirit realm, creating a balance among the realms. The phenomenon of bosses traversing different spirit realms is exceedingly rare, yet not entirely unheard of. The official observations noted similar occurrences many years ago. This is also one of the factors contributing to the changes in the spirit realm dungeons. Furthermore, due to the rarity of such phenomena, the officials speculate that traversing the spirit realms may come at a considerable cost, although this hypothesis remains unverified. After all, I am merely a beast king, and the matters of the Night Wanderers do not concern me, Ling Jun remarked with a shrug. At that moment, a slender, shapely bunny girl approached, respectfully offering a mobile phone while softly saying, "Young master, your call." Young Master Hua sighed. Master Qian is surrounded by flowers, embraced from both sides. How enviable. Fu Qingyang, ignoring him, noticed it was a call from Li Dongzi. His heart stirred, and he answered, "Speak." Centurion, Yuan Shi has entered the Jinshui amusement park. Fu Qingyang's expression momentarily shifted to one of astonishment before he quickly regained his composure, responding in his usual tone, "Understood. Inform me by tomorrow morning." After hanging up, he furrowed his brow, contemplating. The Night Wanderer under my command has entered the Jinshui amusement park. Fu Qingyang cast a cold glance at him. How do you know he cannot emerge alive? Ling Jun laughed heartily. Shall we make a wager? Fu Qingyang fell silent. Ling Jun, not pressing further, pondered for a moment and began a serious analysis. He has traversed the Shi Ling tunnel and possesses experience in conquering S-level challenges. According to the matching mechanism of the spiritual realm, such an adventurer is more likely to be assigned to high-difficulty instances. However, should he fail a few times in a multiplayer instance, his rating will diminish. Alas, the Jinshui amusement park is of the death type. He has no avenue of retreat. Before him, the scene transitioned from a blur to clarity. Zhang Yuanqing found himself in the square of the amusement park. His gaze was first drawn to the towering Ferris wheel, a colossal structure that rotated slowly, adorned with dazzling lights. Beneath the Ferris wheel lay an open area for bumper cars, flanked on either side by a swinging pendulum and a pirate ship. Opposite the Ferris wheel loomed the undulating steel tracks of a roller coaster, its empty carriages whistling along the rails as if occupied. His eyes gradually swept across the amusement park, taking in the carousel playing gentle melodies, the free-fall tower rising and falling, and various haphazardly arranged rooftop structures. He stood at the center of the square, beneath the profound night sky. The amusement park was resplendent, its lights intertwining to create a dreamlike palette. Each attraction was in motion, music resonating throughout, and despite the absence of any visitors, it felt as though the place was teeming with life. Solitary yet bustling. Enchanting yet eerie. How beautiful it is. Zhang Yuanqing heard someone murmuring beside him. Turning to the source of the voice, Zhang Yuanqing beheld a young girl, not yet of age, with long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her delicate oval face, adorned with large, luminous eyes reflecting the brilliant lights, resembled the most exquisite gem in existence. In this era where permed hair has infiltrated countless households, such naturally flowing black locks are indeed a rarity to be cherished. Zhang Yuanqing was astonished by the girl's exceptional beauty, but did not linger in admiration. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other few spiritual realm travelers present. A total of 7 adventurers had entered the Jinshui amusement park. At this moment, they surveyed their surroundings, casting glances at the facilities, their expressions far from pleasant. Zhang Yuanqing could empathize with their frustration. Clearing his throat to capture their attention, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Esteemed companions, it is a pleasure to arrive at Jinshui amusement park. In the tasks that lie ahead, we shall confront dangers together. Though we are but strangers, we are now the closest of allies. Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves, fostering familiarity amongst us. I shall begin. I am Wang Tai, a seasoned traveler of the spiritual realm, having navigated 4 solo realms and 7 group realms, and I once conquered an A-level dungeon. The S-level. I am quite curious to discover its true difficulty." His calm demeanor and confident tone seemed to resonate with the others, dissipating the anxiety that had clouded their minds. In such moments, a self-assured companion instills a profound sense of security. Zhang Yuanqing possessed a keen understanding of social dynamics and knew precisely how to enliven the atmosphere and cultivate camaraderie. By merely stating his name without disclosing his occupation, sensitive information that might provoke suspicion, he aimed to prevent any hesitance from those wary of potential threats. Those who can enter the S-rank spirit realm are certainly not novices. United in purpose, we shall undoubtedly overcome the challenges that lie ahead. It is of no great concern. My name is Fire Demon. The speaker was a slender young man with fiery red hair, sharp eyes, and slanted brows, exuding an air of impatience and rudeness. This must be the Fire Master, the crowd collectively thought. A man clad in black trousers and a black hoodie wore a grim expression and introduced himself with a hint of indifference. "I am Hebo. I am Xielingxi," chimed in a gentle voice belonging to a girl with long, straight black hair, her lips curling into a sweet smile, radiating purity. A middle-aged man, seemingly reserved and taciturn, raised his hand slightly and awkwardly stated, "I am ashamed to be a father." What? Although spirit realm IDs are invariably peculiar, that uncle's name is rather ostentatious. Zhang Yuanqing thought, noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces of those around him. What sort of name is that? A young man dressed in casual attire muttered before raising his chin and declaring loudly, "I am Qi Tian Desheng. Feel free to call me Desheng." The group turned their attention to the final member, a mature woman aged between 30 and 35, with a voluptuous figure, painted in flaming red lips and subtle eye makeup, embodying allure. Fire Demon and Qi Tian Desheng frequently stole glances at her, while Hebo remained brooding. His gaze focused on the earnest ashamed to be a father. With a charming smile, she said, "I am Shi Sure." Her enchanting eyes sweeping over Zhang Yuanqing as if teasingly coaxing him. "Little brother, would you take care of me? You are older than my aunt, Shi Sure. Such an ostentatious name. Are you not afraid it might become overwhelming?" Zhang Yuanqing silently ridiculed this thought, yet wore a face brimming with ambition. "Rest assured, we are companions, and we share the same fate." Concurrently, he gained an initial understanding of this woman's character. She was adept at leveraging her feminine allure. Following their introductions, the sense of unfamiliarity among the group slightly diminished. Seizing the opportunity to take the lead, Zhang Yuanqing proposed, "The S-level instance is fraught with peril. Before the danger descends upon us, shall we engage in a discussion?" No one opposed the suggestion. With a gaze sparkling with intrigue, Shi Sure sweetly inquired, "Are there any members from the official organization present? I've heard that the Golden Water Amusement Park has encountered anomalies, altering its difficulty. If only we had access to the old strategies." Chapter 48. S-level difficulty. The sense of trust remains insufficient. Is it a reluctance to disclose their official identities? Or is it that, apart from myself, none of the other participants possess an official background? As Zhang Yuanqing pondered whether to offer a hint, he heard the indifferent voice of Hebo, clad in a black hoodie, stating, "We have been in the spirit realm for a few minutes now, yet it has not provided any clues. This implies that to succeed, we must rely solely on ourselves. If any of you possess information, it is best not to withhold it. We are all in this together." Xielingxi timidly raised her hand and softly remarked, "I know a bit about the old version of the instance. The content introduced by the spirit realm has changed. Is she a member of the official organization?" Zhang Yuanqing scrutinized the young girl. Upon hearing this, the river god furrowed his brow. "The introduction to the spiritual realm has changed. I believe I understand the reason behind the altered difficulty of the Golden Water Amusement Park. It lies within the introduction. Does anyone recall the content of the introduction? I seem to have forgotten." The red-haired fire demon scratched his head. She sure cast a glance at him, subtly increasing the distance, and softly laughed. "An indescribable entity has arrived here. It is she who has altered the difficulty level of the Golden Water amusement park. She instructed the spirits within the park to seek out an individual whose name consists of 4 characters. I wonder who it could be? The one who lamented, ashamed to be a father, could not help but exclaim, I believe the identity of this person is not significant. They are likely merely a background figure. What truly matters is whether the spirits within the park possess a possibility of having gained extraordinary strength due to the favor of that entity, thus elevating the difficulty of the Golden Water amusement park to an S-grade level. The Monkey King, clad in tight-fitting pants and a small suit, brightened his eyes. I find that reasoning compelling, uncle. You are indeed quite astute. The river god slightly nodded, acknowledging the middle-aged man's assertion. Then, we should avoid attractions with terrifying elements and opt for simpler facilities to minimize our risks. He turned to Xielingxi and inquired, do you possess a detailed guide for the previous version? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanqing intended to preemptively divulge the outdated information before the young girl could, lest he lose his voice in the discourse. Yet, at that moment, a chime resonated in his mind, reminiscent of the alert from the spirit realm. Due to your outstanding performance just now, a hidden mission has been triggered. You have been appointed as the team leader. Be advised, there is an evil presence concealed among the team. Ensure that the number of members is no less than 3. Or face punishment. Current level experience reset to 0. Caution, please keep your true identity concealed. A hidden mission indeed. A curse flickered through Zhang Yuanqing's mind. While outwardly he remained composed, his heart plummeting. The facilities within the instance were fraught with peril, and now a werewolf lurked among his teammates, exponentially increasing the difficulty. My hidden task is to ensure that the number of members remains at least 3 from this. It can be inferred that the malevolent entity's objective is to reduce the team to fewer than 3, perhaps even annihilate them entirely. To maximize the chances of success, it would be prudent to identify and eliminate the villain beforehand, yet I am unable to prove my own identity. The trust among the team members is insufficient. I risk losing everything and being wrongfully accused of being the wolf instead. In that instant, Zhang Yuanqing felt that no one could be trusted. Not even the sweet girl named Xielingxi, who seemed to morph into a wolf cloaked in human skin. Wait, the Golden Water amusement park is a multi-person spirit realm, catering to all professions. Could there be an evil profession among the team? If there is no malevolent profession within the group, my actions would mean an outright betrayal of my teammates, rendering the endeavor futile. In other words, I must simultaneously lead the team to complete the tasks while uncovering the wicked presence among us. Indeed, this S-level multidimensional realm is as challenging as the Mountain God Temple, albeit in a different sense. Even before the dungeon commenced, a heavy weight settled upon Zhang Yuanqing's heart. I am familiar with the old strategy guide, though I do not recall every detail. Xielingxi remarked, Oh dear, little sister, you are truly remarkable. You must be a member of the official organization. Would you mind if I accompany you? She sure, one excessively innocent, the other with ulterior motives. Zhang Yuanqing discreetly scrutinized the 2 women. The Hebo, clad in a black hoodie, cast a cold glance at Zhang Yuanqing and inquired, What are your thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing replied, My preliminary assessment suggests that the facilities with supernatural elements have increased in difficulty, while other aspects may have remained relatively unchanged. Therefore, we might select a project of significantly lower difficulty based on the old strategy guide. A glimmer of approval flickered across Hebo's somber expression as he nodded. Precisely my thought. You are indeed a seasoned player experienced in multiple realms. He then turned to the group. Does anyone have any objections? The crowd nodded in unison, seemingly devoid of independent thought. Hebo continued, Young lady, which facility do you believe we should choose for our experience? Xielingxi, pursing her lips, her sparkling eyes darting about, pointed towards the undulating steel tracks resembling a dragon and declared that one appears the simplest. Upon seeing the roller coaster, the group's eyes widened in surprise, and she sure offered a strained smile. Why? The method for clearing the old version is quite straightforward. Simply board the ride. Keep your eyes closed throughout, and after traversing the tracks 3 times, it concludes. In this society, the young man, known as Qi Tian de Sheng, glanced apprehensively at the towering steel tracks. He pointed toward a nearby carousel and inquired, What about this? I believe it seems quite safe. Xielingxi shook her head, her expression earnest as she replied, The carousel is meant only for children. When adults ride it, they may never disembark, but there is no tangible danger. It simply keeps spinning. Once aboard, is it a total annihilation? Qi Tian de Sheng retreated a step in silence. If there are no objections, Let us choose the roller coaster, Hebo stated nonchalantly. Suddenly, he scoffed. To be able to fit into Jinshui amusement park, I cannot guarantee their intelligence. But I am certain none are fools. Hebo seemed to be subtly vying for the power of discourse. Xialingxi appeared innocent at first glance. Yet those who could qualify for an S rank surely lacked simplicity. She sure had been probing into others' identities all along. Her flirtatious demeanor might very well be a facade. As a father, Hebo presented himself as simple and honest. Yet his ability to incisively analyze the supernatural elements signifies that his inner self is not as unrefined as his exterior suggests. Qitian Desheng, somewhat timid and a tad lecherous, displayed no remarkable traits, yet he was not a troublemaker either. Among this group, I deemed the fire demon the safest, provided he truly was a fire master. Conversely, if otherwise, he would pose the greatest threat. Zhang Yuanqing analyzed the characteristics of his companions, raised his hand, and concurred. I have no objections. Let us proceed with the roller coaster. Unbeknownst to him, he had gradually relinquished a portion of his initiative, no longer taking the lead in every matter, yet still maintaining a certain level of engagement. He had perused the guides and understood that Xialingxi had not spoken falsely. The roller coaster appeared perilous, yet its mechanics were the simplest of all. Of course, whether the roller coaster's operation remained unchanged was uncertain. But would not other attractions undergo alterations? I held no objections. Indeed, I had no qualms. Very well, regardless of the activity, it was all merely play. Upon reaching a decision, the group made their way to the roller coaster, following the directional signs as they traversed the corridor and entered the building beneath the tracks. It was a modest hall. To the left of the entrance were lockers, while to the right stood a ticket counter. As the group stepped inside, a notification from the realm of spirit echoed in their ears. Ding! You have received a roller coaster experience ticket. Please reach the upper level within 5 minutes. Superfluous matters. Zhang Yuanqing instinctively reached for the blue pill in his pocket, relieved to find it still there. Just as he was about to exhale with ease, he heard the fire demon exclaim, "The inventory cannot be opened." Panic enveloped the group as they immediately attempted to summon their inventory, only to discover that such a function seemed to be entirely absent. The Monkey King spoke with a trembling voice. My skills are also unusable. What about you all?" Zhang Yuanqing's heart plummeted. Instinctively, he activated his night-wandering ability, only to find that the power of the Taiyin was firmly sealed within him. Each individual made their own attempts, and indeed, they had all lost their skills. This phenomenon weighed heavily on the hearts of the spirit realm travelers. Without their abilities, how were they any different from ordinary people? At this moment, the father figure remarked, "While our active skills may be rendered unusable, our passive abilities remain intact, and our physical prowess has not diminished. Since we have arrived, let us proceed." Zhang Yuanqing took the lead, ascending the steps first. The others followed, their hearts heavy as they made their way to the rooftop of the building. Upon reaching the top, they discovered a platform adorned with 2 iron tracks, upon which rested a twin-seated roller coaster. The team gazed at the ride in silence, each lost in thought, hesitant to express their feelings. Sighing, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to set an example as the captain of the Chinese team, aligning with the persona he had initially portrayed. The last time I rode a roller coaster was during my school days. I always delighted in sitting in the front row, with the eyes of his companions upon him. He took his place in the front seat and fastened his safety belt. A collective sigh of relief swept through the others as they too boarded the ride. I have acrophobia. Shishir feigned a pitiful demeanor, hesitating between Zhang Yuanqing and Hebo. In that moment of indecision, the strikingly tall and long-haired Xialingxi swiftly seized the seat beside Zhang Yuanqing, leaving Shishir no choice but to reluctantly choose Hebo. Zhang Yuanqing cast a brief glance at her, to which she responded with a sweet smile. Once everyone secured their safety belts, Hebo, seated in the second row, calmly advised, "Remember to keep your eyes closed. No matter what transpires, do not open them. Of course, if anyone wishes to test the rules with their life, I would welcome that as well." "Your words are rather ungracious," Fire Demon retorted with a pout. Meanwhile, the somewhat timid Sun Wukong appeared to be ostracized, finding solitude in the 4th row. At that moment, the track was electrified, and a resounding thud resonated from beneath the car as the roller coaster began to move slowly. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of the vehicle crawling along the rails. Initially at a leisurely pace, it seemed to ascend a steep incline. When the coaster reached its zenith, it halted abruptly. The next instant, a sudden sense of weightlessness enveloped him, accompanied by the fierce rush of wind and a small gasp from Shishir. Zhang Yuanqing felt his entire body tense. listening intently to the sounds surrounding him while silently counting the seconds. Approximately 2 minutes later, the speeding roller coaster began to decelerate and eventually came to a standstill. He exhaled silently, only to be startled by a scream from behind. His heart raced, and upon turning his head, his pupils dilated in horror. Seated in the second row, Hebo was left headless, his neck eerily vacant. In the third row, Emma was drenched in blood, trembling as he cradled his own severed head. His voice quaking. It's futile. Keeping my eyes closed does nothing. Hebo kept his eyes tightly shut, his expression serene, seemingly oblivious to any pain. A chill crept through the hearts of the onlookers. Chapter 49. Desperation? The rule of closed eyes rendered useless? Had the regulations of the amusement park transformed after its elevation to S-class? The crowd gazed in horror at Hebo's lifeless body and the head cradled in Homo's arms, their faces etched with dread. As the roller coaster came to a halt, the 6 realm travelers simultaneously received a notification. Next round starts in, for 58:20. The next round would commence in 5 minutes. Sitting in the last row, the great sage Chi Tian gazed at the headless corpse of the river god before him, his expression taut with tension. If the rule of keeping our eyes closed is rendered ineffective, then during the next round, there may still be casualties among us. We must swiftly uncover the rules. Have any of you made any discoveries? The fire demon, still haunted by terror, flung his head out of the vehicle and turned impatiently, exclaiming, with our eyes shut throughout. Who could possibly discern the rules? The father, filled with regret, furrowed his brow. If the rule regarding closed eyes has indeed changed, we must identify the new regulations. Otherwise, more lives may be lost in the forthcoming rounds. Shi-Chi bit her fiery red lips, stating, since we decided to board the roller coaster, I have been vigilant along the way, yet I have found no valuable clues or information. The absence of clues and information signifies an inability to devise a targeted plan, leaving us with no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary method of trial and error. However, the cost of such trial and error. The great sage Chi Tian's expression darkened. An S-level realm. How could it possibly provide clear and definitive passage information? If it were that simple, could it still be deemed S-level? Xiaolingxi pondered for a moment before sharing her thoughts. I apologize, it was my oversight. We were misled by the outdated strategy, missing an opportunity to seek out the rules. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, brimming with an air of vulnerability and deep remorse. The Monkey King hurriedly remarked, it's of no consequence, truly. Speaking of this now is futile. The absence of information does not equate to a lack of solutions. While we still have time, let us deliberate. After a brief pause, he continued, if the rules governing our closed eyes have indeed altered, it could only imply 2 possibilities. First, the roller coaster's rules have transformed into a fatal game for one, as evidenced by the River Lord's demise. Second, with our eyes shut, we have missed the opportunity to observe. Shishi's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, as if she regarded him with renewed respect. Thus, we must keep our eyes open from this point forth. Zhang Yuanqing listened to his companion's discourse, his thoughts drifting far away. First, he dismissed the notion of supernatural elements. Although his active skills were sealed, as a night wanderer, his perception of spirits remained intact. If malevolent forces were at play within the amusement park, it would be impossible for him to remain oblivious. As it stands, the roller coaster remains a 3-wheeled ride. Since this aspect has not changed, why would the rules concerning closed eyes have shifted? Perhaps it is not the rules that bring death. A jolt of realization struck Zhang Yuanqing as he contemplated a sinister possibility. Could it be the work of a nefarious individual hidden within our ranks? Has a villain begun to take lives? Yet, how could they accomplish such a feat? At that moment, ashamed to be a father turned to the fire demon and suddenly inquired, why did you not alert us when the River Lord perished? Why wait until the ride came to a halt to speak? The fire demon raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The middle-aged man, retaining his simple and sincere demeanor, replied calmly, I am merely curious. The fire demon glared at him and exclaimed, of course I felt it. The head fell right into my arms, but could I dare to speak? Could I even open my eyes? What if I were to alert everyone, and I became the next victim? The man known as Regretful Father refrained from further comment. Zhang Yuanqing inquired, when did he die? Or rather, when did the head fall into your embrace? Without hesitation, the fire demon replied, it happened while we were surging over the second slope. Zhang Yuanqing immediately turned to Shisher. You were right beside him. Did you sense anything amiss? Shisher shook her head. I have acrophobia, and I was terrified. I didn't pay attention to the commotion around me. Zhang Yuanqing furrowed his brow deeply. Given the arrangement of their seats, The most likely suspects were Shishir, the fire demon, and regretful father. Not to mention that it would be easy for the other two to notice. The dynamics of the roller coaster could easily throw him off. Thus, her chances of being the culprit were slim. As for himself, who could capture the sounds, he could directly pinpoint the murderer. He continued to ponder these images while patiently waiting. At last, they boarded the ride, and as the two-person roller coaster began to move slowly, Zhang Yuanqing closed his eyes, rendering him unable to see anything. However, sound remained. He could perceive the heartbeats and breaths of the 7 individuals. Then came Shishir's brief scream as the roller coaster plunged straight down, roaring toward the second high slope. At that moment, one heartbeat from the back row abruptly ceased. "Ah, what is wrong with you?" Xiaolingxi exclaimed, staring in shock at her companion, whose nostrils were bleeding profusely. The other members ceased their debate, all eyes turning towards the unfolding scene. "It's nothing. It's nothing." Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand dismissively, wiping away the blood from his nose, his mind battling a throbbing pain. He chuckled. "I have always had a penchant for nosebleeds, particularly when I encounter beautiful maidens." Upon hearing this, Xiaolingxi felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She sure cast a dubious glance towards the fiery demon, while the middle-aged man, ashamed of his paternal role, merely shot him a fleeting look. Meanwhile, the figure at the back. The Monkey King seized the opportunity to steal glances at Xiaolingxi's visage and Shishir's bosom. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts were rife with expletives. The silent and stealthy manner in which one could sever a head was indeed chilling. He must devise a plan to thwart this, with each round claiming a life. After 3 rounds, only 4 would remain, and we still have at least one more entertainment activity to partake in. How could this possibly unfold? Reaching this juncture would render it an almost certain demise. If the perpetrator is not a villain, but rather the rules of the roller coaster, the outcome remains unchanged. Zhang Yuanqing's anxiety escalated, cold sweat beading upon his brow. Every individual bore suspicion, including Xiaolingxi beside him and the Monkey King at the rear. His gaze swept over the assembly. Xiaolingxi, lost in contemplative frowns, Shishir, displaying an uneasy countenance. The reticent middle-aged man, the Monkey King, his eyes betraying an underlying panic, and the fiery demon, muttering curses. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt as though all were merely performing, each harboring ulterior motives. The peril of this scenario extended beyond mere entertainment. It infiltrated the very essence of the spirit realm practitioners. Inwardly, he cursed vehemently. A perplexing thought flickered through his mind once more. Why had it been the river god who met his demise? Evildoers kill randomly, or perhaps there exists another motive. Suppose I am a werewolf, granted a singular opportunity to slay at random. Whom would I choose? Contemplating this, Zhang Yuanqing found clarity in his mind. I would eliminate the most astute individual in the group. Such a thought led him to the chilling realization that the next victim might very well be himself. A shiver coursed through Zhang Yuanqing's scalp. Chapter 50. The Captain's Authority. Second update. Now that the river god has perished, he is undoubtedly the next target. Meanwhile, Shishir, in a state of urgency, urged. Only a minute remains. Make your decision swiftly. Shall we continue with our eyes closed, or shall we open them? Xiaolingxi timidly raised her hand, suggesting, "Perhaps we should vote?" The fire demon proclaimed loudly, "I choose to open my eyes. I cannot endure another instance of someone's head rolling into my lap, or the inexplicable decapitation of one of our own. If we open our eyes, we may still have a glimmer of hope. Perhaps we can deduce the rules." She sure cast a hopeful glance at Zhang Yuanqing, but upon noticing his silence, she continued, "I too believe that opening our eyes is preferable. The sensation of keeping them closed is utterly dreadful." The father, burdened with guilt, paused for a few seconds before agreeing. "I concur." Xiaolingxi added, "I also agree." Seeing this, the Monkey King realized that his vote held no significance. It appears I have no choice left. To open our eyes? If the rules of this deadly game have indeed shifted, that might be acceptable. However, if my suspicions hold true, and it is indeed the malevolent forces that are claiming lives, have you all considered the repercussions of choosing to open your eyes? A chill of foreboding enveloped Zhang Yuanqing's heart. He nearly divulged the truth regarding the existence of a traitor within the team, yet the ethereal realm had issued a warning, insisting on the concealment of identities. This served not only to safeguard the malevolent individuals, but also to protect the captain. After all, this was not a mere game from reality where everyone was initially aware of the wolves among them and sought to identify them. The team was hastily assembled. Could one truly trust every word spoken? The concealment of identities was evidently a mechanism for balance within the narrative, To recklessly disclose such information could trigger punitive consequences. However, they could not afford to permit the situation to persist, for the stakes were too high. A plan began to form in my mind, albeit a perilous one. Zhang Yuanqing, no longer hesitating, spoke in a grave tone. Is there a possibility, if the rules of closing one's eyes remain unchanged? Have you contemplated the consequences? In the previous round, only one river god perished, 2 more rounds lie ahead. At worst, we might lose another 2 souls. The choice between total annihilation and the loss of 2 lives is clear, is it not? The group fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Noticing the lack of dissent, Zhang Yuanqing exhaled slightly in relief and promptly continued. I have another proposal. Shishi's face brightened with interest. What is it? Let us designate one individual to remain on the platform as an observer while the rest of us continue to close our eyes and ride the roller coaster. This way, we have someone to monitor the situation while those on the ride do not jeopardize themselves, thus avoiding the peril of total extinction. The group paused, taken aback. While the fire demon furrowed his brow, expressing his agitation, the dungeon's information did not explicitly state that we must experience the facility together. Nor did it affirm that we could. You must understand the implications of this ambiguity. The ethereal realm will not lay out all the rules plainly and allow you to proceed methodically. Such leniency is hardly to be expected. For instance, the information provided indicates the formation of teams, yet it fails to disclose the consequences of not joining one. Perhaps it is inconsequential, or perhaps severing ties with the group equates to doom. I am aware of this. Zhang Yuanqing spoke slowly, thus accepting the risk for himself, declaring his intention to remain. Upon finishing his statement, he fixed an unwavering gaze upon his teammates. At that moment, any dissenters would be deemed the perpetrator. I have no objections. I too hold no objections. Young man, we are counting on you. Wang Tai, exercise caution. No one voiced opposition. The murderer was more astute than I had anticipated. Observing the situation, Zhang Yuanqing sighed helplessly within, then unfastened his safety belt and stepped off the roller coaster. If staying posed a risk, then the murderer had the capacity to eliminate 2 individuals this round. Under the consensus of the majority, acquiescing was indeed a prudent course of action, showcasing the murderer's cunning. However, for Zhang Yuanqing, remaining, though perilous, was preferable to the certainty of death on the ride. Just then, the countdown concluded, and with a resounding thud, the roller coaster began to move slowly. Zhang Yuanqing tensed, remaining vigilant for any lurking dangers, his sharp gaze fixed on the ascending coaster. While sound could not provide feedback, the visuals would surely convey the truth. Should the murderer dare to strike, he would immediately invoke his old affliction to unveil the culprit. He held no belief that the murderer could kill through mere intent, as this would contradict the balance mechanism. Upon reaching the apex, the roller coaster suddenly plunged downwards, executing a free fall, eliciting a brief scream from the beauty aboard. Thunderous sounds echoed as the roller coaster came to a halt. The team members immediately opened their eyes, their expressions taut as they surveyed their surroundings. No one died. This time, no one perished. Shishi exclaimed with delight. The others beamed with joy, their previously tense expressions relaxing. Xialingxi blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired with a smile, "Have you observed any phenomena?" The team members instantly turned their gazes towards Zhang Yuanqing, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Indeed, as I suspected, it is not the rules that claim lives, but the murderer. Zhang Yuanqing replied, I saw nothing. He subtly hinted to his teammates, since the rule of keeping one's eyes closed remains unchanged. How did the river god meet his demise? Use your intellect to ponder. Upon hearing this, the team members fell into sudden silence, deep in thought. For the subsequent 5 minutes, they exhibited an unusual quietude, devoid of communication or discussion, and then, under Zhang Yuanqing's watchful gaze, they completed the 3rd round. Phew. It's over. Shishi eagerly unfastened her safety belt, leaping off the roller coaster with long strides as if fleeing. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her. And once the remaining teammates disembarked, he cheerfully said, Now it's my turn. Please wait here for a moment. The roller coaster slowed down and came to a stop on the rooftop platform. Zhang Yuanqing released his safety belt and joined the teammates waiting beside him. As he stepped onto the concrete ground, a sense of having survived a great ordeal washed over him, accompanied by a weariness. Finally, they had completed an entertainment activity with only one teammate lost, which was within a controllable range. Alas, they nearly faced total annihilation. It was exceedingly difficult. An S-level task is truly arduous. Zhang Yuanqing thought with fatigue. when he noticed that everyone else bore similarly exhausted expressions. A sense of balance was restored within him. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing received a notification in his mind. You have completed the initial task, roller coaster. You have successfully activated the heart-pounding task series, which includes the haunted house in the roller coaster underground parking lot, ghost marriage, and the detective mystery hall. Please proceed to the second location within half an hour. Ghost, haunted house. Upon hearing the notification echo in his mind, Zhang Yuanqing's expression instantly stiffened. Xie Lingxi, the beauty of the West, the middle-aged man, the fire demon, and the Monkey King also gradually lost their smiles. The roller coaster was part of the heart-pounding series, which included a haunted house. Zhang Yuanqing sharply turned his gaze towards the girl with long black hair. Simultaneously, another notification resonated in his mind. Ding! You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You have one opportunity to exercise the authority of a team leader. Please identify the evildoer hidden among your teammates. The designated individual will face annihilation. Failure to make a choice within 30 seconds will be deemed as forfeiting this opportunity. Chapter 51, Underground Parking Lot. Designating a murderer, annihilation. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the notification by his ear, he maintained an outward calm while his mind experienced a sudden epiphany. He had previously found it strange that the mission assigned him the role of a leader yet required secrecy, preventing him from exposing a traitor. What significance did such a leadership role hold? Now it became clear. The authority of the leader resided here. Who would he choose to eliminate? Zhang Yuanqing's thoughts raced, quickly narrowing down 3 characters: Xie Lingxi, the fire demon, and the beauty of the West. Among these 3, he most desired to eliminate the girl with long black hair. Although she is a delicate beauty evoking pity, upon hearing that the subsequent experience involves a haunted house, Zhang Yuanqing could not help but feel an urge to eliminate her. However, this was merely a fleeting impulse. The old strategy guide lacked a systematic explanation, at least none was documented. This change likely stemmed from the adjusted difficulty level of Jinshui amusement park. Xie Lingxi was most likely unaware of this as well. Given the S-level difficulty of the spiritual realm, it seems that regardless of our choice of entertainment facilities, we would inevitably end up in the haunted house, with the only variation being the sequence in which we encounter it. Currently, the information at hand is scant, rendering it nearly impossible to unearth the malevolent entity. Our deductions rely equally on conjecture and intuition, leaving us with little certainty. Should we misidentify the culprit, we risk losing a team member unnecessarily, thus placing ourselves at a disadvantage. Yet, if we choose an action, the next victim is undoubtedly destined to be me. Perhaps a stroke of luck might even reveal the perpetrator. Caught in this dilemma, I find myself uncertain whether to embrace risk based on instinct or to proceed cautiously while further observing. Each option carries its own set of risks. As the captain, I am unable to make a decision. Thus, I ponder the thoughts of the traitor among us. His hidden task is presumably to commit murder. Yet it remains unclear whether he is aware of the captain's existence, a consideration I shall set aside for now. Earlier, I mentioned that I had not observed any anomalies. The unchanged strategy when my eyes were closed serves as a clear indication. The murderer is not foolish. He must be aware that I suspect there is a traitor among our ranks. Consequently, he will likely proceed with caution, seeking a suitable opportunity to eliminate me. Identifying such an opportunity is crucial. The character's identity is a concealed mission rather than a primary task. And the murderer must also consider that killing too swiftly could escalate his own risks in subsequent missions. The Ghostwater Amusement Park presents an S-level challenge. Zhang Yuanqing does not believe that the malevolent task merely involves reducing our team members. If it were that simple, it would not be classified as S-level. Continuing along this line of thought, upon realizing the impossibility of evading the terrifying supernatural tasks, the murderer is unlikely to kill frequently, as he needs allies and expendable pawns. Someone like me, who demonstrates a certain level of capability, is an excellent candidate. Thus, the opportune moment for my demise should arise after we clear the haunted house or during the process. These are merely my conjectures, awaiting validation. I shall use the underground parking lot to test him. With half an hour remaining until the next mission, I shall seize this opportunity to gauge the situation once more. Upon this realization, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to relinquish his captaincy for this round. Damn, in the end, I still cannot evade the haunted house. In the square, the fire demon, having received a warning from the spiritual realm, felt his composure unravel as he glared at the delicate young girl. Damn it, you are going to get me killed. Xie Lingxi pouted, her voice laced with a sense of injustice. I don't want this either. I, too, am perplexed by the transformation of the S-level realm. For I have never been here before. The fire demon, agitated, tugged at his fiery red hair, cursing under his breath. Had I known, I would not have heeded your advice. Now what shall we do? The haunted house is undoubtedly perilous. What was the strategy from the previous version? I believe we should deliberate together. Xielingxi shook her head. I am unaware. There are too many attractions in the amusement park, and I can only recall a fragment. Unaware? Do you think I would believe that? Do you take me for a mere child? The fire demon roared in fury. Why are you so fierce? Xielingxi's eyes glistened with tears. She appeared to be around 17 or 18. Likely still a high school student. After being shouted at by the fire demon, she looked both wronged and innocent, on the verge of tears. Enough. A rare assertiveness emerged from the simple, honest middle-aged man as he stepped forward to halt the quarrel. He gazed calmly at the fire demon, stating, no one can truly comprehend the altered difficulties of the amusement park. This is not her fault. Moreover, the choice of the roller coaster was the result of a collective vote. The middle-aged man's reasoning was sound, yet the fire demon, consumed by anger, refused to heed any counsel, glaring defiantly. I am speaking. What business is it of yours to play the Good Samaritan here? It is not about playing the Good Samaritan. I merely wish for you to cease your complaints. If you are unwilling to quiet down, I can assist you. The seemingly straightforward middle-aged man's eyes briefly flickered with a hint of menace. Zhang Yuanqing, witnessing this, realized it was time for him to intervene. He promptly stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, and with a smile, said, let us remain calm. If this continues, we shall find ourselves wasting half an hour. Dear sir, grant me a favor. Once we conquer the Golden Water Amusement Park, I shall treat you to a drink. Fire brother, should you find yourself away from the realm of spirits, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hail from Sheep City, where the white-cut chicken is unrivaled, tender and succulent, a true delight. His jesting words, delivered with a playful grin, alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. The fire demon and the middle-aged man deftly sidestepped the matter at hand, allowing it to fade into the background. The group of 6 followed the directional signs, departing the plaza and weaving through the brilliantly illuminated amusement park. A gentle, cool breeze caressed them, while the inky black sky loomed overhead like an endless curtain of darkness, devoid of stars or moonlight. The enchanting and resplendent lights of the amusement park served as the sole source of illumination in this realm. Abandoned roller coasters thundered along their tracks, while the swinging pendulum and pirate ship rocked incessantly. The carousel turned slowly to the tune of cheerful music. Meanwhile, the driverless bumper cars careened wildly across the arena, colliding with one another. The atmosphere swiftly shifted from whimsical fantasy to an eerie gloom. Throughout this journey, silence enveloped the group. An overwhelming stillness prevailed among the members, each maintaining a cautious distance, neither drawing closer nor drifting apart. It was evident that they had grasped my subtle hints and begun to question the river god's demise. I intended to probe each of them cautiously, yet alas, concealing my true identity proved to be an arduous task. Zhang Yuanqing had long ceased to concern himself with whether his leadership role would be uncovered. It had become inconsequential. For once an opportunity presented itself, the malevolent would not hesitate to strike him down first. He strode briskly towards Xielingxi and inquired, Lingxi, are you a high school student? Where are you from? I hail from Jiangnan province. I am Wang Tai, currently in my 3rd year of high school. How fortuitous. I am a student at Jiangnan University. Shall we exchange phone numbers? Once we navigate through the Jinshui amusement park, I would be happy to tutor you privately in your assignments. That sounds splendid. But do you have a boyfriend? Why do you ask? If you have a boyfriend, it might complicate our private tutoring sessions. Why is that? Sister Shishir, what is your occupation? I am a nurse. A nurse? The type that wears a uniform and administers injections? Zhang Yuanqing's face reflected admiration. I hold the utmost respect for angels in white. Shishir gazed back with alluring eyes and, with a hint of seduction in her voice, replied, in truth, there is no need for such reverence. I prefer men who are wild and a bit rough, who can dominate me freely. Zhang Yuanqing fell silent for a moment before breaking into a smile. Perhaps we could share a bed one day. Zhang Yuanqing then approached a middle-aged man, casually remarking, Sir, do you happen to have a daughter? The middle-aged man squinted and responded with a grunt. Zhang Yuanqing, curious, continued, Your relationship with your daughter must be quite strained. The man's once amiable expression darkened instantly, and with a frigid tone, he retorted, That is none of your concern. Apologies, apologies. Distancing himself from the middle-aged man, he swiftly pursued the red-haired youth ahead. This individual was gaunt, with small, sharp eyes and slanted brows, exuding an air of impatience and rudeness. After a few flattering remarks from Zhang Yuanqing, the fire demon revealed a smile, finding the young man's words rather pleasing, and was inclined to engage in conversation. When Zhang Yuanqing inquired about his opinions on their teammates, the fire demon boldly remarked, "These teammates are rather peculiar. The young girl has been feigning helplessness the entire time, while the voluptuous woman appears as if she could entertain anyone. Yet, when I asked her on the roller coaster platform if she wanted to join me for a ride, she completely ignored me. That uncle looks the least trustworthy. He has nothing but a useless egg. Brother Wang Tai, you are the only one I find agreeable in this team." Flattery, flattery, fire brother. I also think you are the most reliable. Zhang Yuanqing then approached the spirited young man in tight pants and bean sandals, saying, "Great sage, may I have a word?" The great sage cast a lingering glance at Xielingxi before following Zhang Yuanqing aside. "What is it?" he inquired, directing an inquisitive gaze at the sociable young man. "What do you think of those two girls?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. The great sage glanced at Xielingxi. Pretty, with a nice little backside, but lacking in the chest department. He then surveyed Shi Shi, well endowed, with a round posterior, yet she seems uninterested in engaging. As for the fire demon and the middle-aged man, the great sage considered the former to be hot-tempered and difficult to interact with, best approached with caution, while the latter, though taciturn, occasionally offered sound advice. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly whispered, "If I were to perish, you must do everything in your power to eliminate that man. He embodies wickedness." Qi Tian was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Instinctively, he opened his mouth, only to promptly shut it again, his expression shifting to one of vigilance and caution. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the underground parking garage on the west side of the amusement park, halting at the ramp's entrance. Through the descending slope, they could see the garage illuminated by bright lights, revealing a lineup of dusty vehicles in an orderly fashion. The atmosphere within the garage was eerily silent. Zhang Yuanqing turned to Xielingxi, voicing the question on behalf of the others. What is the strategy for this level? Chapter 52. Everyone must die. Noticing the eager gazes directed at her, Xielingxi pressed her lips together and, with a voice as pure and sweet as a young maiden's, responded. In the previous version of the strategy, the spirit realm travelers were required to traverse the underground parking lot. During this process, an automaton would appear every 3 minutes, pursuing the spirit realm travelers who entered the garage. Those who were caught would be eliminated. The travelers must locate the controller and disable the automaton's power before everyone else is eliminated, with the controller hidden within one of the vehicles in the garage. The irascible fire demon suddenly grasped the situation and remarked, "So, the goal is to find the controller to shut down the automaton, correct? Wang Tai, what are your thoughts?" The others, deep in contemplation, turned their gazes toward Zhang Yuanqing, eager to hear insights from this capable young man who had adeptly navigated the crisis in the first task. "The crude fire master, your method of extracting the essence is rather brutal," Zhang Yuanqing articulated. In the former amusement park, elimination meant a deduction of experience points rather than death. However, the difficulty has now escalated to S level, and the correct understanding of elimination is that one person will perish every 3 minutes. Shi Shi's charming countenance shifted slightly. "We have at most 18 minutes. A remorseful father slowly shook his head. "No, we should strive to avoid any fatalities in this round. The greater the number of individuals entering the haunted house, the higher the probability of survival." "Father, your words almost implied it directly. The haunted house requires cannon fodder." Zhang Yuanqing sighed. "Lingxi, will the parking lot seal our abilities?" The fire demon pondered for a moment and suggested, "Once we enter the parking lot, we should split up to expedite the search for the keys." The great sage of heaven promptly shook his head. In such a perilous place, splitting up is tantamount to courting death. The fire demon glared, dismissively retorting, "You're just afraid of dying, you useless fool." The great sage's eyes flashed with anger. Yet he remained wary of the fire demon, snorting coldly, "Regardless, I do not recommend dispersing. Splitting up is indeed a more prudent approach, provided there are no traitors among us." Zhang Yuanqing waved his hand, quelling the budding dispute, and suggested, "Let us proceed inside." Formulating a plan relies on having ample information. He took the lead down the steep slope, entering the underground parking lot illuminated by blinding white lights. As he descended the gentle slope, Zhang Yuanqing surveyed his surroundings, his lips twitching violently. The underground parking lot is vast, reminiscent of the expansive garages found in large shopping malls. As one gazes across the area, Vehicles are parked in neat rows, showcasing a myriad of models. Their rooftops blanketed in a thick layer of dust, as Xielingxi and the others entered the parking garage. The sight before them caused the fire demon's expression to darken. With so many cars, how will we ever find what we're looking for? The enchanting she sure. Her delicate features tinged with concern, suggested, shall we split up? With this multitude of vehicles, it could take an eternity to locate our target. The others remained silent. As they simultaneously received the notification from the mission, ding, the team has entered the underground parking lot. The experience begins, and unnecessary items have been cleared. Tip 1, controller. Tip 2, car key. Good luck. Countdown, 0:02, 55, their active skills had been sealed once more. The inventory remained inaccessible. Cursed be this skill seal. The expressions of several team members shifted subtly, yet Zhang Yuanqing's attention was drawn to the two notifications. To think there would be hints? The old strategy guide made no mention of any clues for this level. S-rank dungeons seldom offer overt hints, requiring the realm walkers to observe, contemplate, and discern patterns to uncover a path to survival. The fact that the underground parking lot provided such conspicuous clues as a controller and a key indicated a high level of danger. Otherwise, the realm would not bestow such guidance. Zhang Yuanqing murmured, "Everyone, the situation is rather precarious." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, emerging from their panic over the skill restrictions. And upon carefully contemplating the dungeon prompt, their expressions grew grave. The car key. The impatient fire demon hastened to the nearest van, attempting to open the door, only to find it locked. He turned sideways and swung his elbow, trying to shatter the glass. The loud crash resonated, yet the glass remained intact, without even a crack. Unable to break in, it seemed that to locate the controller, they must first find the car key. The fire demon spat disdainfully and exclaimed, "I propose we act separately." Zhang Yuan cast a glance over the group, noticing they all shared this sentiment, and immediately responded, "That is acceptable. But do not stray too far apart. Ensure you remain within sight of your teammates. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed." The countdown loomed like a specter of doom, and the 6 spirit realm practitioners ceased their hesitations, each embarking on their search within the parking lot. The vast expanse of the parking area was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of their footsteps. Zhang Yuan deliberately lagged behind, ensuring that everyone remained within his line of sight, while simultaneously continuing the search for the car key. This task feels somewhat amiss. Given the enormity of the underground parking lot, it is implausible that we could locate the controller within 3 minutes. It seems unlikely we could find anything should we meet our demise here. Just as Zhang Yuan pondered this, he suddenly heard Xielingxi crouching down in the left foreground, crawling beneath a vehicle. Moments later, she jubilantly exclaimed, "I found the car key. It's under this SUV." She raised her delicate, fair arm, holding the key aloft. Simultaneously, she pressed the unlock button on the key. The parking lot lay in an eerie silence, devoid of any vehicular response. Xielingxi's petite face transformed into an expression of disappointment as she lamented, "The car is not nearby." Observing her dismay, the others resumed their search. Soon, the Monkey King announced exuberantly, "I have found the car keys." With a press of the unlock button, a pair of beeps resonated, and the taillights flickered. The group surged forward, flinging open all 4 doors, their gazes scouring the interior. A sense of paternal disappointment emerged as someone remarked, "There is nothing here." Wait a moment. Xielingxi's keen eyes caught sight of something. She leaned into the vehicle, her little rear end raised, and retrieved a card from beneath the seat. This was a metallic card, its surface adorned with a gleaming layer of gold paint, depicting a serene pool of crystal-clear water at its center. As they gazed at the card, an intriguing message manifested in their minds. Life concentrate. Type, potion. Function, healing. Description, a potion imbued with immense vitality, capable of healing all external wounds. Note, as it is a consumable, there is no associated cost. Life concentrate. Shishi's eyes sparkled with realization. I recall that the life essence is an item for the bard class. I never imagined we would find a consumable in the car. Do you think other vehicles might contain similar treasures? Such a revelation would significantly enhance their success rate in clearing the challenge. If their teammates were to discover that the leader of their group was merely a novice, embarking on their second venture into the spirit realm, one could only ponder their reactions. Let us keep it for now. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the countdown. We must continue searching for the car keys. Our time is running short. The crowd dispersed once more, swiftly searching for the car keys. As Zhang Yuanqing sought the elusive keys, he pondered. The provision of hints alongside consumables suggests that the peril of this level may exceed expectations. The perpetrator most likely has a keen sense of the situation. One can only hope he refrains from further violence, striving to preserve the lives of his companions, for otherwise, the haunted house would be insurmountable. As time ticked away, the absence of a third car key heightened the anxiety among the realm walkers, their search becoming increasingly frantic. At that moment, the ever-watchful Qi Tian de Sheng exclaimed, "Time's up." In the next instant, the thunderous roar of an engine echoed from a distance, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. They turned toward the sound, and at the entrance of the underground parking lot, a towering figure emerged. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, it was entirely clad in metal. With eyes glowing a fierce red, wielding a 3-foot chainsaw. Panic ensued. "We're all going to die." "A transformer?" cried Xielingxi. The engine's roar intensified, and the Autobot glided forward, hurtling across dozens of meters toward the group. "Scatter!" Zhang Yuanqing bellowed. The crowd erupted in all directions like bowling pins struck by a ball. Xielingxi, seemingly less agile than her companions, was a moment too slow in her reaction. As she attempted to evade, the robot collided with her, causing her to grunt as her lower back struck the vehicle, plunging her into darkness with an agonizing pain that rendered her immobile. From the vents on the Autobot's ankles, gas expelled, allowing it to abruptly halt with a precision unattainable by humans, raising the chainsaw in its grasp and preparing to strike. The sound of the chainsaw's motor reverberated like the whispers of the Grim Reaper. The little girl's face turned pale with fear, reflecting utter despair. Chapter 53, The Way to Break the Deadlock. Thud, thud, thud. In the brief rhythm of hurried footsteps, a father, burdened with guilt, bent low and sprinted forward, crashing his shoulder fiercely against the metallic frame of the automaton. His formidable physique, capable of demolishing a wall, only managed to stagger the robot slightly. The chainsaw grazed past Xielingxi, slicing into the concrete floor, its high-speed rotation etching a deep line into the ground. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing also sprang into action, his leg muscles swelling as he unleashed unprecedented speed. He dashed to Xielingxi's side, gripping the girl's shoulder and pulling her back, tossing her towards the waiting Shishir. Simultaneously, he seized the automaton's hand that wielded the chainsaw, shouting, "Let us go. Disarm him." His voice rang out like a clarion call, rousing the panicked Fire Demon and the Monkey King, both of whom lunged at the automaton. The furious Fire Master collided with the automaton's back, while the Monkey King, along with Zhang Yuanqing, grasped the chainsaw in a bid to wrest it away. "You will all perish. You will all perish." The automaton speaker blared a thunderous proclamation, accompanied by a crackling sound of electricity. Its mechanical arms whirred and twisted, delivering a powerful swing that sent Zhang Yuanqing and the Monkey King flying. The latter landed heavily like a sack of flour, dazed and disoriented. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanqing adjusted his body midair, performing 2 backflips to dissipate the force, landing gracefully and steadily. A wooden demon? Is this creature a wooden demon? Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuanqing immediately identified the profession of the Monkey King. The earlier display of power was not merely a result of physical strength, it required specialized techniques, which led him to conclude that the wood spirit was the most fitting candidate. With a relentless barrage, the father, consumed by rage, rained down punches upon the metallic form of the Autobot. Yet, with a mere sweep of its arm, the Autobot sent him hurtling away, subsequently brandishing a chainsaw to pursue him. In this perilous moment, the seemingly unassuming middle-aged man revealed a surprising prowess and agility that contradicted his demeanor. His eyes glinted with fierce determination as he navigated the chaos, using the parked vehicles around him, dashing, leaping, and rolling, to evade the relentless onslaught of the chainsaw. "Cursed be you!" The Fire Demon cursed vehemently, charging forward with a sprint, leaping into the air to deliver a kick to the Autobot's back. Instinctively, the Fire Demon raised his hand to shield himself. In an instant, his right palm was severed, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The Fire Demon then fell, emitting a heart-wrenching scream of agony. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yuanqing's fist struck the Autobot's iron chest, causing him to feel as though his bones might shatter. His once mighty fists, capable of crushing an octogenarian, now felt like mere children's fists. The target of their pursuit had transformed from one individual into 2. Utilizing the physique of a night prowler, Zhang Yuanqing narrowly evaded lethal strikes, while his mind raced with frantic calculations. Unable to overpower the foe and with no means of escape, He realized they were trapped in a scenario destined for annihilation, under the constraints of sealed abilities. How could they possibly survive beneath the relentless grip of the Autobot? Even in an S-class spiritual realm, it is inconceivable to arrange an inescapable task with certain death. There must be a method to unravel it, though I have yet to discover it. If only there were a refuge akin to the Mountain God Temple. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Zhang Yuanqing's mind as he exclaimed, "Get into the vehicle! Get inside the vehicle!" The crowd momentarily froze, then quickly grasped the situation, akin to a drowning man seizing a lifeline. The great sage, with urgency, fumbled for his car keys and pressed the unlock button. A few meters behind, the car that had just been unlocked emitted 2 beeps. With a pale countenance, Xiaolingxi produced her car keys from her pocket and pressed the unlock button, causing a black SUV nearby to beep and flash its taillights. "So it's here. Sister Shisher, let us hurry over," Xiaolingxi joyfully called out. This way. You go ahead," the middle-aged man said, bending to evade the swing of the chainsaw, his voice low and grave. Noticing Zhang Yuanqing's hesitation, he frowned and remarked, "Your skills are too inexperienced. You hardly resemble a seasoned spiritual realm practitioner. If I leave, you will undoubtedly meet your demise." Zhang Yuanqing silently protested against being labeled as unskilled in combat, but chose not to retort. He turned and fled, rushing towards the SUV, flinging open the rear door and poking his head out to shout, "Hurry!" The father, feeling the weight of his responsibilities, immediately abandoned the automotive android and sprinted toward him. The automotive android roared with a high-pitched engine sound as its wheels propelled it forward. As a father burdened with guilt, the muscles on his face tensed, veins protruding on his forehead, and his expression twisted in anguish, yet he still could not outpace the automaton. Zhang Yuanqing shouted, "Switch sides." He forcefully shut one door and opened the other. The guilt-ridden father lunged to the left, narrowly evading the sweeping chainsaw, rolling and scrambling to the other side of the vehicle before swiftly diving through the door. Bang! The door slammed shut. From the vent at the automaton's ankle, gas erupted, dissipating its momentum as it halted beside the car, chainsaw in hand. In that fleeting moment, the 4 occupants of the vehicle collectively held their breath. After half a minute of such profound silence, Zhang Yuanqing, feeling a sense of relief, observed the automaton standing outside, glancing around, and remarked with a smile, "It seems my judgment was indeed correct." Shisher immediately cast an admiring look his way, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. No wonder you are an experienced traveler of the spirit realm." The guilt-ridden father glanced at him, sensing that he might have perceived his novice status. Zhang Yuanqing smiled faintly and replied, "I merely possess a keen sense of observation." Xiaolingxi blinked her bright, watery eyes and inquired, "Are you a scout?" "Certainly not. How could I possibly be, and I worth 75 gold coins?" Zhang Yuanqing chuckled without further elaboration. Xiaolingxi chose not to pursue the matter, sweetly expressing, "Thank you, uncle. And thank you, brother Wang Tai, for saving me just now." The guilt-ridden father nodded slightly. Xiaolingxi did not seem like someone skilled in close combat. She sure appeared rather cautious, making it difficult to ascertain his profession, while the fire demon likely belonged to the pyromancer class. Though his volatile temperament could not be disguised without revealing any flaws. The feeling of shame as a father, it somewhat resembles that of Xiangrong. Previously, I could not discern the profession of this middle-aged man, but through the recent confrontation, Zhang Yuanqing sensed a palpable aura of resentment emanating from the figure of shameful fatherhood, who excelled in close combat. This immediately evoked memories of Xiangrong. The two exuded a strikingly similar essence. If he were indeed the seducer of demons, would he not be excessively mild? Xiangrong had already succumbed to mental turmoil at that time, rendering him an unreliable standard for comparison. Should the uncle be a seducer of demons, the likelihood of him being a nefarious villain is considerably high, given the opposing factions at play. Upon the conclusion of our mission, should I take up arms against him? To navigate the underground parking lot, we require manpower to search for the key and to collaborate against the Autobot foes. Under such circumstances, the possibility of slaying a comrade greatly diminishes. Lost in thought, he heard Xiaolingxi joyfully exclaim, "Oh, I've found another card. Ding! Your conditions have been met. Would you like to eliminate a team member? If no choice is made within 30 seconds, this opportunity will be forfeited. Ding! You have forfeited this opportunity." Inside the vehicle, everyone's attention shifted to Xiaolingxi, who extracted a metallic card from the sun visor of the passenger seat. The surface, adorned with gold leaf, bore an inscription, "You have gained an opportunity to use an item." An opportunity to utilize an item? Zhang Yuanqing observed Shishir, Xielingxi, and the middle-aged man, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. In comparison to the life essence concentrate, the card granting the chance to employ an item appeared significantly more valuable. The effective use of props can resolve a predicament. Although the life essence can save a life, it cannot alleviate a crisis. At that moment, the voices of the Autobots outside echoed, declaring that everyone was doomed, as they reluctantly departed. Simultaneously, the countdown reappeared, but this time, the limit was set to 2 minutes and 40 seconds, a reduction of 20 seconds. There existed another possibility. As Xielingxi expressed her thoughts, opening a vehicle incurs a loss of 10 seconds. The four remained silent. Regardless of the scenario, neither was auspicious. Shishir's countenance turned pale. The S-level dungeon is exceedingly difficult. I never wish to endure it again in my lifetime. Are there dungeons beyond S-level in this world? Zhang Yuanqing lamented with a hint of humor. The four opened the car doors, only to witness Sun Wukong supporting the fire demon as he approached. The latter had wrapped his wrist in a makeshift bandage with his short sleeves, yet it proved ineffective in staunching the blood flow. During the few minutes concealed within the vehicle, blood had already stained the fire demon's trousers, and he appeared alarmingly pallid from excessive blood loss. His condition was dire. Sun Wukong neared the group, gesturing towards the wound. The fire demon, sensing his reluctance to speak, weakly uttered, "Little girl, where is your card? Hurry and hand it over to me." Xielingxi scrunched her nose in defiance. "I need to keep it for my own survival. Why should I give it to you?" The fire demon, incensed, retorted, "I knew you were merely putting on a facade. Beneath it all, you are heartless." Xielingxi pouted, feeling wronged. "Why do you speak of me in such a manner? I am still a minor. The task in the underground parking lot remains unfulfilled. The search for the key requires manpower. Without rescuing the fire demon, his demise is inevitable, which not only delays the progress of the mission but also diminishes the team's strength." After a brief contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing suggested, "Why not hold a vote?" The outcome revealed that everyone, except for Xielingxi, cast their approval. Humph. Reluctantly, Xielingxi tossed the life essence card to the fire demon. Ding. Detection of injury. Would you like to use the life essence? Yes. The metallic card released an ethereal spring, enveloping the severed wrist of the fire demon. Moments later, flesh and blood began to regenerate, and a new hand gradually emerged. The fire demon, once pallid, now radiated vitality. Upon seeing the injured party restored, the Monkey King promptly stated, Shishir should relay the speculations from the car to the others. The Monkey King furrowed his brow, while the fire demon exclaimed, "Damn it. If this continues, will those car robots simply refuse to leave until our team is annihilated?" Given the S-level difficulty, it is likely to be so, Zhang Yuanqing sighed. Shishir swallowed nervously and urged, "We cannot waste any more time. We must locate the controller and shut down the car robots before the worst-case scenario unfolds." Xielingxi surveyed the dense array of vehicles, those in front, those in the distance, and those beyond her sight, her brows knitting in concern. How can we possibly find it all? Anxiety and despair surged within each individual. Searching for the key before the controller, with each attempt, the 3-minute interval would swiftly dwindle. Sighing again, Zhang Yuanqing spoke. "I have a method. If feasible, it should enable us to successfully navigate the parking lot." "What?" This exclamation resonated like celestial music in the hearts of the team members, who turned abruptly, their expressions a blend of astonishment and delight as they gazed at Wang Tai. Chapter 54. Finally perished. Under the fervent gaze of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing articulated his thoughts. "I possess an item that can ensnare the automaton, granting us ample time to locate the controller." As a father, Shishir and Xielingxi furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Huemo and Qi Tian de Sheng wore expressions of confusion. An item? Haven't our skills and items been sealed? Shishir, radiating the charm of a social butterfly, elucidated. "Earlier, while we were in the vehicle, we discovered a card stating that we could utilize an item once." The prospect of using an item brought initial joy to Huemo and Qi Tian de Sheng, though it was quickly replaced by skepticism. The latter cautiously probed, "Are you suggesting that you will use the item to confront the automaton alone, buying us time?" This proposal seemed unfeasible, unless active skills were unsealed in conjunction with the item, which might allow for a confrontation with that robot. This time, Xielingxi concurred with Huemo, softly expressing, "As a father, I find this notion rather perilous. If a single item could effortlessly resolve such danger, then this card would not exist in the vehicle." He was cautioning Zhang Yuanqing against misjudging the situation and wasting the card in vain. An S-level task could not be so simplistic. Clearly, the team members deemed Wang Tai's idea unreliable, yet due to the prestige Zhang Yuanqing had established, they merely countered without outright opposition. While ordinary items would undoubtedly be ineffective, items governed by rules certainly held potential. Confronted by the skepticism of his companions, Zhang Yuanqing, well aware of the prowess of the red dance shoes, offered a subtle smile. As a seasoned traveler of the spirit realm, you dare question my judgment? Let us not forget that we are all in this together. And I would never gamble with my life. His expression radiated confidence, and his tone was remarkably composed. At that moment, Wang Tai's consistent demeanor proved beneficial. The teammates furrowed their brows in silence. Though their doubts lingered, they refrained from dissenting. This reluctance stemmed primarily from their lack of resources or formidable tools to confront any adversary. The burden of fatherhood weighed heavily on one, who chose not to speak further. The wisdom of experience could be set aside for now, as he acknowledged the latter part of Zhang Yuanqing's statement. Time is of the essence, everyone. Swiftly seek the car keys, Zhang Yuanqing urged. The 6 spirit realm travelers sprang into action. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Yuanqing discovered 2 car keys. Shishir found one. The Monkey King another, and Xiaolingxi unearthed yet another. Each located their respective vehicles, unlocking them to inspect their contents. Aside from a metallic card found in the young girl's vehicle, the others yielded no rewards. The inscription on Xiaolingxi's card read, "You possess 1 opportunity to transfer animosity." Regrettably, the vehicles in the parking lot were not operable. Zhang Yuanqing mused with disappointment, when suddenly, a resounding engine roar echoed from afar. The group, like startled deer, instinctively elongated their necks, straining to discern the source of the sound. At the entrance of the underground parking lot, a towering 2-meter-tall automaton reemerged, wielding a chainsaw, its eyes glowing ominously red. While a microphone embedded in its chest bellowed, "All must perish." Shishir screamed, "Wang Tai." Meanwhile, the others hurriedly rushed to the same vehicle, flinging open the doors. However, rather than immediately seeking refuge within, they cast expectant glances toward Zhang Yuanqing. From his pocket, Zhang Yuanqing produced a metallic card. Ding. Do you wish to use the card to activate the item inventory? Yes. In the next moment, he felt the presence of the inventory once more, swiftly opening it to summon a pair of red dancing shoes. A glimmer of dark crimson flickered forth, gracefully coiling into existence before its seemingly ineffectual master, forming a pair of red ballet shoes. Tap, tap. The brand new, compact, and exquisite red shoes twirled around Zhang Yuanqing with remarkable speed. Their steps imbued with an air of independence, exuding a lively spirit, as if reveling in the joy of being able to dance. Yet, to Xiaolingxi and the others, this spectacle was somewhat chilling. Dancing shoes? A pair that could move on their own? Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but as they beheld the red shoes, an instinctive chill and dread washed over them, devoid of rationale, simply a gut feeling. Alas, if it were not for necessity, I would prefer not to resort to this. Zhang Yuanqing sighed inwardly. In truth, upon glimpsing the card, his immediate thought had been, the haunted house is secure. No matter how terrifying the spirits within the haunted house may be, they remain mere spirits. The demon's subduing pestle, infused with the power of the sun, and possessing half of the goddess's yang essence, stands as the nemesis of all things sinister. Upon entering the haunted house, he brandished the demon-subduing staff. Beneath the blazing sun, even if the ghostly bride were to yearn with insatiable desire, she would still find herself collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "My lord, please don't." Alas, resolving the immediate predicament took precedence. Navigating the underground parking lot was no trivial matter, yet it posed a considerable challenge. Moreover, there existed another advantage to wielding the red dancing shoes. They instilled fear in the assailant. Let us all perish together. As the automotive beings approached with a deafening roar, Zhang Yuanqing softly commanded, "Go." The red dancing shoes darted forth. 2 ethereal beams of crimson light streaked through the air, colliding with the chest of the automotive being with a resounding crash. The once thundering steel figure came to an abrupt halt, sliding back slightly. But this was merely the beginning. The red dancing shoes, having halted the automotive being, unleashed a relentless barrage of stomps, each strike reverberating through its mechanical form, causing it to stagger. The shoes perfectly curtailed the automaton's movements. In a fit of rage, the automotive being swung its chainsaw, yet the lethal weapon proved ineffective against the red dancing shoes, which seemed to exist beyond the realm of reality. The sole regret lay in the indomitable nature of the automotive being. despite the prowess of the red dancing shoes. They could not prevail. However, to the eyes of Fire Demon and the others, this spectacle was nothing short of sublime. What manner of prop is this? What marvel is this? The Fire Demon, both astonished and elated, gazed with an insatiable hunger. The hearts of Shi Shi and Xia Ling, once fraught with anxiety, finally found solace as they beheld the red dancing shoes, their eyes glimmering with envy and desire. Given the rarity of such props, the seekers of the spirit realm harbored an innate yearning and greed for powerful artifacts embedded deep within their very essence. The expressions of the Fire Demon and others shifted subtly, their momentary greed dissipated, compelling them to act swiftly in their search. He has perished, and these shoes signify another peril, a tremendous danger. In the ensuing moments, the red dancing shoes undertook the crucial task of thwarting the Autobots, repeatedly shielding them from crises. At last, after an unceasing half-hour of searching, Xiaolingxi discovered the controller within a sports car. Is it this one? Is it this one? The young girl shouted with all her might. How fortunate this girl is. The onlookers paused their activities, converging towards her with unprecedented swiftness. In her hand was an elongated black metallic object, reminiscent of an early mobile phone, topped with an antenna and featuring a red button at its center. Give it a try, urged Huomao. Xiaolingxi glanced at Zhang Yuanqing, who nodded in affirmation, prompting her to press the red button. In that instant, everyone held their breath, turning their gaze towards the robot locked in combat with the red dancing shoes. The towering steel figure suddenly froze, as if its power had been severed. All motion ceased, and the crimson light in its eyes extinguished. Da-da-da. It's coming. It's coming. It wants to dance with me. Zhang Yuanqing felt a wave of relief wash over him while a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. We did it. Xiaolingxi exclaimed in triumph. Shi Shi and the others exhaled wearily, their faces illuminated with joyful smiles. No one had perished. They had emerged unscathed. Just as they were about to express their gratitude and compliments to Zhang Yuanqing, they suddenly noticed that the seemingly dormant Autobot had reignited its crimson light and roared back to life, charging towards them like an arrow. He issued another command to the red dance shoes, yet it was too late. The Autobot had already surged past, replicating the initial scene, crashing into the crowd. Its target was unmistakable, Xiaolingxi, who clutched the controller. This event unfolded with such suddenness that no one had time to react. Instinctively, they hurled themselves to the ground, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Had the controller malfunctioned? Had the mission changed, rendering the controller ineffective? In Xiaolingxi's eyes, the oncoming steel monstrosity reflected, along with the deafening roar of the chainsaw, leaving her mind a blank slate. Yet in the next moment, she beheld the simple, earnest face of a remorseful father, and the fierce determination that flickered in his gaze. The remorseful father valiantly pushed Xiaolingxi aside, only to collide with the chainsaw himself. His body was cleaved in two by the mechanical blade, intestines and organs falling to the ground with a sickening thud, blood splattering forth in a gruesome display. I am no longer who I once was. The Autobot speakers erupted with maniacal laughter. Demon Lord, you are finally dead. You are finally dead, Demon Lord. Kill me, and you shall not live either. Chapter 55, thanks to White-Silver Alliance. Why? This was the collective cry of all present. Why had the controller failed, and why did the remorseful father choose to save this young girl? Zhang Yuanqing could not comprehend it. Yet his entire focus was riveted on the voice emanating from the Autobot speakers. Demon Lord? Had it just uttered Demon Lord? Why would a robotic voice system speak such a term? Suddenly, he recalled the message left by Soldier Brother. Could it be that the object Brother Bing asked him to find is this very Autobot before him? A wave of astonishment surged within him. With a swift kick, the red dancing shoes sent the Autobot sliding sideways for half a meter. Without needing his prompt, Shi Shi and the Monkey King had already flung open the car door, ready to seek refuge inside. Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at the dazed Xiaolingxi, lifted her up, and tucked the upper half of the remorseful father under his arm, hastily entering another vehicle. Bang! The door slammed shut, sealing the danger outside. Zhang Yuanqing let out a silent sigh of relief before turning his attention to his two companions. The remorseful father, despite his grievous state, exhibited a tenacity for life, though it was merely a matter of time. Xiaolingxi emerged from her stupor, her gaze filled with complexity as she looked at the middle-aged man, softly asking, Why? Why risk your life to save me? In response to the girl's inquiry, the remorseful father's face was ashen, yet his tone surprisingly calm as he countered, Does saving a life require a reason? Xiaolingxi was momentarily taken aback. Uncle. Those words hardly seem like something you would say. Zhang Yuanqing thought, his emotions in turmoil. The remorseful father replied nonchalantly, "You need not feel grateful, nor should you harbor guilt. My act of saving you bears little significance to me. For someone like me, death can be a form of liberation. If you were aware of my past deeds, you would not feel any sympathy for me. Indeed, I do not seek pity." His voice was weak, fragmented. "Wang Tai, you asked, why me?" Zhang Yuanqing, filled with confusion, raised his eyes to glance at the side of Xiaolingxi. As a father, his face grew increasingly pale, and his voice weakened as he uttered, "She is affiliated with the authorities." Xiaolingxi, knowing the strategy, began to suspect that the young girl was indeed connected to the officials. Did his affairs need to remain hidden from them? A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Yuanqing's mind as he nodded and said, "Very well, I shall comply, on the condition that I can leave the amusement park alive. The person I asked you to find is Master Wuhan. Please convey a message to him." The father hesitated, his gaze flickering with confusion, loathing, and sorrow. "I regret to say that I still do not know whether the fault lies with me or this world." Zhang Yuanqing paused momentarily before responding, "I will remember." The father, finding some solace, nodded in satisfaction. "I will provide you with an address, along with the information as compensation." Lean closer. Zhang Yuanqing bent down, bringing his ear near, and after a brief silence, he raised his head and murmured, "All right. In exchange, I shall ensure this matter is resolved." A look of peace washed over the father's features as he no longer feigned strength. The remnants of fire in his eyes quickly extinguished. Xiaolingxi's eyes turned red, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhang Yuanqing, unable to discern whether her tears were genuine or feigned, pondered for a moment before stating, "He is a seducer, a demon. And he just told me this. I cannot fathom why he saved you, but perhaps it truly has nothing to do with you. There is no need for you to feel guilty. Every malevolent profession, to some extent, harbors its own tale." Xiaolingxi sniffed delicately and nodded obediently. "I understand. He emanates a potent aura of menace. I have long recognized his malevolent profession. What shall we do next?" According to their observations, the Autobot would relentlessly pursue the Spirit Walker for a duration of 5 minutes upon each appearance. Yet, the time had long passed, and this metallic behemoth showed no signs of departing. Zhang Yuanqing's gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on the red dancing shoes and the Autobot. Before shifting to a vehicle at an angle behind him, he noticed Shisha urgently tapping on the window, casting a frantic glance in their direction, as if beckoning for assistance. Behind her, a fierce quarrel erupted between the Fire Demon and the Monkey King. The escalating situation had ignited discord among them. Shisha seemed to be seeking his aid, yet the distance rendered communication impossible. If this continued, they would inevitably become trapped within the vehicle. Zhang Yuanqing suspected that their fears extended beyond the Autobot. They also feared the red dancing shoes. For the hour was nearly at hand. He turned to the charming young lady beside him and inquired, "You have witnessed the situation outside. What are your thoughts?" Regardless of whether she feigned fragility or was genuinely delicate, her ability to blend into the amusement park indicated she was no fool. A competent leader must seek counsel from the wise. Xiaolingxi maintained her fragile demeanor, sobbing softly. "In order to resolve the crisis, we must first ascertain the root of the problem. We need to understand why the Autobot disregards the rules of combat." Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing nodded. The Autobot does not adhere to principles, resorting to deception and ambush. Please continue. Just moments ago, I pressed the controller, and it indeed ceased to function, indicating that the controller is effective. The automaton cannot possibly deceive our intellect. This implies that we have previously deactivated the automaton. Xiaolingxi remarked, "I just noticed that after restoring power, its speech has altered. Is it conceivable that the automaton's control system has changed? We may need to deactivate it once more." Deactivate it once more. Zhang Yuanqing silently mulled over this statement without further inquiry. For Xiaolingxi could not possibly possess the knowledge, yet the analysis provided him with ample inspiration. The automaton must be connected to the information left by Brother Bing. To unravel the mystery of Brother Bing's disappearance and the matters pertaining to the Demon Lord, I must gain control over the automaton. Upon entering the Jinshui amusement park, he did not forget the clues left by Brother Bing, yet he did not deliberately seek them. For the S-level difficulty meant that merely completing the challenge was a stroke of fortune. Aimless exploration would only hasten his demise. The clues from Brother Bing could only be discovered through fate. In this situation, it was, in fact, fortuitous, as both the task and the clues could be resolved together, provided he could navigate the crisis. Among the information left by Brother Bing, aside from the spirit realm number, there was only a single phrase, one lifetime, two brothers. Deactivate it once more. I believe I have come to understand the application of this phrase. Zhang Yuanqing resolved to experiment, pushing open the car door. You. Xielingxi gasped in surprise, uttering a brief call. Not far away, in the vehicle, she sure was taken aback. And the Monkey King and Fire Demon ceased their bickering. Zhang Yuanqing closed the car door and approached the automaton, stopping a few meters away. Gathering his breath, he proclaimed loudly, in a lifetime, two brothers. Immediately, the speakers on the automaton's chest responded, command accepted. The steel armor covering its chest clanked as it parted to the sides, revealing an intricate web of wiring and a small, square black box. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned the red dancing shoes to envelop his feet, ensuring his evasion capabilities were maximized before continuing his advance. Standing before the automaton, he carefully removed the square box. Its exterior was crafted from a black metallic composite, and the front featured a speaker along with two buttons, resembling a miniature speaker at first glance, measuring about the size of half a palm. At that moment, a piece of information surfaced in Zhang Yuanqing's vision. Name, Cat King speaker. Type, audio-visual equipment. Function, audio playback. Description, long ago. A feline monarch with an unquenchable passion for melody dared to challenge the god of light. The god of light severely punished this arrogant cat, sealing its soul within a musical instrument. For years thereafter, the Cat King existed in solitude within the instrument, until a musician from the east acquired it and transformed it into a speaker. Note 1. When the drums resound, you shall gain unparalleled fighting spirit, while your enemies will be struck with fear. Note 2. When the Swona plays, you shall sweep through your foes, but be warned to conclude the battle within 3 minutes. Otherwise, the Swona's sound will be repurposed for another occasion. A peculiar object, categorized as a cost-based item. Is it the artifact left to me by the soldier? According to the notes, the speaker harbors two audio files, one of drumming and the other of a Swona. The purpose of the drumming is to amplify combat prowess, while simultaneously intimidating foes. The note concerning the Swona is rather straightforward. It must be silenced within 3 minutes, lest it herald my demise. Yet, how does this relate to what the soldier mentioned about leaving everything behind? Moreover, I am perplexed by the meanings of notes 3 and 4. Zhang Yuanqing curiously examined the speaker in his palm. Overall, this item appears quite promising. Classified as a cost-based auxiliary tool. Without having tested the Swona and drumming, it is difficult to ascertain their efficacy. However, the fact that the soldier painstakingly concealed it here signifies its uniqueness. What secrets the soldier has hidden within remain to be explored. At this moment, witnessing the automotive adversaries truly vanquished and unrevived, Shishir and the others finally emerged from the vehicle. We have successfully navigated the underground parking lot, Wang Tai. Your assistance has been invaluable. The face of the Monkey King radiated joy. Shishir approached with a glimmer in her eyes, sweetly declaring, Brother Wang Tai, I knew you wouldn't disappoint us. I called for your help while inside the car. You must have heard me, right, brother? Zhang Yuanqing glanced at her. This woman, in her 30s, could easily be his mother if she were a few years older. How did you come to know how to disable the automaton? What is this? The fire demon gazed intently at the speaker. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed the red dancing shoes approaching with a series of clicks. He immediately declared, The matter is resolved by you. Hence the item rightfully belongs to you. Quite reasonable indeed. The renowned beauty, Shishir, and the great sage equal to heaven exchanged glances with the red dancing shoes, nodding in agreement. Zhang Yuanqing was just about to store the Elvis speaker in his inventory when he received an unexpected notification. Unable to store this item. Unable to store? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback, then realized the implications of Note 3. How troublesome. This item cannot be stored in the inventory, which means it must be carried around. At that moment, the group received a prompt from the spirit realm. You have completed the underground parking lot task. You are now engaged in the heart-pounding task series, which includes roller coaster, underground parking lot haunted house, ghost marriage, and detective mystery hall. Please proceed to the third location within half an hour. In addition to this information, Zhang Yuanqing received another notification. Ding! You have successfully led your team to complete a task, granting you one opportunity to exercise the power of team leader. Please identify the hidden villain among the team members. The chosen individual will face annihilation. Failure to make a selection within 30 seconds will be considered a forfeiture of this opportunity. This time, Zhang Yuanqing did not hesitate and silently thought, forfeit. Departing from the parking lot, a gentle evening breeze wafted through. The amusement park's lights remained as enchanting and dreamy as ever, with soft and melodious music drifting from afar. Following behind Zhang Yuanqing was the red dancing shoes. He glanced around before addressing his companions. Please wait a moment. I shall step away for a while. The crowd nodded in half-hearted agreement. Zhang Yuanqing made his way to a secluded spot where he found himself alone. Discarding his pretense, he set his speaker aside and accepted the challenge to dance from the red dancing shoes. Suddenly, the crisp sound of tap dancing filled the night air. At that moment, without warning, the speaker began to play music. Why not dance? Chatting pales in comparison to dancing, allowing oneself to feel at ease. Keep dancing. Love is secondary to dance. Let's interact in this manner. What is happening? Why did this fellow suddenly start playing music? Zhang Yuanqing, who was already feeling a twinge of embarrassment while performing his energetic dance moves, was startled by the unexpected song, nearly losing his footing. So this is what Note 4 meant? This is quite the trap. Not only is the awkward dancing enough, but now there's this cringe-worthy music playing. How can I face anyone if they see me? Zhang Yuanqing pondered, his emotions in turmoil. The resounding melody drowned out the tap dance sounds. The red dancing shoes seemed displeased, and the tapping grew more intense and pronounced. The five of them followed the signs deeper into the amusement park. The further they ventured, the dimmer the lights became, and their moods grew increasingly somber. The third challenge was the haunted house, the only attraction in the amusement park with supernatural elements. According to the description of the spiritual realm, the transformation of the amusement park into an S-level instance was largely attributed to the changes in the spirits. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes, they arrived at a quiet alley. The architectural style here leaned towards that of the Republic of China era, with white walls and black tiles, surrounded by 2-meter-high courtyard walls enclosing each residence, where white lanterns hung beneath every eave. The ground beneath their feet had inexplicably shifted from concrete to a path paved with cobblestones. The music, faint yet palpable, vanished entirely as the crowd entered the dark alley. The night was thick with shadows, and white lanterns hung from the eaves, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Shishir clung tightly to Zhang Yuanqing's arm, glancing nervously around as she whispered, I fear not the act of murder, but I cannot endure this atmosphere. Though Xiaolingxi did not grasp Zhang Yuanqing's arm. Her countenance paled slightly, her expression tense. Perhaps it was this facade of composure that compelled both Shishir and Xiaolingxi to draw closer to him, seeking solace in his presence. Unbeknownst to them, the group arrived before a grand courtyard. Unlike the others, it was adorned with red lanterns, their flickering flames reminiscent of blood, casting a crimson hue across the entrance. The door bore the character for happiness, and the couplets were also in red, suggesting that the household was in the midst of celebrations. They had reached their destination. The group exchanged glances, ultimately turning their eyes toward Zhang Yuanqing. He stepped forward, rapped on the door, and called out, Is anyone there? I have come to wed your young lady. As his voice echoed, the door creaked open, a chilling wind rushing forth. As the night wanderer, Zhang Yuanqing felt a chill run down his spine and murmured, A ghost approaches. The update will be delayed. I shall endeavor to post before midnight. Chapter 56, The Wedding Invitation. Within the pitch-black courtyard, a red lantern drifted closer, emanating a sinister crimson glow, strangely. Its light seemed confined within, failing to illuminate the surroundings. The lantern floated to the doorstep, coming to a halt before Zhang Yuanqing, separated from the crimson lantern by merely a threshold. Zhang Yuanqing could distinctly sense the presence of a ghost lurking beyond the threshold, a chilling and eerie spirit. Yet, no matter how intently he gazed, the figure of the ghost remained shrouded in darkness, elusive to his sight. Silently, he summoned the power of the Taiyin, ever ready to consume the spirit. The night wanderer naturally suppresses spiritual entities, provided their level does not exceed its own. In the obscurity, a hand emerged. And with the faint crimson glow, Zhang Yuanqing observed it, a hand of a deep, ashen hue, with nails as dark as night. This spectral hand clutched a stack of red-covered invitations, seemingly urging Zhang Yuanqing to accept them. He refrained from taking the invitations, and the ghostly hand continued to extend them. The two parties locked in a stalemate, as if engaged in an unyielding contest. After a considerable duration, Shishir's trembling voice softly interjected, Wang Tai? Noting Wang Tai's immobility. She feared that this man might inadvertently trigger a perilous crisis, having already departed from life. There were 5 invitations, seemingly intended for them. He distributed the invitations among his companions, who unfolded them to reveal black characters embossed on a crimson background, inscribing the bride's name and birth date. While the groom's side remained blank, the bride's name was by lawn. Ding! You have received the ghost bride's wedding invitation. Please inscribe your name. The ghost bride will select a husband in 1 hour. To inscribe a name, and a selection to occur in an hour? What might transpire if chosen by the ghost bride? Grasping the invitations, the group's thoughts raced chaotically. Zhang Yuanqing, due to his dishonesty during self-introduction, having assumed Wang Tai's name, found himself in a quandary. Should he write Yuan Shitianzun or Wang Tai? He could not ascertain whether using a fictitious name would incur punishment. As Zhang Yuanqing pondered on how to fill in the name, a sudden thought struck him as he glanced at his companions. Do you remember the introduction to the amusement park? An indescribable entity has arrived here, requesting the spirits within the park to assist in locating a certain young individual, whose name consists of 4 characters. Naturally, Shi and the others recalled the details. Yet they were perplexed as to why he brought it up. Xie Lingxi, with her quick wit, cast a glance at the wedding invitation in her hand and mused. Are you suggesting there might be a connection between the two? Following this line of reasoning, the young girl's expression shifted slightly. An indescribable figure has instructed the ghostly bride to seek a young man, and yet she has asked us to provide a name? Does this imply that the young man sought by the bride in the haunted house is a spirit realm traveler? How could that be? Shi exclaimed in astonishment. They had all ventured through multiple scenarios as travelers, and typically, the introduction to the spirit realm served as mere background information, offering insights into the nature of the place and the events that had transpired. It was intended merely to help spirit realm travelers swiftly comprehend the scenario. Prior to this, they had believed that the young individual sought by the indescribable entity was merely a character or even a monster within the spirit realm, entirely unrelated to the players. How could a mere spirit realm traveler possess the capacity to alter the very essence of a spirit realm? Surely, this was just a coincidence. After all, in the context of a ghostly marriage, a name must indeed be inscribed. The Monkey King furrowed his brow. Perhaps it was just an illusion. But he couldn't shake the feeling that the information within the spirit realm's introduction bore a striking resemblance to something he had encountered before. On that day, she arrived at the Golden Water amusement park. Suddenly, the Elvis speaker in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket emitted a sound. The crowd turned their attention towards his pocket, but the speaker fell silent once more. Why did it stop speaking? This speaker is rather peculiar. Zhang Yuanqing waited a few seconds, observing the continued silence, and decided to redirect his focus, saying, "Let us write down our names first." He unfurled the wedding invitation and attempted to inscribe the name Wang Tai in the designated space. His reasoning was that since the spirit in the haunted house requested a name to be written, it implied that she could not see the true ID of the spirit realm travelers. Otherwise, the wedding invitation would be redundant. Thus, it was reasonable to infer that the scenario permitted the travelers to disguise their IDs, though this was unspoken and required personal deduction and understanding. In truth, writing Yuan Shitianzun would pose no issue. Yet it might engender a crisis of trust among teammates. Zhang Yuanqing mused, and then he noticed the strokes his fingers had pinned, coalescing into black characters, Wang Tai. Subsequently, he fabricated a birth date and gender, though the latter remained unaltered. The 4 teammates followed suit with their own pens. Xie Lingxi rose onto her toes, timidly stealing a glance at Zhang Yuanqing's wedding invitation before inscribing her own name. Hesitating slightly at the gender section, she ultimately filled in male. Having completed the wedding invitation, Zhang Yuanqing tucked it into his pocket and stepped over the threshold first, stating, "Let us go in. It's best if you all follow closely behind me." The others. At such a moment, is this jest born of audacity or a disregard for life? After all, there truly is a bride ghost waiting inside. Was this jest not sufficiently amusing? Zhang Yuanqing, after scrutinizing their countenances, ceased his discourse and silently entered the residence. Beyond the threshold lay the outer courtyard, expansive in its dimensions, bisected by a path paved with flagstones, flanked on either side by corridors abutting the outer walls. As the company traversed the threshold, a series of crimson lanterns beneath the eaves of the corridors ignited with an eerie luminescence, casting a profound scarlet hue upon the tenebrous night. These lanterns, akin to sanguine orbs, silently scrutinized the newcomers entering the courtyard. At the terminus of the flagstone path stood a grand hall with upturned eaves, its latticed doors firmly shut, emitting a wan, yellow light from within. Upon crossing the threshold, Zhang Yuanqing's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization. Pray, examine yourselves to ascertain whether your skills and inventories remain unsealed. The fire demon and his companions, taken aback, either attempted to invoke their skills or inspect their inventories, discovering to their astonishment that this task had not suppressed their abilities or belongings. They were simultaneously elated and apprehensive. Elated because they now possessed a measure of reassurance in the face of peril, yet apprehensive because the unsealing of items and skills implied a heightened level of danger within the haunted dwelling. Under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, the group advanced with measured steps, the silence of the night punctuated only by the sound of their footfalls. The assembled company, in a state of heightened vigilance, were suddenly startled by a piercing scream. Shisha, her face pallid, pointed towards the corridor some 10 meters distant, her voice trembling. There, beneath the lantern, a woman. The others turned their heads sharply, only to find the lanterns hanging high, silent and undisturbed, with no specter to be seen. This interlude, already apprehensive, made the hearts of the four even more heavy. Zhang Yuanqing was relatively composed, having previously encountered a supernatural instance and being a night wanderer. He no longer harbored an innate fear of apparitions. To him, ghosts were no different from transformers. The atmosphere was thick with ghostly energy, permeated by a pervasive chill that dulled his senses. Weak and distant spirits eluded his perception, yet he was capable of wielding the demon-suppressing pestle, rendering him unafraid of the ghost bride's approach. As he reassured his companions, he led them forward. Have you noticed, he observed, that the instance has allotted us merely 1 hour before the ghost bride selects her groom? He dismissed the notion of blind terror as futile, diverting his teammates' attention with strategic information to alleviate their anxiety. My belief is that our actions within this hour will serve as the criteria for her selection. However, it remains uncertain whether being chosen as the groom signifies survival or demise. Furthermore, the oppressive atmosphere here conceals numerous hazards. We might meet our end long before the hour is up. I wonder if the ghost bride favors looks. If so, as the most handsome member of our group, I bear considerable pressure. Soon, they arrived at the grand hall, where Zhang Yuanqing took the lead, pushing open the tightly shut lattice door. Creaking, the door revealed a room illuminated by flickering candlelight, with a red carpet laid across the floor. Red drapes hung from the columns, and at the end of the carpet stood 2 imposing armchairs, accompanied by an altar adorned with candles and fruits. A vivid red double happiness character adorned the wall. Flanking the red carpet were 7 or 8 paper figures, dressed in ancient servant attire, their features strikingly lifelike, with crimson lips subtly curled. What is most unsettling is that the heads of these paper figures are twisted at grotesque angles, their hollow eyes fixed upon the doorway, gazing at the multitude that enters. Thud, thud, thud. Xie Lingxi, her face pale with terror, retreats, covering her mouth with her small hand to stifle a scream. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing felt a shiver run down his spine. It was not out of fear, but because these paper figures were all spirits. After a careful assessment, he let out a sigh of relief. They were merely mischievous ghosts. While I may have no means to deal with the ghostly bride, you little spirits dare to be audacious in the presence of the master. This is simply unacceptable. Zhang Yuanqing summoned the power of the Taiyin, allowing darkness to coalesce in his eyes. With a firm resolve, he commanded, "Begone." The paper figures within the hall fell in disarray, swept away by gusts of chilling wind, and faint cries of spirits echoed as they scrambled to escape. The others, Shisha, Xie Lingxi, the fire demon, and the monkey king, stood in astonishment at the scene. Chapter 57. The betrothal gift. As the sinister winds dissipated, tranquility returned to the hall. The candles burned serenely, their flickering shadows casting a gentle light as the heavy aura of darkness lifted. Although Xie Lingxi and the others lacked the instinct of a night wanderer, they could sense, through intuition, that the great hall had become safe once more. The fire demon scrutinized the scene, his tone a blend of astonishment and delight as he inquired, "Are you a night wanderer?" "You are indeed a night wanderer." To frighten away vengeful spirits with mere words speaks volumes of Wang Tai's profession. Is it so surprising? The Jinshui amusement park possesses supernatural elements. It is only natural to encounter a night wanderer here. Zhang Yuanqing responded with a smile, "Dear friends, while I cannot guarantee the safety of other attractions, I assure you that prior to encountering the ghostly bride, I can protect you within the haunted house." The 4 teammates exchanged glances, each reflecting the same glimmer of joy in their eyes. To their surprise, there existed a rare profession within their ranks. In the midst of the supernatural chaos of the eerie dungeon, the presence of a night wanderer offered a level of assurance that surpassed most artifacts. After all, the night wanderer was aptly suited for the task at hand. In that instant, the gaze of the four teammates towards Zhang Yuanqing was imbued with a sense of reliance. "We have but an hour. Let us not linger. Let us search for any clues within this space," Zhang Yuanqing declared, his keen eyes scanning the room. Endowed with night vision, he swiftly focused on the offerings table concealed behind a grand chair. Approaching the table, he noticed a blue and white porcelain plate brimming with peanuts and longans, atop which lay a piece of red paper. Zhang Yuanqing picked up the paper, scrutinizing it under the flickering candlelight. Betrothal gifts, a balance beam, a gold hairpin, medicinal wine, and a wedding quilt, he read aloud. The others gathered closer, intrigued. Xiaolingxi gently pinched her chin, her bright eyes alight with thought. These items may not traditionally be considered betrothal gifts, yet since they are inscribed on the paper, it stands to reason that we must seek out these four items as a representation of the betrothal. Should we fail to locate them, what fate awaits us? Queried Qi Tian dashing. Naturally, death, replied Huemo, his tone grave. Once we acquire the betrothal gifts, the ghostly bride will choose one among us. Why must it be one, rather than allowing us all to share the bridal chamber? Zhang Yuanqing jested, attempting to lighten the mood. Yet, as he met the unamused expressions of his teammates, he shrugged. Just a jest to lift the spirits, you all seem devoid of humor. The teammates remained as stoic as ever. Shishir rolled her eyes, and Xiaolingxi continued. The task's context has become clearer. In an hour, the ghost bride will choose a groom, and the criterion for selection is a suitor who presents a dowry. Therefore, we need to locate 4 dowry items within this grand mansion. However, whether the fortunate chosen one has a glimmer of hope or is doomed remains uncertain. Huemo scrutinized the young girl. Do you truly not recall the strategy? Xiaolingxi pouted, feigning innocence. I genuinely do not know. Zhang Yuanqing glanced at the number of team members, a shiver coursing through him. Following the current clues, 2 outcomes could arise. The first, if we find all 4 dowry items, everyone would meet the requirement, and we would simply await the ghost bride's favor. The second, if only 4 dowry items are found, only 4 individuals would meet the requirement, leaving the rest to face certain death. The first scenario is manageable, but if it were the second, Zhang Yuanqing pondered. If that were the case, then at this juncture in the dungeon, the team would surely descend into internal strife. At that point, the number of survivors might dwindle to fewer than 4. No wonder there are no sealed items or skills. This is compelling us to turn against one another. An S-grade dungeon indeed presents peril at every turn. In such a dire situation, how many team members would remain? As the captain, he harbored a hidden task that mandated the team must not fall below 3 members. Moreover, the aspect of selecting a son-in-law possesses a beguiling effect, evoking a sense that only those chosen by the bride may glimpse a sliver of hope. This notion, steeped in cognitive bias, suggests that the fortunate few are invariably afforded privileges. Yet, Zhang Yuanqing is resolute in his belief that those selected by the bride are ultimately doomed. The rationale is straightforward. Firstly, this was the precedent set by the previous version. Secondly, if only the chosen ones could survive, the hidden tasks would become futile. Regardless of one's efforts, only a solitary figure shall remain at the end. Whether or not there is a reduction in numbers bears no significance. Of course, should the ghostly bride be a capricious heartthrob, the circumstances would differ. No one is foolish. Clearing his throat, Zhang Yuanqing declared, time is of the essence. Let us first seek the betrothal gifts. Stay close to me and do not disperse, for ordinary vengeful spirits dare not approach me. In such a context, his words held considerable weight, as the others relied on his expertise. In the distance, the archway faintly connected to other courtyards, with a row of rooftops standing orderly against the night. Zhang Yuanqing mused inwardly. Indeed, the bride is akin to the daughter of a wealthy family. Given the scale of this residence, it must consist of at least 3 courtyards. His thoughts were abruptly cut short as he realized he was utterly alone, devoid of any companions. The team had vanished. This was rather unsettling. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuanqing pressed onward, traversing the garden until he spotted a house ahead, illuminated by candlelight. The flickering light was dim, casting a soft glow through the lattice windows, while the other dwellings lay shrouded in darkness. Cautiously, Zhang Yuanqing approached the corridor, attuning himself to the atmosphere within the house. The air was thick with a chilling aura, yet no vengeful spirits lingered inside. Gently pushing open the lattice door, The scene within unfolded before Zhang Yuanqing's eyes. It appeared to be a young woman's boudoir. To the east stood a bed, its drapery cascading low, while a round table occupied the center of the room. Beside the window rested a dressing table, its polished copper mirror facing the doorway. A golden scale rod lay quietly before the dressing table. Zhang Yuanqing stepped over the threshold, turned to close the door, and approached the dressing table, picking up the golden scale rod. It measured no more than half an arm's length and was as thick as a thumb. This object was used to lift the bride's red veil, symbolizing a heart balanced in harmony. It was not a difficult task, and he quickly found it. Just as Zhang Yuanqing was about to exit the room, he suddenly heard the crackling sound of electricity. From his pocket, the Elvis speaker emitted a voice. On that day, she arrived at the Jinshui amusement park. This troublesome device always had a knack for speaking out of turn. What did it wish to convey? After all, it was part of the amusement park and perhaps possessed some knowledge. Zhang Yuanqing's attention shifted to the Elvis speaker, eager to hear its message. This time, the speaker did not disappoint. The voice continued. In the haunted house, the spirit quivered, crawling on the ground. The great being did not torment the feeble, vengeful spirit. She instructed the bride to seek a young man, whose name is Yuanshi Tianzuan. A thunderous buzz filled Zhang Yuanqing's mind, as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seeking me? Seeking me? Who wishes to find me, and why? Astonishment and confusion surged within him, only to be swiftly replaced by realization. It was the Three Mountains goddess. The Lady of Sandow Mountain was awakened by me. She seeks me because within the demon-suppressing staff resides half of her young spirit. Alas, this old specter is relentless. Cannot she leave me be? I am but a child. Zhang Yuanqing was acutely aware of the situation. Should he continue to ascend, he would inevitably confront the Lady of Sandow Mountain. However, that confrontation ought to occur only after he has attained a higher level of spiritual realm, where he could engage in a transaction with the lady using the yang spirit contained within the staff. To his astonishment, this ancient being possessed the ability to influence even those of lower spiritual realms. Cursed be it. I had suspected that the task could not possibly be so straightforward. And now it appears that retrieving the demon-suppressing staff may indeed reveal my identity. The lady seeks him solely for the staff. In a realm so affected by her presence, I fear that the moment I extract the staff, that ancient specter will come for me. And what fate awaits me then? Is there any moral code governing the bosses within the spiritual realm? What if she casually crushes me, this insignificant ant? After much contemplation, Zhang Yuanqing resolved to conceal his identity and persist with the task without utilizing the staff. The consequences of exposure could mean a direct encounter with the formidable Lady of Sandow Mountain, fraught with uncertainties. By continuing with the task, should he successfully navigate the haunted house, he would face no repercussions. Should he find himself in dire straits, he could retrieve the staff then without delay. Having weighed the pros and cons, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Just as he intended to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed in the bronze mirror that the door had been pushed open. Within the mirror, a woman clad in a white dress appeared, her hair cascading loosely as she crossed the threshold and entered the room with an uncanny grace. The room reflected in the bronze mirror appeared distinctly different from the one he occupied. A woman clad in a white dress approached the vanity mirror with an unusual gait and seated herself. At that moment, Zhang Yuanqing finally discerned the peculiarity of her movement. She was walking backward. The ensuing scene would terrify an ordinary individual to death. The woman in the mirror raised her hand and detached her head, cradling it in her arms. Her skin was an unsettling shade of dark blue-black, and her elongated nails were sharp and ebony. The cascading black hair of her severed head unveiled her visage, pale as death. With haunting white eyes and lips tinged in a deep shade of black, she fixated on the bronze mirror, as if gazing into another realm at Zhang Yuanqing. This specter was devoid of beauty. Zhang Yuanqing swiftly retreated, intent on exiting the room. However, the disheveled hair in the mirror seemed to come alive, rising like tendrils and violently piercing the surface of the mirror. The bronze mirror rippled with waves, and clusters of hair penetrated through, ensnaring Zhang Yuanqing's wrists and body, tightening their grip as if to drag him into its depths. Humph! A viscous darkness surged in Zhang Yuanqing's eyes as he opened his mouth and inhaled forcefully. Devour spirit. This ability, capable of suppressing malevolent spirits, merely slowed the hair's entangling speed, failing to consume the specter within the mirror. This ghost was formidable, not an ordinary vengeful spirit. Zhang Yuanqing gradually inched closer to the bronze mirror, his mind racing with strategies. The demon-subduing pestle should be used sparingly. The bloodthirsty blade served as a physical weapon, ineffective against spiritual entities, while the red dance shoes also relied on physical prowess, rendering stepping ineffective against ethereal beings. After much contemplation, it was undoubtedly you, my little trickster. Zhang Yuanqing exhaled a chilling breath, summoning the mischievous spirit. A plump and adorable infant spirit landed on the dressing table, lazily stretching its limbs. Then, it caught sight of the ghostly figure in the mirror. In an instant, like a startled cat, the infant spirit rolled and scrambled down the dressing table, seeking refuge behind Zhang Yuanqing, crying out in terror. Zhang Yuanqing scolded, "Useless creature, get moving." He transmitted an offensive command to the spirit. ABA. Obeying orders was inherent to its nature, and the infant spirit furrowed its delicate brow, emitting a fierce cry as it clutched at Zhang Yuanqing's pant leg, climbing up to his shoulder and launching itself with determination. Its round, plump form penetrated the copper mirror. Adhering to the ghost face, Zhang Yuanqing swiftly calmed his emotions, shifting his consciousness into the infant spirit, thereby usurping the ghost's perception. The ghost's eerie countenance became vacant, as if it had suddenly lost its wits. The deadly strands of hair, once rigid and threatening, lost their strength and fell limply. Well done. The infant spirit could only maintain its power for 3 seconds, but that was sufficient for their escape. A chilly wind swept through the inner courtyard, where numerous vengeful spirits lurked in the distance, both yearning for the essence of the night wanderer and wary of its formidable presence, hesitant to approach. They needed to find them quickly. They must not perish. Zhang Yuanqing hastily departed the garden, passing through the arched gate into the adjacent courtyard, where he swiftly spotted Xielingxi. The young girl stood before a large water vat in the corner of the courtyard. Her upper body leaned precariously over the rim as she clutched it with both hands, struggling vigorously. It seemed as though some unseen force was pulling her down into the depths of the vat. No matter how hard she exerted herself, she could not extricate herself from its grasp. Gradually, her struggles grew weaker and weaker. Zhang Yuanqing approached slowly, catching a whiff of a strong alcoholic scent. Leaning closer, he observed the dark liquid swirling within, where a ghostly infant spirit, tethered by its umbilical cord, was dragging Xielingxi under the water. The cord had ensnared her neck, holding her firmly beneath the surface. Without hesitation, Zhang Yuanqing seized the little rascal in his arms, disregarding his frantic writhing, and cast him into the vat. Upon sensing a kindred spirit's presence, the umbilical spirit immediately released its grip, baring its teeth at the newcomer. Zhang Yuanqing grasped Xielingxi's shoulders, and with a powerful pull, he yanked her from the water. She erupted into a fit of violent coughing. Her face flushed, and her bangs and side locks plastered against her forehead and cheeks. After several moments, as her lungs began to settle, she focused on Zhang Yuanqing's face, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. "Brother Wang Tai, you've come to save me. Woo-woo. I never want to enter a realm associated with the Night Wanderer again. It's far too terrifying." This was her first experience in such a supernatural scenario. "How did you end up here?" Zhang Yuanqing's gaze remained fixed on the vat. The two infant spirits had begun to wrestle in the liquid, biting and entangling one another, sending ripples through the dark fluid. Xielingxi rose on her toes to glance into the vat, recalling the considerable amount she had just consumed. And a wave of nausea washed over her. It was utterly revolting, utterly revolting. "Brother Wang Tai, I followed you out of the Grand Hall. And as a fog enveloped me, I noticed you had all vanished. I then began to search, and before I realized it, I had wandered to this place, where I was again met with the fragrance of wine, leading me to this vat. I thought this must be one of the betrothal gifts. Just as I lifted the wooden lid, a rope suddenly emerged from the vat, pulling me into the water." She gazed at the spirit of the stillborn infant submerged within the vat, and the liquid she had inadvertently inhaled made her face turn a ghastly white. It was horrifically disgusting, horrifically disgusting. Zhang Yuanqing calculated the time silently, observing the young girl. "You can hold your breath for quite a while." As she spoke, she raised her snow-white wrist, revealing a jade bracelet of a deep green hue. A bracelet that restored vitality. Could this girl also be a wood spirit? Her demeanor does not quite fit. Zhang Yuanqing merely hummed in acknowledgement, not dwelling on the bracelet, and said, "Come, let us seek them out. I hope it is not too late. By the way, hand me that card." "Huh? What card?" "Do not feign ignorance. The card you brought from the parking lot. I saw you tuck it into your back pocket." Chapter 58. The Bride Subsequently. They found the fire demon beside the dilapidated stage in the west courtyard. The stage had been abandoned for many years, with tattered curtains hanging down. and both the stage and the ground were thickly coated in dust. He sat motionless on the bench, his gaze vacant as he stared at the empty stage. As if a grand performance were unfolding before him, Zhang Yuanqing's expression darkened within his line of sight. The demonic figure of the fire spirit was shrouded in a thick haze of malice, teetering on the brink of death, its soul caught in a tenuous balance. He hastened over, placing a hand upon the fire spirit's shoulder, as darkness swirled in his eyes, continuously drawing in the sinister energy, consuming and digesting it. The fire spirit shivered, its hollow eyes regaining a flicker of vitality, instinctively exclaiming, "So cold, so cold." This fire master trembled, scanning the surroundings. And upon noticing Zhang Yuanqing beside him and Xiaolingxi not far away, he exclaimed, "Where have you both been?" After stepping out of the main hall, there was no sign of anyone. Everyone had dispersed. Zhang Yuanqing waved a hand, interrupting the others' inquiries, and asked, "How did you come to be here?" "I followed the sound and saw a stage with a woman performing, and I watched for a moment, then I don't remember anything else." At this point, he shuddered, recalling the dilapidated stage that had been in disrepair for years. Where could there have been a performing woman? The fire spirit looked gratefully at the night wanderer beside him. "Did you save me?" It was evident. Zhang Yuanqing smiled. "Ah." The fire spirit sighed in relief. Reflecting on the recent ordeal with a sense of dread, "My skills and tools were utterly useless against the vengeful spirits." "Thank you, Brother Wang Tai." Although every profession possesses unique characteristics, the ability of the vengeful spirits to silently dominate the fire spirit was largely attributed to a level-based suppression. The efficiency is no better than stabbing with a knife. The three individuals found a golden hairpin in a spiderweb-laden dressing room beside the stage. "Where are Shishir and the Monkey King?" Xiaolingxi shook her head, expressing hope that they might be as fortunate as you. The fire demon cast her a sidelong glance. "Do you wish for their demise?" Xiaolingxi, with a pitiful demeanor and a face full of grievances, replied, "How could you say such a thing, brother? We are companions." The fire demon, disinclined to engage with her further due to their prior quarrel, found her irritating and chose to ignore her. They departed from that place and made their way to another courtyard, which was larger than anticipated. The backyard was divided into several smaller courtyards, some serving as gardens while others were designed for performances. After walking for a while, Zhang Yuanqing, endowed with night vision, spotted a figure staggering toward them from a distance. The individual, dressed in tight trousers and casual footwear, exuded an energetic charm. It was indeed the Monkey King. "What are you doing here?" He approached them with surprise. Zhang Yuanqing's eyes darkened as he scrutinized the figure for a moment, confirming it was the real person. The four gathered and shared their respective experiences. After the Monkey King had become separated, he inadvertently wandered into a courtyard where a room glowed with candlelight. Pushing the door open to investigate, he found the room empty, with a neatly folded wedding quilt on the bed. The Monkey King speculated that it was part of a bridal dowry, but he heeded the call of his conscience and quietly withdrew. Soon after, he encountered Zhang Yuanqing and the others. The fire demon, astonished, exclaimed, "The most timid one is, paradoxically, the safest?" "What do you mean by that?" "I am cautious, not timid," the Monkey King retorted, striving to defend his honor. There is a certain truth in the notion that survival is not always reserved for the most intelligent or capable, but rather for those who exhibit the greatest timidity. Zhang Yuanqing interrupted the futile debate between the two, turning his gaze toward the Monkey King and inquired, "Where's the wedding quilt?" The Monkey King glanced over his shoulder. Under his guidance, the four of them arrived at a courtyard, where they indeed spotted a room illuminated by candlelight. Observing the fear etched on his companions' faces, Zhang Yuanqing sighed resignedly. "I shall retrieve it for you. This is the domain of the night wanderer." He promptly entered the room, and as he crossed the threshold, the lattice door closed automatically behind him. Outside, Xiaolingxi and the others witnessed the moment the door shut, and the figure of Wang Tai vanished. Inside, the flickering candlelight cast an eerie ambience, yet his shadow remained unseen. After a tense few minutes, the lattice door was abruptly flung open, and Wang Tai burst forth, clutching a wedding quilt. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his clothing torn in several places and stained with blood. "Monkey King, take this," Zhang Yuanqing exclaimed, tossing the quilt to the Monkey King, who gratefully accepted it, holding it tightly to his chest. Just as he was about to inquire about the events within the room, Zhang Yuanqing interjected, "Let us go find Shishir." The Monkey King refrained from pressing further, and together with his comrades, they continued to explore the inner courtyard. The night was dark, devoid of stars or moonlight, with the only source of illumination being the crimson lanterns hanging from the eaves. casting a scarlet hue over the desolate surroundings. An occasional chill wind swept through, causing the lanterns to sway, heightening the sense of dread. "Come here. I am here." Suddenly, a melodious voice floated toward them from ahead. Zhang Yuanqing and the others turned to see Shishir standing beneath the lantern at the corner, beckoning to them. She stood there, her body as rigid as a clay sculpture, her hand raised in a stiff wave, and the smile on her face was equally frozen, bearing an unsettling quality. Shishir, the Monkey King, relieved to see her unharmed, was about to approach when the fire demon restrained him by the shoulder. Simultaneously, a voice whispered in his ear, "Look at her shoes." Shoes. The Monkey King focused intently, his pupils slightly contracting. She wore a pair of red embroidered shoes. "She is not Shishir. Come here, you all come here." Shishir continued to wave, her expression remaining eerily stiff. "Ignore her, just walk past," Zhang Yuanqing murmured. The group pressed on for a moment longer, and Zhang Yuanqing, gazing ahead, remarked, "Do you remember when Shishir entered the house? She mentioned seeing a woman standing beneath the red lantern? This is truly unsettling." The fire master spat. Xialingxi, puzzled, inquired, "Why would she take on the appearance of Sister Shishir?" Zhang Yuanqing sighed, looking towards a distant spot. "You will understand once you see for yourselves." "Sister Shishir?" Xialingxi exclaimed. The figure was indeed Shishir, hanging lifelessly from the eaves, her delicate face grotesquely contorted, her eyes wide and bloodshot, her complexion ashen, her lips slightly parted. The scene was harrowing. Both the Monkey King and the fire demon were struck by shock and fear, unable to fathom that she had met her silent demise here. Shishir hung quietly, and Zhang Yuanqing touched her hand, which felt icy cold. She had been dead for over half an hour. "It is Sister Shishir's wedding invitation." Xialingxi pointed to a red invitation lying at the foot of the corpse. Zhang Yuanqing cast a fleeting glance at the wedding invitation, dismissing it with indifference, as a dark tide surged beneath his gaze, communicating with the residual spirit within Shishir. He needed to ascertain whether Shishir had perished due to a vengeful spirit or some other cause. Suddenly, a profound memory surged forth, inflating at his brow. Memories not his own flooding his mind. In her reality, she was a nurse, entangled in relationships with several men, including the department head, affluent businessmen, and managers of spiritual organizations. A staunch advocate of anti-marriage, she held a skeptical view of love, perceiving men merely as resources, a socialite thriving in her milieu. At the end of this memory, Zhang Yuanqing witnessed a shadow clad in bridal attire materializing, the vision abruptly ceasing. Had she been slain by the ghostly bride? Zhang Yuanqing opened his eyes, astonished, a chill creeping down his spine. It was inconceivable. How could the ghostly bride have acted prematurely? Was she not awaiting a suitable suitor? If the ghostly bride could strike at any moment, how would the game unfold? Moreover, if she had indeed taken matters into her own hands, why target only Shishir and refrain from harming himself or others? Or perhaps the assault had yet to commence? At that moment, he overheard the voices of Xialingxi and the Monkey King discussing. Why has her gender been crossed out? I don't know. Perhaps they are all marked out after death? Zhang Yuanqing was taken aback and immediately said, "Show me." Xialingxi handed over the wedding invitation. Zhang Yuanqing focused intently, noticing that Shishir's gender had been obscured by a thick stroke of ink. Xialingxi, her eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Brother Wang Tai, what did you perceive within Shishir's spirit?" The Monkey King and the fire demon turned their gazes toward him. She was killed by the ghostly bride. What? The three of them were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of horror and vigilance as they scanned their surroundings. If the ghost bride were to take action, it would be feared that none present would survive. Logically, this should not be the case, even for an S-rank mission, despite its high difficulty. There must be a glimmer of hope for them. I have a thought, but the logic seems flawed. Zhang Yuanqing pondered for a moment, then turned to the astute and nimble Xialingxi. "May I see your wedding invitation?" "Oh." She readily complied, pulling out the invitation tucked into her waistband. Upon receiving it, Zhang Yuanqing unfolded it and his expression turned peculiar. "Gender? Male?" The fire demon and the great sage equal to heaven leaned in, and upon seeing the gender designation, they were taken aback. The great sage lamented, "You, young lady, appear so delicate and refined, yet you are identified as a male." Xialingxi blushed and explained, "I simply thought that the ghost bride would be seeking a husband, who must undoubtedly be a man. If I had filled in female, it would contradict the rules, leading to immediate disqualification, wouldn't it?" The fire demon and the great sage fell into contemplation. With Xialingxi identifying as male, my previous assumptions were indeed correct. The old version allowed females to pass directly, while the new version spells doom for them. This is an S-rank spiritual realm. There is no such thing as an easy victory. Zhang Yuanqing's hypothesis was thus validated. She sure was directly eliminated by the ghost bride due to her nonconformity to the groom's requirements. He articulated his reasoning, and upon hearing it, Xiaolingxi looked sorrowful, saying, "I merely speculated and did not dare to be certain, otherwise I would have warned Sister Shi sure. Whatever you say is indeed the truth." The three men shared a tacit understanding of this thought in their minds. Now, the team has dwindled to just 4 members. And even if one more were to perish at the hands of the ghostly bride, it would be the utmost limit. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanqing gently laid Shisher's body down on the ground and surveyed his remaining 3 companions, stating, "Time is of the essence. We must seek the bridal chamber." Although they had not been consciously counting the minutes, they could reasonably estimate that nearly an hour had elapsed since their entry into the house. Xiaolingxi, the fire demon, and the great sage, Qi Tian, swiftly cast aside thoughts of Shisher, steeling themselves for what lay ahead, each clutching their respective bridal gifts. The quartet ventured deeper into the mansion, silently weaving through various gardens, accompanied solely by the flickering red lanterns. After wandering for what felt like an eternity without discovering the bridal chamber, they suddenly beheld a courtyard ahead, its eaves arching gracefully, doors adorned with the character for happiness, and a warm candlelight spilling out. The path leading to the main house was carpeted in a deep crimson hue. At last, the moment had arrived for the bridal chamber to reveal itself. Observing the taut expressions of his teammates, Zhang Yuanqing murmured, "Let us proceed." He had intended to lighten the mood with a jest, suggesting that perhaps the ghostly bride would be a voluptuous and alluring woman. As of now, they remained oblivious to the bride's criteria for selecting a suitor, whether it was a choice among 4 or an all-encompassing selection. Likewise, they were uncertain of their own fates. Stepping into the courtyard and traversing the scarlet carpet, Zhang Yuanqing halted before the lattice door, inhaling deeply before forcefully pushing it open. With a resounding clang, the 2 lattice doors swung inward, and Zhang Yuanqing crossed the threshold, his muscles taut, as he scanned the interior layout. The entire room is adorned predominantly in celebratory red, with auspicious characters affixed to the walls. In the center, a round table is set, adorned with 2 candlesticks, their half-length crimson candles flickering gently. Beneath the candles lie several dishes of celadone, holding delicacies such as longan and peanuts. To the east, a grand bed is arranged, its drapes and sheets a vibrant red, yet devoid of bedding. The space beside the bed is utterly empty, lacking the anticipated sight of a bride clad in wedding attire, her face veiled in red. My 3 companions have vanished once more, leaving me alone in this bridal chamber. Zhang Yuanqing suddenly felt a chill, then realized. Muttering to himself, the ghostly bride certainly knows how to amuse herself, even arranging a bridal chamber for each individual. Observing the current circumstances aligns with his earlier hypothesis, for betrothal gifts correspond to 4 grooms, with the others having perished. Now, he merely awaits the bride's arrival, uncertain of whom she will choose. Turning back, Zhang Yuanqing closed the door, silently summoning his little companion to perch upon his head, poised for the impending encounter. The candlelight shimmered, illuminating the interior. Zhang Yuanqing had initially intended to gauge the passage of time through the candles burning, yet the candles exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon, showing no signs of consumption regardless of their usage. Time slipped away unnoticed until the door was abruptly flung open by a chilling gust, extinguishing the candles in an instant. As a cold wind howled through every corner of the bridal chamber, the room plunged into darkness, and Zhang Yuanqing felt a jolt in his heart. The spirit above him trembling violently, engulfed in sheer terror, as if facing the end of days. He rigidly turned his neck to gaze at the ajar door. The outside shrouded in inky blackness. Possessing night vision, he could faintly discern a figure clad in bridal attire, her face shrouded in a crimson cloth. Stepping onto the red carpet, advancing toward the bridal chamber, the darkness outside surged with an intensity deeper than night itself. Zhang Yuanqing possessed eyes that could pierce through the veil of darkness, yet he found himself unable to decipher the terrifying aura that enveloped him. He could only faintly discern a figure clad in bridal attire, moving with a deliberate pace as it crossed the threshold. In that moment, Zhang Yuanqing experienced the most profound terror of his existence. This fear was not the horror of being drained of vitality by a vengeful spirit, nor the panic of being pursued by a zombie, but rather the dread of emotional turmoil erupting within, while his body remained paralyzed, unable to react. It was a sense of helplessness, an inability to resist, and a crushing despair. The powers of the night wanderer were rendered ineffective at this juncture, completely subdued. The little fool was too frightened to even weep, while the chubby boy trembled incessantly. Moments later, his ineffectual master quaked alongside him. The darkness seeped into the room. As the figure in bridal attire advanced step by step, a heavy pall of death shrouding every corner of the room. At that moment, the Elvis speaker tucked away in Zhang Yuanqing's pocket emitted a sound, unbidden and inappropriate for the occasion. She has arrived, bringing with her unparalleled terror. The groom sat at the edge of the bed, contemplating his plans, appearing composed yet inwardly trembling with fear. As the speaker continued, it seemed to experience some interference, producing a crackling noise before the voice returned, delivering content that left Zhang Yuanqing astounded. The groom, seemingly calm, was in fact overwhelmed with joy. For the bride was exquisitely beautiful, gentle, and dignified, a rare match indeed. Yes, it was just so, crackle, and then it fell silent. Beads of sweat the size of pearls trickled down his forehead, and his body quivered slightly. As he lowered his head, he beheld a pair of red embroidered shoes halting before him. Time ticked by, and Xiaolingxi sat on the edge of the bed, frozen in place. Her features were strikingly delicate, complementing the decor of the bridal chamber, giving the impression that she was the bride herself. In the old strategy guide, those chosen by the ghostly bride were destined for death, a certainty that would likely remain unchanged in the new version. Whoever she chose was doomed. Xiaolingxi swallowed nervously and refrained from mentioning it again. She felt an overwhelming fear, despite having undergone 2 solo spiritual realms and 2 group spiritual realms, during which she had faced dangers, especially in the solo realms, where the mortality rates across various professions were alarmingly high. Yet, in her particular profession, the solo realms could be described as thrilling, but devoid of true horror. The Jinshui amusement park was the first ethereal realm that Xiaolingxi experienced, steeped in supernatural elements. It was terrifying, a horror that transcended mere mortal peril. The very essence of ghosts inherently stirs deep-seated fears within humanity. She vowed silently never to watch horror films again. In the confines of the marital abode, where the concept of time seemed to vanish, Xiaolingxi suddenly heard the eerie notification. You have completed the haunted house, morning wedding, mission. You are now engaged in the heart-pounding task series, which includes roller coaster, underground parking lot haunted house, morning wedding, and detective mystery pavilion. Please proceed to the 4th location within half an hour. Is it over? A moment of bewilderment washed over her, swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of joy, akin to traversing a long and arduous night, so ecstatic that she felt like cheering. At last, this terrifying supernatural ordeal had come to an end. Then, a second thought struck. Who had perished? Eagerly, she pushed open the lattice door and stepped outside, scanning her surroundings. The night was hauntingly beautiful, lanterns hanging high in the eaves, yet silence reigned. The fire demon bore an expression of delight, his eyes seemingly anticipating something. It appeared that either Wang Tai or the Monkey King had met their demise. Seeing him alive, Xiaolingxi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. The fire demon, in high spirits, remarked, Xiaolingxi, we are not entirely certain about the strategy for this haunted house. Wang Tai knows it best. The guide you've pinned may hold significantly less value. The fire demon shrugged. Even so, it remains exceedingly precious. And you? The fire demon appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure, exclaiming, it seems that the great sage Qi Tian will remain here as the groom. This fellow is both timid and cowardly. If he manages to leave the spirit realm alive, it would be utterly unjust. Brother Wang Tai? Xiaolingxi beamed with a sweet smile. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly, casting a somber glance at the fire demon, remarking, regardless, we have shared companionship. There is no need for such sardonic remarks. Indeed, whatever you say goes. Let's depart from here. I wish to linger not a moment longer. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can conclude this task and pursue our separate paths. The phrase pursue our separate paths was pronounced with particular emphasis. Thus, under Zhang Yuanqing's guidance, the trio traversed through the inner courtyard, the main hall, and the outer courtyard, encountering no crises along the way and successfully exiting the haunted abode. They hastened through the dark alley, not pausing even for a moment, moving in perfect synchrony, as if they had developed a significant psychological aversion to the place. 10 minutes later, following the signs along the roadside, they arrived at the detective reasoning pavilion. It was a white edifice, with stout columns supporting a triangular roof, epitomizing Western architectural style. The wrought iron gate stood ajar, revealing a front courtyard adorned with a fountain. Do you need a moment to rest? Zhang Yuanqing paused at the entrance, seeking the opinions of his companions. Xielingxi and the fire demon shook their heads. The terror of the haunted house had predominantly drained their mental fortitude, while their physical stamina remained largely intact. The 10-minute journey had sufficed to soothe their emotions. They felt no need for further respite. Moreover, having come this far, they were eager to conclude the nightmarish task that lay ahead. 3 individuals entered through the grand entrance, navigating around the fountain and stepping into a structure reminiscent of a museum. The hall of the Reasoning Pavilion was adorned with square floor tiles, and its dome was embellished with 8 magnificent crystal chandeliers that cast a brilliant, radiant light. Display cabinets filled the hall, showcasing an eclectic array of artifacts, including pipes and canes, bow ties and footballs, symbols of dancing figures, and bound volumes of the Record of Exoneration. While the pipes and canes were to be expected, the inclusion of bow ties seemed to suggest a playful reference within this narrative. As an enthusiast of deduction, Zhang Yuanqing aspired to emulate his grandfather and become an exemplary sheriff. Thus, he was no stranger to these items. The trio's gaze swept across the display cases before swiftly shifting to the center of the hall, where 6 statues draped in red cloth stood. The fire demon glanced at the shrouded sculptures, his eyes momentarily flickering, and remarked, "What is the task for this stage? Deduction? I absolutely loathe such mentally taxing challenges." Xielingxi remained silent, contemplating. Zhang Yuanqing, pointing at the 6 statues, chuckled, "Hasn't the question already been presented to us?" As his words echoed, all 3, Zhang Yuanqing, Xielingxi, and the fire demon, received a simultaneous notification in their minds. Ding. Welcome to the Detective Reasoning Pavilion. Unnecessary items have been removed. The Detective Reasoning Pavilion is a place that tests your intellect. Physical conflict is strictly prohibited, and violators will be eliminated. Captain, please step forward and unveil the red cloth. While Xielingxi and the fire demon remained still, Zhang Yuanqing boldly advanced and pulled away the red cloth covering the statues. Each of the 6 identical statues bore a nameplate affixed to its chest, reading, Commoner, Neutral, Neutral, Guardian, Traitor, and Villain. Are there nefarious individuals within our ranks? This elucidates why the roller coaster strategy remained unchanged while the river god perished. Wang Tai, I presume you intended to alert us at that moment. The fire demon suddenly came to a realization and, astonished, scrutinized Zhang Yuanqing, exclaiming, "You are the captain?" The fire demon fell silent instantly. Beep. The captain's mission is now announced. Attention, there exists a hidden villain within the team. Please ensure that the number of team members is no less than 3. Or face punishment with the total loss of current level experience. Caution, please conceal your character identity. Beep. Each member of the team possesses their own role. The captain must deduce their identities and affix name cards accordingly. Any incorrect placement will result in the failure of the detective's reasoning task, leading to the annihilation of the entire captain's faction. Every team member has the right to defend themselves. Please complete the deduction within half an hour. Failure to do so will result in the annihilation of the entire captain's faction. There are 2 things in this world that should never be directly gazed upon: the sun and the human heart. The countdown begins, 0:30:00. I wondered why the hidden task required us to keep our identities concealed. The reason is now apparent. Zhang Yuanqing mused inwardly and simultaneously, as if summoned. He sensed an addition to his inventory. Upon inspection, the items displayed a gray hue, unusable, except for one slot that appeared normal, a stack of name cards. He retrieved the name cards, totaling 6, each inscribed with the names of his teammates. Time is of the essence. I shall commence my deduction starting with the deceased comrades. You 2 have no objections, I presume? He raised the business card in his hand, casting a glance at Xielingxi and the fire demon beside him. Xielingxi nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Yuanqing fanned out the card, scanned it briefly, and withdrew the card of Regretful Father. He remarked, to be on the safe side, "Let us commence with the most prudent choice. Regretful Father is a neutral party. He explicitly informed me of this before his demise. Honestly, I was skeptical at the time, as he belonged to an evil profession. It was from that moment onwards that Zhang Yuanqing truly confirmed that each individual had received a hidden task. He is of an evil profession? The fire demon expressed surprise. Does that mean he could be a villain? It is worth noting that since his death, no one in our team has perished for no apparent reason. There is indeed a rationale behind a villain refraining from murder. I shall elaborate further on this later. However, Regretful Father is not a villain, for after the underground parking lot task concluded, I discreetly inquired with Ling. Zhang Yuanqing stepped forward and affixed the card of regretful father to one of the statues representing the neutral parties. Ding, reasoning confirmed. Subsequently, the three beheld an inscription emerging above the statue adorned with the regretful father card. Neutral party. There is one captain and one villain within the team. You must choose your faction before the conclusion of the first task. Please refrain from revealing your identity. This constituted the hidden task of the neutral party. Xiaolingxi smiled brightly. Indeed, Brother Wang Tai. Choosing a faction must be approached with caution. At that time, I was unaware of who the captain and the villain were. A wrong choice could lead to death. Thus, I propose that our inaugural task be a roller coaster ride, as it is the simplest option with no external influences. If the strategy remains unchanged, it serves as the optimal battleground for both the captain and the nefarious adversaries. Subsequently, I shall select a faction based on the outcomes of this contest. Brother Wang Tai, your ingenuity in devising a resolution is commendable. Hence I have decided to align myself with the captain's camp. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled softly and affixed Xiaolingxi's card. This girl has been exceedingly docile since the roller coaster, exhibiting ample goodwill towards him. Ding. Correct deduction. Following this, the hidden task for the neutral party re-emerged. Zhang Yuanqing produced the card of Shishir and remarked, "This woman has been merely coasting along during the task. She kept her eyes open on the roller coaster, yet refrained from taking action against the Autobots. Her self-preservation was notably proactive, while her overall conduct throughout the evening lacked motivation. Thus I conclude she is a civilian." Fire Demon, what is your perspective? The Fire Demon furrowed his brow and replied, "That is too presumptive. Such reasoning could equally apply to the malevolent faction." Zhang Yuanqing smiled. "No, it is not presumptive. Yet I cannot divulge my rationale." He placed Shishir's card upon the civilian statue. Ding. Correct deduction. Civilian, your identity is that of a civilian. Please identify the captain and gain his protection before the conclusion of the first task. Do not reveal your identity. In addition to the aforementioned reasoning, Zhang Yuanqing had two more grounds for determining that Shishir was a civilian. This was, in fact, her subtle indication of her civilian status. Commoners do not require reverence. They are perpetually subjected to rudeness and wild treatment. However, at that moment, Zhang Yuanqing believed this was merely a pretext for expressing allegiance, until he recently discerned the true nature of the commoner's identity. The river god was the first to perish, but let us not dwell on him for now. Zhang Yuanqing gazed at the fire demon with a smile, inquiring, "Fire demon, are you a traitor or a malevolent fiend?" The fire demon's expression darkened instantly as he replied in a low voice, "I am a guardian." "Nonsense," Xiaolingxi retorted with a roll of her eyes. "You, with your thick brows and large eyes, are the least likely to be a good person. You have been nothing but a troublemaker, or rather, a mere pile of filth." The fire demon remained unfazed, justifying himself with reasoned arguments. "Brother Wang Tai, I assure you I am indeed a guardian. In fact, I have known you were the captain ever since our ride on the roller coaster. Just think, if I were a villain, I would have long since slain you like I did the river god." "Haraha, what are you laughing at?" The fire demon frowned. "I am a seasoned expert. Having traversed countless spiritual realms, any falsehood is futile against me." After finishing his laughter, Zhang Yuanqing scoffed. "You appeared quite disappointed when you saw me emerge from the haunted house." "Disappointed? On the contrary, I am quite pleased." The fire demon retorted angrily. "If I had wished to kill you, I would have acted long ago. Surely, you can understand this logic." Xiaolingxi hesitated. Though she perceived that the fire demon was up to no good, she lacked substantial evidence and feared that speaking out could mislead the captain. Any error in judgment regarding an individual could lead to the annihilation of the entire team, including her. At this moment, Xiaolingxi's heart raced with apprehension. "Could you elucidate why, during the roller coaster segment, we were misled into believing that the strategy of closing our eyes had become obsolete? Don't tell me it was simply a matter of being startled. None of us are novices, and merely clutching onto a personal victory would not terrify us." Zhang Yuanqing challenged. Hua Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his fiery temper, and patiently replied, "I concede that my initial judgment was flawed, driven by impatience. However, this reflects a lapse in ability, not a desire to endanger everyone. What advantage would I gain from such an outcome? The roller coaster was merely the first task. How could I possibly navigate the subsequent challenges alone?" "Ah, no. Zhang Yuanqing interjected, shaking his finger with a smile. I never claimed your suggestion to open our eyes was intended to lead to the team's demise. What ill intentions could you possibly harbor? You merely sought to identify the captain. Huo Mo fell silent, at a loss for words. Xiaolingxi, however, smiled brightly. At that time, I advised you all that if the strategy for the roller coaster remained unchanged, opening our eyes would result in collective failure. In contrast, losing one team member each round seemed the more rational choice. Yet, curiously, everyone opted to agree to open their eyes. Zhang Yuanqing scoffed, of course. You weren't so naive. Each of you harbored ulterior motives. One faction sought self-preservation, while the other aimed to unearth the captain, knowing full well that the captain would surely oppose. Huo Mo was left speechless. Xiaolingxi's eyes sparkled like crescents as she remarked, Brother Wang Tai, you truly are remarkable. Her words were sincere. The proposal for voting originated from her, and at that moment, she refrained from aligning with any faction. Her agreement was merely a means to test the captain's capabilities, coupled with a fear of provoking vehement opposition that might arouse the suspicions of malevolent individuals, leading to potential obliteration. Regardless of the outcome of the vote, she would still choose to remain silent. Both Shishir and the remorseful father likely shared similar sentiments. What Xiaolingxi did not anticipate was that Brother Wang Tai had already discerned their intentions, which greatly bolstered the little girl's confidence in the ensuing deductions. The fire demon lapsed into silence for a moment before reiterating his old refrain. I am truly a good person, not a villain. Otherwise, I would have slain you long ago. You would not. Zhang Yuanqing shook his head. After the roller coaster incident, I realized I had been exposed. From that point onward, it became a matter of playing my cards openly. I had to ensure my own safety. Thus, when I entered the underground parking lot, I repeatedly emphasized that we are all in this together and must cooperate. Fortunately, the task in the parking lot required manpower, and I was genuinely pleased because I knew that, at least initially, it was safe. Later on, when Xiaolingxi received permission to use the props card, I promptly volunteered to take on the task of dealing with the Transformers while also informing you of the lethal cost of those dancing shoes. This was all intended to instill caution in the murderer, to make him feel that he could afford to delay, that he need not hasten to eliminate me. For I still held value, and he could reap the benefits. The fire demon's expression shifted erratically, as if he could no longer contain his fury, and he growled menacingly. I should have killed you sooner, should have done it back in the underground parking lot. Xiaolingxi taunted, you could act now if you wish. The fire demon cast a venomous glance at her, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Wang Tai, you are indeed formidable. I concede defeat. I am but a villain. Zhang Yuanqing let out a scoff, extracting the fire demon's business card and affixing it onto the traitor. Xiaolingxi, her complexion paling, emitted a short gasp. Yet, almost immediately, she observed the fire demon's expression shift drastically, despair and panic flooding his eyes. The earlier ferocity and rage seemed to have been mere facades. Xiaolingxi stood in stunned silence. Ding. Deduction successful. Traitor, your identity is that of a traitor. Before the conclusion of the first mission, you must identify the villain, assist him in concealing his identity, and eliminate the captain. Upon the captain's demise, the mission is complete, and you shall be rewarded with an item. I never claimed you were a villain. You are simply a traitor, spat Zhang Yuanqing. The fire demon appeared as though his very essence had been siphoned away, his gaze vacant as he murmured. How did you know? Because your actions were all too conspicuous. Were I a villain, I would surely devise means to disguise myself, drawing no attention whatsoever. Remaining inconspicuous is the optimal strategy. Zhang Yuanqing contemplated the traitor's mission, stroking his chin. Thus, it becomes abundantly clear who the villain is. My guess was correct. It is the great sage equal to heaven. He scrutinized the disheartened fire demon and sneered. I harbor suspicions about every individual in our ranks. I have tested and examined each one, ultimately finding myself in a state of indecision between you and the great sage, equal to heaven. Even prior to my arrival at the detective reasoning hall, I remained uncertain as to which of you was the true villain, until the existence of an internal traitor became apparent, illuminating the truth for me. Xiaolingxi was not mistaken. You resemble a stirring stick in a pot of filth, exhibiting wolf-like behavior. You were the first to suggest opening your eyes, positioning yourself behind Yibo, relentlessly targeting Xiaolingxi. Moreover, when I hinted at the danger within our team, you immediately feigned goodwill towards me, a reaction befitting a guilty murderer. I must concede, your disguise is remarkably convincing. It is precisely this that has left me uncertain as to whether you or the great sage is the true culprit. Now, It becomes clear that the logic of your actions has been to serve as a shield for the great sage, diverting my attention as captain, prompting me to suspect you. A flicker of fear gleamed in the fire demon's eyes. This young man's mind was astutely intricate. Zhang Yuanqing cast a glance at Xielingxi, noting the girl's bright, admiring gaze fixed upon him, which brought him satisfaction. He continued, upon entering the underground parking lot, you and the great sage had a disagreement. He wished to act in unison, while you insisted on separating. This is where your opinions diverged, am I correct? The fire demon gritted his teeth and replied. After the roller coaster, you indicated that peril lurked within our team. I was aware that I had been too conspicuous, which might have aroused your suspicions. The malevolent possess the authority to kill, and the captain undoubtedly does as well. I am terrified of being killed by you. Hence I subtly suggested that the Monkey King eliminate you in the underground parking lot, but he declined. He deemed the parking lot too perilous, asserting that it would be imprudent to strike at that moment, as it was not he whose emotions were at stake. That scoundrel regarded me as a mere pawn, disposable at his whim. Subsequently, upon navigating the underground parking lot and realizing you had not met my end, I breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the haunted house, where I similarly hinted to him about your demise, yet he still refrained. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. Of course he wouldn't kill me. Do you think I would expose my identity as the Night Wanderer for such a trivial matter? In the parking lot, I was on edge. Yet upon entering the haunted house, I was assured of my survival. You all require the Night Wanderer's protection, and you are well aware. The Ghost Bride will undoubtedly choose me. As long as I am present, you can essentially traverse the haunted house unscathed. To kill me would be tantamount to digging one's own grave. The Night Wanderer possesses an irresistible allure to vengeful spirits. It is obvious who the Ghost Bride would select as her spouse. Suddenly, the fire demon recalled something, his voice rising. Why did the Ghost Bride not choose you? Why? This was precisely his point of confusion, and the reason behind his surprise and disappointment upon seeing Wang Tai emerge alive. Zhang Yuanqing and Xielingxi burst into laughter simultaneously. The young girl, hands on her hips, beamed with pride, because we found a card in the underground parking lot, a card to deflect hatred. She no longer feigned innocence. I chose to divert the Ghost Bride's attention towards the Monkey King, as I believed his culpability to be greater than yours, Zhang Yuanqing added with a smile. A chill coursed through the depths of Fire Demon's heart, from beginning to end. Both he and the great sage equal to heaven had been ensnared in an intricate web of deceit. This realization plunged him into despair. The selfish and foolish individual likely remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Zhang Yuanqing cast no further glances in his direction and affixed the business card of the great sage onto the statue of the villain. Ding, reasoning successful. Villain, your identity is that of a villain. Be advised, there is a captain among the ranks, and he is your adversary. Identify him and eliminate him. Do not reveal your identity. Victory! Xielingxi bounced with delight, a small cheer escaping her lips. Fire Demon glared at the two of them with venomous disdain, sneering. Do not celebrate too soon. I concede that you are formidable, and I admit defeat, but what of it? Our team consists of merely 3 remaining members. The captain's duty is to ensure that the number is no less than 3. Do you dare to eliminate me? Given your intellect, you should comprehend the essence of the hidden task. Once the villain is identified, the consequence is annihilation. A traitor similarly faces the risk of being miskilled. Thus no other punishment exists. What penalty could surpass death? Now, even if you were to expose my traitorous identity, I would incur no punishment. For you have relinquished your authority as captain. Of course, you have one final opportunity. Yet you cannot slay me unless you wish to forfeit all current experience points. It is commonplace to harbor enmity within the spirit realm. The conclusion of a dungeon does not signify the end of matters. Fire Demon had eliminated numerous individuals who bore grudges in the spirit realm, and he possessed ample experience in dealing with enemies from the same faction. Xielingxi froze, her previously radiant expression suddenly turning to stone. Zhang Yuanqing remained silent. After completing the haunted house task, he refrained from exercising his authority as captain. And this was the reason why. Do not rush. There is still one person left, Zhang Yuanqing remarked casually. He affixed the final card to the guard. Ding, deduction successful. Guard, your identity is that of a guard. Please protect the captain of the team and ensure he is not slain by evildoers. If you are killed by the evildoers, deaths during the task do not count. All your abilities will be suspended. Should the captain prevail, you will be resurrected. If the captain fails, resurrection will not be possible. Indeed, Zhang Yuanqing observed the information, feeling both astonished and unsurprised. At this juncture, he could ascertain that the river god had actively sought to seize the power of speech. The motivations behind the roles of the guard and the traitor were similar. Both were shielding their respective masters from harm. Initially, during self-introductions, the river god exhibited a demeanor that leaned towards indifference and gloom. Such individuals typically operate in solitude and are unlikely to actively vie for a leadership position. However, subsequently, he altered his demeanor and contended with Zhang Yuanqing for authority. This transformation must have been driven by some underlying motive. It was precisely this reason that led the evildoers to suspect him of being the captain and choose to eliminate him first. In contrast, Zhang Yuanqing, prior to the team's reception of the hidden task, had consistently displayed a sociable demeanor, without any significant transformation during that period. To return to the main topic, a hidden task is merely that, a concealed task. The members of the team are not long-lost brothers. Engaging in such perilous acts of shielding without adequate assurance is unthinkable. Therefore, Zhang Yuanqing was not astonished. Nevertheless, for the guard, it remained a high-stakes gamble. The advantage is that one can secure victory by facing death once, thus evading the ensuing crisis of the S-level spiritual realm. The drawback, however, is the possibility of demise upon mere trial. As the information regarding the guardian emerged, the fire demon's complexion gradually paled. His lips began to tremble, and his pupils quaked violently, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. The prompt from the instance resounded. You have completed the Detective Reasoning Pavilion task. You are currently engaged in the heart-pounding task series, featuring the following entertainment facilities: roller coaster, underground parking, haunted house, ghost marriage, Detective Reasoning Pavilion. You have accomplished all tasks in this series. Zhang Yuanqing received the notification, which included an additional message compared to Xielingxi and the Fire Demon. Ding! You have successfully led your team to complete a task. You now have the opportunity to exercise the authority of team leader. Please identify the malevolent individual hidden among the team members. The designated person will face obliteration. Failure to make a choice within 30 seconds will be considered a forfeiture of this opportunity. Zhang Yuanqing's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, Fire Demon. In that instant, the terror in the Fire Demon's eyes erupted. No. Amidst his screams, his head severed from his neck, rolling onto the ground. A gory fountain of blood spouting 3 meters high, a scene of tragic savagery. The Fire Demon's head, with wide-open eyes, continued to move its lips in silent horror. Ding! Congratulations on completing the multi-person spiritual realm task. Golden Water Amusement Park, ID 6203, difficulty level S. Rewards are being calculated. As Zhang Yuanqing listened to the spiritual realm notification in his ears, he felt a sense of anticipation for the experience points reward from the S-level instance. He consulted with Guanya and Li Dongzi regarding the initial roll card of the Realm Walker. Upon successfully completing the trial tasks, the experience points typically range from 0 to 5. Subsequently, upon finishing a multiplayer realm session, one can expect to earn approximately 5 to 10 in experience rewards. In contrast, a single-player realm yields about 10 to 15 in experience points. Thus, even if the Realm Walker achieves a 100 completion rate, they must endure over 10 multiplayer realms or nearly 10 single-player realms to attain the next level. The difficulty of leveling up is clearly formidable. Zhang Yuanqing's trial realm is classified as S-level, rewarding 20 experience points upon completion. Following this, a hidden task is triggered, where he extracts a spirit crystal from the lips of the mountain goddess, further augmenting his experience by an additional 22. One shrine can equate to 4 or 5 multiplayer realms completed by others. Under normal circumstances, to progress to level 2, he would need to partake in at least 5 multiplayer realms or 3 single-player realms. It remains uncertain whether Jinshui Amusement Park will enable him to surge directly to level 2. Zhang Yuanqing brimmed with anticipation. Within the official organization, level 1 represents the grassroots personnel, whereas level 2 signifies the entry into the elite ranks, accompanied by a substantial increase in salary and numerous benefits. Reward settlement in progress. Items obtained. Elvis Speaker, Red Veil. Experience points rewarded. 40. Main quest settlement completed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Rewards are being calculated for you. Items obtained. Steadfast Gem. Experience points rewarded. 25. Hidden task settlement completed. Ding. Congratulations on your promotion to level 2 Night Wanderer. Ding. Character card reward activated. Reward item. Disguise ring. Settlement complete. exiting the spirit realm in 5 minutes. The rewards surpassed those from the Shi Ling Tunnel, truly befitting an S-class instance of the extraordinary realm. With 65 experience points and 4 items, a tremendous gain. Zhang Yuanqing stared in astonishment, feeling the tumultuous beat of his heart within his chest. Soon after, he sensed a searing heat at his forehead, realizing that the black moon mark was about to manifest. This is problematic. The dark crescent must not be seen by outsiders. A shiver ran through him as he instinctively glanced at Xielingxi. The young girl's pupils were unfocused, gazing into the void, likely examining her character panel and quest rewards, entirely oblivious to her surroundings. Zhang Yuanqing let out a sigh of relief and turned away. Almost immediately, the scorching black moon mark unleashed a formidable force of the Taiyin, surging through his body with a raw, unrestrained intensity, merging into each cell, intertwining with his bones. He involuntarily convulsed, sensing a profound transformation in the essence of life, as his genetic sequence underwent a remarkable reconfiguration. 3 entirely new innate abilities seamlessly integrated into his instincts. Name: Yuan Shi Tianzun. Race: human. Occupation: Night Wanderer. Level: 2. Skills: Night Wander, Soul Devourer, Spirit of the Moon, Howl at the Moon, Enchantment. Spirit Talisman. Experience: 23. Moral Value: 90. Reputation: 15. Howl at the Moon, active borrowing strength from the moon, significantly enhances one's attributes for a duration of 15 minutes, after which a state of lethargy ensues for 3 hours. Note: this skill can only be executed at night. Prerequisite action: gaze upward and howl at the moon. Enchantment: active capable of inducing hallucinations in the target, causing them to lose their sense of direction. Note: this technique is favored by phantoms to beguile mortals. Spirit Talisman: active a unique script belonging to the Night Wanderer, enabling the inscribing of talismans and formations. Note: currently, it can only inscribe scripts targeting spiritual entities. Zhang Yuanqing, with focused intent, sensed the nature of the skills without the need for invocation. The Howl at the Moon and Night Wander are incompatible active skills. While in the state of Howl at the Moon, Night Wander cannot be utilized, and vice versa. If Night Wander represents the pinnacle of assassination techniques, then Howl at the Moon compensates for the Night Wanderer's shortcomings in close combat. As for the Spirit Talisman, it can be employed to create talismans and inscribe formations. These are not solely effective against vengeful spirits but also serve to nurture and refine spirits. Finally, he could further cultivate the mischievous little one, Zhang Yuanqing thought with delight, before opening his inventory to inspect his items. In addition to the Elvis speaker, the rewards included 2 items, one of which is a consumable. Name: Red Veil. Type: decorative item, consumable. Function: summoning. Description: the veil of the ghostly bride in the marriage scene at Jinshui Amusement Park. This item has been blessed by an indescribable entity and is an inseparable part of the ghostly bride. Only a special individual who successfully deceives the ghostly bride may acquire it. Note 1. Wearing the red veil allows one to summon the ghostly bride. This item may be used 3 times. Note 2. Ha! I mock that foolish lady, laughing at her failed schemes. Note 3. Using the red veil in the spirit realm carries a certain chance of attracting the gaze of that entity. After reading Note 2, I trust you will exercise caution in its use. Does this item come with built-in mockery? If the Lady of Sandow Mountain senses it, she might be infuriated. Zhang Yuanqing gasped, feeling a mix of delight and discomfort. The discomfort stems from the fact that this item poses little physical threat to the Lady of Sandow Mountain, but is highly insulting. That extraordinarily graceful lady would likely pursue him throughout the spirit realm. Under no circumstances must it be used within the spirit realm, he resolutely decided. Name: Pearl of the Steadfast. Type: orb. Function: enhancement, defense. Description: an item for the earth monster profession. It harnesses the power of the earth, enhancing both strength and defense. Note: heaviness comes at a cost. Title: disguise ring. Type: accessory. Function: transformation. Description: a magical ring capable of altering one's appearance, allowing for the effortless adjustment of facial features. Remark: are you not aware of your own appearance? The Demon Lord's character card rewards players with an item for each dungeon run. Astonishing, indeed. The functionality of the disguise ring is straightforward, however. The cost associated with the steadfast orb seems somewhat dubious. Well, let's give it a try. Zhang Yuanqing retrieved the orb from his inventory. It was the size of an egg, with a rich, earthy hue, exuding a certain weightiness upon touch. Upon grasping the steadfast orb, he felt a newfound heaviness, a surge of strength filling him with an inexplicable sense of security. Yet, he also found himself moving more sluggishly, as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon him, rendering his actions exceedingly slow. How could one possibly engage in battle while holding this orb? The advantages and disadvantages were glaringly apparent. This was indeed a conventional item, unlike the abnormal demon subduing staff or the red dance shoes. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard cheerful exclamations. Brother Wang Tai, can you imagine? I received a 35 experience boost, an item, and a consumable. The rewards are so bountiful, truly befitting an S-level spiritual realm. Xiaolingxi, having tallied her rewards, radiated joy akin to a little girl who has just received a lollipop, bouncing in place. Brother Wang Tai, what rewards did you receive? How much experience did you gain? Do you have any items? The young girl inquired with sparkling eyes, her demeanor lively and charming. She possesses 2 items, one bestowed by an elder and the other acquired within a solitary realm. Now, she has obtained a 3rd, and at such a tender age, her collection has reached 3. Can you even fathom that? Your expression of arrogance is almost inscribed upon your visage. Zhang Yuanqing nodded slightly. Indeed, my rewards are modest, 65 of experience points, 3 items, and 1 consumable. Xiaolingxi was taken aback, her small face rigid, her mouth slowly agape as she gazed at him in a daze. I could distinctly sense the envy of wealth radiating from you. Zhang Yuanqing felt a surge of delight. Xiaolingxi murmured, how could this be? Why are your rewards so much greater than mine? The realm is unjust. Zhang Yuanqing reassured her, perhaps the realm wishes to expose you to the disparities of the world. Xiaolingxi was on the verge of tears, simultaneously contemplating the potential gains following her successful completion of the quest. Securing the first kill in an S-rank realm would surely diminish the experience rewards for future challengers, and the item rewards could not possibly match the bountiful first kill. Yet, the rewards would still surpass those of ordinary realms, thus strategizing was of utmost importance. By the way, I still need to fulfill the promise made to my father on his deathbed. Brother Wang Tai, why haven't I seen Yibo? Can we exchange phone numbers? Xiaolingxi inquired, glancing at the dwindling countdown. Yibo should still be by the roller coaster. Haven't we exchanged numbers before? The number I gave you is false. Oh, but the one I gave you is genuine. No, the one you provided must also be a fabrication, Xiaolingxi pouted. Zhang Yuanqing cast her a glance and thought to himself that they were merely virtual acquaintances in the spiritual realm, destined to part ways after completing the dungeon. Why maintain contact? You are still young. Let us engage in a profound yet accessible exchange when you turn 18. It is best for practitioners of the spiritual realm to avoid excessive interactions in the real world, even with those from the same faction. Zhang Yuanqing stated calmly. I will find you. Xiaolingxi retorted with a hint of defiance. No sooner had she spoken than the surroundings of the detective reasoning hall became blurred, as if ripples were spreading across a water surface. The room was enveloped in darkness, silent and still. The curtains were tightly drawn, and soundproof glass insulated the outside commotion. The digital alarm clock on the bedside table displayed the time as 5 o'clock in the morning. Although he had spent 5 hours in the spiritual realm, Zhang Yuanqing felt as if eons had passed. He drew back the curtains to reveal a dim sky, with scant traffic on the streets. Sanitation workers leisurely rode by on their garbage trucks. The breakfast chain along the street had already opened its doors, releasing billows of steam into the air. Zhang Yuanqing switched on the light and stood before the full-length mirror by the window, scrutinizing his reflection. His skin had paled, and while his features remained unchanged, they seemed to possess an enhanced delicacy. There was an unusual aura emanating from his brow. After a moment of contemplation, for words flashed through his mind, eerie and noble. He recalled that Yuan Ting also exuded this quality. The higher the level of a night wanderer, the more pronounced their aura became. It was evident that this transformation stemmed from the potent influence of the lunar power following his upgrade. In the days to come, I might be tempted to flash a devil-may-care grin. Nay, I mustn't yield to such impulse. Should I inadvertently ensnare the affections of a young maiden, it would surely bring about a vexing predicament. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled softly, sauntered to the bedside, and retrieved his mobile phone from the frigid expanse of the sheets. Upon illuminating the screen, he noticed an unread text message. I'm out. Call me immediately. Everyone is waiting for you. Guanya, what if I hadn't emerged? By daybreak, she would likely reach out to me to ascertain whether I had perished within the spiritual realm. Zhang Yuanqing exited the message inbox and dialed Guanya's number. Chapter 61. Debriefing within the confines of a lavish apartment suite, Guanya sat upon the bed, her knees drawn up to her chest. A tablet computer rested before her, displaying a melodramatic urban romance. After the emotional turmoil instigated by that lad Yuan Shi, she found herself unable to sleep, nor could she immerse herself in the drama. She had remained seated for 5 or 6 hours, her posterior growing weary. Alas! Guanya massaged her brow, her alluring countenance betraying a hint of fatigue. Given her constitution, she could easily endure 2 days and nights without slumber, yet her disquietude persisted. Previously, when perusing posts on the forum, encountering tales of individuals meeting their demise within dungeons, she would merely lament the vagaries of fate. Yet, abruptly, a friend had been swept into the tempest, his life hanging in the balance. Verily, Guanya harbored a fondness for the young man. He possessed a pleasing visage, youthful demeanor, and immense potential, coupled with a droll wit. The more she observed him, the more enamored she became. Most crucially, he knew how to press the accelerator. However, this intriguing fellow was now likely to meet his downfall. Distinct S-rank spiritual realms assess different domains, and triumphing in one S-rank does not guarantee success in another. For all individuals possess shortcomings. There exists no paragon in this world. Yuan Shi possesses a remarkable memory, as he himself claims. Yet this ability may not prove effective within the confines of the Golden Water amusement park. Guanya has already prepared for the worst. Huh? A phone call at this moment? Her exquisite eyes widened slightly as she turned her head to glance at the illuminated screen. Yuan Shi, Tianzun. In that instant, Guanya seemed to hear the rapid beat of her own heart. Flustered, she grasped her phone, took a deep breath, and chose to answer. Yuan Shi? Upon uttering those 2 words, she held her breath. Guanya Jia, I have cleared the Golden Water amusement park, came the familiar voice from the speaker. Guanya Jia? Are you listening? You've cleared the S-level spiritual realm again, you little rascal. Do you realize what this signifies? Sure, Zhang must be overjoyed. Indeed. I could already foresee what he would say. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled. He would exclaim, "Oh heavens, dear God, have you heard my fervent prayers?" Yes, you must have also. I am not a little rascal, he mentally corrected himself. Guanya laughed heartily, playfully kicking her long legs. Do not tease him like that in front of Shi Zhang, or he will surely retaliate fiercely. Zhang Yuanqing chuckled in response, but Guanya, unable to contain her curiosity, said, You haven't checked the forum, have you? Last night, another official entered the Golden Water amusement park. I believe his name is Hebo. My fellow colleagues who are about to enter the spiritual realm are quite anxious. Could you share some insights about the Golden Water amusement park with me? The allure of the realm's strategies and items is profoundly captivating to the practitioners, akin to the irresistible charm of a stunning beauty to a suitor. No, I cannot divulge that. Zhang Yuanqing firmly declined. Guanya was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a refusal from Yuan Shi, believing that their bond was quite strong. Unless you send a picture of your alluring legs and black stockings as a reward, Zhang Yuanqing quipped with a grin. The seasoned woman chuckled lightly, her face once again illuminated with a smile. Zhang Yuanqing continued earnestly, I believe using stockings to brew milk tea is a sheer waste. They are far better suited for cleaning firearms. Guanya, reclining on the bed, laughed so heartily that her chest quivered. How can you utter such words in front of a lady? Is there more? Is there more? At 7:30 in the morning, the first thing Li Dongzi did upon awakening was to grab his phone from the bedside table, checking for missed calls and unread messages. Disappointment weighed heavily on his heart. What a troublesome child. Li Dongzi sighed, staring at the ceiling for several seconds before getting out of bed and dressing. His manner of dressing was graceful, deliberate, and unhurried. Regardless of how dismal his emotions or how burdensome his mood, elegance must never be forsaken. At the dining table, Li Dongzi partook of the breakfast prepared by the housekeeper, yet his thoughts were far from the food. Please clear away the dishes. The diligent housekeeper acknowledged and was about to step out to tidy the table when she heard the ring of her employer's phone emanating from the bedroom. I'll get it. She turned towards the bedroom, only to see her employer spring up from the chair, his expression one of agitation. No, don't. Then, the elegantly poised employer stormed into the bedroom with little grace. Li Dongzi rushed to the bedside. Noticing the caller ID displayed Yuan Shi Tianzun, his breath quickened, and he seized the phone to answer, inhaling deeply to maintain a calm voice as he inquired, Yuan, have you returned? Li Dongzi's expression tightened. Yes, I have returned alive. Zhang Yuanqing replied, his tone weary. I just got out and immediately called you. He had been engaged in conversation with Guanya, losing track of time. Li Dongzi's tense demeanor relaxed, and he promptly asked, Are you injured? Have you suffered any intense psychological shock that might leave a lasting impact? Indeed, at the amusement park. The ghostly bride professed her deep affection for me, declaring she would not marry anyone else. I found it difficult to resist her charms, and I am filled with guilt, which has left me with a profound psychological shadow. It seemed there was nothing seriously amiss, and Li Dongza felt a sense of relief. A hint of a smile graced his lips. Since you have just returned, take some time to rest at home. You can come to the office in a few days. But do ensure the strategy is drafted and sent to my email soon. I will apply for the relevant rewards and accolades on your behalf. By the way, do you need any cola at home? I can have a few cases sent over. Strangely, Zhang Yuanqing thought to himself. He didn't exclaim, "Oh my heavens, no need, Shichang. I prefer the stubbornness of you insisting on buying it yourself." Li Dongza hung up the phone and took a deep breath, unable to contain his emotions any longer. Oh, heaven, dear God, have you heard my fervent prayers? He was mistaken. This young man was not merely talented, but rather a genius. If completing an S-level challenge could be attributed to luck, then successfully conquering 2 S-level challenges transcended mere fortune. It was sufficient to merit cultivation as a deacon apprentice. There was even the potential to ascend to the ranks of the elders, among the younger generation of spirit realm practitioners within the 5-element alliance. Fu Qingyang was the most likely to become an elder, yet, even he had only succeeded in overcoming an S-level challenge once. On the second floor of the villa, at the dining table, Fu Qingyang, clad in a white suit with a stylish short ponytail, wielded his knife and fork with an expressionless demeanor as he sliced through his omelet and steak. Opposite him sat Ling Jun, dressed casually in a loose t-shirt and baggy shorts, devouring his meal with abandon. At that moment, a bunny girl approached, cradling a phone in her hands, and softly announced, "Young master, a call from Li Dongza." Fu Qingyang's gaze fell upon the phone. He set down his utensils and glanced at his oblivious friend, who was engrossed in his meal. "What is it?" He answered the call, his voice cool and composed. "Captain, the primordial celestial has emerged. He has completed the Golden Water amusement park." Li Dongza's voice resonated with particular clarity as he relayed this news. Clink. Fu Qingyang cast a sidelong glance at the fallen utensils of the dandy across the table, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I see," he replied, handing the phone to the bunny girl with a grin. "I underestimated the situation. I should have wagered with you." The words were spoken with an exceptionally cheerful tone, devoid of any regret. "I have always believed that those S-class spiritual realms should ultimately be conquered by our Tai sect." However, Ling Jun expressed immense frustration, lamenting, "Elder son is being foolish." Fu Qingyang, taken aback, inquired, "You are aware of this matter?" "Ah, this is a new meme from our Tai sect's forum. I often browse the forums," he replied. "Do you not fear retribution for your comments about the elder?" "No worries. Elder son does not venture online and barely knows how to use a mobile phone." Ling Jun picked up his knife and fork once more, stating, "However, this time, it seems we cannot conceal it any longer." During the passage through the shelling tunnel, he was a potential candidate worthy of observation. Now, having cleared another S-class, it confirms that this lad possesses both intellect and potential, promising a bright future ahead. Alas, I find myself somewhat resentful towards elder son now. Fu Qingyang continued to stride outward, saying, "I will report to the Elder Council and request that the merits and rewards be expedited. Before you Tai sect digs up the foundation, I must first win people over with virtue." Oh, by the way, the Tai sect desires for the Golden Water amusement park, but it will require additional payment. In the scattered province, by the lakeside villa, luxury cars cruised along the lakeside road towards the villa. A series of knocks echoed on the bedroom door, and Xiaolingxi lifted her teacup, taking a sip before coolly commanding, "Enter." A female assistant clad in a tailored suit stepped through the door, halting respectfully behind her, stating, "Miss, here is the information you requested." Xiaolingxi did not answer the call. She settled onto the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, still wrapped in a bath towel. Her slender legs elegantly crossed, exuding an air of cold nobility akin to that of a female CEO. She spoke softly, "Tell me." The female assistant opened the documents and said, "Wang Tai, a member of the second team in the Kongyang district of the Wuxing Alliance's Songhai branch, with Li Dongza, a level 3 scout of the Baihu troops, as his superior. His occupation is a scholar. This is the basic information we could gather. We can only access such foundational details. Photographs and real identities remain elusive. Within the official organization, these fundamental records are publicly accessible internally and can be disclosed. They belong to personnel files. However, Knowledge of real identities is restricted to direct superiors and the Elder Council. A scholar. Xielingxi mused. Embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman. Please investigate the profiles of the other members in the second team and delve into Wang Tai's social circle. Keep a vigilant watch on the official forums of Tai Gate and the Wuxing Alliance. Notify me immediately if there are any updates regarding the Jinshui amusement park. The assistant nodded in acknowledgement. Xielingxi continued, arrange for a vehicle. I need to visit Songhai. Additionally, on behalf of the Xie family, send a formal invitation to the Wuxing Alliance's Songhai branch. I require Wang Tai from the second team in the Kanyang district to host me. The assistant gazed out the window, hesitating, and said, the family elders are almost gathered. Won't you meet them first? There is a banquet at noon, and everyone is waiting to celebrate your success in clearing the S-level spirit realm. They are merely waiting to strategize, Xielingxi replied. Xielingxi let out a huff, shedding her icy demeanor to adopt a feigned, delicate posture of a young girl. I am merely 17. What is wrong with a little mischief? My ancestors dote on me and would never scold me. The female assistant sighed in resignation. After reporting to Captain Xiang, Zhang Yuanqing changed into her pajamas, tousled her hair, and yawned with an air of feigned fatigue as she twisted the doorknob and entered the living room. Her grandmother was in the kitchen, her grandfather had gone out, and her cousin Qin Yuanjun had already finished breakfast. At the dining table, only Jiang Yuer was perched on a chair, delicately pinching a fried dough stick with her orchid fingers. She had a habit of chewing with her lips pursed, her round face resembling that of a small hamster enjoying a meal. Upon hearing the sound of a door opening from her nephew's room, Jiang Yuer looked up and sweetly exclaimed, I will finish all the fried dough sticks, leaving you with only plain porridge. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words, staring blankly at Zhang Yuanqing. What are you daydreaming about? Zhang Yuanqing sat beside her. Jiang Yuer turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. Hint, why are your ears so red? Mind your own business. Chapter 62, Conversations from the Past if assessed purely from a monetary perspective. Selling strategies privately would undoubtedly be the most lucrative endeavor. The official rewards are not particularly significant, ranging from several 100,000 to a few million. However, many things transcend the realm of money, such as merit. Merit can mobilize official resources, grant access to privileged information, enhance promotion opportunities, and facilitate requests for official assistance. These are not commodities that money can procure. Moreover, having achieved 2 S-level spiritual realms, the officials have generously provided strategies. It is only just to reciprocate. Zhang Yuanqing's fingers danced gracefully across the keyboard. Golden Water Amusement Park Strategy, ID 6203, Difficulty Level S. Type, Multiplayer Illusory Realm, Death Class. Golden Water Amusement Park Main Quest. Complete 2 or more amusement park projects. The first entertainment project I engaged in was the roller coaster. The strategy remains unchanged. Simply closing your eyes during the ride allows for a seamless passage. Yet the reality is far from the imagination. I shall refrain from elaborating here, as further details will be provided later. Unlike the previous version, the new amusement park introduces a series of settings, with the roller coaster belonging to the heart-pounding series. The attractions in this series include the roller coaster, the haunted house in the underground parking lot, ghost marriage, and the detective reasoning pavilion. The main task in the underground parking lot is, remember, while evading the automaton, it is advisable for all team members to ride in the same vehicle to minimize time loss. When drawing cards, strive to find a lucky individual. Those with misfortune should not overexert themselves, as this may lead to total annihilation. The strategy for the detective reasoning pavilion is Golden Water Amusement Park Hidden Task. After observing the process in the detective reasoning pavilion, I trust you have gained some understanding of the hidden tasks. Currently, the mechanism for assigning roles within the dungeon remains uncertain. However, within this team, there exists a nefarious character whose identity is neutral. I suspect that the distribution of traitors and villains is not based on profession, but rather on the human heart. After completing the strategy and meticulously reviewing it, Zhang Yuanqing sent it to Li Dong's email. Upon observing the interface indicating successful transmission, a thought immediately crossed his mind. The girl, Xielingxi, possessing the old version of the, must either be an official staff member or have profound connections with the authorities. A simple inquiry would suffice to ascertain my identity. Or rather, my ID. The purpose of utilizing an ID within the realm of spirit walkers is fundamentally to establish a publicly recognized facade, facilitating one's presence in the world of spirit realms. Thus, This aspect of identity is typically not shrouded in secrecy. Much like the tale of Yuan Shi Tianzun conquering the Xiling Tunnel, which is well documented within the Five Elements Alliance and widely circulated among the Tai sect. Everyone acknowledges Yuan Shi Tianzun's considerable potential, yet this bears no relation to Zhang Yuanqing. With respect to this recent completion of an S-level mission, it is likely that the Five Elements Alliance will not obscure his achievements, and may even amplify his reputation to showcase the organization's abundance of talent. Naturally, this publicity pertains solely to his ID, while any information linked to reality would be subjected to a higher level of confidentiality. Should Xialingxi inquire even slightly, she would uncover that her brother Wang Tai is, in fact, a charlatan known as Yuan Shi Tianzun. If she possesses any official ties, then the knowledge would be inconsequential. I have frequently interacted with official walkers, albeit exclusively under the guise of Yuan Shi Tianzun. Zhang Yuanqing closed the email interface and opened the official forum on his phone. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a startling post. Shocking. The Jinshui amusement park has been and the conqueror is none other than this person. The local officials were instantly in an uproar, and the news spread like wildfire among the spirit walkers in the same city. Its fervor akin to that of a village celebrating a scholar who has gained admission to a prestigious university in the capital. The future holds promise. Indeed, there is no new guide available. I have just completed browsing the database. The official spirit realm travelers were initially filled with delight, showering praise upon Hebo of the Salt Province. However, as they continued to express their admiration, they soon realized that the guide had not been updated and that Hebo had yet to make a statement. Confusion ensued, leading some to question the authenticity of the post. Am I to be ridiculed for spreading rumors? Do you dare to challenge me? Should I gather my brothers and take the high-speed train to Salt City to confront your division? After much back and forth, accusations were exchanged and relentless tagging ensued. Hebo finally appeared to clarify the situation. I indeed conquered the Jinshui amusement park, receiving an 18 experience reward, which is quite generous. And the guide? Where is it? There is none. What? I merely took a blow for someone and then perished. Shortly thereafter, I completed the game. Thus, there is no guide to provide you. Perhaps you find it hard to believe that an S-level spirit realm could be so simple. I can only say that this is one of the gameplay mechanics of Jinshui Amusement Park. I cannot divulge further details on the forum. The expert who assisted me in clearing the level should possess the complete guide, but he does not appear to be an official member. I can share his name with you. Did Hebo truly glide through the level effortlessly? Who is this benevolent figure, possessing such extraordinary skills? Who is it? Speak quickly. The urgency was palpable among those, like the past was bitter, and several recent official travelers eager to enter the spirit realm. I only know him as Wang Tai. Our interactions have been minimal, so I am not well acquainted. Li Dongza, Guanya, Qingting, Bailong. Others began to speculate about the identity of Wang Tai, astonished that they had never heard of this individual. Some attempted to Wang Tai, only to discover the presence of such an ID. Please call me Queen. Oh, it appears to be someone from our official team. How delightful. Under the relentless summons of the crowd, Wang Tai finally